Chapter 1311, Sold Out. However, Zhao Hai was only slightly distressed. Zhao Hai has seen a lot of deaths. He killed a lot of people back in the lower realms, an uncountable amount. Therefore, he was able to suppress his feeling. At the same time, he knew why he had this feeling. First, it was because he already regarded the undead as their own people. Second, because there weren't any large-scale battles since he ascended to the world of cultivation. Therefore, he was like this. Zhao Hai took a deep breath to calm down his mood. Then he proceeded to command the undead. And as Zhao Hai commanded them, the undead immediately set up a battle formation and re-engaged with the spirits of the sprites. When Zhao Hai released his undead, they hadn't composed any battle formation. They were an unorganized crowd that moved without any coordination. Zhao Hai deliberately did this so that the sprites would let their guard down. However, this tactic no longer worked. If he didn't command the undead, then the undead were going to be wiped out. And when that time comes, it would be very hard to stop the sprites from attacking. When it comes to command, Zhao Hai had zero talent. Normally it would be Lizzie and Megan who would command the undead. But this doesn't mean that Zhao Hai couldn't command them at all. For small conflicts like the one right now, Zhao Hai could still effectively command the undead. Once the undead entered into battle formations, the fight took another turn. The sprites could no longer attack like before. The undead once again managed to stall the sprites. Murdoch's expression turned even uglier. However, he couldn't help but recognize Zhao Hai's skill. But this appreciation soon turned to apprehension. Since Zhao Hai was an enemy of the sprites, he needed to be killed. The stronger Zhao Hai appeared, the more reason for Murdoch to kill him. If Zhao Hai were to be left alone, then he would become a huge threat to the sprite. And for the security of the entire sprite race, the elimination of Zhao Hai was required. Murdoch observed the undead battle formation for a while, then he said, "Have 10 nascent soul experts attack the undead. Remember, the 10 shouldn't be separated. Form a team and coordinate attacks." The person at his side nodded, then left to convey the command. Although Zhao Hai was commanding the undead, he was also paying attention to the sprites. Hearing that nascent soul experts were about to enter the fight, Zhao Hai immediately said inside his brain, "Lizzie, Megan, take command of the undead. I need to deal with nascent soul experts." Lizzie and Megan immediately complied and took control of the undead. Zhao Hai took out liquid silver and then released a 10,000 layer formation. At this moment, the nascent soul sprites also made a move. They used their life source spirits to attack. These life source spirits were 4 tree spirits, 3 earth spirits, and 3 wind spirits. Now that Zhao Hai released his formation, these life source spirits couldn't help but resist it. The attacking power of a 10,000 layer formation was very good. Even these life source spirits were good at fighting. They would still suffer minor injuries if they faced it head-on. However, after Zhao Hai sent several formations, the sprites were able to find a way to deal with them. Zhao Hai's formations were now resisted by 3 tree earth spirits and 2 tree spirits. Meanwhile, the other spirits attacked the undead. Although the undead were able to fight more effectively under Lizzie and Megan's command, they still weren't able to hold back the nascent soul life source spirits. After all, there was a huge gap in strength. In fact, the undead had already surpassed expectations by reaching this point. Megan and Lizzie knew very well that if they couldn't do anything to the nascent soul life source spirits, then the other spirits would be able to do what they want. If they all rushed in, then Yuan and the others would begin to suffer some losses. Because of this, although Lizzie and Megan were blocking the nascent soul life source spirits, they didn't give their all in doing so. Instead, they prioritized blocking the ordinary spirits from going forward. Due to this action, Yuan and the others were still safe. However, Yuan and the others were starting to become nervous. They could see that the nascent soul life source spirits were about to penetrate the battle formation of the undead. When this happens, then even they would have to fight. At this time, several nascent soul life source spirits were able to kill their way through the undead's battle formation. They were preparing to expand their area in order to completely destroy the undead formation. Seeing what was happening, Yuan knew that he could no longer wait. So finally, he said, "Brothers, we have been watching the battle for quite a while. We cannot just let Little Hai fight on his own. Prepare to fight. Let's make the sprites know that the people of the machine field aren't cowards." Then he rushed over with his sledgehammer towards the nascent soul life source spirits. Seeing Yuan and the others coming over, the nascent soul life source spirits immediately shifted their attention. Their main duty was to stop people from moving. So when Yuan and the others charged over, the spirits would naturally stop them. But even if Yuan and the others charged over, their lineup wasn't chaotic. This was also the way the machine field fought with the other realms. The people from the machine field knew that if they fought on their own, then they would certainly be defeated. While tying down 5 nascent soul life source spirits, Zhao Hai also began to offer support towards Yuan and the others. Unexpectedly, This allowed the battle to enter into another stalemate. Murdoch raised his eyebrow and said, Zhao Hai is actually able to tie down 5 nascent soul life source spirits. If this kid doesn't die, the sprites will have a huge trouble to deal with in the future. The others besides Murdoch agreed. Then Murdoch said, send 10 more people forward. Remember, the most important target is Zhao Hai. Someone nodded and then immediately arranged for 10 more nascent soul sprites to go forward. Seeing that 10 more sprites were going to join the fight, Zhao Hai's eyes couldn't help but shrink. With these 10 sprites, things would get harder. Zhao Hai immediately said, condense the formation. This was for Lizzie and Megan as well as Yuan and the others. As soon as they heard Zhao Hai, Yuan and the others immediately contracted their battle formation. At the same time, the undead slowly retreated towards Yuan's formation. This caused their area of operation to decrease, but it also increased their defense. Seeing Zhao Hai's response, Murdoch commanded, alright, order everyone to attack. A sprite beside him immediately passed down the order. With this order, the sprites immediately released their life source spirits and went all out to put pressure on Zhao Hai and the others. Zhao Hai released several 100,000 layer formations one after another in order to defend. However, this didn't stop the undead from being eliminated. Compared to core formation experts, their strength was still far off. At this time, a change occurred in the machine field's formation. Mages retreated further into the formation while warriors prepared for close combat. The mages drank potions in order to recover their energy and work with the undead to stop the sprite from advancing. But this caused the casualties of the undead to increase even more. From the initial 20,000 undead, only 10,000 were left. Zhao Hai still wasn't going all out. This was because Murdoch had yet to make a move, and according to what was agreed upon, the machine field's net would arrive 2 hours after the sprites start fighting Yuan. However, Zhao Hai and the sprites have already been fighting for 2 hours. Despite this, the encirclement was nowhere to be seen. This caused Zhao Hai to be annoyed. He asked Kair about where the encirclement army was, but from what Kair said, they started marching 1 hour late, and from their speed they would arrive in 2 hours. Hearing this report, Zhao Hai's expression changed. These people shouldn't make such inferior level mistakes. One must know that speed was crucial in a war. If they marched slowly and were late to surround the enemy, then they would let go of the opportunity to wipe out the enemy. When the time comes and the sprites eliminate Yuan's team, then they could turn around and focus on escaping the encirclement. The action made by the machine field was very abnormal. When he thought about this, Zhao Hai moved and appeared beside Yuan. With an ugly expression, he said, Captain, I'm afraid that we've been sold out. Hearing Zhao Hai, Yuan couldn't help but stare. Then he said, what do you mean? Zhao Hai's expression turned cold as he answered, my undead scouts just reported that the machine field's army is still 2 hours away from here. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Yuan's eyes couldn't help but turn red. He said, are you sure? Zhao Hai nodded. Yuan looked at Zhao Hai and said, can we last for 2 hours? As long as we survive. Those bastards wouldn't survive. Zhao Hai sneered and said, 2 hours is nothing. I can last for 2 days. But this isn't something that the two of us can deal with. What do we do afterwards? Yuan coldly snorted and said, let's not think about that for now. Once we survive, those bastards will have some questions to answer. If they fail to satisfy me, then let's see how I'll deal with them. Zhao Hai nodded. Alright, then I'll start being serious. Zhao Hai flew up and then released 20,000 more undead. But this time, he gave priority to skeleton undead. At the same time, a huge bug appeared beside Zhao Hai. As long as someone had gone to Fabio planet, they would recognize that this bug was an overlord on the planet, the silverback gold-winged bug. These bugs could handle 2 nascent soul experts alone. Also, as Zhao Hai began to move, a loud roar was heard not far away. The source of the roar was approaching fast, and from the intensity of the roar, the approaching party was at nascent soul level. Murdoch saw the silverback gold-winged bug and couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed. Naturally, he recognized the bug. He also knew how difficult it was to deal with. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to take one of them out. Moreover, the loud roar from the distance was low and deep. It also carried intense energy. It's possible that it's from a demon. In the 6 realms battlefield, it was very common for people to meet each other. Because of this, Murdoch could judge a person just by their voice. This was especially true when it came to demons. He could recognize them through their roars. This was because demons were very distinct from each other. Each demon had their own qualities that made it quite easy to differentiate them from each other. Both the silverback goldwing bug and the demon were hard to deal with. And now, Both were on Zhao Hai's side. This made Murdoch somewhat worried. At this point, it was impossible to deal with Zhao Hai in a short time. Zhao Hai's capabilities were out of Murdoch's imagination. He could actually withstand the assault for a long time. The undead that the sprites had eliminated so far had almost no effect towards Zhao Hai and the others. This caused Murdoch to blank out for some time. Zhao Hai released a silverback goldwing bug and called over a demon for help. This wasn't good for the sprites. Although their move was supported by the machine field, Murdoch knew very well that the machine field couldn't hold back for a long time. Otherwise, things would be too obvious. In fact, there were things that Murdoch left unsaid. He said that Zhao Hai was a threat to the sprites, but he didn't say that Zhao Hai was also a threat to some people in the machine field, and these people wouldn't allow someone like Zhao Hai to exist. It was precisely because of this that Murdoch was able to ambush Zhao Hai in a place like the Lock Mountain Range. He knew that Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to get immediate support. Murdoch expected his people to deal with Zhao Hai easily, and in this way, the machine field's partially controlled territory would become a playground for the sprites. But now, it seems like the plan has been disrupted. Murdoch knew that if he couldn't deal with Zhao Hai, then their plan would be a failure. With this thought in mind, Murdoch no longer held back. He waved his hand and called over a silver metallic man. Then he said, "Chuck, kill Zhao Hai." A sprite liked to name their life source spirit. This wasn't a weird thing, and Murdoch's life source spirit was named Chuck. Compared to the other life source spirits, Chuck looked much more pure. His facial features were also more distinct and he resembled more like a person. He nodded to Murdoch and then rushed towards Zhao Hai. Chapter 1312, The Demon Spade Shows Its Might. Zhao Hai also noticed Murdoch's move. As soon as he saw the metallic humanoid, he immediately released a 10,000-layer spell. But the metal spirit quickly changed its form into a large sword. Then the sword broke the formation and then went straight towards Zhao Hai. At this time, the silverback gold-winged bug began attacking the life source spirits. The main targets of the bug were the nascent soul life source spirits, reducing the pressure on Yuan and the others. Although Yuan was also fighting, he was also paying attention to the developments of the battlefield. After all, this was related to their survival. Once he discovered that they had been sold out, Yuan was fuming. He didn't expect that someone from the machine field would actually betray them. But after Zhao Hai released the silverback gold-winged bug, Yuan was startled. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to have a bug. And after hearing the roar, Yuan knew that Zhao Hai had called Jia Dingshan over. Yuan didn't think much about these things. It was already good that they have a chance to survive. And once they returned, he was going to settle some accounts with the higher-ups of the machine field. Yuan was truly confident when he said that he was going to settle accounts with the higher-ups. One shouldn't just see him as a captain in the front lines. His prestige in the Six Realms battlefield was extremely high. He could wave his arm and the entire Lock Mountain range would rumble. With all of these comrades here, the machine field would certainly face great pressure. At this moment, Zhao Hai flew out of the machine field's circle formation to meet Murdoch's metal spirit. It didn't take long before the metallic sword reached Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai coldly snorted and then received his magic staff. Then he waved his hand once more and took out the crescent moon spade. Zhao Hai didn't want a lot of people to know that his liquid silver could transform. Therefore, he took out the crescent moon spade to fight against the enemy. The crescent moon spade and liquid silver don't fall short of each other, and the former belonged to the dark element. Although the crescent moon spade required a lot of energy as well as spiritual force to use, making it impossible for Zhao Hai to use for a long time, he could still use it a couple of times. Zhao Hai believed that Murdoch's spirit wouldn't be able to resist the spade. Because of this, Zhao Hai immediately swung the crescent moon spade towards the metal spirit the moment he took it out. A tang sound was heard when the two collided. The sword that was made out by the metal spirit was cleaved. Although Zhao Hai didn't use astral chi this time, the crescent moon spade was still able to damage the metal spirit's body. This was astonishing. When Zhao Hai saw this, he gawked. He didn't really think that the crescent moon spade was this strong. He believed that the spade could defeat the metal spirit, but he didn't expect to do so with ease. At the same time, the moment the metal spirit was cut, Murdoch's expression drastically changed. Then he spat blood as his complexion rapidly turned for the worse. The metal spirit was his life source spirit. Any wound the spirit received was also a wound to himself. This meant that Murdoch was heavily injured. Then at this moment, the sprite besides Murdoch suddenly exclaimed. Then Murdoch turned his head to see a demon army appearing on the horizon. In fact, it wasn't inappropriate to call it an army. There were 1,000 demons approaching, and all of them were pangolins. As for their leader, it was a golden pangolin that had nascent soul strength. Behind this pangolin was the rest of the 1,000 pangolins. These pangolins were slightly small and were actually weak at Foundation establishment. However, Murdoch doesn't dare underestimate this strength. The strength of the demons was renowned in the 6 realms. Even cultivators would have a headache dealing with demons. Also, Murdoch knew the leader of the pangolin army. They even fought before. Although Murdoch won in the end, this win wasn't easy at all. Therefore, he knew who this demon pangolin was. It was one of the 5 armored kings, Jia Dingshan. As soon as he saw Jia Dingshan, Murdoch's complexion completely changed. Jia Dingshan was very difficult to deal with, and in addition to the silverback gold-winged bug, taking care of Zhao Hai in a short time has become impossible. But what made Murdoch worry the most was Zhao Hai's strength. Zhao Hai was able to injure him in a single blow. Although the main reason for this was Murdoch underestimating Zhao Hai's strength was real, and now that he was injured, Murdoch was no longer Zhao Hai's opponent. If he doesn't go all out, then Zhao Hai might even defeat him. Even if Murdoch was conceited, he still knew that Zhao Hai held back because he was guarding against him. In the end, this action rewarded Zhao Hai greatly. Now Murdoch was injured, Zhao Hai can now make a move. And with the other 2 nascent soul experts present, how could the sprites move forward without heavy losses? With this thought in mind, Murdoch knew that their operation had failed. Moreover, the machine field couldn't delay for a long time. Murdoch looked at Jia Dingshan who was rushing towards them and couldn't help but breathe a sigh. Then he turned to his side and said, "Have the ordinary spirits block Zhao Hai and the demons. Let the others take back their life source spirits. We're retreating." As soon as he heard Murdoch, the sprite immediately said, "Sir, we're retreating?" Zhao Hai couldn't resist for long. Murdoch shook his head and said, "He can. We're withdrawing. If we don't, we'll be in danger." The sprite didn't dare violate Murdoch's words. He complied and immediately passed on the orders. Zhao Hai could also see that Murdoch had decided to retreat. However, he didn't pursue them. With his strength, he had no way to stop Murdoch from leaving. Although Murdoch was injured, he wasn't crippled. Additionally, the sprites still had a lot of nascent soul experts. If Zhao Hai pursued, then his undead would definitely be annihilated. This might also give the nascent soul experts a chance to turn around and kill him. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't pursue. Instead, he commanded the undead along with Jia Dingshan and the silverback gold-winged bug to clear the spirits that had been left behind. And before Murdoch disappeared, Zhao Hai cupped his fists and said, "Since Senior decided to leave, then forgive this Zhao Hai for not sending you off, but I'll be asking you for advice one day." Murdoch coldly snorted as he retreated slowly, completely ignoring Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai just smiled and didn't mind it. Instead of chasing, he commanded his troops to surround the spirits and get rid of them. These ordinary spirits weren't enemies of Zhao Hai and the others, so they weren't able to resist for long. However, they were enough to hold Zhao Hai back so that they wouldn't be able to pursue Murdoch and the others. Once Murdoch and the others were no longer in sight, the ordinary spirits have also been killed off. Zhao Hai and the others could no longer catch up to the sprites at this point. Actually, nobody wanted to chase. After all, there were only 100 people here while the sprites had 1,000. Pursuing the sprites at this time would be courting death. It was also at this time that Jia Dingshan arrived beside Zhao Hai. Then he bowed and said, "Young master, I'm late." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "You're not late, just in time. Have the others take a walk around." Jia Dingshan nodded and then led the other pangolins to patrol the area. At this moment, everyone also responded. They weren't stupid and they knew about the plan. It has been 4 hours since they began chasing the sprites. However, the people who were supposed to encircle the sprites couldn't be seen. Even idiots could understand that they had been sold out. Wu Ying had an irritable temperament, but this didn't mean that he was stupid. He also thought through the situation as he turned to Yuan and said, "Captain, have we been sold out?" Hearing Wu Ying speak, everyone turned to look at Yuan. Yuan nodded his head, then he replied, "Little Hai's undead found out about it. They had been held back for more than an hour. It would take them an hour before reaching here. Everyone in the battlefield knows that a minute can decide life and death, and these bastards are hours late. Brothers, let's not wait for them. Let's go back to the mountain range and report what happened. I want to see what kind of explanation those bastards can give me." The group responded with a loud roar as they followed Yuan back to the mountain range. The reason why they reacted like this was first, because they were sold out, and second because the Lock Mountain Range wasn't necessarily in line with the higher-ups. The Lock Mountain Range was the forefront of the machine field and the most dangerous place for the realm. However, it was relatively independent and weren't good with the machine field's higher-ups. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been sent here. Additionally, the nature of the mountain range made everyone support each other. Therefore, Everyone in the mountain range were very united. As long as Yuan told them about what happened, the entire mountain range would certainly cause a scene. The machine field's higher-ups wouldn't be able to deal with such a major matter. One must know that the people in the Six Realms battlefield were connected to a powerful family in the realm. Yuan led everyone back to the mountain range with rage. He left the cultivation realm and then sought refuge in the machine field. Over the years, he served the realm and even brushed with death multiple times. This allowed the Lock Mountain range to extend its range and provided the machine field with its own partially controlled territory. But now, someone plotted against him and wanted him killed. Yuan could no longer hold back. He wanted to find the person who wanted him dead and dismember their body into 1,000 pieces. Chapter 1313. Fart. As soon as they arrived back at the mountain range, Yuan and the others immediately told the forts about what happened. It didn't take long for the mountain range to get into an uproar. All captain-level characters immediately left their territories and went to Yuan's fort. In the entire Lock Mountain range, captain-level characters numbered more than 20,000. After knowing what happened to Yuan, they couldn't just sit still. Their response wasn't only because of their unity. They were also afraid that they would follow in Yuan's footsteps. Yuan has already been in the Six Realms battlefield for 7 years. Beside the first year he spent as an ordinary soldier, he has been a captain for the rest. In the Six Realms battlefield, Yuan spent the majority of his time as a captain. In the past, people thought that Yuan stayed as a captain for his revenge. But now, they began to think that someone might have been plotting against Yuan and made him stay as a captain. Moreover, Yuan, who has been a captain for 6 years, has been sold out. What does this mean for the others? Will they be sold out tomorrow as well? A person from the machine field doesn't fear sacrifice. Instead, they feared betrayal. This time, Yuan and the others took on a very dangerous task. 100 people were going under the assault of 1,000 sprites. Such a mission has a very narrow avenue for survival. But why did everyone go there anyway? This was because people from the machine field weren't afraid of sacrificing themselves. However, what was the final result? The reinforcing troops arrived several hours late. There was nothing to stop them in the middle of their journey. Instead of moving fast, they actually slowed down, much slower than marching speed. This was hard to justify, and even if the people from the machine field wanted to hide the truth, they couldn't do it because Zhao Hai had a video of the marching speed uploaded online. Therefore, everyone can see what happened. There was nothing anyone could do to stop the information from spreading. Yuan's anger flared up even more upon seeing Zhao Hai's recording. He didn't expect these people to be so excessive. This just made it clear that they wanted them to die. How could Yuan just accept this? Yuan sat in the conference room with a sullen expression. Beside him were Zhao Hai, Liu Zhen, and Wu Yang. Their expressions weren't attractive either. After a while, Yuan asked, "How long will it take for them to get here?" Zhao Hai replied, "In about 2 hours. Meanwhile, about 300 captains will arrive in about 10 minutes. Boom. Liu Zheng pounded the table in front of him. His eyes turned red as he said, "What are these bastards doing? Do they want to destroy the machine field?" Liu Zhen's identity was different to Yuan. He's strong but at the same time a member of the Liu family. Because of him, the Liu family was able to get a lot of resources every year. It can be said that he held a lot of weight in the family. His family members also admire him a lot. The Liu family was a warrior family. Originally, it was just a medium-grade family. But because of Liu Zhen, the family became a first-grade family in the Warrior Association. A lot of warriors in the association listened to Liu Zhen. Therefore, the repercussions of Liu Zhen's anger would go beyond the Liu family. Yuan gave Liu Zhen a look. Then he said, "All right, don't get too angry. Being enraged is useless. I really can't see through this matter. If we investigate, we'll just catch the scapegoats. Haven't you listened to what the sprites said? Their main target is Little Hai." Liu Zhen roared, "Bullshit. Their main target is Zhao Hai. How can that be possible? Those sprites aren't vegetarians. You say they won't destroy us? You should know how those bastards think. I reckon they really want our lives." Zhao Hai looked at the two and said, "Maybe it's not that complex. Before I entered the Six Realms battlefield, I announced that I want to separate from the Ashley family and go independent. Perhaps they want to deal with me due to this." Liu Zhen angrily replied, "Nonsense. How could the Ashley family achieve this? The family had just developed recently. They were just a medium-grade family before. Although their strength has increased, they're still far from being one of the realm's higher-ups. They also couldn't command the people in the Six Realms battlefield. There's definitely some mischief going behind this matter. I will definitely find out who's behind this." Yuan hesitated for a moment and then said, "It's still too early to say these things. Let's see what those people want to say first. If their reply doesn't satisfy me, then I will be noisy." Liu Zhen didn't say anything. To be honest, He really can't handle Yuan becoming noisy. This was because this matter was tied to the Liu family's benefit. Once Yuan really used his influence, then the entire Lock Mountain range would follow behind him and would in turn cause the machine field to be in chaos. This was a matter that could affect the entire realm. Yuan looked at Liu Zhen. Then he said, "Old Liu, it isn't that I want to make a scene, but I have to do it. If I don't, then it's very likely that this incident will be handled lightly. But have you thought about the consequences? Little Hai is a rare genius in the machine field. He can now face anyone from the other realms without backing down. This way, the other realms wouldn't dare underestimate the machine field. If he died under such plots, then what would happen to the others? You, me, and the rest of the people in the battlefield. Here, in the Six Realms battlefield, we're fighting with our lives on the line. We fight desperately, but in the end would die in such plots. Have you thought about how demoralizing this incident would be for the Lock Mountain range? If we let other people know how we got plotted upon, then how will it hit them? Will they still Fight for the realm? Liu Zhen heard this and couldn't help but sweat. At this time, the door of the conference room was shoved open as several people walked in. These people were all puffing. It was clear that they all hurried along. Yuan looked at them and then said, "Come and take a seat." The group looked at Yuan and then one of them said, "Old Yuan, are you telling the truth?" Hearing this, Yuan stared, then he replied, "Do you think I would joke around with this matter? Sit down and wait for the others to arrive. Currently, those who are responsible for encircling the sprites had yet to come to my fort." Ha ha ha! Yuan's laughter was full of dejection. This caused the others to be startled. Liu Zhen looked at Yuan and said, "Old Yuan, Yuan waved his hand and calmly said, "It's nothing. I just felt that all those years of hard work are meaningless." Yuan was a little disheartened. Although he was someone from the cultivation realm, he also had a huge enmity against the cultivators. Afterwards, when he arrived at the machine field, the realm had given him a lot of help. Not only did they block the cultivators from pursuing him, they also provided him potions to help his cultivation. Later on, they sent him to the Six Realms battlefield to allow him to continue cultivating. All of these actions caused Yuan to be touched. He completely regarded himself as someone from the machine field. But Yuan didn't expect that he would be sold out by the same machine field that accepted him. This made him sad. Liu Zhen heard Yuan and couldn't help but sigh. To be honest, he was filled with great ambitions the first time he arrived at the Six Realms battlefield. The machine field wanted to open up a new territory and increase their domain. He wanted to fight diligently for the realm. He wanted the machine field to become more powerful. However, today's matter caused Liu Zhen to discover that his efforts had been wasted. It seemed to be insignificant. He couldn't help but share Yuan's sentiment. Liu Zhen couldn't help but sigh. The other captains who came also understood their mood. They also sighed as they sat in the conference room in silence. More and more captains arrived at Yuan's fort. Everyone asked Yuan the same question and then proceeded to wait in silence. And since the conference room wasn't that big, there were a lot of people who sat outside. It was as if everyone had lost the ability to speak. The depressing atmosphere was suffocating. 2 hours passed unknowingly. At this time, the sound of clamor was heard outside the conference room. Yuan sneered and said, "It seems like the main character is here. Let's go and see." Then Yuan stood up and walked outside. Zhao Hai and the others hastily followed. Those who were waiting outside made way for Yuan. Upon arriving outside, Yuan saw a group of mages and warriors whose faces were pale. They were the leaders of the encircling operation. Yuan swept these people with his gaze, then he coldly said, "Everyone is early. How about coming over to our camp to rest? But our fort doesn't have first-class amenities to satisfy you. I'll have to apologize for the lack of hospitality." The mage and warrior leaders' faces turned even more ugly. One of them was an old man with white hair and beard as well as sage-like eyes. He looked at Yuan and said, "Yuan, what are you doing? Why didn't you hold the sprites back?" Upon hearing the old mage, Yuan couldn't help but laugh as he said, "You really like to reverse right and wrong. Really worthy of being an elite of the machine field. You ask why I didn't hold the sprites back? Then let me ask you why you haven't arrived until now. Why don't you explain that to me?" The old mage's expression couldn't help but turn ugly. Then he replied, "Yuan, don't think that you can't talk nonsense because of your merit. What do you mean we didn't show up? It's clear that you need to hold the sprites from retreating. You became a coward and ran away ahead of time. Yet you still have the face to talk nonsense here." Chapter 1314. Explain yourself. Yuan looked at the old man as though he was performing a play. Upon hearing the old man, Yuan laughed and said, well, if it isn't Wind Messenger Chen Yuanlong, I think you shouldn't be called Wind Messenger, but instead Crazy Messenger. Didn't you notice that we have been holding the sprites back? Let me ask you, did we plan for how many days before we start the operation? Within how many hours do you need to arrive at the scene? Hearing Yuan, Chen Yuanlong was stunned for a moment. Then he said, "From what I can remember, we didn't plan on how many days we should begin." Yuan laughed and said, "No, we didn't plan on when to start the operation. But I remember the plan as this. As long as we start to chase the sprites, you will start to encircle them, and while we're fighting the sprites, you need to arrive within 2 hours. Is this correct?" Yuan's words caused the ordinary members to gawk. Then they hummed in discussion. For these ordinary members, they were defenders of the Lock Mountain Range. Naturally, they felt belonging towards the other defenders of the mountain range. So when they heard Yuan, they couldn't help but talk to the others. Chen Yuanlong didn't expect Yuan to make this matter public. He was startled. Then his expression turned uglier as he answered, "Right, there are such rules. But before the operation started, I received orders that the operation would be 2 hours late. In order to coordinate with your team, we set off late and approached the battlefield slowly." Yuan looked at Chen Yuanlong and said, "2 hours late? I don't know who gave you this order, but can you call them out and confront me? When we act in the battlefield, we don't need to listen to anyone. In our operation, we agreed that you'll immediately take action the moment I inform you. You don't listen to anybody. Do you dare say that you didn't receive my notice?" Chen Yuanlong suddenly didn't know what to say. He looked at Yuan with an ugly expression. Yuan's face sank. Then he said, "Chen Yuanlong, this matter wouldn't be solved by you saying 1 or 2 sentences. We'll let those above us decide." As soon as Chen Yuanlong heard Yuan, his expression turned even uglier. He knew clearly that this matter had been handed over from above. However, he couldn't let anyone know about it since the higher-ups would just sacrifice the rook to save the king. When the time comes, he would be the one being sacrificed, and nobody would be able to save him. Yuan looked at Chen Yuanlong and coldly said, "Chen Yuanlong, did you think that this matter only involves the life and death of 100 people? Have you ever thought about what would happen to the Lock Mountain Range if we were all killed? Have you ever thought about what would happen if the sprites were to spread news of the incident? If we lost the partially controlled territory of the machine field, how much resources will we lose in 1 year? Have you thought of all of this?" As soon as Chen Yuanlong heard Yuan, his face immediately paled. At this point, even idiots can see that there's something wrong with Chen Yuanlong. After he said that, Yuan didn't care about Chen Yuanlong anymore. He turned around and then returned to the conference room. Meanwhile, Chen Yuanlong saw that captains from other forts were arriving one after the other. He knew that this incident was very serious. Chen Yuanlong's face turned pale and his body faltered for a moment. Then he turned around and left without saying a word. Nobody followed behind Chen Yuanlong. However, the other captains who went with the operation had pale faces. As for the ordinary members, to understand what was going on, they immediately found those in Yuan's team and asked them about what happened. These people naturally told them everything. When they heard about what Zhao Hai had done, they couldn't help but be surprised. They were able to block the sprites for 4 hours. Zhao Hai also used various methods to hold them back and even managed to injure Murdoch, someone who is said to be invincible under transcending tribulation. This was definitely a huge event. After all the other captains arrived, Yuan led Liu Zhen and Zhao Hai out of the conference room. There were a lot of people sitting outside because there wasn't enough space. Then they proceeded to greet those they were familiar with and then chatted in a low voice. Yuan glanced at everyone, then he slowly flew up before saying, "Brothers, there are many people here. Even if I wasn't able to approach you, you should already be aware of what just happened, so I won't talk about it anymore. I can tell you that what happened is true. We have been sold out by other people. This isn't only related to the 100 who have been sold out, but also to everyone. We have been desperately fighting against the other realms in the front line and in the Lock Mountain Range. However, some bastards still want to kill us. We can't just stay silent. We need to seek justice. We need them to give us a proper explanation." Everyone had been moved by Yuan's words. They were all fighting with their lives on the line in the 6 realms battlefield, and they were also afraid of becoming like Yuan. These people didn't think that this was Yuan's own plot. This was because they were already aware of his identity. Yuan might be someone seeking refuge in the machine field, but over the years, he was able to make a name for himself. And in this incident, it wasn't only Yuan who was here. There was also Liu Zhen. Liu Zhen was a machine field native. If these people plotted against Liu Zhen, then what's stopping them from plotting against the others as well? Because of this, the message resonated among everyone. Their moods immediately fired up. Almost all of them shouted, "We need justice. We need an explanation." Yuan loudly added, "Correct, we need an explanation. Why would they do this, and who will take responsibility?" I think Shen Yuanlong doesn't have enough courage to do this even if he's also a commander. There must be someone else behind this matter. We cannot fight against the other realms properly if this person isn't removed. We need to seek justice. The crowd shouted again, "Justice, justice." Then Yuan solemnly said, "To be honest, This incident caused me to be disheartened. I really didn't want this to happen in the machine field. We have been united all through the years. We are trying our best to fight for the realm's benefits. For the machine field, I hope everyone can back me up on this matter. We'll select representatives to report this matter. I'll just ask for your signatures. They need to give us an explanation. Is everyone alright with this? The crowd loudly said, "Good. We'll do as Captain Yuan said." Yuan nodded and said, "Alright, it's good that everyone agrees. I have already written a report about what happened today. Please sign your names one by one." Then me, Captain Liu, Captain Heschian, Captain Brandt, and Captain Adam will jointly hand the report over to the machine field. Does anyone have a problem with this? Nobody disagreed with the arrangement. This was because the captains chosen by Yuan were the most renowned captains in the Lock Mountain range. If these people weren't qualified to represent everyone, then nobody was qualified. Since everyone was alright with it, Yuan had Zhao Hai and Wu Ying take out the report that he had written. Then the report was projected so that everyone could see it. There were no false elements to the report, nor were there any exaggerations. Everything written was the truth. However, the report was strictly written so that the machine field would certainly provide an explanation. Everyone looked through the report and saw no problem. They immediately signed their names. Before long, more than 10,000 names were signed on the report. All the captains present gave their signature. Yuan also gave them a salute. Those who were familiar with Yuan chatted with him before they left. After all, they couldn't leave their posts for a long time. Otherwise, the Lock Mountain range would be in danger. When all of the captains gave their signature, they all left. The ones left were Yuan, Liu Zhen, Zhao Hai, Wu Yang. The others involved in this incident. There was also Adam, Heschian, and Brandt. Adam was a mage about 40 years of age. He wore a yellow mage robe that wasn't eye-catching. However, he was a famous mage captain in the mountain range. He wasn't only strong in offense, he was also talented in defense. Most importantly, although he looked ordinary, he was a true military man. His time spent hunting wasn't any less than Liu Zhen. Heschian was a warrior. His weapon was a common two-handed sword. He looked 30 years old and he had a scar on his face that made him seem terrifying. However, instead of offense, he was famed for his defense. He claimed to be immovable in the Lock Mountain range. He once led a team of 40 to block cultivators for 3 hours without any reinforcements. Brandt was also a warrior. He was 2 meters tall, making him look like a mountain. His weapons were 2 executioner's blades. His offensive strength was unusually formidable. It had been 2 years since he came to the Six Realms battlefield. However, he had already made a name for himself. He was called Double-Bladed Brandt, but some people also call him Killer Mantis. His strength caused people from other realms to be afraid. Yuan looked at everyone and said, "I won't be in the fort for the following days. Old Liu, I'll have to ask you to keep your men here. This way, we could better defend against the sprites. Once I leave, the fort will be left to Little Hai." Wu Ying, since Little Hai is new here, please help him. Then Yuan turned to the other captains and said, "We can't delay this. In order to avoid any more problems, we need to leave as soon as possible." "Right, Adam, Brandt, Heschian, if you have any looted weapons, you can leave them to Little Hai. He can make you a weapon." Adam looked at Yuan and said, "Refining weapons? Why, our weapons are still fine." Yuan smiled and said, "Just leave your request. I'll assure you that you won't regret it." Although Adam and the others didn't know what Yuan was doing, they didn't disagree. After all, they had looted a lot of weapons and they couldn't use most of them. They all left some weapons and then wrote the weapon they wanted made. Then Yuan gave it to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, these are the weapons and their requests. I'll have to trouble you for the next few days. We'll be going to send the report so you can use this time to close up." Of course Zhao Hai wouldn't oppose it. He smiled and said, "Alright, Captain can rest assured. I'll have them finished before you come back." Yuan nodded. Then he waved his hand as he led Adam and the others to leave. Once Yuan left the fort, Wu Ying immediately walked towards Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, what do you think we should do in the following days?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Brother Wu, you have more experience in the battlefield than me. It's better if you arrange it." However, the sprites had been pushed back by us. They will certainly be on guard against our retaliation. Also, the people from the other realms should receive a report on what happened. There's a good chance for the mountain range to be attacked. It's better if we take caution. Wu Ying nodded and said, "It's impossible to attack the sprites at this time. They would certainly be afraid of retaliation. As for the defense, being careful is good. I'll inform everyone to strengthen our vigilance." Zhao Hai didn't say anything about it and just nodded. Then he said, "Brother Wu, I'll be refining in the following days, so I can only leave the fort to you." Actually, to Zhao Hai, making items wasn't a time-consuming matter. However, he knew that although he was strong, Wu Ying had spent a longer time than him in the mountain range, and Wu Ying also had more influence than him. If he suddenly made orders, then people might resent him. Therefore, he had to hand over the control to Wu Ying while saying that he would be refining weapons. Wu Ying can command the others and they wouldn't resent him for it. Wu Ying didn't oppose and just nodded. After that, Zhao Hai took the weapons that Adam and the others left behind and then proceeded to close up inside the cave residence. Chapter 1315. Suppression everywhere. Zhao Hai returned to the space and then handed the task of making the weapons over to Care. Then when he arrived at the villa, he immediately looked for Laura and said, "How is it? Did you discover anything?" Laura nodded and said, "I'm afraid this isn't something that one or two people could achieve. The Operations 20 nascent soul experts seem to have an agreement to slow down. I'm afraid a lot of people are involved. Even if Yuan and the others get their explanation, it's still impossible to get a complete result. At most, we can only punish a couple of scapegoats." Zhao Hai looked at the screen, his complexion sunk. After some time, he said, "It looks like people in the machine field are threatened by me. I'm Murdoch's main target after all, but I don't remember doing something threatening to the machine field." Laura looked at Zhao Hai, then she forced a smile and said, "Brother Hai, how can you say that you haven't done anything that can be seen as a threat? Actually, your existence is the biggest threat to the machine field. Of course, I'm referring to those higher-ups that benefit from the production chain of mechs and battleships." Hearing Laura, Zhao Hai stared for a moment. Then he quickly understood what she meant. Zhao Hai has been paying attention to the benefit chain of the mech and battleship production in the machine field. He also didn't want to touch this chain. For Zhao Hai, he didn't want to destroy it. This was because mechs and battleships weren't disadvantageous. The existence of mechs and battleships allowed the machine field's commoners to live in comfort. They were in a vastly better situation than the commoners of the other realms. Even if the tiger doesn't hurt anyone, it's still a threat to other people. Zhao Hai didn't want to touch their benefits, but this doesn't mean that the higher-ups of the machine field weren't afraid of him. The higher-ups of the machine field had been continuously suppressing the realm's mages and warriors. Besides the 6 realms battlefield where mages and warriors could practice in relief, mages and warriors in the machine field didn't have any better lives compared to the commoners. In terms of status, mages and warriors were inferior to mech and battleship soldiers. But the domineering rise of Zhao Hai and his suppression of the cultivators caused a new understanding about the strength of the mage and warrior path. Mages and warriors in the machine field had their status elevated to the higher-ups of the machine field. This wasn't necessarily good. The increase in status of mages and warriors would certainly have an effect on the mechs and battleships. This event would in turn affect the benefit chain that has been established. This wasn't something that high-level people wanted to see. Because of this, the higher-ups wanted Zhao Hai removed. As for Yuan and Liu Zhan, it couldn't be said that they had been implicated by Zhao Hai. Yuan and Liu Zhan had too much of an influence in the Lock Mountain range. Although the two only had core formation strength, their prestige matches up to nascent soul experts. Such power threatened the control of the higher-ups on the Lock Mountain range. Therefore, they also thought of removing the two. With this thought in mind, Zhao Hai couldn't help but let out a long breath. To be honest, he didn't like the approach of the higher-ups. They used self-destructive methods to suppress the mages and warriors of the realm, and their recent action had gone too far. However, Zhao Hai didn't think about how to deal with these people. In fact, he couldn't. The relationship of the machine field's higher-ups was very complicated. It wasn't only one or two connections. Instead, it was an interconnected net of influences and families. It would be very hard to deal with them all, and killing people wasn't enough. Zhao Hai needed to slowly cultivate his own forces and then change the status of the mages and warriors bit by bit. But the action of the machine field's higher-ups gave Zhao Hai an opportunity. He can use this opportunity to win over people. As long as he wins over the core members of great families in the 6 realms battlefield, his future actions would become more convenient. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "Brother Hai, what are you thinking about?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry about it. Let's take our time. We can use this opportunity to make more contact with the people in the Lock Mountain range and develop our influence. As long as we have enough influence, even the higher-ups wouldn't be able to touch us." Laura nodded and didn't say anything. The machine field's situation was too complex. Almost all great families and powers in the realm had their hands in the benefit chain of mechs and battleships. Zhao Hai's quest to increase the status of mages and warriors was almost equal to becoming an enemy of the entire realm. It wasn't an easy task. With his current situation, Zhao Hai doesn't have the strength to fight against the machine field. His enemies right now were the cultivators, the demons, and the sprites. If the machine field was added, then he would have been enemies with the majority of the 6 realms. This wasn't something that Zhao Hai wanted to see. Therefore, what Zhao Hai needed to do now was not to be too overboard in developing his power. He needed to keep down and slowly wait. He can show his strength to Yuan and Liu Zhen as well as slowly cultivate his contacts. However, he couldn't be too overboard in developing his influence. If others were to see that he was developing too fast, then they might make another move. Laura smiled and said, "Want to see the state of Yilai too? The development is going very well. The environment has also been greatly improved. Elven trees have also been moved. The spiritual density of the planet is now almost the same as the machine field. People could now live there comfortably." As she said that, Laura changed the screen's image to Yilai too. There weren't many improvements to the place. Besides the elven trees, there were some grasses planted as well as flowers. There were also some fruit trees planted by Laura. There's also bread trees and bamboo rice. Animals were also bred on the planet. Naturally, these animals weren't high-level beasts. They were only farm animals that can be used for meat. Although there weren't anything good in Yilai too now, its improvement can be clearly seen. It was now suitable for habitation. At this point, Yilai too can be considered as a base. Zhao Hai nodded. Then Lizzie, who was beside them, changed the image on the screen and then pointed to a place and said, "We're planning on building a city here. It doesn't need to be big. However, all the facilities needed to be complete, and in order to keep in touch with the machine field, several large stations needed to be set up. These will help us receive and transmit signals from the machine field's transmitter formations. This way, Yilai 2 can keep up to date with the machine field." This was very important. Yilai 2 now has a very good environment, but to attract people to migrate here, the most important thing was to keep a connection with the machine field. Yilai 2 needed to know all of the events in the realm. At the same time, people could also find out about what was happening in Yilai 2. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Besides these signal stations, we also need several planets and establish transmission formations. Once the planet develops later on, it's impossible for me to come out all the time to transport people, and I may not have the time." Everyone nodded. Then Zhao Hai turned to Margaret and said, "Margaret, I'll have to leave this matter to you. It's best if you discuss it with Camp Lord and Uncle. It doesn't need to be a lot, but there must be no fewer than 5 transmission formations." Margaret nodded and said, "All right, you can leave this to me. However, I think it's not enough to arrange formations on planets. We also have to place formations outside civilized planets like the Rainbow Meteorite Field and the Endless Desert. This way, Yilai 2 won't be locked in with the machine field. At the same time, we can also cover the existence of our island base." Zhao Hai nodded. "It's good to leave 2 back roads. I will deal with the transmission formations in the Rainbow Meteorite Field and the Endless Desert. You don't need to worry about it." Margaret nodded. Then at this time, Megan chimed in. "We still have one other problem to solve. We need people. Brother Hai, in addition to Uncle Lu and the others, we need other people to move in. However, there are very few people in the machine field that would like to move to Yilai 2. It's better if we can find some ascenders to move in." Zhao Hai knit his brows and said, "I'm afraid this won't be easy. Once they ascend, the ascenders would immediately be pulled over by families into their external halls. Only a few people could move to Yilai 2. But if it really isn't possible, we can move people out of the space." Laura frowned and said, "I think we shouldn't do that. After all, people inside the space and those outside are different. Moreover, the machine field will certainly pay attention to Yilai 2. If they discover that there are a lot of people on the planet despite only having a few immigrants, then they will certainly suspect something." At this time, Margaret smiled and said, "Actually, this isn't very hard to solve. Not all ascenders are happy with their current state, and there are also ascenders that weren't doing very well in their own external halls. Some of them are even regarded as burdens to their families. If we can move these people to Yilai 2, then I believe the families wouldn't object. They may even welcome the idea with enthusiasm." Margaret's words immediately reminded Zhao Hai about old men like Bartlett and the others. After they ascended, they weren't able to quickly learn magic theory. Even if such people joined the external halls, they wouldn't have any fighting capability. Besides the Ashley family that would give them jobs, other families would even send them to their deaths. For these families, these old ascenders were a burden. Now that Zhao Hai was willing to take them, these families should be glad. Chapter 1316. Absorbing Evil Chi. Zhao Hai sat under the 100 Spirits tree with the crescent moon spade in his hands. Zhao Hai was really curious about the crescent moon spade. Because of it, he was able to injure Murdoch, someone who is said to be invincible under transcending tribulation. Although Murdoch was caught off guard by the crescent moon spade's might, it was still enough to show how formidable the crescent moon spade was. Zhao Hai had long since known that the crescent moon spade was formidable. However, he was still confused. Murdoch's metal spirit used astral chi, yet it was killed by the crescent moon spade. This strength was somewhat unjustified. Zhao Hai knew how strong astral chi was. He fought so many times without using astral chi because he knew that it was very powerful. Once astral chi was combined with a person's attack, the increase in offensive strength would be to the point of disbelief. Although the crescent moon spade was powerful, even grades stronger than the metal spirit, but the metal spirit was using astral chi, it was very hard to injure it. Yet when the metal spirit was cut, it was as though it didn't have astral chi at all. This was what confused Zhao Hai. In the world of cultivation, there's another kind of chi that was as strong as astral chi, evil chi. However, evil chi cannot be found anywhere. Finding evil chi was much more difficult than finding astral chi. Actually, in the world of cultivation, evil chi was regarded as more formidable than astral chi, but evil chi was rarer than astral chi, and condensing it wasn't easy. Therefore, evil chi had the same reputation as astral chi. Zhao Hai couldn't help but get confused about evil chi. If it was according to Chinese novels, evil chi was just a product of temperament. It was something that can be used to frighten others. However, it wasn't a kind of energy. In the world of cultivation, evil chi was actually a type of energy, a very strong energy. With this thought in mind, Zhao Hai gently touched the crescent moon spade as he said, "You actually have evil chi? Interesting." Then after thinking for a while, Zhao Hai came upon a decision. Then he said, "Care." Hearing Zhao Hai, Care immediately appeared beside him. Zhao Hai looked at Care and then said, "Care, I want to try something with the crescent moon spade. I feel like it has evil chi inside it. I'll try it with the condensing secret art. Keep a lookout for me. The crescent moon spade is strange, so if something goes wrong, use the space to break it for me." Care nodded. Then she said, "All right, young master, I'll pay attention." At this time, Laura and the others had arrived. Ever since they decided on what to do with Yilai 2 a few days ago, they had been busy taking care of its matters. Hearing Zhao Hai call Care over, they couldn't help but come due to curiosity. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Laura's facial color couldn't help but change as she said, "Brother Hai, this is very dangerous. Do you really have no other means but to do that?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's fine. We're inside the space. If something goes wrong, it will immediately stop it." This didn't stop Laura from frowning. Then she said, "But I'm still worried. The crescent moon spade is extremely strange. I'm a little afraid." Zhao Hai replied, "I'll be fine. There's no need to worry." Then after he said that, Zhao Hai sat down and took the crescent moon spade. Then he used a condensing secret art and recalled his procedure when he was condensing astral chi. But this time, he wasn't condensing astral chi but evil chi instead. Seeing Zhao Hai already cultivating, Laura and the others immediately became anxious. They continued to look at Zhao Hai. Then at this time, Megan suddenly made a sound. Laura and the others were all concentrating on Zhao Hai, so when they heard Megan, they couldn't help but get startled. Laura turned to Megan and said, "Megan, what happened?" Megan's eyes were full of fear as she looked at the crescent moon spade in Zhao Hai's hand. She pointed towards the crescent moon spade and didn't say anything. Laura and the others quickly turned their attention to the crescent moon spade and discovered that black gas was coming out of it and entered Zhao Hai's body. This discovery caused everyone's expression to change. However, since there were no prompts by the space, Laura and the others comforted themselves. Then Laura said, "Perhaps the crescent moon spade really has evil chi. Brother Hai is really absorbing evil chi." At this time, the space issued a prompt. A large amount of destructive energy has been detected entering the host's body. This energy should be evil chi. Excessive amounts of this energy may cause damage to the host's body. There are two solutions. Immediately stop the host's cultivation, but this would erase all progress. The other choice is for the host to transfer to Yellow Sand Planet. The planet's astral chi can help the host gather evil chi. Upon hearing the space, the hearts of Laura and the others jumped, and without hesitation, Care shifted Zhao Hai towards the Yellow Sand Planet. Of course, this Yellow Sand Planet was the one inside the space, not the Yellow Sand Planet in the machine field. Right after this, the space issued another prompt. Massive evil chi detected. Extracting properties. The space has acquired evil chi. Host can now designate a background as an evil chi planet. The space didn't immediately ask Zhao Hai to accept the situation since it knew his present state. Currently, Zhao Hai was in no capacity to designate a background as an evil chi planet. Zhao Hai's present situation wasn't very good. When he used a condensing technique to extract evil chi from the crescent moon spade, he quickly felt a rush of yin energy into his body. In the beginning, he succeeded. Although the energy was cold and abnormal, he could still control it. Moreover, he discovered that astral chi could help him revolve the energy. At this point, Zhao Hai was sure that the energy was evil chi. However, Zhao Hai was quick to discover that astral chi was beginning to be consumed by the evil chi. As his astral chi got fewer and the evil chi increased, Zhao Hai began to lose control of the evil chi. If this goes on, then the evil chi would destroy his body. Zhao Hai was startled. He wanted to regain control over the evil chi, but he failed. He also wanted to stop the absorption, but he also failed. The evil chi rushed into his body like a flood over a dike. He could feel his veins, bones, and flesh being washed away by this flood. But even if Zhao Hai was startled, he believed that the space would do something. After all, with the space and himself being one, it would naturally keep him safe. At this time, Zhao Hai suddenly felt that he could absorb astral chi from the outside. This caused him to stare. Then he immediately understood what was going on. Now that there was astral chi available, he used it to absorb the evil chi. As Zhao Hai began to control the evil chi was also beginning to be calmed down. Zhao Hai quickly began to cultivate. As more and more astral chi entered his body, the more stable the evil chi became. Then finally, the evil chi and the astral chi reached an equilibrium. Zhao Hai was now in control of the evil chi. The combination of astral chi and evil chi formed a new type of chi. This new chi has the sharpness of astral chi and the ice-cold destructiveness of evil chi. Moreover, this new chi was in perfect harmony with Zhao Hai's spiritual chi. This caused an unceasing increase in strength for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai knew that this was a good thing, so he didn't stop. There's still some evil chi left. He knew that once the evil chi inside the crescent moon spade was depleted, then he could no longer find another source for it. Therefore, he used this opportunity to absorb more evil chi into his body. He's still unaware that the space has extracted the properties of evil chi and he could designate a background to have evil chi. Zhao Hai continued practicing, and this was a right move for Zhao Hai. This was because his first time condensing evil chi into his body was important not only to digest the chi inside his body, but it could also improve the quality of his spiritual chi. It can be said that his cultivation had increased this time, but in the eyes of Kair and the others, Zhao Hai's situation wasn't going well. Zhao Hai's body was surrounded by a large amount of black gas. The black gas was so thick that Zhao Hai's body could no longer be seen. After some time, Laura turned to Kair and said, "Kair, can we do something? Why does it seem that the black gas is becoming thicker and thicker?" Kair shook her head and said, "It's all right. If there's really a problem, then the space would do something about it. There's no need for you to worry. Nothing is going to happen to young master. After all, this is the space and it would be impossible for it to allow the young master to be harmed. Also, everything inside is under the space's control, even the crescent moon spade." Although Laura was still worried, she knew that Kair was correct, so she nodded and let out a long breath. Then she turned to Lizzie and the others and then smiled bitterly as she said, "Brother Hai really won't let us be calm when he cultivates. He always finds ways to make us worry." Lizzie and the others were also anxious. They let out a long breath and relaxed. Lizzie chuckled and said, "Why, he's done. Let's see how I deal with him." Laura smiled and said, "You're doing it alone. I think that won't do. You'll need a hand or else we'll lose face." Upon hearing Laura, Lizzie couldn't help but turn red. Then she said, "Sister Laura, you're bullying me. But we need to deal with Brother Hai, or else he'll seduce other young women. Look at Zhengyun. I think she has an eye for Brother Hai." Lizzie wasn't saying anything wrong. After Zhengyun was rescued to the Bone Symbol camp, she has always been inquiring about Zhao Hai, and with her natural charm, people from the Bone Symbol camp happily answered her questions. At this point, Zhengyun worshipped Zhao Hai. It even reached a point where she cleaned Zhao Hai's villa every day, and nobody stopped her for it. Chapter 1317, Crescent Moon Spade's Transformation. Normally, the people from the Bone Symbol camp would stop Zhengyun. After all, Zhao Hai was now Margaret's man. He was now the patriarch's son-in-law. What Zhengyun was doing was trying to woo the patriarch's son-in-law. However, the people from the Bone Symbol camp didn't stop it. Although the machine field has an advanced level of civilization, they don't advocate monogamy. In fact, there were a lot of people in the realm who have 3 or 4 wives. Even patriarchs of families would have 12 wives. Everyone would only praise them for being loose and not say that he was lacking virtues. Actually, this phenomenon was related to the battle hierarchy of the machine field. The main battle powers of the realm were the mech and battleships, while mages and warriors were supporting characters. The pilots and crew of battleships and mech were mostly male. Moreover, the machine field wasn't completely peaceful where there were no battles, and once a battleship was destroyed, numerous males would be killed alongside it. These massive deaths to the male population caused an imbalance between the male-female ratio in the machine field. If the realm insisted on monogamy, then there would be a lot of females who would stay single. Moreover, this would result in a decrease in the realm's population. Therefore, polygamy was widely accepted by the realm. It was for this reason that nobody stopped Zheng Yun from what she was doing. Even Zheng Li didn't stop her. This was because the cultivation realm also practiced polygamy. It was also because of this that Lizzie said those words. Although she didn't mind Zhao Hai bringing more women back, she still felt jealous seeing other women be obsessed with Zhao Hai. Also, she knew that Zhao Hai was unaware of this. While this happened, the black gas around the crescent moon spade in Zhao Hai's hands suddenly disappeared. Then the crescent moon spade began to change dramatically. The mostly black crescent moon turned into a golden color. At the same time, the ghost's head connecting the pole and the crescent moon had changed into a monk. The connected bones on the pole also vanished and were turned into a series of Buddha heads connected from end to end. On the sides of the monk holding the crescent moon spade were two small bells. The entire crescent moon spade gave out a solemn feeling. It was completely different from its usual cruel and cold feeling. Laura and the others looked at the new crescent moon spade with interest. The change of the spade was too huge. They couldn't react for some time. At this time, the black gas surrounding Zhao Hai's body has been completely absorbed. However, Zhao Hai was still not awake since he was currently in cultivation. Seeing that Zhao Hai was fine, Laura and the others felt relieved. Then the space issued a prompt. Host has succeeded in condensing evil chi. Host can now return to the 100 spirits tree to increase his cultivation level. Kair naturally agreed and transported Zhao Hai back to the 100 spirits tree. Zhao Hai had no reaction to this as he just sat there and absorbed spiritual chi. After more than 2 hours, Zhao Hai finally opened his eyes. Laura and the others were still looking at him, but now they had tables and chairs and were chatting over tea and snacks. As soon as he opened his eyes, Zhao Hai saw Laura and the others drinking tea. He stood up, but then his gaze was attracted to the crescent moon spade in his hand. He firmly grasped the crescent moon spade, and he heard a pleasant chime. This wasn't a fragile-sounding chime. Instead it was a long echoing chime. One could even faintly hear Buddhist script inside their mind. Zhao Hai stared at the crescent moon spade. He looked at Laura and the others in confusion as he asked, "Is this the crescent moon spade? How did it turn into this?" Laura smiled and said, "We don't know. We only know that once you absorbed all the evil chi from it, the crescent moon spade changed into that." Zhao Hai took the crescent moon spade towards the universal scanner. While he was walking he said, "Let's have the crescent moon spade scanned. We'll see how much has changed." When Zhao Hai placed the crescent moon spade on the scanner, a prompt was immediately heard. The host's level is not enough to analyze the weapon. Zhao Hai's motivation was quenched. Then he turned to Laura and the others and said, "Let's see if there's other weapons like this in the world of cultivation." Laura smiled and said, "Brother Hai, you don't need to bother. I'm sure there's no such weapon in the world of cultivation. I remember all the famous weapons in the cultivation realm, and there's nothing like the crescent moon spade." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, the crescent moon spade is very strong. Maybe I'll use it more and more. It wouldn't be good if it's a treasure of some sect." Laura replied, "You don't have to worry about that." "Right. How was your cultivation?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It went very well. My cultivation has increased. Moreover, the astral chi and evil chi have combined with each other, increasing the power of my attacks." Laura smiled and said, "That's very good. Let me tell you some good news. The space just said that it has extracted the properties of evil chi. You can now assign a background to become an evil chi planet." Zhao Hai stared, then with great elation he said, "Really? That's fantastic. Let's immediately designate an evil chi planet. How about planet number 50? Let's make that an evil chi planet." Laura and the others naturally agreed. In any case, there's nothing in planet number 50. It's fine if it was filled with evil chi. After designating an evil chi planet, Zhao Hai and the others entered the villa. Zhao Hai looked at the new crescent moon spade, but because his level wasn't enough, he had no way to know what the spade truly was. With this thought in mind, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. Because of his lack of levels, he couldn't do anything. And with the current state of the space, it would be very difficult for it to level up. Zhao Hai sighed and then received the crescent moon spade. Then he turned his head to Laura and said, "How is the Six Realms battlefield doing?" Laura smiled and said, "It's fine. You haven't cultivated for more than a day. As for Yuan and the others, there hasn't been a result. The machine field is currently investigating. It's still unknown what result they come up with." Zhao Hai sneered, "Investigate? I bet this investigation would last more than a year. Once this investigation ends, people will have forgotten this matter. It seems like they're treating this incident with a cold shoulder. But I must say that these higher-ups still have some conscience. They haven't yet sold out Yuan directly." Laura sneered as well. Then she said, "They wouldn't dare. Yuan is as strong as a nascent soul expert. They're the top experts of the machine field. If they want to capture Yuan and the others, then they would need to pay a huge price. I think the machine field wouldn't want to sacrifice a lot of people. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he sighed and said, if this matter is really pursued to the end, it would be of no benefit to anyone, and if they can't come up with a good explanation, then the Six Realms battlefield would be in chaos. In that case, it wouldn't be good for the realm as well. We'll have to guard it in the future. Laura and the others nodded. Then Lizzie suddenly said, Brother Hai, this is an opportunity. After this matter, I'm afraid Captain Yuan would feel dejected. We can use this chance to win him over to our side. What do you think? Zhao Hai nodded and said, Captain Yuan's situation is somewhat special. It's quite simple to win him over, but this mainly depends on his own plans. If he wanted to leave the Six Realms battlefield, then we can have him join us. He will certainly agree. However, I'm afraid he doesn't want to leave the battlefield. He's on the battlefield for revenge. Moreover, I think he has already adapted to the life of the battlefield. If he doesn't want to leave, then we can't do anything. Lizzie nodded. Yuan's situation was quite complex. His hatred towards the cultivation realm was very deep. Hai's whole family has been killed by the realm. Because of this, it wasn't impossible for him to stay in the Six Realms battlefield for a long time, let alone in a position like a captain. Actually, with his strength and prestige, he would have been promoted a long time ago. Yuan's goal in staying in the Lock Mountain range was to take revenge, to kill people. Nobody knows what choice he would make. Everything was up to Yuan to decide. However, Zhao Hai knew that if Yuan joined them, then it would greatly boost their development. Yuan has worked in the Six Realms battlefield as a captain for close to 7 years. He led a lot of team members and a lot of people had benefited from him and owe him a debt of gratitude. Yuan's connections were unimaginable. If Zhao Hai gains the support of someone like Yuan, then his development would be faster. But Zhao Hai didn't think about forcefully drawing Yuan over because of these benefits. After all, Yuan has his own plans and Zhao Hai respects him. Yuan has been living in hatred. It can be said that he has some issues in facing reality. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stayed in the Six Realms battlefield for this long. Perhaps he was afraid of facing the real world. Naturally, all of these were just ideas of Zhao Hai. As for what Yuan's current state really was, only the man himself knew. Megan stayed silent, but upon hearing Zhao Hai, she sighed. Zhao Hai looked at Megan in confusion and said, Megan, what's wrong? Megan replied, there's nothing wrong. But now that you mentioned Captain Yuan, I suddenly thought of Brother Zhengli. Now that Brother Zhengli is in the machine field, it would be impossible for him to check for Lu Wei. Because of this, getting our hands on the method to collect faith power has become more difficult. Zhao Hai and the others turned silent. They had also thought about this point. However, the situation calls for them to save Zhengli. Otherwise, people would die. Zhao Hai couldn't accept his friend being killed. Zhao Hai took a breath and calmed down. Then he said, once the Imperial Water Sect settles down, I'll return to the cultivation realm and personally go to the Five Elements sect. As long as we monitor that place, we wouldn't be afraid of Lu Wei running away. Everyone nodded. Then at this time Margaret said, Brother Hai, there's another matter that you need to solve. If you don't deal with this properly, then the trouble it would cause might be big. Zhao Hai stared. He looked at Margaret and said, there's something that important? What is it? Tell me. Zhao Hai didn't think that there's something that huge that might lead to huge trouble. Margaret looked at Zhao Hai, then she changed the monitor's image to Zhao Hai's villa in the bone symbol camp. At this time, there's someone inside the villa busily cleaning it. This person was Zheng Yun. Seeing Zheng Yun, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be stunned. Yunner, why is she cleaning my place? Isn't there a robot in charge of that? Then he turned around and looked at Laura and the others in confusion. Meanwhile, Laura and the others were looking at him with a playful look. Zhao Hai wasn't a newbie when it came to love. He knew what was going on, but he still frowned. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, what's wrong? Are you unhappy? It's all right. We know that you haven't done anything to Yunner, but it seems like Yunner likes you. Jokes aside, I hope that you can accept her as a concubine. It wasn't only Zhao Hai who was shocked by Laura's words. Margaret and the others also gawked. They haven't talked about Zheng Yun before, so Laura asking Zhao Hai to take her in was certainly a surprise. Laura looked at everyone and said, I know that you are all surprised by my words, but I'm not saying this on a whim. Zheng Yun is a person that has innate charm. Such a person is very beneficial to cultivation. Brother Hai is still not strong enough, so he needs every means to become stronger. If Brother Hai takes in Zheng Yun as a concubine, then she would greatly benefit Brother Hai's cultivation. Naturally, this wouldn't be unfair to Zheng Yun. After all, she likes Brother Hai. Brother Hai, if you don't want to take her in right now, you can still form a relationship with her and get to know her slowly, just like Margaret. Upon hearing Laura, Margaret and the others turned silent. To be honest, although they were jealous, they don't actually oppose Zheng Yun being taken in as Zhao Hai's wife, especially now that Laura said this. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, Let's talk about this later. How old is Yun? She likes me now because she worships me. After a few years, she will be more sensible. Maybe she wouldn't like me then. Laura and the others didn't need to think these matters through. For them, Yun was already an adult. But to Zhao Hai, she was too young, only 15. Zhao Hai wasn't a strange uncle. He can't marry a very young girl. Chapter 1318. Dejected. Zhao Hai was currently riding his sword as he flew inside the soft gold mine. Going to the mine and then finding a target has become Zhao Hai's current task. Because of this, the demons inside the space have increased. Moreover, the demons were beginning to expand the space's demon race army. In order to further enhance the strength of the space's demons, Zhao Hai had Jia Dingshan go to the space's yellow sand planet in order to condense astral chi into his body. And once he succeeds, he can compile his experience so that he could bring the other pangolins to condense astral chi. Once they succeed, their combat capability would be greatly improved. The violent nature of the astral chi inside the space was inferior to the real astral chi in yellow sand planet. Zhao Hai believed that Jia Dingshan would be successful in condensing astral chi. In fact, Jia Dingshan was successfully absorbing astral chi in the yellow sand planet. Moreover, the process was very smooth. He had just yet to finish. Compared to the calm nature of the space, the Lock Mountain range was also peaceful. However, Zhao Hai knew that this wasn't true peace. At this point, the entire Six Realms battlefield knew about the battle between the machine field and the sprites. While Zhao Hai was exploring the soft gold mine, he once heard people talk about their battle against the sprites. People couldn't believe it in the beginning, but they were able to accept it slowly. After all, due to the volume of the confrontation, it was able to attract a lot of spectators. After knowing the result, the entire Six Realms battlefield exploded. This was an extraordinary event. 100 people were able to drive back 1,000 sprites. Although there weren't a lot of casualties on both sides, the result was still unexpected. Even the cultivators couldn't achieve this. What made people even more surprised was the fact that the leader of the sprites was Murdoch, someone half-step into transcending tribulation. Even if the others don't move, Murdoch alone could deal with 100 people. But instead Murdoch was actually repelled. It was even said that he suffered some serious wounds. This was too shocking. Whether in the Six Realms battlefield or the world of cultivation, the machine field had always held the weakest position. When has the machine field become so domineering? Everyone was confused. But one thing was certain. More and more people were going to the machine field's partially controlled territory. However, they weren't there to cause troubles. They were there to see and not disturb the machine field. Although the other realms didn't look highly upon the machine field, this time was different. The machine field was able to repel the sprites, and this was a fact. This caused the people from the other realms to look at the machine field with more caution. The Lock Mountain range was also on high alert. This was because the people from the other realm were sending parties to the machine field's partially controlled territory, and because the Lock Mountain range was close by, the number of parties sent by the Lock Mountain range was very large. At this point, it wasn't a surprise for them to meet people from the other realms. However, the people from the other realms weren't as arrogant as before. They didn't dare engage with the machine field. Naturally, they didn't want to be set as an example. The people from the machine field weren't used to this situation. They were famed for being daring in battles and wouldn't back down against the other realm. They were also known for being unafraid of death. Whenever they fight people from the other realms, they were all determined to die. Because of this, they were able to drive back the people from the other realms. But this time, things were different. The people from the other realms simply didn't want to fight them. Once they see the machine field, they would immediately retreat. This caused the machine field to feel strange. In the past, people would immediately charge forward whenever they see someone from the machine field. This was even true in the machine field's partially controlled territory. Being given space like this was the first time for the machine field. This caused the people in the Lock Mountain range to feel proud. At the same time, they became even more grateful to Zhao Hai. However, they couldn't find Zhao Hai right now since he was still closed up crafting. But while they were feeling proud, they also had a hint of worry in their minds. They were thinking about Yuan's incident. Some people had sold them out. This was something that the Lock Mountain range would never agree to. And just like what Zhao Hai said, the machine field was treating the incident with a cold treatment. There's also no movement in the Six Realms battlefield. Nascent soul experts like Chen Yuanlong didn't want this investigation to go through. This was because this matter doesn't only involve him. Chen Yuanlong's actions were being directed by the machine field's higher-ups. The higher-ups also couldn't just sacrifice Chen Yuanlong since it would cause dissatisfaction among the other nascent soul experts. At the same time, Yuan was just a refugee from the cultivation realm. It could be said that he had no backing at all. Even if he died, no family would cause any trouble. At most, his friends would make some noise, but dealing with them wasn't a big deal. Meanwhile, Chen Yuanlong was different. Besides being a strong mage, he belonged to a famous mage family in the machine field. And since the Chen family was earning a lot from Chen Yuanlong being in the Six Realms battlefield, they would just let him be touched. In this case, the only thing that the machine field could do was be indifferent to the incident. They were both pressured by the Lock Mountain range on one side, and then the Chen family on the other. Because of this, they could only drag this matter for now. Although Yuan was overwhelmed by his emotions, he was now calming down. He has been waiting for several days already, but the higher-ups of the machine field had yet to give them a satisfactory answer. Instead, they were dragging things out. This caused Yuan to be more and more angry. But this also informed him about the enormity of this matter. To be honest, Yuan was now feeling dejected. Although he was the one who ran to the machine field, he had already done a lot for the realm all these years. Although he wanted to seek revenge, it has been so many years then. Even if he has a huge hatred to deal with, he also knows to pay a debt of gratitude. He wanted to thank the machine field for taking him in. Because of this, he stayed in the Lock Mountain range for many years with no complaint. As a captain, even if he was able to escape several times, the number of wounds he received was also innumerable. But in the end, he was sold out. This made Yuan sad the most. Yuan stayed in the Iron Bridge and didn't leave his room for several days. He has a room in the Iron Bridge fort that was especially assigned to him. Although accommodations in the Iron Bridge fort needed to be paid for, he doesn't need to pay. He can stay here for as long as he wants and nobody would care. This was also the treatment given to him by the machine field. In the past, Yuan thought that this treatment was very good. It was as if the machine field was giving him great face. But now, the room felt like a huge irony of the things that he has done over the years. While Yuan was thinking about this, a knock was suddenly heard on his door. Yuan stared for a moment, but then he stood up and opened the door. On the other side was Liu Zhen and the others. These 5 captains left the Lock Mountain range in order to report the incident. They held great influence in the Six Realms battlefield. This was also why the machine field was placed in an awkward position. Yuan looked at them and then smiled bitterly as he said, "Come in." Liu Zhen looked at Yuan's appearance and was somewhat shocked. Then he entered Yuan's room and saw the liquor bottles on the table. Liu Zhen looked at Yuan and said, "Old Yuan, what's wrong with you? You can't do this. Are you ruining yourself?" Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "Relax, I'm feeling much better. I just felt dejected these days, so I drank a little more. It's fine. I'm already better." Liu Zhen was still looking at Yuan with worry. Yuan had become thinner than a few days ago. His eye sockets had also collapsed deeper. He looked very haggard, and he had grown himself a beard. His body reeked of alcohol. It's clear that he's been drinking all this time without changing his clothes or washing his body. Moreover, Liu Zhen could hear that Yuan's voice was filled with dejection and sounded exhausted. It wasn't the same tone as the Yuan from the days before. The other captains were also stunned. They have known Yuan for a long time and they hadn't seen him in this state before. It seems like this incident had a great effect on his mental being. Liu Zhen sighed and then found a place to sit down before he looked up at Yuan and said, "Old Yuan, the matter this time seems very difficult. They are clearly dragging it on. What do you think? Should we make it bigger and put some pressure on them?" The other captains looked at Yuan. They obviously approved of this action. They wanted to make more noise about this so that the machine field wouldn't do anything like it in the future. Otherwise, they wouldn't know when they would be sold out like Yuan. Yuan looked at the others, and then he shook his head gently and said, "Forget it. It's better if we don't make this incident bigger. Otherwise, the Six Realms battlefield would become unstable. There's no benefit to us and for them as well. The higher-ups intend to deal with this matter coldly, and we'll go along with them." Liu Zhen and the others looked at each other. They didn't expect Yuan to say this. Yuan looked at them and said, "I know that you are surprised, but to be honest, if this thing becomes bigger, the other realms would just look at us like a joke. I don't want this to happen. However, this doesn't mean that it's over. Those people will still need to give us an explanation. Even if they don't kill anyone, at least Chen Yuanlong and the others need to be punished." Chapter 1319, Time to Leave. Although Yuan's words sounded inconsistent, but Liu Zhen and the others understood what Yuan meant. Yuan wanted the higher-ups to take action and deal with some people in order to calm people down. At the same time, Yuan and the others wouldn't pursue this matter to the end like before. What Yuan did has given the machine field a lot of face. The higher-ups would certainly agree to Yuan's request. This was the quickest way of dealing with the situation. Liu Zhen and the others also knew that Yuan wasn't willing to submit to the higher-ups. He did this for the machine field so that the Six Realms battlefield wouldn't turn chaotic. This decision was for the machine field and its people. Liu Zhen and the others turned silent before they felt a little ashamed. This was because they suddenly found out that they, natives of the machine field, didn't have as much love for the realm as an outsider. They were more loyal to themselves and their family. As for the machine field, They didn't have as strong of an attachment. Take this matter for example. While they were thinking about making the incident bigger, Yuan was already set on making concessions. This was because this would be better for the machine field. Yuan looked at Liu Zhen and the others and said, "Actually, I think there are a lot of families involved in this matter. I don't know if your families were involved, but I'm fairly certain that most families involved in the front lines of the realm had participated. However, in recent times, small families had begun to be more united. If we turn this incident into something bigger, then the whole machine field might act. Therefore, you better communicate to your families in order to settle this matter as soon as possible. It's not good if this is dragged on. A lot of people in the Lock Mountain range have been waiting for the result. If there's no answer, I'm afraid things wouldn't work well. It's impossible for us alone to stop those people. So you should talk to your families and make them understand the current situation. Make them put pressure on the higher-ups so that this gets settled as soon as possible." Liu Zhen nodded and said, "All right, then we'll go back to the realm. How about you, old Yuan? What are you planning to do?" Yuan let out a long breath, then he forced a smile and said, "I'm feeling tired. I'll take a rest. After this matter gets settled, I'm planning to leave the Six Realms battlefield and find a place to peacefully retire. I might even accept a few apprentices." After hearing Yuan say this, Liu Zhen froze. Then his expression changed as he said, "Old Yuan, are you kidding? How can you leave? If you do, then I'm afraid the other realms would hold a party to send you off. In the future, it would be impossible to keep our partially controlled territory peaceful." It wasn't only Liu Zhen, the other captains were stunned as well. Adam looked at Yuan and said, "Old Yuan, this isn't something to joke about. This isn't a trivial matter." Yuan forced a smile and said, "I'm really tired, especially after this incident. I felt that all of my energy had been used up. I can't continue fighting like this. Also, nothing will happen to our partially controlled territory. As long as Little Hai is there, then nobody would dare cause any trouble. In the past, we were able to hold on to our territory because we were desperate enough. But this time, with Little Hai's strength, we'll be able to keep our partially controlled territory." Liu Zhen smiled bitterly and said, "The main target of the sprite attack is Little Hai. Do you think that Little Hai won't notice that something is wrong? If he knew, then would he still fight for the realm?" Yuan smiled and said, "You can rest assured that he will. He's someone who holds sentiment deeply. Otherwise, he wouldn't have waited for us to return and would have just left the Six Realms battlefield and nobody could stop him. Iron Bridge Fort is useless for him. Don't forget, he can use space magic and had proven that he can leave without using our rifts. I think this is also the reason why those fellows want to get rid of him. His abilities are just too terrifying. He can go wherever he wants and whenever he wants. We can even say that he can turn the entire Six Realms battlefield into his own backyard." Liu Zhen and the others gave a wry smile. Last time, Zhao Hai left the Six Realms battlefield and even went to the cultivation realm to settle some matters. This wasn't a secret in the machine field. Even the cultivators were able to get word about it. After all, hundreds of people from the cultivation realm arrived at the machine field. This wasn't an ordinary matter. Liu Zhen looked at Yuan and said, "Old Yuan, if you leave, where do you plan on settling down?" Yuan shook his head and said, "I haven't thought about it yet. Even if I want to leave, it would be impossible to do it quickly. After all, there are still a lot of things that I need to take care of." Liu Zhen nodded and said, "All right, I'll tell my family about this as well. I believe they can help you leave. You don't need to worry about it." Yuan nodded. Then he commanded a robot to clean up the bottles on the table as well as clean the room. At the same time, he entered the bathroom to clean himself. He no longer managed Liu Zhen and the others. Liu Zhen and the others looked at each other and then smiled bitterly. But they didn't leave. They had a good relationship with Yuan, so they didn't mind it at all. Liu Zhen solemnly said, "Those higher-ups had gone too far. Although old Yuan wants to solve it as soon as possible, we couldn't just accept it. However, we shouldn't make this any bigger than it is. Making more noise brings no benefits to anyone. But we also need to make sure that the same situation wouldn't happen again. We better form a union to talk to the higher-ups. This union can represent us and the Lock Mountain range. If a similar situation happens, then the union can directly talk to the higher-ups to ensure the safety of the Lock Mountain range. What do you think?" Adam nodded and said, "That method is good. The Lock Mountain range has become united after all these years. Forming a union would be good for everyone. Our union doesn't need to be recognized by everyone in the Lock Mountain range. As long as they agree to its existence, then it's already fine. I think this group should be called the Lock Mountain Range Alliance. Our first leader would be old Yuan. At this point, only he has the qualifications." Brand knit his brows and said, "Will old Yuan accept?" "He's already prepared to leave." Liu Zhen smiled and said, I'm confident that he'll agree, and there's no issue if he left. The people of this union don't have to be in the Lock Mountain Range all the time. However, they need to have served the Lock Mountain Range for over 2 years. What do you think? Adam nodded and said, good idea. Let's do that. When the time comes, our union can represent us in talking to the higher-ups. Liu Zhen nodded. Right, but I'm afraid we'll have to wait after the incident is dealt with before we can form this alliance. The others nodded as well. At this time, Yuan was done taking a bath and had changed clothes. Although he still looked depressed like before, at least his appearance has become more energetic. After seeing that Liu Zhen and the others haven't left yet, Yuan stared and then said, why haven't you guys left yet? Is there something wrong? By this point, the robot had almost cleaned the room. Yuan sat down casually as he looked at Liu Zhen and the others. Liu Zhen proceeded to tell Yuan about what they discussed. After hearing the proposal, Yuan nodded and said, that's a good idea. Alright, if this union is established, I will be the leader. But it's better if we make the leader position be re-elected every 2 years. What do you think? Liu Zhen and the others thought about it before they nodded. This was the best way to do it. After all, it wouldn't be good if a leader stays in the position for too long. Even if it was Yuan, it would still be difficult for him to find out about the Six Realms battlefield after he left. Having a leader who's knowledgeable about the Lock Mountain Range would be good for everyone's interests. The group described the details about the union before Liu Zhen and the others left. At the same time, Yuan also left his room and walked out to see the fort. He looked at the trees outside. This was the place where he lived and fought for 7 years. He decided to leave, but to be honest, he was still reluctant. At the same time, he was also confused. He didn't know where to go now. He had spent a long time in the Six Realms battlefield that he no longer had any idea about anything outside of it. Once he left, he might feel foreign to the outside world. With this thought in mind, Yuan couldn't help but smile. It seems like he has become old. Wasn't this what the elderly did, sitting through spring and autumn, facing enemies of generations, never afraid and had experienced everything? But now that he has to leave and start a new life, it looks interesting. When he thought of this, Yuan chuckled and then got up as he laughed loudly to the point of shedding tears. He thought about the time he spent in the Six Realms battlefield. He was like a soldier afraid of leaving the barracks. He doesn't want to leave, but he knew that he had to. He was tired. After some time, Yuan stopped and then let out a long breath to calm his mood. Then he murmured, it's time to leave. But before leaving, I need to do something else. Then he returned to the fort and waited for any news from Liu Zhen and the others. Liu Zhen and the others told their families about the plan. Their families complied as well and then relayed the information to the machine field's higher-ups. Upon hearing this, the higher-ups were wild with joy. They felt too pressured about this incident and finally it took a favorable turn. This was very important to them. They immediately made a move and executed more than 10 individuals. These people were management staff of the Six Realms battlefield as well as some captains. They were mainly small fries. As for Nascent soul experts like Shen Yuanlong and the others, although they weren't executed and removed from the Six Realms battlefield, their powers had been revoked. Moreover, they faced heavy punishment. There was also a guarantee that a similar matter wouldn't occur. At the same time, the machine field also agreed to the establishment of the Lock Mountain Range Alliance. The incident came to a swift end. Chapter 1320. The Ashley family was attacked. Zhao Hai was walking around in a soft gold mine. He was able to find a good place for him. He can kill anyone here. In any case, nobody knows who he is and nobody also cared. The soft gold mine was a wild jungle. Everyone here was like a hungry wild beast that eats people. Killing or being killed was the normal lifestyle here. Such a place seems barbaric, but for Zhao Hai, it was also the simplest. You don't need to worry about too many things. The only thing you need to worry was murder. Simple. At this time, Laura's sound came in from the space. Brother Hai, come back. Captain Yuan and the others have the result. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked at his surroundings to see if there's nobody present before flashing back to the space. Laura and the others were looking at the monitor as Yuan and the others discussed something. Upon hearing what Yuan and the others said, Zhao Hai knew that the incident had reached a conclusion. He let out a long breath and said, it looks like the matter has ended. Lizzie turned to Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, what do you think about the Lock Mountain Range Alliance? Zhao Hai smiled and said, it's a good idea. If there's such a thing in place, then the Lock Mountain Range would become safer. Alright, let's talk about that later. I think once Captain comes back, he would immediately announce his retirement. We need to find an opportunity to get him to stay in Yulai too. As he was saying that, Margaret walked in from outside. Her expression wasn't very good. Zhao Hai looked at Margaret and stared. Then he said, Margaret, What's wrong? Are you tired? You don't need to worry much about the transmission formations. You can take your time. Margaret shook her head and said, it isn't because of the transmission formations. It's the family. Brother Hai, when I was outside, Uncle D. Spars talked to me. He said that someone has been targeting the Ashley family recently, especially the members of the external hall. No matter which camp they came from, they would be attacked when they go out for a mission. A very few of them were able to come back. This is also true for the Bone Symbol camp. Recently, 21 people from the Bone Symbol camp went out, but none of them came back. All of them went missing. Upon hearing Margaret, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then he knit his brows and said, why did I just find out about this now? Have we lost a lot? Margaret nodded and said, a lot. In the beginning, Uncle Da only thought that they were having some delays. After all, it's normal for people to have missions that lasted a few months. However, some missions have been completed long ago but the people haven't come back. The family looked for them but they all disappeared. This caught the family's attention. Zhao Hai nodded and said, it seems like people are targeting the Ashley family. Who can it be? Making people silently disappear isn't a simple matter. Has some powerful group moved their troops recently? Margaret shook her head and said, the machine field has been very calm. The family thinks that it may be done by the other realms and directed at you. They deal with the family in order to draw you out. Zhao Hai frowned and then nodded. That's possible. Let's go. I need to take a look and speak to Uncle D. Spars. Margaret nodded. Then Zhao Hai gave Laura and the others a nod before he flashed back to his room in the Bone Symbol camp. As soon as Zhao Hai and Margaret came out, they saw Zhang Yun cleaning the villa. Zhang Yun didn't expect the two to appear. She was startled. Then she immediately lowered her head and said, Brother Zhao Hai, Miss Margaret. Zhao Hai looked at Zhang Yun and then nodded and said, Yunner, thank you for cleaning my place. Pay more attention to cultivation in the future. You can leave these things to the robots. Zhang Yun complied with a low voice while her head was still lowered. Zhao Hai looked at Zhang Yun's appearance and couldn't help but sigh inside. He knew that Zhang Yun wouldn't allow the robot to replace her. Then he said, you can go if you're tired. I still have something to do, so I'll be leaving first. Then he walked out of the villa along with Margaret. Zhang Yun looked at Zhao Hai and Margaret who were walking shoulder to shoulder. A flash of obsession radiated in her eyes. At this time, only Zhao Hai was in her eyes. Before long, Zhao Hai and Margaret arrived at the main island and found Kajo. Kajo has become too thin recently because of his busy schedule. However, his spirit was still good. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to come back this quickly, so he asked the two to take a seat. After everyone had sat down, Kajo looked at Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, did you come because you heard about the attacks on the family's external halls? This matter is truly difficult. I have sent people to check the places where they disappeared. However, we found nothing. After further deliberation, the family determined that it may be done by the other realms. I'm afraid the machine field doesn't have forces strong enough to make so many people go missing at the same time. Zhao Hai nodded and said, it seems like that is indeed the case. It's likely to be the cultivators or the people from the Devil Realm. I also offended the sprites in the Six Realms battlefield. But the Six Realms battlefield is different from the outside world. The sprites shouldn't retaliate in this way. It's better to assume that it's the cultivation realm or the Devil Realm. We need to solve this matter soon. It seems like the other party dispatched a lot of people. If we can't deal with this as soon as possible, then our losses would only increase. Kajo agreed. I think so too. But when it comes to individual strength, we are too weak. Also, setting traps for those people isn't easy. Those guys have strong spiritual force. If they find out, then they would immediately run. They managed to attack us without leaving any clues. This is enough to show how strong they are. If we send a few people, then it's impossible to fight them. Zhao Hai nodded. He knit his brows before he said, Uncle, give me a little time. Don't allow anyone to go out. I will prepare something for everyone to bring with them outside. Kajo looked at Zhao Hai and said, what is it? Is it a weapon? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, it's not a weapon. I'm planning on making tracking talismans tokens. This can allow us to know the location of their owners. As long as they encounter danger, they can immediately crush the token so we can rush to their aid as soon as possible. I want to see who wants to deal with us. Kajo heard Zhao Hai and couldn't help but frown as he said, Little Hai, I need to remind you that the goal of these people is to draw you out. If you enter their trap. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, rest assured, I know what I'm doing. There's no need to worry. Since they want me, then I'll make sure to make it worth their time. Seeing Zhao Hai so confident, Kajo didn't say anything. Kajo knew that Zhao Hai was very strong. Moreover, Zhao Hai wasn't impulsive. He wouldn't do anything he wasn't confident in. Now that Zhao Hai said this, Kajo wouldn't stop him. Kajo nodded and said, alright, I'll tell the external halls. You don't need to make a lot of tokens. After all, not everyone will head out. I can have them take turns in using the tokens. Zhao Hai gave a nod. I'll take care of it. But uncle, You also need to remind the family to be careful. If the attackers see that the external halls weren't heading out, then they might attack the core members of the family. Kajo nodded. Then at this time Margaret said, Brother Hai, I might have an idea to lure them out. The whole world of cultivation knows that I'm your woman. We can lure them out better if they attack me. What do you think? Kajo's expression quickly changed as he immediately said, No, it's too dangerous. You can't go. Zhao Hai didn't think that there would be any danger in this. What he said about tracking tokens were all rubbish. What he really wanted to do was to leave silver needles in those tokens so that Kair can monitor those who carry the tokens all the time. If they were in danger, Zhao Hai would still be able to know about it even if they don't crush the token. Naturally, Margaret would also carry a silver needle if she heads out. Although it wasn't a problem, Zhao Hai still shook his head and said, I'm afraid that wouldn't work. Those guys certainly know that their actions have come into the family's attention. If you head out, then they would certainly be suspicious. It's not necessary for you to go out. Let's stick to the original plan. Margaret didn't object. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai already told Kair to start making the tracking tokens. Hearing that Zhao Hai didn't agree with Margaret, Kajo relaxed. Although he believed in Zhao Hai's strength, he still didn't want Margaret to take the risk. After all, Margaret's status was special. If Margaret acts as a bait, it's certain that the patriarch wouldn't agree. Zhao Hai also noticed Kajo's expression. He smiled faintly and then looked at Kajo and said, Uncle, we'll head back first so we can make the tracking tokens. Kajo nodded. Alright, you can go. Do you need anything? As long as you need something, I will immediately give them to you. Zhao Hai smiled and said, It's fine, I have all that I need. Kajo nodded and then nodded before sending Margaret and Zhao Hai out. Although the Ashley family suffered a huge loss because of Zhao Hai, Kajo didn't complain about it to him. This was because Zhao Hai did nothing wrong. Due to Zhao Hai's actions in the cultivation realm, the Ashley family were able to attain their current position. Compared to their gains, the losses to the family wasn't even worth mentioning. Therefore, Zhao Hai's position was still very high in Kajo's mind. Before long Zhao Hai and Margaret returned to the bone symbol camp. The two rushing over to the main island have been seen by a lot of people in the camp. Because of this, they couldn't greet Zhao Hai at that time. They saw from Zhao Hai's appearance that it was an urgent matter, and with the current situation with the external halls, they were sure that Zhao Hai came because of this matter. Therefore, nobody delayed him from his matters. When Zhao Hai and Margaret returned to the bone symbol camp, a lot of people were already waiting for them. Among these people were Tai Sheng, Tao Wang, as well as Zheng Li and the others. Naturally, there were also new faces among them. After the Ashley family became famous, they didn't plan to accept people in the beginning. This was because this influx of people brought forth a mix between good and bad people. Some even had pirate backgrounds. Each one of them were hard to manage and were quite unruly. However, if they don't accept people even if those people had skill, then people might think that the family had become arrogant. This wasn't an outcome that the family wanted. Therefore, the family had no choice but to accept these people and manage them slowly. But it was clear that the Ashley family's management of these people wasn't enough, especially those people with an unknown origin. Their strength was good, but they weren't good people. Ever since they arrived, more and more infighting happened in the bone symbol camp. Fortunately, Tai Sheng and Tao Wang's prestige were able to stop them. Therefore, these troublemakers began to behave in the bone symbol camp. Of course, these people have also heard about Zhao Hai's name. Upon hearing that Zhao Hai had come back, they immediately ran over to see the spectacle. Some of these people believed in Zhao Hai's strength, but there were also those who didn't. In their opinion, if Zhao Hai can do it, then so can they. Seeing Zhao Hai's relationship with Margaret as well as hearing about Zheng Yun's efforts in the past few days, these people thought that Zhao Hai was just a person who knew his way around women. Normally, with Zhao Hai's current fame, nobody would have such thoughts. After all, Zhao Hai had gone through many tough battles. Many of them were recorded and watched by people. These recordings weren't fake. With these as evidence, nobody should doubt him. However, there were still some mentally challenged people who doubted this evidence. In their opinion, Zhao Hai was just a lucky man. What he can do, they can do as well, even better. In their minds, Zhao Hai was a stepping stone. As long as they take Zhao Hai down, then they can gain fame overnight. Money, status, everything would be in their hands. They will be like Zhao Hai, and might even be better. Chapter 1321, Blonde-Haired Man. In any place, there were no shortage of arrogant idiots, let alone ambitious people. These people would often do crazy things that looked stupid to other people. When Zhao Hai and Margaret entered the bone symbol camp, the camp's members immediately surrounded them. Tai Sheng and the others approached Zhao Hai and greeted him. Zhao Hai also responded with a smile and greeted both those he knew and didn't. Everything seemed very normal. At this moment, A voice was suddenly heard. Zhao Hai, I challenge you. I want everyone to know that you're just a pretty boy with nothing but a talent of seducing women. As soon as this voice was heard, the scene immediately turned silent. Everyone looked at the source of the voice and saw a person over 30 years old. He had blue warrior garments and was blonde. He was charmingly handsome, but he had an arrogant expression on his face. Behind him were other people who were both mages and warriors. All of them had an unruly expression as they looked at Zhao Hai and the others. Zhao Hai looked at these people and was certain that they weren't from the Bone Symbol camp. He didn't know these people. He turned to Tai Sheng and asked, Brother Tai Sheng, who are these guys? Tai Sheng paled. Naturally he knew who these people were. In fact, these were one of the fellows who just recently joined. Their status was also muddy. It also seems like they were from the same organization since they always stuck together ever since joining the Bone Symbol camp. It was very difficult for Tai Sheng to manage them. It can be said that Tai Sheng couldn't control them at all. But although these people were being very arrogant, they didn't go too far. Because of this, Tai Sheng didn't pressure them too much. To think that these people called Zhao Hai out in front of so many people. This was basically hitting Zhao Hai's face in front of everyone, and in turn it was also hitting Tai Sheng's face. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Tai Sheng coldly snorted and said, They're the Bone Symbol camp's recent recruits. Their status isn't very clear, but they seem to belong to one group. They like to bully people in the camp, but they didn't go too far so I wasn't able to expel them. I didn't expect them to do this today. The two weren't speaking in an indistinct voice, so the blonde-haired man and the others could hear what they were saying. The blonde-haired man gave Tai Sheng a look and said, You, what capabilities do you have to manage us? HMPH, you should just hand the Bone Symbol camp over to me. Zhao Hai looked at the blonde-haired man. Then he suddenly laughed as he shook his head and said, I have seen a lot of idiots in my life, but there aren't a lot of idiots like you. I don't care what you were before, but now that you have joined the Ashley family and the Bone Symbol camp, then you must observe the camp's rules. If you don't follow, then I don't mind teaching you a lesson. The blonde-haired man looked at Zhao Hai and sneered. Teach me? You? What qualifications do you have? Don't think because you managed to get some achievements that you're invincible. I'll let everyone know that you're just a swindler. This time, Zhao Hai was no longer smiling. He looked at the blonde-haired male and felt that something wasn't right. This man's performance in the Bone Symbol camp should have been in the acceptable range or else Tai Sheng would have already dealt with him a long time ago. But now, he was actually being aggressive, wanting to fight Zhao Hai. Why would he want to do that? The entire world of cultivation was already aware of Zhao Hai's strength. Even if Zhao Hai was pretending, it was still impossible for him to collude with the cultivation realm and the devil realm. His strength has been recognized by the world of cultivation, but this man was actually clueless. He even thought that Zhao Hai was weak and wanted to force him into a fight. It was impossible for this man to court death. There must be a reason, or he might have an ace in his hand. He thinks he can deal with Zhao Hai with this method. The blonde-haired man just looked at Zhao Hai and didn't make any noise. He became even more arrogant during this time. He raised his head high as though he didn't put Zhao Hai in his eyes. However, Zhao Hai can see a subtle hint of fear in his eyes. Zhao Hai gently raised his brows and then chuckled as he said, You want to challenge me? Alright, I'll accept. When do you want to compete? Tell me. When the blonde-haired man heard Zhao Hai accept, his expression loosened. It seems like he had already succeeded when Zhao Hai agreed. The blonde-haired man immediately said, Now, here, I will remove your mask of lies in front of everyone. Then after he said that he glanced at Margaret. Margaret was looking at him with anger, which made the blonde-haired man even more angry. Zhao Hai looked at the blonde-haired man's expression and smiled faintly as he said, Now, alright, but I'm afraid you're not enough. Have your friends join in as well so that people won't say I'm bullying you. This also saves time. You should know that my time is precious and I don't want to waste time. The blonde-haired man gave a strange smile and then said, That's what you said. There's no taking it back now. Then he waved his hand as the people who followed behind him moved and surrounded Zhao Hai. The positions of these people weren't random, they seemed to be in a formation. But Zhao Hai didn't care. He looked at the blonde-haired man and then at the formation before saying, You're done. The blonde-haired man laughed and said, Zhao Hai, you will pay the price for your arrogance. Now die. Then everyone surrounding Zhao Hai took something out. They were identical items. Then they began casting. As soon as they began, Tai Sheng and the others discovered what the blonde-haired man's group took out. It was actually a set of formation weapons. Formation weapons were special weapons in the machine field. If it was used alone, then its strength wouldn't be very good. However, these weapons come in sets. These weapons emit an energy that would combine to form a huge magic formation that can attack people. Naturally, it could trap people and defend. The effect depends on the formation weapon. It seems like these people were already prepared to deal with Zhao Hai. It wasn't easy to get one's hands into a set of formation weapons. It was also very difficult to refine. But now, the blonde-haired man was able to take out a set. This was certainly not something that can be prepared overnight. Zhao Hai looked coldly at the blonde-haired man. He didn't actually care about the formation, but he still said, "Who sent you? Tell me, otherwise I'll turn you into an undead." The blonde-haired man coldly snorted and said, "Nobody sent me. I just want to prove to everyone that you're a fraud." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You're not talking? All right, it doesn't matter. I'll make you talk." Then he extended his hand and snapped his fingers. Pa! A slightly loud snap was heard. It wasn't that loud, but the moment Zhao Hai snapped his fingers, a burst of blood came out of one attacker's head. Then his body fell to the ground. He was already dead. Everyone stared, including the blonde-haired man. They didn't see Zhao Hai make a move. They just noticed Zhao Hai snapping his fingers, and then the person died. This was too scary. All the spectators couldn't help but feel their back turn cold. Zhao Hai looked at the blonde-haired man and said, "You're still not talking?" The arrogant expression on the blonde-haired man's face vanished. Instead, his fear was now clear. However, through clenched teeth, he said, "Zhao Hai, you could not threaten me. You will die today." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right, I admire your courage." Then he snapped his fingers twice. Then, like before, another two-person fell to the ground one after the other. Those gathered around Zhao Hai couldn't help but flinch. At this point, it was useless even if they used their formation weapons. 3 people had died. The magic formation was no longer complete. Although it can still be used, its power has been greatly reduced. It can no longer threaten Zhao Hai. These people didn't expect Zhao Hai to be so ruthless. Zhao Hai didn't look like someone who would kill in an instant. But Zhao Hai did exactly that. The blonde-haired man's expression turned ugly. Then he took out something and said, "Zhao Hai, don't force me. At worst, we will perish together." Seen on the blonde-haired man's hand was a remote control switch. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You want to say that you buried a large number of small nuclear bombs in the bone symbol camp, right? And as soon as you used that remote control, the entire bone symbol camp would explode. Am I correct?" The blonde-haired man's facial color changed for the worse this time. This was because Zhao Hai said what he wanted to say. Zhao Hai chuckled before he turned his hand and took out a small cylinder. The body of the cylinder was silvery white in color. There's also a small green light on the top. When the blonde-haired man saw the cylinder, his face paled. This was because this was one of the nuclear bombs that they buried all around the bone symbol camp. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Don't waste your energy. You initially wanted to use this to threaten me, but you didn't expect me to allow your comrades to attack at the same time. Therefore, you decided that you won't use it and use the formation weapons instead to defeat me. But you failed to recognize something. I can't be defeated. Hee. Your plan is excellent, but it's just a pity that you met me, Zhao Hai. The moment you cross me, you're already defeated. Now tell me, who sent you?" The blonde-haired man was now pale, but he coldly snorted and then ruthlessly pressed the remote control. He hoped that Zhao Hai was just deceiving him. He also hoped that Zhao Hai wasn't able to take all the nuclear bombs. As long as the bomb explodes, he can use the chance to run away. He no longer had any hope of defeating Zhao Hai. Chapter 1322, Poison Bee Pirates. Click. Because he pressed too hard, the remote control in the hands of the blonde-haired man was crushed. But in any case, if there was indeed a nuclear bomb, then an explosion should have happened in the bone symbol camp. However, the entire camp was quiet. There were no explosions at all. Even the nuclear bombs that Zhao Hai took out didn't respond. The blonde-haired man paled even more. He knew that his last hope had vanished. They were now in the bone symbol camp, and he wanted to take the entire camp with him to the grave. This was enough for the entire camp to want to swallow him alive. Zhao Hai looked at the blonde-haired man, then he smiled faintly and said, "Still unwilling to give up? It doesn't matter, you can never escape." Then after he finished talking, Zhao Hai snapped his fingers once again. Besides the blonde-haired man, all the others that surrounded Zhao Hai died. The blonde-haired man looked at the broken remote control in his hand, then he took out another item and then said, "We'll die together." Then he tried to activate the thing he took out, but at this moment, his head exploded. The thing he held fell to the ground. It was a small nuclear bomb. It seems like the blonde-haired man planned this as well. He wasn't planning to live through this ordeal. Zhao Hai looked at the man and then waved his hand, taking all the bodies. Then he looked at the others from the bone symbol camp, being swept with Zhao Hai's eyes. Everyone unconsciously looked away. Zhao Hai's killing technique was too shocking for them. He just snapped his finger and then people died. After sweeping everyone with his gaze, Zhao Hai said, "Some of you are old members of the camp, and some of you are new. I don't have much to say to the old members, but to the new members, let me tell you this. I don't care what your status is before you joined, or what you did, but now that you have joined the bone symbol camp, you need to honor the camp's rules and customs. Don't form your own groups. The bone symbol camp is the bone symbol camp. Don't take the camp's tolerance as weakness. Remember this." After he said that, he turned around and nodded towards Taisheng and Tao Wang. The two immediately followed Zhao Hai into the building. The new members of the bone symbol camp, especially the unruly ones, looked at each other and saw their pale faces. Their hearts couldn't forget the fear they just felt. The newcomers have been causing a lot of trouble in the bone symbol camp recently. This was especially true for those on the side of the blonde-haired man. And since the bone symbol camp didn't pressure them heavily, they became more and more bold up until now. Zhao Hai's appearance shook the entire situation. Him killing a lot of people sent a message to everyone. They were now afraid. There were many people who made malicious remarks about Zhao Hai. There were groups of them. This was because they were jealous of Zhao Hai. Now, these malicious thoughts evaporated. They were even afraid that Zhao Hai would look for them to settle accounts. The old members of the camp didn't have a good outlook on these newcomers, but since the family ordered them to be united, they endured. Now, seeing the expressions of these newcomers, the old members couldn't help but be happy inside. After this incident, the Ashley family's external halls had been cleansed. All at once, the smoke produced by the mass recruitment settled. The newcomers also understood their place. Naturally, there were also newcomers who ran away after hearing what happened. Those who ran away didn't want to follow the rules, or they might have some ulterior motives towards the family. This caused the Ashley family to lose some sense of worry. These things all happened later. Right now, Zhao Hai entered the bone symbol camp's conference room with Taisheng and Tao Wang. Then he waved his hand and summoned the undead blonde-haired man. Zhao Hai looked at the blonde-haired man and said, "What's your name and who sent you?" The blonde-haired man immediately replied, answering to the young master, "My name is Eric. I'm from the Poison Bee Pirate Group." The group received several secret missions to infiltrate the Ashley family and find a way to kill Zhao Hai or tarnish his reputation. From the appearance of these people, they don't seem to be from the machine field. As for who they were, I don't know. Zhao Hai raised his eyebrow and said, "What is your position in the Poison Bee Pirate Group?" Eric replied, "I'm the fourth head of the group. My father was the previous fourth head. He was killed during a mission, so I took his place. Since I'm young, the other heads don't look highly upon me. It was the other heads who assigned me to do the mission." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he said, "Where's the headquarters of your pirate group? Show it to me on the star chart." Eric nodded before opening his computer and then pointed towards a planet. Taisheng and Tao Wang have also been listening to Eric. Now they knew what was going on. They looked at the planet that Eric pointed to and wasn't surprised. This was because the planet that Eric pointed to was in a meteorite field that was also known as the Pirate Paradise. It's a region placed in between the machine field and the cultivation realm. The Pirate Paradise is a very famous place. It was an incomparably vast region, much larger than the Rainbow Meteorite Field. It was also much more dangerous. This area was pirate-infested. Some of these pirates were from the machine field, some were from the cultivation realm, some were from the devil realm. There were all kinds of large and small pirate groups existing there. It was even rumored that the largest pirate group could contend against a great family in the machine field and a medium-grade sect in the cultivation realm. After many years of operation, the pirates had carved a place for themselves in this meteorite field. Its defenses were impregnable. Even cultivation sects would find it very hard to attack this place. Also, the pirates were also conscious of their targets. They would rob passerby but never the huge caravans, and as long as they were given tolls, then they could guarantee a caravan's safety. If anyone orders a hit on someone, they could also turn into killers. It was because of such rules that they existed to this day. Otherwise, they would have already been destroyed by the machine field and the cultivation realm. Although these pirates were strong, they could never match an army from the machine field or a big sect from the cultivation realm. However, these pirates could handle the dirty jobs that families and sects needed to be done. It was also because of this that they haven't been eliminated and were able to live with ease. Zhao Hai looked at where Eric was pointing and was also aware of the pirate paradise. Therefore, he wasn't surprised about the location. Then he asked Eric about the strength of the Poison Bee Pirate Group. From what Eric said, the Poison Bee Pirates numbered about 100,000 people, and if they counted the relatives of the members, they would reach 1 million. Most of these people were mages and warriors. They also owned battleships. Altogether, the pirate group had over 300 battleships. One of them was a high-level warship, 50 were intermediate level, and the rest were low-level ships. To operate these ships, the pirate group had 10,000 people on deck. They also have 50,000 meshs in hand, which was not weak for a pirate group. Zhao Hai nodded and thought some things through. He now has a planet that doesn't have many people. If he can get these pirates to ally too, then he would no longer worry about the population. However, he didn't put this forward. After asking Eric everything he wanted to know, Zhao Hai returned Eric to the space. Zhao Hai was also aware of Eric's current position in the group. Although he was the fourth head, he was basically driven out of the group. The other heads had removed his power. This was why he was sent over for this mission. Zhao Hai didn't care much about these things. Eric's status was no longer important now that he was an undead. And now that Zhao Hai knew the location of the poison bee pirates, he could clean them up when he had some time. After Zhao Hai received Eric, he looked at Tai Sheng and said, "Big brother Tai Sheng, what do you think?" Tai Sheng replied, "The family is in an unstable state, so other people wanted to deal with us." "Little Hai, did you come out because of this?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, I heard that some of our brothers had disappeared after going out on missions. Therefore, I came back to see the situation. It seems like the matter is much more complex than I thought. I'm certain that the other realms had begun to make a move on us. Moreover, their ultimate target should be me." Tai Sheng nodded. Then he asked, "What do you plan to do now?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Easy. I'll just deal with them all. I have already talked to Uncle Kajo. I'll be making tracking tokens, so provide us with coordinates. Once I finish making them, I'll hand it over to our people. Then once they get attacked on a mission, they can crush the token so I can know their location. When that time comes, I'll rush over with haste. I believe we'll be able to know who's behind this when the time comes." Tai Sheng knit his brows and said, "But isn't that too dangerous? Their target is you. I'm afraid they're waiting for you to come out. Since they have you as a goal, then they naturally have plans to deal with you. If you go out, then aren't you just delivering yourself to their front door?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Big brother Tai Sheng, rest assured, nothing wrong will happen. I'll head back first. Once I finish making the tracking tokens, I'll hand them over to you." Then he left the room. After he said that, Chapter 1323, Can't Retire. When Zhao Hai and Margaret returned to their villa, they discovered that Zheng Yun was now cleaning the kitchen. Zhao Hai looked at Zheng Yun and then sighed. Meanwhile, Margaret smiled faintly and then walked to the kitchen. Zhao Hai sat down on the sofa in the living room. As he sat down, he suddenly heard a knock from outside. Zhao Hai made the robot open the door, to see Zheng Li on the other side. Zhao Hai immediately stood up and welcomed Zheng Li in. Zheng Li looked at Zheng Yun, who was laughing with Margaret in the kitchen, and couldn't help but sigh. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, I heard about what happened. It seems like some people are targeting the Ashley family. Is this true?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, it's possible that it's the other realms, but at this point, we aren't able to confirm. But you don't have to worry about it. I'll deal with it." "Right. How have you been doing? Have you adapted well?" Zheng Li laughed and said, "Adapted? Very well adapted. Life here is much better compared to the cultivation realm, and because of our relationship with you, they've been taking care of us well." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "That's good. Actually, now that I'm back, I have something to discuss with you. It's about your future residence." Zheng Li calmed down. To be honest, even if their current situation was good, it still felt foreign to them. This wasn't because the Bone Symbol Camp has been treating them badly. Conversely, the Bone Symbol Camp has been taking care of them very well. But in the end, this was still the domain of the Ashley family. Zhao Hai was just someone from the Ashley family. He didn't have so much control over the area. Therefore, they still felt heavy inside their hearts. Zhao Hai looked at Zheng Li's expression and said, "Brother Zheng, back when I won the beginner competition, I was able to get a lot of rewards. I took advantage of this opportunity to ask for an unowned planet. However, that planet is not yet suitable for living in. I'm currently arranging people to transform the planet. I plan to make you live on that planet. What do you think?" Hearing this, Zheng Li couldn't help but repeat, "Your planet?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, my planet. I completely own it. After you arrive there, you can develop however you want." Zheng Li thought for a moment and then said, "I can't make this decision on my own. I'll discuss this with others. If they agree, then naturally I won't disagree." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right. If they like staying here, I won't stop them either. You don't have to force them." Zheng Li nodded. Then he looked at the kitchen before turning back to Zhao Hai. It was as if he had something to say but couldn't. Zhao Hai noticed Zheng Li's expression. He smiled bitterly and said, She's still young. Perhaps she wouldn't be like this in 2 years. Brother Zheng, you don't need to worry. Zheng Li smiled bitterly as well. Then he answered, I hope so. Alright, let's not think about that. When are you going to leave? How are you planning to solve the family's problem? Zhao Hai smiled and said, I should leave soon. You don't have to worry about this matter. I'll deal with it. By the way, it seems like Margaret and Yunner are getting along very well. Zheng Li nodded with a smile. Then the two went to the kitchen. At this time, Margaret and Zheng Yun took out the dishes they had prepared. Margaret also learned to cook before. After all, having your food made by robots all the time was annoying. Naturally, her dishes couldn't enter Zhao Hai's eyes. After she entered the space, she followed Meg and was able to learn how to properly cook. At the very least, her cooking was much better than before. On the other hand, Zheng Yun was born into a poor family. Since they couldn't afford fasting pills to eat every day, they needed to cook their own food. Zheng Yun was quite sensible when it came to preparing food. With the two working together, they were able to make 6 dishes. Moreover, the dishes they made looked very good. After Zhao Hai invited everyone to take a seat, he offered a drink towards Zheng Li while Margaret talked with Zheng Yun. But from time to time, Zheng Yun would steal a glance at Zhao Hai. When they were done eating, Zhao Hai sent Zheng Li and Zheng Yun off before taking Margaret into the space. Laura and the others were playing while Kair was making the tracking tokens. Laura and the others were currently controlling the silver needles to explore the pirate paradise. As soon as they saw that Zhao Hai had something to do with the pirate paradise, Laura and the others immediately knew what he was planning to do. So they made advanced preparations and had silver needles explore the area. Upon seeing what Laura and the others were doing, Zhao Hai smiled and said, you really understand me. Haha, these pirates are very good and also strong. There's also a lot of them. If we can get them to Yulai too, then we wouldn't have any problems. Laura nodded and said, I also thought about that. Brother Hai, leave this matter to us. You should return to the 6 Realms battlefield. Captain Yuan and the others are back. Zhao Hai nodded. Alright, I'm going. Then his body moved as he went out of the space and returned to his cave residence in the 6 Realms battlefield. Then he went out of the residence and returned to Yuan's fort. At this time, Yuan and the others had also returned. Yuan's facial color didn't look very good, but he looked much better compared to a couple of days before. Seeing him come back, people immediately surrounded him. Yuan looked at their eyes and then nodded before entering the conference hall. Naturally, Zhao Hai and the others followed behind him. Wu Ying and the others were still unaware of the conclusion, but after seeing Yuan's expression, they guessed that things didn't go smoothly. After everyone was inside the conference hall, Yuan told them about the decision made by the higher-ups. He also talked about the stakes involved in this matter. Although Wu Ying and the others were angry about it, they couldn't do anything. Yuan turned to Zhao Hai and found that he was very calm. There was no trace of anger in his face at all. Then Yuan said, Little Hai, I hope that you can understand the decision made. This is the best way to deal with this matter. If this problem gets dragged on, the other realms would be able to use this opportunity to their advantage. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Captain, it's all right. I'm not angry. Actually, I already thought that this might be the result. Although the higher-ups had gone too far, we cannot go too far as well. After all, the situation in the 6 Realms battlefield is related to the entire machine field. If something happened in the battlefield, then the machine field would lose a lot. When that happens, the ones suffering the most would be the commoners of the realm. I'm actually quite relieved that it was settled this soon. Yuan and the others relaxed when they heard this. They had to take Zhao Hai's reaction seriously. This was because Zhao Hai was a strong combatant with multiple methods at his disposal. Ever since he ascended, Zhao Hai has remained undefeatable. Also, now that Yuan has decided to retire, the Lock Mountain Range needed someone else to look up to. Although Zhao Hai's prestige was insufficient, his strength makes up for it. As long as he fights the other realms several times, his influence would rise up quickly. When the time comes, he can definitely make waves in the Lock Mountain Range. With this, Yuan could feel relieved. Yuan nodded. Then he turned his head to everyone and said, although this matter has been settled this way, it doesn't mean that everything is over. I've discussed with Liu Zhen and the others. We are forming a Lock Mountain Range alliance. We can select captains to be our union's representatives. These representatives would directly talk to the machine field's higher-ups on behalf of us. If they dared to do something else like this again, we would certainly fight back. As soon as Wu Ying and the others heard this, their eyes turned bright. They naturally understood what this alliance meant for the Lock Mountain Range. Once it was established, they would now have a proper voice in the machine field. Seeing everyone nod, Yuan nodded. Alright, let's consider the incident over. As for the alliance, we will iron out the details later. Everyone nodded and then left. On the other hand, Zhao Hai didn't leave. After everyone left, Zhao Hai took out several weapons and placed them on the table in front of Adam and the others before saying, Captains, Here are your weapons. See if you feel comfortable using it. Adam and the others didn't know that the weapons that Zhao Hai made were special, but since Yuan made them do this, they didn't decline. Now, seeing the weapons that Zhao Hai made, they held them up and inspected it carefully. Of course, they couldn't see anything by doing it this way. Therefore, Yuan smiled and said, "Go outside and try them out. I believe you will discover the strength of these weapons. Try them on some targets, but make sure that two weapons don't hit each other." Adam and the others looked at Yuan and Liu Zhen, who were smiling, and they didn't say anything. But since they were also fighters, they were particular about their weapons. So upon hearing Yuan, they couldn't help but satisfy their curiosity. They all stood up and went outside. Meanwhile, Yuan and Liu Zhen remained. Now that the three had left the room, Yuan turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, you understand the overall situation. I'm relieved. What happened this time? Alas, I can only forget about it. I'm also a little tired, so after the union gets established, I'll probably retire." There was no surprised expression on Zhao Hai's face, which made Yuan and Liu Zhen puzzled. Zhao Hai looked at Yuan and smiled faintly. "Actually, I somewhat expected this to happen. Captain, you have worked so hard for the machine field for many years, but in the end, this still happened. I thought that you might become disheartened because of this. I just didn't expect it to come this soon." Yuan and Liu Zhen looked at each other. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to say this. Zhao Hai looked at the two and said, "I have no objection to Captain's decision to retire. However, I think Captain shouldn't retire at this time. You have a high prestige in the Lock Mountain range. If you retire, it would certainly send huge waves into the entire battlefield. Right now, the people in the Lock Mountain range are still angry at the higher-ups. If you announce your retirement right now, everyone would certainly blame the higher-ups. It would be very hard to control them if they make a scene." Yuan and Liu Zhen couldn't help but stare when they heard Zhao Hai. Now, even if he wanted to retire, Yuan knew that he couldn't. Yuan nodded and said, "All right, it seems like I won't be able to retire at this moment." Yuan's voice had a sense of exhaustion. If it was before, Yuan wouldn't have this feeling. Even if he battled for days on end, he was still full of energy. At that time, he felt that he had endless energy. This was because he had faith in his purpose. He knew what he was fighting for and why he was working hard. But after what just happened, Yuan discovered that his efforts had vanished into thin air. This caused Yuan to be exhausted. Zhao Hai looked at Yuan, then he smiled faintly and said, "Captain, you can actually retire now. You don't have to leave the Lock Mountain range and fight. Now that we form the Union, nobody is more qualified to be its leader than you. You can focus on this matter and leave the battles to me. With you as a leader, those above us could no longer plot. I'm also confident that I can hold off the other realms." Zhao Hai's words sounded like he wanted to place Yuan on a pedestal, but Yuan didn't mind it at all. In fact, when Yuan was planning to retire, he planned to let Zhao Hai be his successor. Now that he can't formally retire, he can only manage the internal situation of the alliance. Although he's still in the Lock Mountain range, he wouldn't fight and would leave that to Zhao Hai. As a result, he can still live in the Lock Mountain range after retirement. Yuan nodded and said, "That is also good. In any case, I'll be retiring. I'll take this chance to create a foundation for the Lock Mountain range. I'll focus on the alliance and deal with the higher-ups. This isn't easy. Even if those fellows don't know anything about war, they're all top experts in plotting." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's because of this that the captain needs to act. You have battled in the Six Realms battlefield for 7 years. You should have been promoted a long time ago, but you have always been here in the front lines. However, in turn, this allowed you to gain a lot of influence in the Lock Mountain range. Your actions could cause waves in the mountain range. This isn't something that those guys above could ignore. With you here, they won't think about touching us." As he said that, the door was pushed open. Then Adam and the others entered. Chapter 1324, Doesn't Disappoint. Adam and the others looked excited as they held their weapons in their hands. Their gazes quickly fell into Zhao Hai. Seeing the three, Zhao Hai smiled. Adam opened his mouth and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai, did you really make these weapons?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and gave a nod. Yuan was also smiling as he said, "If Little Hai didn't make it, then why would I ask him to make those weapons for you? So what do you think? Is it good?" Adam and the others nodded at the same time. Adam said, "Good, it's very good. My god, this is the best weapon I have ever used." "Old Yuan, have you changed your weapon as well?" Yuan chuckled and didn't answer, but Adam already knew the answer. He looked at Yuan and said, "Old Yuan, you withheld such a good thing from us for a long time. Hi, are we really friends?" Yuan rolled his eyes and said, "You talk as if these weapons are mere toys. but Yuan spent a lot of effort to make them. Little Hai just finished making my team's weapons, and he was immediately called for battle. Then after that, the incident happened. Didn't I ask him to make your weapons as soon as you arrived? And you still complain? Adam and the others smiled and said nothing more. Yuan already knew them for a long time, so after seeing their appearance, he said, "Sai, you never change. Alright, go take a rest. After 2 days, we'll meet up again and discuss the matters of the alliance." Adam and the others didn't decline as they nodded and left. But before Yuan left, Zhao Hai stopped him. Now, only the two of them were left in the conference hall. Zhao Hai looked at Yuan and said, "Captain, I might head out for a few days. You don't have to worry about me." Yuan heard Zhao Hai and knew that by going out Zhao Hai meant that he was going out of the Six Realms battlefield. Although he knew that Zhao Hai had this ability, he also knew that Zhao Hai wouldn't use it easily. Upon hearing that Zhao Hai was going out, Yuan knew that something must have happened, so he quickly asked, "Did something happen?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "The Ashley family is currently facing trouble. As long as someone heads out to do a mission, they would be attacked. Currently, our losses have crossed 1,000 people. Moreover, some people asked interstellar pirates to deal with me. It seems like the ones behind this aren't from the machine field. It should either be cultivators or the devil cultivators. I'll try to solve this matter as soon as possible." Yuan frowned. "Do you need manpower?" Now that the Six Realms battlefield has calmed down, the men have been idle. We can have a few of them make a move. Zhao Hai shook his head and smiled as he said, "No need. I think there are only a few enemies. After all, they're making their moves in the machine field. If there's a lot of them, then the machine field wouldn't let them off. Although the higher-ups want me dead, they wouldn't dare be this overboard." Yuan nodded and said, "Alright, be careful. If you need anything, don't hesitate to tell me. Don't be too polite." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Captain, rest assured, I will. I'll be heading back first." Yuan nodded. Then Zhao Hai turned around and left the conference hall to return to his room. Just as Zhao Hai managed to sit down, he heard a knock on his door. Upon opening the door, he saw that it was Zhongli and the others. These days, Zhao Hai had been very busy, so there hasn't been a time for them to meet. Zhongli and the others weren't idling as well. The spiritual chi density of the Six Realms battlefield is quite thick, so how can they give up this chance to cultivate? Therefore, it has been some time since the brothers had met. Seeing Zhongli and the others, Zhao Hai immediately welcomed them in. He looked at his brothers and then asked, "How come you managed to visit?" "You're not cultivating today?" Zhongli smiled and said, "We can't practice every day. Why don't we see you often? Are you busy? And don't tell me you were refining all this time. Those are only a couple of weapons. You can finish them in one night." Zhao Hai chuckled and said, "You really know me." "About that, Margaret's family has experienced some trouble. Some people have been targeting them. It's possibly the devil realm or the cultivation realm. Some even went after me. I've been busily taking care of this matter." Zhongli and the others stared. They didn't think that something like this happened. Dongfeng Yu immediately asked, "How is it? Is it solved? Who is behind this?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "At this time, I don't know who it is. I'm still trying to find a solution, but I believe it'll be solved soon. I just returned to Dark Demon Planet, and some pirates wanted to deal with me using nuclear bombs. But after turning them into undead, I found out that they had been hired to kill me, and those who commissioned the job weren't from the machine field." Li Kuangren's eyes turned ferocious as he said, "You're saying that these fellows want to assassinate you? How do you plan to deal with this?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "They want me dead, and I want them to die as well. Let's see who'll perish first." Zhongli frowned and said, "Are you acting alone, or do you want us to help?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "There's no need for you to act. We don't have to go all out in order to deal with those guys. You can just practice here. The Six Realms battlefield is a rare cultivation place. By the way, the renovation of Yilai 2 is about to be completed. It's about to start building residences. Once it's done, you can move in." Zhongli and the others' eyes lit up. Although they knew that Yilai 2 was merely a front, it was still their residence no matter what. Sunf sighed and said, "I really want to take a look, but it's a pity that we don't know its current state. Last time I knew, it was still desolate." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Rest assured, I'll take you there when the time comes. Since it's rare for us to gather, how about sharing a few cups?" As soon as they heard him, everyone nodded. Zhao Hai didn't delay and took out some dishes as well as some liquor to drink. This time, they didn't call other people. The brothers drank themselves up until they could no longer drink. After sending everyone off, Zhao Hai returned to the space. There's no need for him to worry about things outside. There won't be a war in the machine field soon. What's most important at this time was the establishment of the Lock Mountain Range Alliance. But this matter didn't need Zhao Hai's help to finish. Zhao Hai was competent, but his stay in the Six Realms battlefield was too short. He had yet to establish his influence. Therefore, it was impossible for him to hold a position in this alliance. Zhao Hai was also glad with this arrangement, and since he told Yuan that he needed to take care of the Ashley family's matter, Yuan didn't ask him to do anything. Zhao Hai entered the Space's villa and looked at the screen. The silver needles would soon reach the pirate paradise. Laura and the others haven't been staring at the screen, they were busy with their own matters. At this time, Laura and the others were no longer very busy. The construction of Yulai 2 was right on track. Moreover, with Bartlett and the others helping, they didn't need to do anything. Their attention was currently on the endless desert's island. The desert island needed some facilities built, but since the space didn't lack materials, construction was very easy. Additionally, the island didn't need a lot of buildings to be built so that its primitive environment would be preserved. Zhao Hai didn't take care of this matter and just handed it over to the women. In any case, to him, the desert island was also a front. Laura and the others can play with it however they want. Zhao Hai sat on the sofa and Meg immediately poured some tea for him. As Zhao Hai drank his tea, he turned to Kair and said, "Kair, how are the tracking tokens?" Kair smiled and said, "Young master, about 5,000 have been made. When do you want them?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment and then said, "I'll use them now." This matter needed to be solved as soon as possible. Put the tokens in the warehouse. Kair complied. Then Zhao Hai exited the space and returned to his room in the bone symbol camp. This time Zheng Yun wasn't in. It's already too late. She already returned to her room to rest. After Zhao Hai went out of his villa, he immediately went to Tai Sheng's office. Tai Sheng has been very busy lately. After all, the bone symbol camp had much more members compared to before. Therefore, the matters he needed to deal with have increased. When Zhao Hai entered Tai Sheng's office, Tai Sheng was still working. Seeing Zhao Hai, Tai Sheng immediately said, "Why did you visit? Is something wrong?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I have completed the tokens. I made 5,000 for now. Make everyone take turns using them when they head out on missions. You can bring them to Uncle Kajo for me. I still have something else to do." Tai Sheng didn't ask Zhao Hai what he was doing. He knew that Zhao Hai wouldn't tell him even if he asked. So he nodded and said, "Alright, I'll give them to manage Kajo later." "Where are they?" Zhao Hai handed a space bag to Tai Sheng and said, "It's all here. I'm going now." After he said that, he turned around and left. Tai Sheng didn't need to send him off. Between him and Zhao Hai, there's no need to be too polite. He opened the space bag and looked at the tracking tokens. These tokens weren't big, only about 5 by 3 centimeters. Above it was an abstract magic rune. Moreover, it was very thin. It could definitely be treated as an ornament. Tai Sheng let out a sigh. Seeing these tokens made him at ease a little. There has been a lot of pressure on him ever since the bone symbol camp began losing people. He had been in the camp for more than 10 years, so he already regarded it as his own home, his family. Tai Sheng grieved as his brothers disappeared. But now, things are taking a positive turn. With these tracking tokens, the matter would be solved soon. Tai Sheng was confident on these tokens because he was confident in Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai had never disappointed him before, so he believed that this time was also the same. Chapter 1325, Waiting. Zhao Hai was currently resting inside the space. On the screen was an image of empty space. This was because he was spectating the silver needles as they traveled towards the pirate paradise. Zhao Hai looked at the map of the space and compared it to the machine field's map. At this rate, the needles would reach the pirate paradise in 3 days. Naturally, Zhao Hai wasn't concerned about this right now. He was just calmly waiting for news from the machine field. Yesterday, he saw a 100-person squad from the bone symbol camp leaving for a mission. This squad was carrying the tracking tokens that he just made. Zhao Hai was waiting for news about this 100-person team. He wanted to see the moment they got attacked. It wasn't only the bone symbol camp who sent people out on a mission. The other camps also had teams of their own. All of these teams were carrying the tracking tokens on their bodies. This way, Zhao Hai would be informed the moment these people get attacked. Laura and the others were sitting beside Zhao Hai as they looked at the empty space on the monitor. Honestly, the scenery was very boring. However, Laura and the others happily looked at it because Zhao Hai was accompanying them. It has been 2 days since Zhao Hai handed over the tokens to Tai Sheng. Contrary to what Zhao Hai expected, Kajo didn't give the tokens to the camp lords. Instead, he took full control over the tokens. When people head out to do a mission, they would go to him in order to get the tracking tokens, and if they don't meet any attack, they would have to return them. Zhao Hai doesn't have any opinions about how Kajo decided to handle the tokens. In fact, Kajo's arrangement was the most appropriate way for the family's external halls. Dark Demon Planet was very peaceful these days. Zheng Li also convinced Uncle Lu and the others to move to Yulai too. Uncle Lu and the others knew that in order to live a good life, they would have to stay with each other. They would advance when they need to advance and retreat when they need to retreat. Only then could they survive. Compared to Dark Demon Planet, the Six Realms battlefield wasn't so peaceful. Captain-level characters of the Lock Mountain Range congregated in Yuan's fort. This was the first time that they all gathered here, but they didn't have any point of complaint. After all, this second gathering was for their future security. When everyone arrived at Yuan's fort, Yuan immediately discussed the matter of the Lock Mountain Range alliance. As soon as they heard about this, captains all agreed. This alliance would only bring them benefits as well as security. None of them even thought about opposing the idea. After that, an election of the first batch representatives was held. The Lock Mountain Range would select 20 captains as their representatives. Moreover, these captains needed to have served in the mountain range for at least 2 years. These 20 people would represent the entire Lock Mountain Range. Naturally, this was a very important decision. Everyone needed to make sure that the elected representatives were good. If some of these 20 captains were to transfer out of the Lock Mountain Range or retire, then they would have to withdraw from the alliance and then another election would be held for their replacement. Nobody opposed this rule. This was because only people from the Lock Mountain Range would consider the benefit of the alliance. The election was finished smoothly. Before long 20 people were selected as the representatives of the Lock Mountain Range alliance. These representatives wouldn't gain more power. They couldn't order other captains nor would they receive more benefits. What they could do was to serve the people from the Lock Mountain Range. This job was actually harsh, but nobody opposed it. This was because the main purpose of this union was to keep the Lock Mountain Range secure. After the election ended, it was no surprise that Yuan, Liu Zhen, and the others were elected. Yuan also became the leader with the most number of votes. Moreover, everyone was alright with this result. As soon as he saw the result of the election, Yuan couldn't help but feel thankful. If he really chose to retire, then the Lock Mountain Range might turn chaotic. If this happens before they beat the sprites, then all of the prestige and accomplishments that he gained would all disappear. When the time comes, the other realms would come like sharks after smelling blood. Yuan sighed. He knows that he couldn't retire yet. At least before Zhao Hai gained enough prestige, he couldn't retire. Zhao Hai was well aware of what happened in the Six Realms battlefield. The results were within his expectations. There's nobody other than Yuan who can lead the Lock Mountain Range alliance. Yuan had had the most prestige in the mountain range with his long years of service. If he retired at this unstable time, then the entire mountain range would turn chaotic. Therefore, he persuaded Yuan to stay even if he wanted Yuan to settle down on Yulai too. After the Lock Mountain Range alliance was established, various teams immediately reported some of their problems. Examples of these included issues with supplies, weapons, and other things. The teams in the Lock Mountain Range could also report their problems directly to the higher-ups. But so far, the answers they received had never been satisfactory, or their problems were completely ignored. And with the strength of a single team, they couldn't do anything about it. Now that the alliance has been established, they would naturally report these issues and hope that it gets solved as soon as possible. Yuan and the others didn't expect the Lock Mountain Range to have this much problems. The 20 representatives soon found themselves busy talking to the teams and compiling all reports to send to the higher-ups. Now that they have the strength to talk with the higher-ups as equals, after all, they were now acting as the entire Lock Mountain Range. Moreover, at this very unstable time, if the higher-ups don't agree, then their standing in the Six Realms battlefield might be affected. Zhao Hai didn't care about these things at this time, nor was it his turn to care. Therefore, he was now in the space waiting for any signal of any attacks on the Ashley family's external hall members. Laura looked at Zhao Hai. She looked worried as she said, "Big brother Hai, I think the people that were sent to deal with you this time aren't simple. They might be small, but I think they have someone who has a spatial ability." Zhao Hai looked at her and said, "Why do you say that?" Laura explained, "In order to deal with you, those people need to enter the machine field in secret. They need to be undetected by the machine field. We shouldn't underestimate the machine field's capabilities. These fellows have been able to resist the cultivation realm for a long time. Being independent for a long time is evidence of the realm's strength. They should also have moles placed among the pirate groups to act as their informants. Therefore, if a lot of people from the other realms enter, the machine field would certainly get word about it. Therefore, it's impossible for a lot of people to come deal with you." Zhao Hai nodded. Then Lizzie continued the explanation. "If it's just a few people, Then that's another problem. Not everyone who disappeared came from one direction. All of them went in all directions from Dark Demon Planet. In this case, these people were all attacked. Some were even attacked while completing their tasks. You should know that transmission formations weren't widely used in the machine field. Those people couldn't just use transmission formations to go places. And if they only rely on flight, then they wouldn't be able to attack so many people. With the number of losses that the family suffered, it's clear that they have means to come and go quickly. Besides transmission formations, only spatial abilities can do this. Zhao Hao nodded again. Then Megan added, moreover, both the cultivation realm and the devil realm know that you can use space magic. Therefore, the best way to deal with you is another person with spatial abilities. It shouldn't be difficult for the cultivation realm and the devil realm to find someone who can use space magic. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, you've really thought this through. Unfortunately for them, they don't know that they're dealing with a fake space mage. Laura and the others chuckled. However, Laura was still a bit worried. Brother Hai, you made the other realms aware of how strong you are back in the Void Arena. Moreover, they should have already heard about your actions in the Six Realms battlefield. After knowing your capabilities, they still decided to act against you. This means that they're assured of their success. Brother Hai, I think they sent out a transcending tribulation expert. Zhao Hai frowned and said, transcending tribulation? Will they really? Laura nodded and said, it's very possible. Brother Hai, people already know that most nascent soul experts aren't your match. They aren't even sure if they can succeed if they use formations. Then the only way to deal with you is to send a transcending tribulation expert. Zhao Hai nodded. Their assumptions weren't groundless. With Zhao Hai's present strength, it can be said that nobody can defeat him below transcending tribulation. The difference between a transcending tribulation expert and a nascent soul expert was the same as heaven and earth. Going from nascent soul to transcending tribulation transforms a cultivator qualitatively. It's impossible for a peak nascent soul expert to beat a transcending tribulation expert. If the enemies really did send a transcending tribulation expert to deal with him, then the situation has indeed turned difficult. Lizzie looked at Zhao Hai and said, Big Brother Hai, you should scout the situation first before going out. Once you see the level of the attackers, it wouldn't be too late to make a move. Chapter 1326, Vicious Battle. When he heard Lizzie, Zhao Hai gently shook his head. Although Lizzie's method was the best for him, he couldn't agree to it. At this time, Kair suddenly said, Young master, someone crushed a token. Zhao Hai stared, then he immediately said, show me. The image on the screen quickly changed. What surprised Zhao Hai was that the first to use the tokens weren't from the Bone Symbol Camp, but from the Ghost Symbol Camp instead. It must be stated that Zhao Hai's relationship with the Ghost Symbol Camp wasn't very good. The relationship between the camp lords of both sides wasn't very good either. But after Zhao Hai won the Six Realms beginner competition, the other camp lords began to warm up to him. But since he had been busy since then, he didn't have time to improve their relationship. But it must be said that Zhao Hai still saw the people from the other camps to be members of the Ashley family. This group from the Ghost Symbol Camp was sitting on a small ship. At this time, the ship was surrounded by a group of people. Additionally, these people were dressed like cultivators and were using 5 small battleships. These 5 battleships were evidently modified with weapons more advanced than normal ships. Seeing the appearance of these ships, Zhao Hai knew that these belonged to space pirates. Only pirates would deck their ships with this much weapons. Zhao Hai glanced at the cultivators. It was a small group that numbered about 50. What surprised Zhao Hai the most was the composition of this group. There were 20 core formation cultivators and the rest were at nascent soul. Also, the core formation cultivators weren't weak. The magic artifacts that they used were all high level. Zhao Hai raised his brow and said, it seems like we've found our big fish. Interesting. I'll go meet them. Then his body disappeared from the space and reappeared on the scene. As he appeared on the battlefield, he waved his hand and his flying sword killed the nearest cultivator. This was a cultivator at core formation stage. He wasn't even able to comprehend what happened before his head fell. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand once more to take the body into the space. Then his body flashed and reappeared beside a small battleship. He sent out a 100,000 layer formation. Although the battleship was able to erect its protective shield, it was nothing compared to the might of a 100,000 layer spell. It was like paper as it was torn to pieces. Then the battleship exploded, turning into a huge fireball. It was at this time that those who besieged the Ashley family stopped and shifted their attention to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also stopped as he looked at the cultivators and coldly smiled and said, were you waiting for me? Well, I'm here. One of the cultivators looked at Zhao Hai and then coldly snorted before saying, Zhao Hai, you finally showed yourself. Ha ha ha, that's good. I'm afraid that you'll keep hiding in the Six Realms battlefield. Zhao Hai looked at the cultivator and said, why would I hide? Didn't you want to see me? The cultivator coldly snorted and said, Do you really think that you can't leave today? Now that you appeared, you can forget about leaving. You're not the only one capable of using space magic in this world. Zhao Hai sneered when he heard this. Then he said, I never did think that I'm the only space mage in this world. However, I'm afraid you still won't be able to make me stay. The cultivator replied, you're very arrogant, but you are indeed strong, and everyone in the Six Realms battlefield knows about it. Therefore, we asked someone to deal with you. Then he faced one of the pirate ships and said, Taoist, I ask you to make a move. Kill this brat. A cold snort was heard from the pirate ship. Then the door of the ship opened and a person wearing yellow cultivator clothing floated slowly towards the battlefield. This person's presence wasn't that big. However, he looked very strange. His hair, beard, and eyebrows were all earth yellow. Zhao Hai looked at this person and his expression quickly turned heavy. His spiritual force failed to detect this person. Moreover, being respectfully called a Taoist wasn't a common address in the cultivation realm. Only transcending tribulation experts and above were called Taoists. This only meant that this person was a transcending tribulation expert. The transcending tribulation expert looked at Zhao Hai and sneered as he said, Zhao Hai, I've heard of you. Not only did you win the Six Realms beginner competition, you also made waves in the Six Realms battlefield. Do you really think that you're unparalleled? Zhao Hai looked at the transcending tribulation expert. Then he coldly snorted and said, are you a transcending tribulation expert in running your mouth as well? You want my life. Now this Zhao Hai is here. Why don't you take it? The transcending tribulation expert didn't think that Zhao Hai would be rude towards him. His eyes flashed cold light as he coldly snorted and said, extremely arrogant. Then he waved his hand and sent a giant earth yellow palm towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai coldly snorted and then waved his hand to cut the palm using his flying sword. The transcending tribulation expert harumphed. He didn't care about Zhao Hai's counter. It didn't take long before the sword and the palm hit each other. A bang sound was heard before Zhao Hai's sword was thrown back. It seems like Zhao Hai lost in this exchange. However, his attack was still able to disperse the palm attack. A hint of dread flashed through Zhao Hai's eyes. Although he didn't use astral chi and evil chi, he used full power in that move. The flying sword also had weapon shattering in it, and while he was able to block the blow, it still managed to shake his mind. He didn't expect the other party's attack to be so powerful. It's an attack worthy of a transcending tribulation expert. What Zhao Hai didn't know was that the Taoist was also surprised. He knew that although he sent a casual attack, he already used 7 points of his strength. This much force couldn't be blocked by nascent soul experts, but Zhao Hai was actually able to block it without suffering heavy wounds. One must know that transcending tribulation experts weren't in a whole different level of strength compared to most nascent soul experts. Most nascent soul experts wouldn't survive 5 points of strength, much more if it was 7 points. The yellow Taoist's eyes couldn't help but turn bright. He was now interested in Zhao Hai, but at the same time, he also wanted to murder him. The existence of such a person wasn't good for the cultivation realm. If he were allowed to grow, then there would come a time where he would threaten the cultivation realm. With this thought in mind, the yellow Taoist's determination to kill Zhao Hai became firmer. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, good, very good. You can block me. It seems like I've been looking down on you before. You're qualified for me to become serious. Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, it seems like transcending tribulation isn't that great. The yellow Taoist sneered, ignorant kid. Then he took a step forward and sent a punch outward. A yellow fist was sent towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai found out that he couldn't avoid this punch. Although the yellow Taoist only sent out his chi, this chi was still under his control after leaving his body. Even if Zhao Hai dodged, the fist could still change directions. Zhao Hai breathed in and just like the yellow Taoist he took a step forward and punched out. He used astral chi in this punch, but after punching out once, Zhao Hai sent another punch. The two fists worked together to go against the yellow Taoist's punch. The yellow Taoist didn't make any further moves. He just looked at the scene, interested in what Zhao Hai would do. He saw Zhao Hai stop after sending out 2 punches. These 2 punches proceeded to hit the earthen yellow fist. Boom, boom. 2 sounds of impact were heard one after the other. The winds caused by the collision caused the clothes of the cultivators to fly. This showed how powerful the collision was. For the first time, the yellow Taoist's expression turned serious. One must know that the 2 fists that Zhao Hai sent out weren't any ordinary punches. These 2 fists emanated an aura showing that Zhao Hai had studied a fist technique. In the cultivation realm, fist techniques also existed, but there were only a few of them. These first techniques were stored in the ancient reserves of the great sects. Almost no small sect has their hands on these techniques. First techniques were mostly used by ancient cultivators, because they didn't have methods to make magic artifacts yet. These ancient cultivators could only resort to using their hands and feet as weapons. The ways of the ancient cultivators would almost always lose against a person from this age. After all, They don't use magic artifacts. Therefore, these techniques slowly faded from usage. Only a few inheritances have them, and these were being kept by great sects. At the same time, no great sect would have their disciples train these ancient body cultivation methods as their main method. At most, these techniques would be used to supplement their cultivation. However, one has to recognize that when it came to the body, ancient cultivators were peerless. The reason why disciples from great sects were formidable was partly because of these body cultivation methods. The yellow Taoist was also able to study a fist technique manual. Although he didn't have any other body cultivation method, it can be said that the power of his fist could contend against ancient fist techniques. Compared to the five-element fists that was used by the realm, it was much stronger. The yellow Taoist was very confident in his fists. He believed that even Murdoch wouldn't be able to deal with his fists with ease. However, Zhao Hai only made 2 punches and managed to cancel his fists. This was completely out of his expectations. The yellow Taoist looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Good Zhao Hai, good, then receive my next move." Then he stepped forward once again and released another punch. But this time, he didn't release just one punch. A succession of punches was sent out and a group of earth and yellow chi was sent towards Zhao Hai like a round of artillery shells. Zhao Hai's facial color sank. He knew that the yellow Taoist was now acting seriously or was beginning to. Zhao Hai didn't think that the yellow Taoist didn't have any magic artifacts. It was just that the yellow Taoist believed that using his fists was already enough. This was the confidence of an expert at the transcending tribulation stage. Zhao Hai was also aware that if he didn't use a weapon, then he wouldn't be able to block the yellow Taoist's fists. Although the yellow Taoist's fists looked like they were very light, Zhao Hai could feel an intense amount of energy in each one of them. Each fist surpassed the previous fist he sent out, and there were more than 2 this time. The earlier fist needed 2 of Zhao Hai's astral chi-infused fists to disperse. Now that the yellow Taoist had sent so many punches, it would be courting death if Zhao Hai wanted to counter it using punches. When he thought of this, Zhao Hai quickly waved his hand. After that, swords spread out behind him like a peacock showing its majesty. Silver white swords fanned out behind him. These swords looked exactly the same. They were 3 feet by 3 inches. Each one of them were straight and smoothly polished. The sword ridges had the design of a yazi. On the hilt was a cloud pattern which gave the sword a peaceful nature. Behind the swords were tiny bells that sounded crisp and sweet. There were a lot of these swords behind Zhao Hai, forming a dense and majestic sight. Just by looking at them, they numbered over 100. Moreover, from the style of these swords, one could see that they were a complete magic artifact set. A magic artifact set was a very special type of magic artifact. Magic formation weapons that the machine field used acted independently and their might wasn't necessarily strong. On the other hand, magic artifact sets were very powerful the more there were in the set. Naturally, the spiritual force needed to operate these sets was very high. Average people wouldn't be able to use them. Of course, Zhao Hai wasn't using a real magic artifact set. These were flying swords that liquid silver transformed into. As for being able to control a large number of swords, it wasn't surprising for Zhao Hai. He could even control 10,000 silver swords with no problems. After all, if he could control a lot of silver needles at the same time, then he could control swords as well. Zhao Hai performed a sword dart and then pointed forward. Along with Zhao Hai's command, the swords behind him all flew forward like a school of fish heading straight towards the yellow Taoist's attacks. Each of these swords were infused with astral chi, so their might was very extraordinary. Moreover, the flight of these swords weren't simple. As they flew, they arranged themselves in special patterns, directly facing each fist. Boom, 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 boom. A series of explosive sounds were heard. The surrounding chi was sent into disarray. The cultivators around them couldn't bear these chi and were forced to step back. When the chi storm disappeared, the spectators couldn't help but gawk at the scene. Standing there was a pale Zhao Hai and his flying swords that revolved around him. The warship that he attacked has been completely crushed. The yellow Taoist stood opposite Zhao Hai. His expression had now turned completely serious. Then the yellow Taoist suddenly laughed and said, "Good, Zhao Hai. It seems like if I don't put out my real strength today, then I wouldn't be able to deal with you." Then he waved his hand as 5 magic artifacts were taken out. Seeing these magic artifacts, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because these 5 magic artifacts looked very special. Yazi, 7th of the 9 sons of the dragon. Weapons with Yazi images engraved in them were said to be sharper than the rest. Chapter 1327. Face to face. 5 long weapons. The 5 magic artifacts that the yellow Taoist released were unexpectedly 5 long weapons. These were the sledgehammer, mace, glaive, halberd, and long axe. These 5 heavy weapons were the ones used by the Yellow Taoist that most when dealing with an enemy. These 5 weapons also followed the Yellow Taoist in gaining fame. Naturally, these weapons weren't his life source weapon. However, they couldn't be underestimated. When the other cultivators saw that the Yellow Taoist had taken out the 5 heavy artifacts, they couldn't help but get startled. They knew that the Yellow Taoist was now beginning to turn serious. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to force the Yellow Taoist into this situation. In their opinion, once the Yellow Taoist made a move, then Zhao Hai would immediately suffer. But who would have thought that Zhao Hai could compel the Yellow Taoist to use his 5 heavy weapons? The Yellow Taoist's weapons were shining. They had an imposing aura that seems like it could overturn the heavens and the earth. It made one feel that they were as firm as a mountain. The swords revolved faster around Zhao Hai. At this moment, Zhao Hai's body flashed as a spatial rift appeared beside him. But just as Zhao Hai was about to leave, a cultivator's voice was suddenly heard. Seal. Along with this command, the spatial rift beside Zhao Hai was unexpectedly blocked. Zhao Hai's expression turned ugly. He glanced at the cultivator who just shouted. This man wasn't tall and he wore ordinary robes. He didn't look like anything at all. At this time, this man was proudly looking at Zhao Hai. The Yellow Taoist looked at Zhao Hai. Then he coldly snorted and said, "What, you want to run, Zhao Hai? Since you can fight with me with ease, you managed to get my interest. Don't disappoint me." Zhao Hai performed a secret art before a kai sound was heard as the flying swords moved as one and attacked the Yellow Taoist. The Yellow Taoist raised a hand and said, "Guard." Along with his command, the sledgehammer rushed out and struck at the swords. The sledgehammer didn't strike a particular sword and instead hit the air. But as the sledgehammer struck, the surrounding space seemed to condense. The flying swords that Zhao Hai sent out were stopped by an invisible wall. Zhao Hai's face changed as he spit out some blood. It was clear this time that he was injured. A surprised expression appeared on Zhao Hai's face. He wasn't acting this time. He was genuinely surprised. The damage made by the Yellow Taoist damaged Zhao Hai more than the last one. Moreover, Qi managed to penetrate into his internal organs. Therefore, Zhao Hai couldn't help but spit out some blood. In the past, Zhao Hai had a very high estimation about the strength of a transcending tribulation expert. But after this time, he discovered that he was still underestimating them. This was especially true once they used magic artifacts. The Yellow Taoist looked at Zhao Hai with a satisfied expression. Then he smiled faintly and said, "Zhao Hai, you managed to force this man to use his 5 treasures. You should be proud. You can die now." Behead. Then one of the 5 treasures, the glaive, flew towards Zhao Hai to behead him. Zhao Hai looked at the Yellow Taoist's attack. Then he suddenly laughed as he made a move. In his hand was the crescent moon spade. The crescent moon spade faced the glaive head-on. The crescent moon spade and the glaive clashed. A loud dang was heard as the crescent moon spade was sent back. Zhao Hai spit out blood once again, but in turn, he was able to block the glaive. Zhao Hai looked at the Yellow Taoist and said, "Taoist is truly strong. It's Zhao Hai's fortune to gain your advice today, but it seems like I can only accompany you another day." Then he moved his hand and another spatial rift appeared beside him. The cultivator with a spatial ability commanded once more, "Seal." But this time, Zhao Hai's spatial rift wasn't blocked. Zhao Hai looked at the cultivator and sneered before his body disappeared along with the spatial rift. The only reason why Zhao Hai opened the spatial rift before this was to see which cultivator had spatial abilities. One must know that divergent ability users were different than common practitioners. Common practitioners could be identified by their breath. Even if they deliberately conceal their aura, there were still ways of finding out about it. However, divergent ability users were different. Their abilities were inborn. If they don't use their abilities, then it would be impossible to know that they had it. Zhao Hai didn't really intend to leave when he first opened the spatial rift. He wanted to find out which one had the spatial ability. As long as he identifies this person, he could get rid of him. Once he was gone, then the threat posed by the cultivators would decrease. By relying on the spatial ability user and the pirate ships, the cultivators were able to block the camps of the Ashley family. Once this spatial ability user was removed, it would be very hard for these cultivators to block the Ashley family's camps even if they still had the pirate ships. The opponent was an owner of a spatial ability. The threat of this person on Zhao Hai was too great. As long as he removes this person, then he would have more time for himself to think about how to deal with the cultivators. Zhao Hai's battle with the Yellow Taoist made him understand the transcending tribulation realm even more. The Yellow Taoist sent 2 attacks that made Zhao Hai vomit blood. With this strength, it was clear why they couldn't be opponents of nascent soul experts. Although he wasn't a transcending tribulation expert, This doesn't mean that he couldn't block their attacks. With this, it would be impossible for the yellow Taoist to stop him from leaving. After Zhao Hai entered the space, Laura and the others immediately surrounded him. Meg even had a bottle of potion in hand. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "Brother Hai, are you alright? Are you heavily injured?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I'm alright. My internal organs were just shaken a little. I should be able to recover soon." Then he took the bottle that Meg handed to him and drank it. Zhao Hai also discovered that even if he was injured internally and even managed to spit out blood, his body's ability to recover was formidable. The blood that he spit out was only due to the impact caused by the clash. The wounds had already started to heal. After drinking the potion, Zhao Hai turned his head and said, "Did you manage to save the people from the ghost symbol camp?" Laura nodded and said, "Rest assured, we've already sent them to Dark Demon Planet." Zhao Hai nodded and felt relieved. In addition to studying the transcending tribulation realm, he also fought with the yellow Taoist for a long time because he wanted to buy the ghost symbol camp's members as much time as possible. The moment Zhao Hai appeared in the battlefield, Laura and the others already opened spatial rifts in order to rescue the ghost symbol camp members. The group entered the villa and then Zhao Hai looked at the monitor. When the cultivators saw that Zhao Hai disappeared, they were startled. They didn't expect this to happen. Zhao Hai looked like he was at a dead end, but he was able to exit with ease. The yellow Taoist's expression turned jet black. He waved his hand and caught the wielder of the spatial ability and said, "Didn't you say that you can seal spatial rifts? What just happened?" The cultivator was terrified. He also couldn't understand what was going on. Why was Zhao Hai able to withdraw with ease? From the look on the yellow Taoist's face, he understood that if he doesn't give a satisfying answer then he would suffer bad luck. The yellow Taoist was truly enraged this time. He was a transcending tribulation expert sent to deal with an nascent soul brat. This matter has already lost him a lot of face. He would even lose more face if he failed. But now, the target was able to run away. If this was passed on, then he would become a laughingstock in the cultivation realm. The cultivator with the spatial ability wiped the sweat off his head and stuttered before answering, "Taoist, this one, no. This little one also doesn't know." Zhao Hai's ability is really strange. I wanted to seal his spatial rift but I can't do it. This little one really did his best. The yellow Taoist coldly snorted and let go. Then he turned his head and looked at the Ashley family's ships. His expression turned frigid. He was at transcending tribulation, and he couldn't feel anyone inside those ships. This made him even more furious. He didn't pay attention to the ships because these camp members were merely ants in his eyes, but he didn't expect Zhao Hai to save them under his nose. This was equivalent to hitting everyone here in the face, to the point of leaving it numb. The others also felt the ching inside the ships. Their facial expressions were very ugly. In front of them all, Zhao Hai was able to save the ghost symbol camp members. This was a huge disgrace. The yellow Taoist no longer paid attention to the ships. Instead he looked at the spatial cultivator and said, "Have a look at where the rest of the Ashley family members are. I'll kill them all." Let's see if Zhao Hai wouldn't dare come out. The spatial cultivator didn't dare to neglect this command. He immediately replied as he took out a small computer and said, replying to the Taoist, "According to the information we gained, the Ashley family had sent out 7 groups this time. Among this group were 100 members of the Ashley family's bone symbol camp. We can deal with them first." The yellow Taoist nodded and said, "Alright, we'll deal with them first. Zhao Hai is in the same camp. Zhao Hai would certainly feel pain if we kill them." Everyone nodded in compliance. Chapter 1328, Not Too Perfect. The yellow Taoist looked at the cultivator with spatial abilities and said, "Send us over and have the ships follow." The cultivator immediately responded. Then he took out his staff and prepared to open a spatial rift. The cultivator with spatial abilities didn't take out a staff in order to use magic formations. Instead, the purpose of this staff was to increase his mental power so that he can open a larger spatial rift to allow everyone to pass through. It would also allow him to send everyone to where the rest of the Ashley family were. Although his spatial divergent ability was inborn, he would still need spiritual force to use it. The spiritual force needed was directly related to the size of spatial rift used. Therefore, the cultivator needed a magic staff when using his ability. Of course, it wouldn't be this troublesome if he was alone. But when so many people needed to be transported, he would need to take out his staff. At this time, the cultivator with spatial abilities suddenly stared. Then the light on his eyes slowly vanished, and out of his mouth was a sword tip. This caused everyone to stare. Then the sword and the cultivator vanished from sight. The atmosphere of the scene immediately froze. These people didn't expect Zhao Hai to be so bold while the yellow Taoist was still here. After being defeated, he still dared to return and kill the cultivator with spatial abilities. Because of the presence of the yellow Taoist, people relaxed prematurely. In their opinion, with the yellow Taoist here, Zhao Hai would be courting death if he went back. Who would have thought that Zhao Hai would really come back? Moreover, he killed the most important person on the team. Although the cultivator with spatial abilities wasn't the strongest person in the group, he was equivalent to the feet of the party. As long as he existed, they could quickly head to any location and attack the Ashley family's camp members. And now that this important person was killed, continually attacking the Ashley family was now a dream. It was almost impossible to accomplish. While everyone was in a daze, the pirate ships began exploding one by one. The Ashley family's ships had also been destroyed. The face of the yellow Taoist went thoroughly black. Allowing Zhao Hai to run away had already lost him a lot of face. And now, Zhao Hai killed the person with spatial abilities as well as exploded their ships. This was a clear slap to the face. These two back-to-back slaps caused his face to turn black and blue. However, they don't have any means to deal with Zhao Hai now. Without someone with a spatial ability, it would be impossible for them to move forward. With this thought in mind, the yellow Taoist spat out blood in anger. But he could do nothing about the situation. Not only him, nobody else in their team had any idea what to do. And now, not to say about attacking the Ashley family, even returning to the cultivation realm would be very difficult. The region that they were in right now was very far from any occupied planet. If they want to return to the cultivation realm, then flying would be impractical. Flying back to the cultivation realm would take them over a year. Moreover, there was also the looming threat that was Zhao Hai. It was at this moment that the ships showed their usefulness. They could relax inside the ship as it flew, but now they had to fly by themselves. The yellow Taoist looked at everyone's expressions. Then he coldly snorted and said, "Good Zhao Hai, this old man has underestimated you. But it doesn't matter, we'll leave for now. Let's head towards the pirate paradise. As long as we have the support of the pirates, it's not impossible to deal with the Ashley family. Depart." Everyone immediately followed. They don't have any other choice. All of these were seen by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. The silver needles would arrive at the pirate paradise in 2 days. When the time comes, he could release his undead and eradicate the entire pirate paradise. Without the support of the pirates, the cultivators wouldn't have any other means. Although these cultivators were flying towards the pirate paradise, they already contacted the pirates through the computer to pick them up using a spaceship. Zhao Hai didn't stop this. After all, without the spatial ability user, these people couldn't muster up any storms. Laura and the others relaxed now. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, I think we should tell Manager Kajo this information to save him from worrying. We can also let him make the Ashley family investigate the pirates. There should be pirate spies in the Ashley family, otherwise they wouldn't be able to know how many teams the Ashley family send out and also where they were going." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's true. The family has been mass recruiting lately. It wouldn't be a surprise if pirate spies managed to get in. Alright, I'll tell this to Manager Kajo. Meanwhile, you should prepare the undead army. Once the silver needles enter the pirate paradise, you can tidy them up. Then find a way to transfer them to Yulai too. Of course, we can't send all of them to the planet. The pirate paradise still needs to exist, but it can't exist in this manner." Laura gave a nod. But then she said, "However, it's not easy to control these pirates. They aren't used to being under the command of the same person. And there are also people from the machine field there. If we go deal with them in a strong manner, then we might face some backlash. We shouldn't be anxious about this." Zhao Hai stared. To be honest, he really wanted to use his undead in order to clean up the pirate groups. But as the matter stands, the destruction of the pirate paradise wouldn't only affect the cultivation realm and the devil realm, the machine field would be implicated as well. When the time comes, even his own realm would go against him. Although the machine field's higher-ups had tried to deal with him multiple times, they wouldn't do it publicly. After all, Zhao Hai was someone who had contributed a lot to the realm. If Zhao Hai blatantly cleared the pirate paradise, then the machine field's higher-ups might dread his strength even more. The strength that Zhao Hai displays right now was already threatening. Fortunately, he doesn't have much power in the realm. Although his relationship with Margaret tied him up with the Ashley family, Zhao Hai himself requested for an uninhabited planet for himself. This meant that he wanted to establish his own base. Zhao Hai's method was something that the machine field's higher-ups wanted to see. Even with Margaret's connections with the Ashley family, Zhao Hai establishing his own faction meant that the strength between him and the Ashley family has been split up and weakened. But Zhao Hai showed extraordinary fighting prowess at this time, to the point of threatening a great family. These machine field higher-ups would definitely find fault in him. When the time comes, they would no longer try to deal with Zhao Hai in secret. They would go openly against him. Upon thinking of this, Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It seems like I'll have to find another way to deal with those pirates. However, I can't let the Poison Bee pirate group go. We'll give the pirates a warning. This way, they would hesitate working with the Yellow Taoist. I wouldn't be relieved if they weren't forced to return to the cultivation realm. Laura smiled faintly and said, Brother Hai, in fact, you are doing very well right now. After all, even if Margaret is the daughter of the Ashley family's patriarch, her influence in the family is small. Solving the problem to this point is already very good. If you solve the problem perfectly, then even the Ashley family might not be able to accommodate you. Zhao Hai understood what Laura wanted to say. Because of his strength, Thunder Ashley was starting to feel threatened by him. If he handled matters perfectly, then Thunder might start suppressing him in secret. After all, with Margaret being a direct heir, she had the right of inheritance. If Zhao Hai appeared too strong, then Thunder would worry that Zhao Hai would get rid of the other successors and inherit the family through Margaret. With Zhao Hai controlling things behind Margaret, Thunder was afraid that the Ashley family might change surnames in the future. Such matters weren't strange. There were plenty of families that were destroyed because of this. Zhao Hai has been good to the Ashley family lately and rarely imposed his influence, so Thunder never thought about dealing with him. But if Zhao Hai went on like this, then Thunder might start to suppress him someday. When he thought about it, Zhao Hai couldn't help but nod and said, Alright, let's do that first. I'll go inform Manager Kajo and wait for the Poison Bee pirates to be cleaned up. After that, I'll return to the Six Realms battlefield. Laura nodded. Although Margaret was also present, she kept quiet and didn't oppose Laura's words. Actually, Margaret doesn't have any deep sentiment towards the Ashley family. Compared to the Ashley family, her relationship with the Bone Symbol Camp was much deeper. Therefore, she didn't take it to heart even though Laura was saying some malicious words towards the family. Now that Zhao Hai had dealt with the cultivator with spatial abilities, the cultivators could no longer attack the Ashley family with ease. And now that the Bone Symbol Camp's members were safe, Margaret felt relieved. Margaret also contributed to the plan that Laura and the others made. Zhao Hai looked at Margaret and smiled. Margaret smiled back at him as well. Then Zhao Hai no longer disturbed them from working. Seeing nothing else happening to the cultivators, Zhao Hai turned to Margaret and said, Let's go look for Uncle and tell him about what happened. Chapter 1329. Germinate. Kajo has been worrying a lot. Although the people from the Ghost Symbol Camp that were attacked had returned to Dark Demon Planet, Zhao Hai had yet to appear. Zhao Hai has become very important to the Ashley family. The family's rapid development was because of Zhao Hai. If Zhao Hai suffered an unfortunate accident, then the damage to the Ashley family would be too big. Zhao Hai was like a banner. With him there, people will believe that the Ashley family would continue to grow stronger. Even if Zhao Hai was out and does things alone, the Ashley family could still get benefits. After all, everyone recognizes that Zhao Hai was the family's son-in-law. Moreover, Zhao Hai strived for the family's benefits. To the Ashley family, this was very important. Also, with Zhao Hai being in the Six Realms battlefield, the Ashley family was able to gain more benefits. Thunder Ashley's attitude towards Zhao Hai was neither cold nor hot. In the beginning, Kajo couldn't understand Thunder's approach, but when he discovered that Thunder finally decided to appoint his sons to important posts in the family, Kajo understood. Thunder Ashley was guarding against Zhao Hai. Kajo grew up with Thunder, so he immediately understood what Thunder was thinking when he made this decision. Thunder was defending his position against Zhao Hai. This caused Kajo to think about the entire situation. In such a short time from ascending, Zhao Hai had become a powerful expert in the realm. Moreover, he was able to give glory to the machine field, becoming a hero. Now, even patriarchs of families have to greet Zhao Hai with a smile when they meet him. Most importantly, Zhao Hai's aura was very welcoming. Being together with him will let a person feel like they were breathing fresh air, making them unconsciously like him. Moreover, Zhao Hai already formed connections to the junior generation of great families. His personal connections had grown to the point where it would no longer be a problem if he were to go independent. However, Thunder Ashley wasn't afraid that Zhao Hai couldn't go independent, he was afraid that Zhao Hai wouldn't. Although Zhao Hai already expressed his desire to go alone, he had yet to do it. This made Thunder be on guard against him. But once Zhao Hai goes independent, he could no longer be treated as part of the Ashley family, and in turn, Margaret would lose her right of inheritance. When the time comes, Zhao Hai couldn't meddle in the family's matters. Therefore, Thunder was looking forward to Zhao Hai going independent. Kajo couldn't fault Thunder for his thinking, but from what Kajo knew about Zhao Hai, he wasn't the kind of person to bring harm to the Ashley family. However, Kajo had no way of changing Thunder's thoughts. Kajo knew that the patriarch of the Ashley family was someone who doesn't easily listen to people. Even those who he trusted and grew up with rarely changed his mind, and with Zhao Hai's matter being related to the inheritance of the Ashley family, things were more complicated. Nobody from the upper positions of the family liked to participate in this matter. Even Kajo understood this. Therefore, his relationship between the sons of the Ashley family was very normal. The only heir he was somewhat close to was Margaret. This was why Kajo couldn't talk to Thunder. He has a good relationship with Margaret, who is Zhao Hai's wife. Will Thunder consider him as Margaret's person? It was hard to say, but if he helps Zhao Hai by speaking up for him, then Thunder might become suspicious. It must be known that the patriarch has become more and more paranoid lately. He doesn't even fully trust those that grew up with him since childhood. In this case, Kajo knew that he couldn't speak up for Zhao Hai. However, Kajo knew clearly that Thunder hoped that Zhao Hai would leave the Ashley family, but he wouldn't go so far as to kill him. This was because the Ashley family wouldn't gain any advantages in Zhao Hai's death. Kajo believed that the patriarch of the Ashley family would rather let all the members of the external hall die than hope for Zhao Hai to be killed. Zhao Hai made efforts to stop the family's attackers. If something really happened to him, then the blow to the Ashley family would be too great. Kajo was worried for Zhao Hai's safety. This was because he heard someone from the ghost symbol camp say that plenty of experts attacked them. Moreover, it seems like these experts were there to specially deal with Zhao Hai. Now that Zhao Hai appeared, he might have suffered misfortune. While Kajo was worrying, a robot's voice was suddenly heard. "Manager Kajo, Mr. Zhao Hai and Ms. Margaret are looking for you." Kajo stood up as soon as he heard the robot. Then he dashed to the door and opened it before seeing Zhao Hai and Margaret outside. Kajo immediately took a step forward and looked at Zhao Hai. His heart skipped a beat. Zhao Hai's current appearance wasn't good. His face was very pale. It was clear at first glance that he was injured. Kajo said, "Little Hai, what happened? Why are you injured?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Uncle, I'm fine. There's no need to worry. I didn't expect the cultivation realm to actually send a transcending tribulation expert to deal with me. Moreover, they have a spatial ability user with them. I received some wounds, but I was still able to make a lucky escape." Kajo held his breath as he listened to Zhao Hai. Then he let out a cold breath as he said, "They sent a transcending tribulation expert, and there's a spatial ability user as well? It seems like they are really prepared to deal with you. Right, come in, quick." Then he ushered the two to enter his office before offering them some tea. At this time, Kajo sat down and said, "Our Ashley family felt that something was wrong this time. No matter who wanted to deal with our family, it would be impossible for them to transfer a large number of people in secret. A lot of our teams had been attacked. Moreover, they were very far from each other. We have been puzzled by this. It seems like it's because of the spatial ability user." "How are your wounds?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's not grave, but I won't be able to participate in fights in the near future. But Uncle doesn't need to worry. I risked my life in order to kill that spatial ability user. I also had undead carry nuclear bombs to blow up their ships. I believe that the cultivators wouldn't be able to attack us as easily as before." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Kajo's expression began to loosen. Then he said, "That's good. That's very good. But Little Hai, you need to consider your safety next time. You can use this opportunity to relax and heal your wounds." Zhao Hai smiled faintly, but he shook his head and said, "Uncle, I can't do that. I still need to return to the Six Realms battlefield. I can heal my wounds there. I was absent for a long time. It wouldn't be good if I don't return." Kajo was also aware about this. With the Ashley family's present situation, they had no way to influence the Six Realms battlefield. This time, Zhao Hai went out because of his own personal reasons. Kajo also heard some news that Zhao Hai was able to make great contributions and increased his value. This way, he could leave at will and run outside to help deal with the Ashley family's matters. However, the Six Realms battlefield has its own rules, and the Ashley family couldn't do anything about it. So upon hearing Zhao Hai, Kajo could only nod as he said, "All right, then I won't stop you. But you need to be careful." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he stood up and said, "I'll leave the family to you, Uncle." Kajo nodded and delivered Zhao Hai to the door. Margaret also followed Zhao Hai to leave. Looking at Zhao Hai's departing back, Kajo couldn't help but sigh for the Ashley family. To be honest, Kajo doesn't have any favorable impressions regarding the other successors of the family. They were spoiled and only knew to fight for power and profit. And yet, they craved greatness and prestige. The situation between the external halls had something to do with these young masters. These people wouldn't bring much development to the family. It would even be considered lucky if they don't bring the Ashley family down. In fact, Kajo knew that these young masters took their personality from their father. Thunder Ashley craved greatness and prestige while doubting everything. He doesn't have that imposing aura befitting a great patriarch either. If it weren't for Kajo properly managing the family, the Ashley family would have already fallen. Although Kajo and the Spars grew up with Thunder, they were educated by Thunder's father. Ever since childhood, They have been educated to deal with various things and cultivated to be the most qualified stewards of the family. The Ashley family always had such a system, and it was because of this that the Ashley family was able to exist for a long time. But this generation, Thunder didn't train a qualified steward. Kajo advised Thunder about this matter several times. However, Thunder only gave him a deaf ear. In his opinion, although people like Kajo made managing the family easier, it also restrains their control over the family. Therefore, Thunder didn't prepare stewards for the next generation. Kajo was really worried for the Ashley family's future. It might seem like the Ashley family's development was very rapid recently, but Kajo knew that all of this was because of Zhao Hai. Once Zhao Hai set out to become independent, then the Ashley family would certainly be affected. Moreover, Thunder had yet to assign a real successor. Without a clear successor, the Ashley family was bound to have a troublesome future. Now that all eligible successors managed to hold their own power, the family would certainly fall into civil unrest once something unfortunate happens to Thunder. Kajo really hoped that the Ashley family would be inherited by those with the blood of the Ashley family. But looking at what was bound to happen, Kajo hoped that Zhao Hai would inherit the family. Kajo could see what kind of person Zhao Hai was. If Zhao Hai became the family's patriarch, then he would certainly bring an even bigger growth to the family. When he thought of this, Kajo couldn't help but get scared of himself. He didn't know when this idea sprouted in his mind. It must be said that Kajo was immensely loyal to the family. How could he have such an idea? Kajo quickly shook his head, trying to shake this idea off his mind. However, he failed to discover this idea taking root in his mind, like germinating seed. Zhao Hai doesn't know what Kajo was thinking right now. He and Margaret returned to their villa in the Bone Symbol camp. When he entered, he didn't expect to see Zheng Yun. Seeing Zheng Yun's appearance, Zhao Hai secretly sighed before saying, "Yunner, you've worked hard. If you have some time, you can go out and play. Dark Demon Planet is a safe place." Zheng Yun nodded. Then she looked shyly at Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother Zhao Hai, will you be staying?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "I'm not. I still have a lot of things to take care of, so I'll be leaving immediately." Zheng Yun gave out a disappointed "oh" as she lowered her head and played with the hem of her clothes. Zhao Hai looked at her and felt pity. He couldn't help but sigh. To be honest, Zheng Yun was indeed attractive. Even men who strongly meditated would lose focus from time to time, not to say about others. Zhao Hai looked at Margaret and said, "Margaret, while I'm away, take care of Yunner. Don't let her be in any danger." When Margaret heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but stare. But then she understood what Zhao Hai meant. Zheng Yun had innate charm. Her charisma is too strong that even women would be attracted to her. Zhao Hai was afraid that Zheng Yun would be in danger because of this. Sometimes, good things would cause tragedies. Margaret nodded and said, "Rest assured, I'll keep her safe." Zhao Hai nodded before his body disappeared and entered the space. Zhao Hai's injury had already healed, but he had to pretend to be injured in front of Kajo. This would hide his true strength from others. If people know that he returned safe and sound after fighting a transcending tribulation expert, then it would certainly cause a stir. Chapter 1330. Fame. Actually, Zhao Hai somewhat underestimated the influence of this matter. Cultivators coming over to deal with him wasn't news in the machine field. Since these cultivators entered the machine field, the realm's higher-ups already paid attention to them. After all, a transcending tribulation experts had come. A transcending tribulation expert was equivalent to a fleet of ships in the machine field. Even if they don't pay attention to this, it was impossible for them to not know given the circumstances. However, the higher-ups turned a blind eye to this. This was because they also wanted to deal with Zhao Hai. They even helped the cultivators secretly. A lot of pirates infiltrated the Ashley family. The machine field also had informers among the pirates. The Yellow Taoist was working with these pirates. So how could the higher-ups not know? These higher-ups knew very well who the Yellow Taoist was. This time, the people who came to deal with Zhao Hai weren't from a great sect. In fact, the team was made up of both cultivators and devil cultivators. Otherwise, it would be impossible to get so many nascent soul experts. As for the Yellow Taoist, his status was more interesting. The Yellow Taoist doesn't actually belong to a sect. In fact, he had an ordinary background. He had been in Fabio Planet a long time ago, and because of his cultivation talent, he was able to reach core formation and then nascent soul. Once he became a nascent soul expert, he went to the Six Realms battlefield and eventually reached transcending tribulation. His present status was a guest elder in the cultivation realm's third largest merchant group, the Pink Cloud Pavilion. The Pink Cloud Pavilion was one of the cultivation realm's most famous merchant groups. Their strength was very formidable, and because they were a merchant group, they were very rich. In order to ensure their security, they would invite guest elders to keep out evildoers. The Yellow Taoist was one of the pavilion's guest elders. The Yellow Taoist's given name was Huang Darren, Nicknamed the Strength Taoist because he had the earth attribute, he attached great importance to physical strength in addition to cultivation. In addition, all of his weapons were heavy weapons. This was the reason why he was called the Strength Taoist. It wasn't easy for great sects to send their own transcending tribulation experts to participate in this mission. The machine field's higher-ups would certainly intervene. However, the Yellow Taoist was different. It can be said that he was a rogue cultivator. He can face Zhao Hai and claim that he acted alone. In this case, the machine field's higher-ups couldn't do anything. Although the Yellow Taoist was a loose cultivator, nobody in the cultivation realm dared to underestimate him. His nickname of Strength Taoist wasn't a joke. He was able to practice towards transcending tribulation as a rogue cultivator, and he grew his strength by fighting. People like him were more difficult to deal with than transcending tribulation experts of great sects. However, with such a person acting, Zhao Hai was still able to leave. Although Zhao Hai was injured, the result was still extraordinary. The higher-ups of the machine field discovered that they were still underestimating Zhao Hai's capabilities, and their previous evaluation of Zhao Hai was also wrong. The machine field needed experts. Although the machine field had a lot of nascent soul-level experts, their transcending tribulation experts were almost none. When facing the transcending tribulation experts of other realms, the machine field could only use fleets to hold them back. Because of this, the machine field badly needs transcending tribulation experts. Although Zhao Hai only had nascent soul-level strength, he can actually escape from a transcending tribulation expert. This was something that the machine field's higher-ups didn't expect. The machine field can sacrifice a nascent soul expert. They can even afford killing them. But if a person was at transcending tribulation level, then that was another matter. Zhao Hai wasn't a transcending tribulation expert, but he clearly has potential to become one. If the machine field allowed Zhao Hai to grow, then the machine field would have more means to face the other realms. They could stand up straighter and gain more benefits. This benefit doesn't only involve Zhao Hai or the Ashley family, but the entire machine field. Therefore, upon knowing that Zhao Hai was able to escape from Huangdaran, killed 2 people from their party, and even destroy their ships, the machine field's higher-ups immediately changed their attitudes towards him. In the past, they might be warm towards him, but they were holding a knife in their back. But now it was different. They began to seriously consider grooming Zhao Hai. As long as Zhao Hai becomes a transcending tribulation expert, then it would be excellent for the machine field. It must be said that the path to transcending tribulation was the biggest bottleneck of all practitioners. 99% of practitioners get stuck in this bottleneck. This was even more so for the machine field. From its establishment to now, the machine field was only able to get a handful of transcending tribulation experts. There were reasons why they thought that Zhao Hai could pass this bottleneck. First, Zhao Hai was young, only about 20 years old. And second, his growth upon ascending to the machine field had been very fast. In just a year after ascending, Zhao Hai already had the strength of a nascent soul expert. Moreover, he was able to escape a transcending tribulation expert's ambush. This was already enough to show his strength. Although Zhao Hai was only at nascent soul, the machine field's higher-ups believed that he would be successful in attaining transcending tribulation. As long as Zhao Hai succeeds, then the machine field would gain more negotiating power in talking with the other realms. One must know that in the cultivation realm, a transcending tribulation cultivator was an overlord of an entire region. Besides the reaction of the machine field, the other realms also had their own understanding of the situation. The Ashley family wasn't a copper wall nor an iron fortress. The Ashley family's policy on secrecy was as transparent as a mesh sieve. Information about Zhao Hai being injured but was able to escape from Huangdan soon became known to the world of cultivation. Naturally, this only referred to those in the higher echelons of each realm. Ordinary people don't know about this. However, this was already enough. Upon receiving this information, the higher echelons were shaken. They knew the difference between a nascent soul expert and a transcending tribulation expert. Zhao Hai was injured and defeated, but nobody can deny the fact that he survived. This showed how strong Zhao Hai really was. Zhao Hai didn't know about this, but his name had already been engraved in the high-level characters of each realm. Moreover, this information quickly spread throughout the 6 realms battlefield. When Zhao Hai returned to his cave residence in the Lock Mountain Range, he caused a stir. Yuan and the others were also very excited. With the reason that he'll be recuperating inside his cave residence, Zhao Hai returned to the space. After understanding the situation through the space, Zhao Hai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Laura and the others were also sitting in the living room looking at the people's reaction. Once in a while, they would discuss among themselves and chuckle. Zhao Hai looked at them, then he smiled bitterly and said, "Why do they talk like I defeated Huangdaran?" As soon as they heard Zhao Hai, Laura and the others laughed. Margaret chuckled and said, Brother Hai, there are very few people below transcending tribulation to escape from a transcending tribulation expert's ambush. Murdoch might be depressed right now. Laura and the others also chuckled. Zhao Hai sighed and said, becoming famous isn't necessarily good. The other realms only suffered losses against me because they underestimated my strength. Now that they know my strength, I will have to be more careful in the future. Moreover, if they decide to kill me, then they will certainly make a more perfect plan. This isn't good for me. Laura and the others were no longer smiling as they nodded. Zhao Hai's worries weren't unfounded. Zhao Hai was strong, but he was still a nascent soul expert. In his clash with Wandarin, Zhao Hai realized how powerful transcending tribulation experts really were. Even if he went all out, he still couldn't become a transcending tribulation expert's opponent. Moreover, transcending tribulation wasn't the strongest realm in the world of cultivation. Above it were soul-severing experts and then immortals. If transcending tribulation experts were already this strong, then how strong were soul-severing experts and immortals? Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel his head hurt upon thinking about this. There was also another point that worried Zhao Hai. He was someone from the machine field and his strength was revealed to the other realms. The battleships and the meshes of the machine field was already enough to cause headaches to the other realm. If an expert like Zhao Hai appeared, it wouldn't be good for the other realms. People from the other realms may try every means to deal with him. If the other realms decided to have him removed, then he could only hide inside the space for a long time. If he went out, then he would certainly be in danger. This time, he doesn't expect the other realms to hold back. Although he was worried, Zhao Hai wasn't depressed. In fact, he expected this situation to arrive. Wanting to be Loki was no longer possible. After all, the world of cultivation spoke with their strength. If you weren't strong, then you don't have the right to talk. This was the same for Zhao Hai. If he wasn't strong, then it was impossible for him to go to the Six Realms battlefield and also acquire Yilai too. It was impossible for him to become friends with Wang Li and the others and think of being independent. If he wanted to show his competence, then he would have to face the dangers that came along with it. Zhao Hai was now a celebrity in the machine field. If he started to form his own force right now, nobody would stop him. Instead, a lot of people would see this as a good opportunity. Chapter 1331, Jumping Clowns. Yuan stood outside Zhao Hai's cave residence. He wanted to visit Zhao Hai but he was also afraid of disturbing his recovery. Therefore, he just stood on the entrance but didn't dare to go in. At this time, Zhao Hai casually walked out of his cave residence. Seeing Zhao Hai come out, Yuan immediately approached him. He inspected Zhao Hai's well-being before he said, "Little Hai, how are you doing? I heard that you were injured." Zhao Hai looked at Yuan and then smiled as he said, "Captain, I'm all right. You don't need to worry about me, but I was indeed injured. I have some medicine, so I will recover." Yuan relaxed. He looked at Zhao Hai and then suddenly laughed. "All right, good. You can escape from a transcending tribulation expert. You really have some skills, kid." "Ha ha ha. That made me feel great." Zhao Hai forced a smile and said, "What skills? I just managed to escape. It's not worth Captain's praise." "Right, Captain. How did you know what happened to me? Has the news spread so quickly?" Yuan laughed once again. Then he said, "Of course it spread quickly. This is a huge thing. Someone from the machine field actually managed to escape from a transcending tribulation expert." To the people of the machine field, this was an unprecedented matter. How could those who know about it not show off? Now, the entire Six Realms battlefield knows about this. But this also brought some trouble. People have begun to cause trouble in our partially controlled territory. I reckon these people came because of you. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That seems like it. They want to see how strong I am, or do they want to take the opportunity to gain prestige now that I'm injured?" Yuan smiled and said, "Both are possible. And there are people from all the other realms. Those from the cultivation realm and devil realm numbered the most." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "My injuries aren't that cumbersome. Maybe I'll head out to keep those jumping clowns from bothering me." Naturally, he was aware of what Yuan said since he had seen it through the space. Zhao Hai would know if there were slight disturbances in the Six Realms battlefield, let alone those frolicking in his front yard. If he doesn't know, then wouldn't he be useless? Zhao Hai decided to come out due to these people. These fellows wanted to use him to become famous, but they didn't expect Zhao Hai to do the same to them. Although Zhao Hai was now well known, his prestige in the Six Realms battlefield was lacking. As long as he cleans these guys up and plays with the other realms, he would certainly gain prestige. Once he gains a stable foothold in the Six Realms battlefield and becomes an existence like Yuan, then his future developments would certainly benefit. After all, the Six Realms battlefield was heavily connected to the major powers. Yuan looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, this isn't a joke. I know that you're strong, but if you are injured, It's better if you don't get into a fight with other people. After all, there are dangers to fighting while injured. It may affect your future growth. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Captain, rest assured, I'm going to be fine. Right, Captain. How is the alliance going? As soon as Zhao Hai mentioned this, Yuan's mood immediately changed as he laughed and said, good, it's doing great. Although we were already united before the alliance was established, the higher-ups still looked at us like loose sand. A lot of people took liberties in treating us, but we can't do anything about it. After all, at that time, I can only represent my fort, not the others. But now, things are different. The members of the alliance can represent the entire mountain range. In this case, if we say something, the higher-ups would need to pay attention to it. Zhao Hai smiled and said, that's great. Alright, let's head back. I want to see how everyone is doing. I haven't seen them for a while. The two proceeded to fly towards Yuan's fort. Zhao Hai's cave residence wasn't that far, so the two arrived before long. Seeing the two approaching the fort, everyone livened up. Zhao Hai belonged to Yuan's camp, so he knew everyone there. In the past, people only thought that Zhao Hai was strong. They didn't feel that he was special. But now it was different. Zhao Hai became famous because of his successful escape. This news quickly spread to the entire Six Realms battlefield. So now, people looked at Zhao Hai differently. Zhao Hai was immediately surrounded. Zhao Hai politely greeted them in return. He didn't change how he interacted with them. After some time, people calmed down. Right now, the fort had 50 people stationed inside. Liu Zhen's group had already returned to their own fort, so the population was much less than before. Seeing everyone, Zhao Hai smiled and said, everyone, let me invite you all to drink. I brought a lot of good things from outside. Captain, what do you think? Yuan laughed and said, if there's liquor, then why not? Alright, let me see what good things you brought. Zhao Hai laughed as well. Then he took out a lot of good food. Naturally, among these were the giant crabs. People were happy and the entire fort was soon plunged into a celebratory mood. Zhao Hai's attitude didn't change because of his fame. In fact, he was already used to this, so he got along with everyone. This made everyone's impression of him even better. Although everyone enjoyed drinking, they didn't drink too much. Recently, the Lock Mountain Range hasn't been very peaceful. Everyone knew that if they drank too much, then other people might take it as an opportunity to act. When the time comes, they wouldn't even have the time to cry. After drinking, everyone drank tea as they sat in the conference hall. This room wasn't small since it was used for meetings. It wasn't a problem if 50 people sat inside it. As Yuan drank tea, he looked at everyone and said, you all should know about the recent situation of the Lock Mountain Range. What do you think about it? Wu Ying placed his teacup down, then he coldly snorted and said, Captain, I think we need to deal with those guys. They obviously came for Little Hai knowing that he's injured. They only want to get famous for cheap. I think we should mobilize everyone from the Lock Mountain Range to make them behave. Yuan nodded but didn't comment on it. At this time, Zhongli opened his mouth and said, those guys are certainly taking advantage of the opportunity. However, if we make a huge move, then wouldn't that escalate things? People from every realm are roaming our partially controlled territory. If we go too far, then the other realms might work together to attack us. Zhongli shared the thoughts of many, so a lot of people nodded. Wu Ying also knitted his brows. Just like Zhongli said, it wouldn't be good if they offend everyone. Zhao Hai looked at everyone as he smiled faintly and said, since those people came for me, then let me handle this. Zhao Hai's words caused those present to stare. Then Zhongli's complexion changed as he said, Little Hai, you're injured. Moreover, there are a lot of experts this time. I think we should organize a team. It shouldn't be a problem if we don't beat them too hard. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, boss, you don't have to worry. I'm not afraid of those jumping clowns. They want to use this Zhao Hai to raise their reputation? Ha ha ha. If they really think they can do that, then they're dreaming. Hearing that Zhao Hai was full of confidence, everyone smiled. However, Yuan added, you can go. But Little Hai, you need to be careful. Those guys aren't pushovers either. Take care of yourself. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Captain, you can rest assured. Alright, I just had a drink so I need some exercise. After he said that, he stood up and walked out. This caused everyone to be stunned. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to fight right now. Zhao Hai didn't mind the others as he immediately left the fort as well as the Lock Mountain Range. The reason why Zhao Hai was anxious to leave was because Kair told him that a team of machine field experts had been blocked by cultivators in the partially controlled territory. Both sides were clashing heavily. Moreover, the machine field side had suffered losses. There were about 30 people from the machine field who were surrounded. Zhao Hai was also able to recognize their team leader. Although this person wasn't among the 20 representatives of the alliance, he still gained a lot of votes during the election. If it weren't for the fact that the Lock Mountain Range only needed 20 representatives, then he might have been chosen. Therefore, Zhao Hai had quite a deep impression of this person. This person was surnamed Bei with the given name of Yuan. He was nicknamed Fighting Demon. His name sounded domineering, but he was in fact a mage. He was a dark mage specializing in summons. He was also very formidable. He ranked among the strongest in the core formation stage. Moreover, this person liked to fight. He spent most of his time out of his fort since he hunted every day. In fact, he ventured out more frequently than Yuan. Naturally, his casualty rate was very high, but at the same time, his men were able to gain merit very quickly. Before long, Zhao Hai arrived at the place where Bei Yuan and the cultivators were fighting. Upon arriving, Zhao Hai quickly saw the losses that Bei Yuan suffered. Of the original 30 people, only 20 were left. On the other hand, there were only 5 cultivators. However, these 5 people were actually at nascent soul stage, and only one of them made a move. If all of them attacked, then Bei Yuan's team might have been eradicated a long time ago. Zhao Hai looked at the cultivators, then he coldly snorted and said, "Good, cultivators, good. Do you really think that you can bully the machine field? You actually ran to our territory to kill our people." Zhao Hai's voice caused the nascent soul experts to notice him. Their complexion immediately changed. This was because they were only able to notice Zhao Hai's presence after he spoke. Chapter 1332, A Slave is a Servant. The divine sense of nascent soul experts was very powerful. It was very easy for them to discover their enemies, but Zhao Hai was actually able to get close to them without being detected. If he didn't talk, then they might not have noticed him. What did this mean? This meant that Zhao Hai could shield against their divine senses. This was very dangerous for nascent soul experts. Zhao Hai looked at their expressions, then he smiled faintly and said, "Everyone, I heard that you've been quite noisy in the machine field's territory. Hee. Interesting. Who gave you the courage? You think nascent soul experts couldn't be killed?" When Zhao Hai said this, the faces of the cultivators changed. One of them looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Are you Zhao Hai? No wonder you talk so big. But do you really think that you can take our lives? Don't think that because you escaped from a transcending tribulation expert, you are formidable. What kind of storms can you really cause?" Although this statement was filled with strong words, this was just a strong cover to hide the weak inside. They didn't say that they could defeat Zhao Hai, but just that Zhao Hai couldn't make a huge storm. They were obviously afraid of Zhao Hai. Nobody could blame them. Zhao Hai's arrival demonstrated his capability. They weren't able to see Zhao Hai arrive, so they naturally lacked confidence in facing him. Zhao Hai didn't mind them anymore as he turned to Bei Yuan and said, "Captain Bei, we meet again. How are you doing? How about gathering at Captain Yuan's fort after this?" Seeing Zhao Hai's overbearing manner towards the cultivators, Bei Yuan couldn't help but rejoice. He laughed and replied, "I've been doing very well. This one wanted to visit Mr. Zhao Hai a long time ago, but I just couldn't find an opportunity. Now that you invited me over, I couldn't help but agree." The conversation between the two completely neglected the existence of the cultivators. This caused the cultivators to be incensed. One of them quickly said, "Courting death." Then he waved his hand and sent a flying sword towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai just smiled as he waved his hand. A huge form appeared before him. Then the figure roared before it swiped its claw towards the flying sword. This figure was the silverback gold-winged bug that Zhao Hai captured. Since he used it in a previous fight, he was no longer afraid of taking it out. Actually, using beasts to fight wasn't something that was unique to Zhao Hai. In the cultivation realm, there was a sect called the 10,000 Beasts sect. They specialized in using beasts to fight. A lot of unusual beasts were kept in that sect. Moreover, each one of them had formidable strength. In fact, the 10,000 Beasts sect was among the top sects in the cultivation realm. However, the bug race had yet to be tamed by the cultivators. On the other hand, Zhao Hai was able to use the silverback gold-winged bug as his own beast. Despite this, cultivators were able to accept it. In their minds, Zhao Hai had a secret taming technique that allowed him to subdue the silverback gold-winged bug. They could never think that Zhao Hai would have something as mysterious as the space. The silverback gold-winged bug could deal with 2 nascent soul experts on its own. Therefore, upon seeing that Zhao Hai took out the bug, the cultivator's expression immediately turned serious. Then at this moment, a roar was heard from a distance before Jia Dingshan's form was seen. Jia Dingshan aiding Zhao Hai in his previous fight has already been known to the entire 6 realms battlefield. Although the demons didn't know why Jia Dingshan suddenly became Zhao Hai's servant, this kind of thing wasn't anything to be crazy about. In fact, A lot of powerful people in the world of cultivation had servants that were from different races. Some even have ghost cultivators as servants. People only felt off about Jia Dingshan becoming Zhao Hai's servant and nothing else. It can be said that there were too many strange things in the world of cultivation. People saw and heard a lot of bizarre phenomena. Even if Zhao Hai did something that they didn't understand, this was still within their expectations. When Jia Dingshan arrived, he immediately went to Zhao Hai's side and then bowed as he said, "Young master, I apologize for being late." Zhao Hai just gave a nod and said, "Clean these people up. I still have something to talk about with Captain Bei." Jia Dingshan complied before throwing himself over towards the cultivators. Zhao Hai slowly flew towards Beiyuan's side before waving his hand and teleporting the corpses around them to his front. Then he turned to Beiyuan and said, "Captain Bei, I'll leave these bodies to you." Beiyuan looked at the corpses and said, "Then I'll be taking them. I'll cremate them after heading back before sending their ashes back to their families." Zhao Hai nodded. Then Beiyuan received the bodies. At this time, the 5 cultivators were fighting against Jia Dingshan as well as the silverback gold-winged bug. Although there were 5 of them, they failed to gain any advantage. Zhao Hai looked at the cultivators before he turned to Beiyuan and said, "Captain Bei, I'll help you deal with these jumping clowns." Beiyuan nodded. He knew that Zhao Hai could face these cultivators. If he wanted revenge, then he could only rely on Zhao Hai to make a move. Zhao Hai waved his hand as a large number of undead appeared and surrounded the 5 cultivators. Then Zhao Hai used his sword dart to control the fan of 100 silver swords that appeared behind him. Zhao Hai looked at the 5 cultivators, then the corners of his mouth turned into a sneer before he commanded, "Swimming fish formation." Just as his voice fell, the 100 swords behind him acted like a school of fish as they dashed towards the cultivators. The cultivators were now beginning to feel pressure. It wasn't only the pressure that Zhao Hai exerted on them, it included the pressure exerted by the undead surrounding them. Although the undead weren't very strong, the sheer number of them was enough to cause some pressure on their enemies. Each undead was once a living person, and there were more than 10,000 undead present. Even if Zhao Hai didn't kill them, their death certainly had something to do with him. One could see from this point how ruthless Zhao Hai was. In this case, will Zhao Hai just let them off easily? This was impossible. Zhao Hai had never been lenient in killing cultivators. While the undead stayed put, Zhao Hai began his attack. Moreover, he released 100 swords. Much to the surprise of the cultivators, the movement of these swords were very flexible. One should know that a flying sword set was also used in some sword sets. However, those who use these sword sets use them as though they were a complete magic artifact set. Zhao Hai's way of controlling his flying swords was unique. The cultivators had already been pressured facing Jia Dingshan as well as the silverback gold-winged bug. Now that Zhao Hai joined with his swords, even if they were nascent soul experts, they were still thrown into chaos. When Zhao Hai saw this, he strengthened his attacks. Meanwhile, he also paid attention to the situation around them. The battle with the cultivators attracted the attention of some people in the partially controlled territory. With these people present, Zhao Hai needed to keep watch. None of these people came with good intentions, and a lot of them were from the cultivation realm. He can have his undead join, however, he couldn't let these cultivators know that he could turn cultivators into undead while perfectly preserving their strength. Once this gets out, it would certainly cause panic to the entire world of cultivation. When the time comes, it would be him who would be in trouble. Therefore, even if he could use undead cultivators, he wouldn't use them in such an open place like the 6 Realms battlefield. Using undead cultivators was just announcing to everyone what he's capable with, which wouldn't be good for him. Therefore, he would rather use this method to deal with the nascent soul cultivators. Seeing that more and more people had came to see, Zhao Hai knew that it was time to end things. Zhao Hai made a move as a rotating disc appeared in his hand. Then he waved his hand as the ghost disc was sent towards the cultivator. The cultivator immediately used a bracelet-type magic artifact to defend against the disc. However, the ghost disc wasn't easily blocked. After Zhao Hai released the disc, he took out a golden shuttle as well as other offensive magic artifacts. These were artifacts that Zhao Hai looted from his previous battles and had given them to the undead to use. But since he couldn't release the undead cultivators right now, he could only take them out himself. When Zhao Hai used these artifacts, the cultivators felt even more pressure. Although they had a lot of artifacts in hand, it wasn't enough to combat Zhao Hai's 100 flying swords. They would have to use much more magic artifacts in order to counteract Zhao Hai. This was because Zhao Hai's flying sword set was different to the ones that sword cultivators use. When a sword cultivator uses multiple flying swords, they would have one flying sword as the main sword and the others would just follow it. Therefore, they only need to control the main sword, which would save them a lot of spiritual chi. To be honest, compared to Zhao Hai's control over his flying swords, The sword cultivators seemed lacking, and because of their method of controlling flying swords, it was very easy to deal with a sword cultivator using multiple swords. As long as you block their main sword, you can block the entire flying sword set. On the other hand, Zhao Hai's 100 flying swords acted as though they were their own artifact. Even if you block the lead sword, the others could still follow through. Zhao Hai's control didn't have primary and secondary swords. Instead, it was like Zhao Hai was controlling all 100 swords at the same time. The cultivators were surprised upon seeing this. This was because almost nobody in the cultivation realm could control this many artifacts. Even formidable transcending tribulation experts couldn't do this. And with Zhao Hai's powerful offense, the cultivators were quickly put on their back foot. Then at this moment, a team of undead attacked the cultivator that was currently blocking Zhao Hai's ghost disc. When the cultivator noticed the undead, it was already too late. The undead were now very close to him. The offense of the undead was very special. They seemed like a well-trained army when attacking the cultivator. Their weapons constantly pounded towards the cultivator's defensive artifact. This caused the cultivator's defenses to shake. The weapons of the undead weren't ordinary artifacts. These weapons had weapon shattering on them, so each attack made by the undead were very powerful. The undead's attack on the cultivator's defenses caused the cultivator to shift his attention towards them. He didn't expect these undead to be this formidable. At this time, his defensive artifact violently shook before it lost its shine and broke. Almost immediately, Zhao Hai's flying swords came flying like a swarm of bees. The cultivator made a strange groan before a set of armor appeared on his body. This was his final defensive measure. However, this armor couldn't save his life. One must know that Zhao Hai's flying swords also have weapon shattering on them. Moreover, weapon shattering was designed to break through armor. Therefore, after blocking 5 swords, the cultivator's armor was immediately broken. It was also at that time that the cultivator died. The cultivator's corpse immediately vanished. Then the flying sword swam away and attacked the other cultivators. The other cultivators were already having problems, so it didn't take long for them to suffer under the attack of the flying swords. At this time, one of the cultivators suddenly shouted, "Mr. Zhao Hai, please stop. I'm willing to swear on my heart's demon and become your servant. I will never betray you. Please spare my life." Not only Zhao Hai, but those who watched the battle were shocked upon hearing the cultivator's words. This wasn't some chi-refining state rogue cultivator. This was a nascent soul expert. Such a person actually surrendered himself to be a servant? Was he crazy? Almost everyone had such an idea. Zhao Hai stared for a moment, but he didn't stop his attacks. Instead, he said, "Stop resisting and I won't kill you. As long as you make an oath to your heart's demon, then I'll spare you." The cultivator immediately stopped resisting. Zhao Hai's flying sword stopped at his throat and didn't proceed. Then the cultivator loudly declared, "This Li Lin pledges to his heart's demon to willingly follow Mr. Zhao Hai for a lifetime. For a slave is a servant. I will never betray him. If I disobey this oath, then may my heart's demon kill me." Li Lin's pledge caused the surroundings to turn quiet. They knew that Li Lin was serious. He really became Zhao Hai's servant. Chapter 1333, I'm leaving. No need to send me out. A heart's demon oath was the most feared pledge of a cultivator. The biggest enemy of a cultivator was their own heart's demon. Once a cultivator was invaded by their heart's demon, even if they survive, they would fall into the devil's control. Therefore, no cultivator would easily make an oath, let alone a heart's demon oath. Now that Li Lin made his heart's demon oath, he became Zhao Hai's servant. Nobody present expected a nascent soul expert to resign themselves to become a servant. His later cultivation would now be very difficult. What do people cultivate for? They want to be immortal. However, life and death were natural laws. Cultivators wanting to break this rule was akin to going against heaven's will. If one wanted to break through this restriction, then they would need to have vigorous fighting spirit. If this vigor was dulled, then their future progress will be hard. Making yourself a servant was essentially extinguishing this vigor. When this happens, you would lose motivation in cultivating further. However, when people thought about it, they could understand Li Lin's decision. Zhao Hai already killed one of them. Now, it would be easier for Zhao Hai to deal with the group. If Li Lin didn't swear to be Zhao Hai's servant, then he would be killed. Compared to being dead, being a servant was better. Not everyone was unafraid of death. In the face of death, a lot of people would rather choose to live. Li Lin chose to live. Although this painted him as a coward and ruined his future, he was still alive in the end. There was always hope as long as one lived. Li Lin's oath was like a spell, making the others in his group see another solution to their predicament, becoming a slave. This was a difficult choice, especially to a cultivator. While the 3 remaining cultivators were hesitating, the silverback goldwing bug shattered a cultivator's shield and killed them on the spot. The cultivator's body disappeared immediately. This became the straw that broke the camel's back. The remaining 2 cultivators quickly said that they were willing to become Zhao Hai's servants. Then the 2 swore to their heart's demons. After the 2 cultivators swore to their heart's demon, Zhao Hai waved his hand to let them stand on the side. Then he received the silverback gold-winged bug as well as let Jia Dingshan leave. After that, he glanced at those who came to watch the fight. Those who came to watch didn't expect this result. Now that the 3 nascent soul experts had become Zhao Hai's servants, Zhao Hai's strength increased rather than decreased. If they attack Zhao Hai now, then that would be equal to attacking a team of nascent soul experts. This was something that they weren't willing to do. Zhao Hai swept the surroundings with his gaze. These people were somewhat tense, afraid that Zhao Hai might attack them. Although they were hidden, they knew that Zhao Hai had already discovered them. Now, they want to see how Zhao Hai wanted to deal with them. Zhao Hai looked at the surroundings. Then he said, "Everyone, I'm leaving. There's no need to send me out." Then he turned his head to Bai Yuan and then said, "Captain Bai, let's continue our conversation in our fort." Bai Yuan laughed and said, "Alright, ha ha ha. Zhao Hai, I think you're the first one from the machine field to have cultivator servants. Good, good." After he said that, he followed Zhao Hai towards Yuan's fort. Meanwhile, the others in Bai Yuan's group couldn't help but straighten their backs. They felt proud as they looked at the people from the other realms. Zhao Hai turned to look at Leland and the others before saying, "Follow me." Leland and the others had ugly expressions. However, they didn't say anything and just followed behind Zhao Hai. They made a heart's demon oath, so they had no choice but to follow Zhao Hai. Back on Earth, people make pledges as casually as drinking water or eating a meal, as if pledges were less valuable as toilet paper. But in the world of cultivation, people needed to stand by their oaths. This wasn't because the moral integrity of those from the world of cultivation was high. In fact, immoral people were everywhere in this place. If you believed another person easily, then there would come a time where you wouldn't know how you died. The reason why people in the world of cultivation took pledges very seriously was because of the existence of the heart's demon. Nobody knew how heart's demon came to be. No one has yet to feel it as well. However, everyone knew that everyone had their own heart's demon and that it could cause damage to their body. Making a heart's demon oath was equal to awakening your heart's demon. You would then be monitored by this demon all the time, and once you violate your oath, this heart's demon would immediately invade, making you suffer a fate worse than death. After Zhao Hai left, those who came to watch left as well. They understood what Zhao Hai wanted to tell them. Zhao Hai wanted them to leave, or else they would become the next Li Lin. These people knew themselves well. Upon discovering that they couldn't compare to Zhao Hai's strength, they immediately left the machine field's partially controlled territory. However, this didn't mean that their journey had been in vain. At the very least, they became aware of Zhao Hai's strength. Without a doubt, the next time someone wanted to deal with Zhao Hai, they would definitely send a transcending tribulation expert. Moreover, now that Leland and the others had joined Zhao Hai's side, Zhao Hai was able to increase his power. Even if he went to the machine field right now and established a small sect, nobody would say anything. After all, he had established himself to have strength to deal with a nascent soul expert. This level of strength was enough to establish a sect in the cultivation realm. Even small sects in the cultivation realm don't have the same strength as Zhao Hai right now. As these people left, all of them had the same idea in their minds. Zhao Hai was becoming harder and harder to deal with. Zhao Hai and Bai Yuan's return caused a sensation in Yuan's fort. At the same time, Zhao Hai didn't let Leland and the others be treated as zoo animals to be looked at, so he sent them to his cave residence. His cave residence was large enough to allow them to stay in. After Leland and the others were sent to the cave residence, Zhao Hai went to Yuan's fort. The fort's atmosphere lifted up once more. This was because, for the first time, someone from the machine field was able to get a cultivator as a servant. Not only the Lock Mountain Range, the entire machine field exploded upon hearing this information. Yuan personally reported this matter because of how important it was. Yuan never expected cultivators to pledge themselves into becoming Zhao Hai's servants. When he heard the news, he thought that someone was joking with him. Who would have thought that this was actually true? Yuan didn't know how this would impact the cultivation realm and the machine field. However, Yuan knew that the Six Realms battlefield would be shaken by this news. At the same time, the machine field's partially controlled territory would now be more secure. With the strength that Zhao Hai displayed, nobody would dare provoke someone from the machine field. This was good for the realm. A lot of people were present at the fort when Zhao Hai returned. These people are from the nearby forts. They were here to inquire more about what happened. To be honest, when they heard about the news, They couldn't believe that it was real. Zhao Hai was immediately surrounded when he arrived. All of them were inquiring about what happened with Li Lin and the others. Zhao Hai answered them all with a smile. He knew all of these people, so he was quite casual with them. After mingling with everyone for several hours, those who came to Yuan's fort started to leave. Zhao Hai relaxed as he was invited over by Yuan for a drink. While Zhao Hai was drinking with Yuan, the entire world of cultivation was shaken by what happened. Naturally, this only involved those in the higher echelon. After all, most people don't even know about the Six Realms battlefield. However, although it was only the higher echelons, their reactions represented their respective realms. Right now, Zhao Hai's name has been firmly cemented on everyone's minds. One of the first to respond were the machine field's higher-ups. At this point, the higher-ups no longer had any ideas towards Zhao Hai. This was because they discovered that Zhao Hai had already established his own influence. Moreover, this influence wasn't small. It would be very hard for them to keep wanting to deal with Zhao Hai. Because of this, they decided to change their approach towards him. They decided to get on good terms with him. Once this decision was made, the higher-ups immediately sent a delegation to see Zhao Hai. The machine field also knew that Zhao Hai doesn't really need any rewards. Therefore, this delegation would first give their regards to Zhao Hai and then ask if he needed anything. As long as Zhao Hai's request wasn't excessive, they would take care of it as soon as possible. On the other hand, the response of the cultivation realm was somewhat strange. Upon hearing this information, the sects in the cultivation realm didn't have much of a reaction. However, there were rumors that the big sects had placed Zhao Hai at the top position on their kill order. This so-called kill order was talked about in the cultivation realm only in hearsay. It was believed that the cultivation realm's great sects have a kill order wherein people's names were listed. This list included geniuses from other realms. As long as a person was on this list, the cultivation realm wouldn't hesitate to send people to kill them. This was to prevent these geniuses from developing and becoming a threat to the cultivation realm. However, there was no proof of this kill order's existence, nor did the cultivation realm confirm if it did. But one thing was for certain, the cultivation realm had its attention towards Zhao Hai. The next time they decide to deal with him, they certainly wouldn't send an ascent soul expert. Chapter 1334, Request. Zhao Hai was once again inside the conference room of Yuan's fort. Sitting with him were 4 people. The 4 people weren't that old, but they all had the aura of someone with a high position in society. However, despite this, they all had a cautious disposition towards Zhao Hai. These 4 people were the delegates that were sent by the machine field's higher-ups. One of the reasons why they came was to see Leland and the others and confirm that Yuan's report was true. However, they already knew that Yuan didn't lie. After all, Yuan wasn't the only one who reported this matter. News from the other realms already confirmed that this matter was true. At the same time, they came in order to talk to Zhao Hai. The machine field always rewarded those who achieved merit. If Zhao Hai doesn't get rewarded from such an accomplishment, then what about the others? Would people accept? Moreover, would the Lock Mountain Range just stay silent? With the establishment of the Lock Mountain Range Alliance, the higher-ups discovered that it was now impossible to treat the Lock Mountain Range like they did before. The machine field's higher-ups felt odd about this. Those serving in the Lock Mountain Range were mostly locals of the realm and core members of great families. Normally, they would be loyal to their family. At the same time, these great families comprise those in the realm's higher-ups. The establishment of the Lock Mountain Range Alliance was akin to treating the higher-ups as enemies. In normal situations, these people wouldn't do this. However, they actually did, happily. In fact, this caused the higher-ups to be puzzled. The machine field's higher-ups don't understand the concept of camaraderie. They haven't personally seen the Lock Mountain Range and don't know the exact situation. In their minds, the people killed in the battlefield were mere numbers. But for the people in the Lock Mountain Range, those who died were brothers, friends, comrades. In this case, it wasn't surprising for the Lock Mountain Range Alliance to appear. Zhao Hai just made a large contribution. If the machine field doesn't reward him for it, then the Lock Mountain Range would certainly cause a fuss. Also, the higher-ups wanted to use this opportunity to fix their relationship with Zhao Hai. After all, they plotted against him in the past and Zhao Hai knew about it. They didn't hope Zhao Hai to be magnanimous and just forget about it. One must know that Zhao Hai has never been lenient on those who wanted to take his life. Zhao Hai looked at the 4 people. He actually knew them from a casual interaction at a party once. Afterwards, he met them in the Void Arena along with other people with status. It seems like the machine field's higher-ups were intent on getting on his good side. Zhao Hai looked at the 4 who looked somewhat restless and then smiled as he said, "It's been a while since we've seen each other. What have you been doing recently?" His relaxed tone caused the other 4 to relax as well. Then one of them smiled and answered, "What else can we do? We don't have Brother Hai's skills. You don't know, but when those old fogies above heard about what you did, Their eyes almost came out of their sockets. Then when they heard that we have a little relationship, they caught us in order to send us here. Damn, just I was preparing to pursue a female expert. When I head back, I'm afraid she'll have lost interest in me. Naturally, these four weren't young patriarchs. However, their status was a little awkward. They weren't heirs to their family, so they would be dealt with if they show too much ability. Therefore, they had no other choice but to take it easy. Although it was impossible for them to inherit their entire family, they were still given ample stipends. Therefore, they could go everywhere to amuse themselves and act like silk pants. At the same time, acting like this made people feel relieved. They were given tasks to complete once in a while, and after succeeding on a couple of these missions, these four were able to become core members of their families. However, their playful attitudes hadn't disappeared. It was because of this playfulness that they were able to mingle around and join the Ashley family's party and know Zhao Hai. Moreover, they were able to get along well. Then when Zhao Hai was to compete in the Void Arena, they came to support him. This allowed their relationship to become better, to the point of being able to speak casually to each other. When the others heard this, they all laughed. Zhao Hai laughed along with them. They stopped after a while. Then Zhao Hai looked at the four and said, I understand what those old fogies are trying to do. To be honest, I really didn't intend to be rewarded when I headed out. This is because there's no need for it. With my current strength, I could just get what I want. Also, the things I could grab are better than any of their rewards. Ha ha ha. The four laughed along. Because of their environment, they weren't so distant from the machine field's higher-ups. This allowed them to call them old fogies normally. After laughing at the situation, one of the four said, Brother Hai, if you don't ask for something, then those guys might overthink. I think you should ask for a reward regardless. Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, but I really don't need anything right now. Forget it. Just tell them that I want them to swear that the last incident wouldn't happen again. What do you think? The four smiled. They understood what incident Zhao Hai meant. The one who spoke before replied, actually, you don't need to ask for that, Brother Hai. Those old guys already said that it would never happen in the future, and what happened was just a misunderstanding. Zhao Hai nodded. That's good. Right, since you brought it up, I do have something I'd like. I have already begun transforming my planet. Tell them that I'd want my planet to have some transmission formation connections to the realm's major planets. I also need them to allow me to move people to Yulai too. Naturally, they don't need to forcefully move people. As long as they agree, then they can become residents of Yulai too. This is my request. The four nodded. To be honest, they didn't expect this request from Zhao Hai. In their opinion, Yulai 2 was an uninhabitable planet where birds don't even defecate in. But since they were only messengers for the higher-ups, they only need to relay it over. And since Zhao Hai's request wasn't too excessive, they believed that the higher-ups would agree. The group chatted for a while. Zhao Hai also invited them over to a meal before sending them off. Then Zhao Hai resumed his focus towards the Six Realms battlefield. He would also enter the space from time to time. At this time, the space's monitor began receiving images from the planet where the Five Elements sect resides. Zhao Hai has officially begun monitoring Lu Wei. Zhao Hai was very meticulous when it came to Lu Wei. This was because Lu Wei knew the method of collecting faith power. This was something that Zhao Hai needed. Zhao Hai and the others made a lot of effort in order to arrive at the Five Elements sect's planet. Flying over using liquid silver was naturally impossible. Instead, Zhao Hai released silver needles into the cultivation realm and had these needles wait in transmission formations. Once they discover someone from the sect, the needles would immediately attach themselves to the person. This way, they would reach the Five Elements sect and begin monitoring it. Moreover, using this method, Zhao Hai was able to receive most of the cultivation realm into his map. After all, the cultivation realm uses transmission formations more frequently than the other realms. This allowed Zhao Hai to easily map the realm. But what disappointed Zhao Hai was that the Five Elements Sect's Guardian formation could block the silver needles. It was impossible for Zhao Hai to monitor the sect's internal situation. He could only monitor the sect's transmission formations as well as its entrances. This required a lot of effort. Nevertheless, Zhao Hai could only monitor the Five Elements sect. This was the only way he could think of. Zhao Hai knew how much the cultivators hated him. If he suddenly appeared in the realm, then he would definitely be attacked. But for the method of acquiring faith power, Zhao Hai must do this. Zhao Hai believed that the people in the cultivation realm still didn't expect him to be able to go in and out of their realm at any time. Back in the pirate paradise, the yellow Taoist was currently inside a room with a gloomy expression on his face. Opposite him were several people. These were cultivators that came with him in order to deal with Zhao Hai. Unfortunately for them, they failed. Moreover, when he realized that Li Len and the others had become Zhao Hai's servants, the yellow Taoist's complexion turned uglier. The nascent soul expert sitting across the yellow Taoist carefully looked at his expression before saying, Taoist, it's been confirmed that Zhao Hai has appeared in the Six Realms battlefield, and he doesn't look like he suffers from a large wound. Moreover, the machine field has become more active in sending ships over here. The pirates are becoming afraid. They won't dare accommodate us. The yellow Taoist nodded and said, I know. Seeing Zhao Hai's strength, those fellows from the machine field wanted to use him to get more benefits in the Six Realms battlefield. HMPH. But they made a mistake. These pirates are afraid of siding with us. That's normal. So we should just return to the cultivation realm and see if we can get into the Six Realms battlefield. I want to see who can protect Zhao Hai there. If he dare to run, then I will just slaughter everyone from the machine field. Chapter 1335. Clever pirate. The murderous aura that the yellow Taoist was sending out caused the other cultivators to be terrified. They believed that the yellow Taoist wasn't joking. Zhao Hai truly angered him. The yellow Taoist looked at the others. Then he took a deep breath and said, let's go and leave this place. These pirates still have some uses, so we'll let them off for now. Then he stood up and led everyone out. The place that the yellow Taoist was in was actually a huge asteroid. This asteroid has been processed by the pirates. They even installed a protective shield around it, providing this asteroid with its own atmosphere. Even non-practitioners could live here. There were also plenty of vegetation planted on this asteroid. Its environment was surprisingly good. This was where pirates received their high-level guests. Since the yellow Taoist has a special status, naturally he was accommodated here. The first time the yellow Taoist and his team came here, a lot of people served them. But now, the pirates were terrified of meeting them. After all, this place was in the machine field. If the machine field decided to deal with them, then their days would not be great. The yellow Taoist went out of the asteroid and looked around. He sneered before leading his team to fly away. Just as they left, several small ships arrived at the asteroid. Inside one of these ships were a group of people wearing tight-fitting military uniforms. Their figures were very valiant. One of these people let out a long breath and said, those fellows finally left. Otherwise, the machine field might target us. Another person nodded and said, we have to tell the machine field about this as soon as possible. But at the same time, we need to prepare to evacuate. The others nodded. These people belong to the largest pirate groups in the pirate paradise. Although they were normally hostile to each other, they united with each other now that they were under pressure. The person who spoke first said, the Poison Bee pirates sure are unlucky to send people to assassinate Zhao Hai. I reckon the machine field wouldn't let them go. The others nodded. One of them coldly snorted and said, they brought this onto themselves. The cultivators also asked me to assassinate Zhao Hai, but I didn't agree. Zhao Hai is too powerful for us to deal with. Those Poison Bee guys are truly insane to accept that mission. They deserve to be annihilated. The others didn't speak. They were also offered missions to assassinate Zhao Hai, but before they could make a move, the Poison Bee pirates acted first, and after seeing Zhao Hai's methods, all of them were glad to be late in taking action. But to think that the Poison Bee pirates would perish, they couldn't help but grieve. Although they lived the life of piracy, they also wanted to live an ordinary life. They didn't want to stay in this place, but their desire couldn't be easily accomplished. They were branded as pirates the moment they were born. Even if they wanted to join a family in the machine field, they wouldn't necessarily be accepted. And even if they were accepted, they would also be guarded against. In the end, they might as well live in this asteroid field. At this time, a spatial rift opened up in front of them. Then a person walked out from the rift, smiling at the pirates. It didn't take long for the pirates to recognize the person. They were dumbfounded. It was Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai had his silver needles map the pirate paradise. He was monitoring the yellow Taoist, not to say the other pirates. These pirates hadn't actually met Zhao Hai before, but they could recognize him from pictures and videos. Therefore, they knew it was him at a glance. These pirates stared before their complexion changed. Although they also practiced and were quite strong, they were still much weaker compared to Zhao Hai. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to suddenly appear here. Zhao Hai looked at everyone, then he smiled faintly and said, hello everyone, I'm Zhao Hai. The pirates looked at each other and could see the despair in their eyes. They never wanted to meet Zhao Hai, but now, it was impossible for them to run. With such a close distance, they wouldn't be able to escape from Zhao Hai's attack. They looked at one another and felt somewhat disheartened. However, they were still pirates after all. They always risked their lives without knowing if they would return. They calmed down soon before their leader gave a bow and said, I have seen Mr. Zhao Hai. This one is the head of the Crossed Sword Pirate Group, Louis. I didn't expect Mr. Zhao Hai to visit. Zhao Hai smiled and said, So it's Commander Louis. I heard that the Crossed Sword Pirate Group is the largest group in the pirate paradise. You have about 10,000 ships and 10 million people. It's an honor to see Commander Louis. Louis didn't expect Zhao Hai would be this polite. He quickly replied, Mr. Zhao Hai is overpraising me. This commander is just a simple pirate. I'm an ant compared to Mr. Now that I met Mr. Zhao Hai, I can die with no regrets. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Commander Louis has misunderstood. I don't intend to kill you. In fact, if you want, I can plead on your behalf so that the machine field wouldn't act against you. Naturally, I don't know if this would work. As soon as they heard Zhao Hai, Louis and the others couldn't help but stare. They couldn't understand what Zhao Hai wanted to do. Normally, Zhao Hai would deal with them. After all, they helped the cultivators deal with the Ashley family. Why was Zhao Hai so magnanimous? Zhao Hai looked at their eyes, then he smiled faintly and said, You must be wondering why I'm so generous. To be honest, at first, I really wanted to kill all of you and turn you into my undead, but I could only give up. I realize that you're just people of circumstance. There's no reason for me to kill you. Louis and the others relaxed when they heard this, but they looked at each other and couldn't help but be puzzled. They knew that Zhao Hai wasn't soft, so why was he so accommodating right now? Zhao Hai smiled and said, There's no need for you to worry. There's a reason why you still existed until now. Sometimes, there will be times when I can't act on my own, so maybe I'll need your help then. Louis and the others felt relieved. However, Louis didn't show that he wanted to talk about conditions with Zhao Hai. He still respectfully answered, Thank you for understanding. Rest assured, the Crossed Sword Pirate Group would definitely not touch any businesses related to Mr. and the Ashley family. And as long as Mr. needs anything, our pirate group will give you 5 free services. The other commanders also expressed their willingness to serve like Louis. They vowed to not accept any tasks related to Zhao Hai and that they were willing to serve him 5 times for free. This time, it was Zhao Hai's turn to be dazed. He came out this time in hopes of forming a connection with these pirates. Then he would find out whether some of them were willing to migrate to Yulai too. He didn't expect Louis and the others to offer their services to him. It must be said that these pirates weren't weak, especially the Crossed Sword Pirate Group. They have 10,000 ships, of which 100 of them were high-level warships. Moreover, they can bring out nearly 100,000 meshs with pilots trained in magic or martial arts. Their combat power was more than a small family. If they were willing to serve Zhao Hai 5 times for free, that would be a great benefit for Zhao Hai. But why would they do this? Wasn't this too much for an apology? After he said his offer, Louis and the others looked at Zhao Hai. They were a little bit uneasy. In fact, Louis offered to serve Zhao Hai 5 times for free was for the sake of the Crossed Sword Pirate Group. Because this was a meteorite region, large-scale fleets couldn't fly here. The pirates used this to their advantage in order to repel their enemies. However, Zhao Hai was different compared to the rest in the machine field. Zhao Hai can use space magic to appear in any place, just like he did in the pirate paradise. Additionally, Zhao Hai has a lot of undead. If Zhao Hai really wanted to deal with the pirates, he was fully capable of doing so. On the other hand, the pirate fleet couldn't do anything to Zhao Hai. If they were against most practitioners, then these pirates wouldn't have been afraid. After all, they were practitioners themselves and they were also quite strong. However, Zhao Hai was different. In addition to his strength, he was extremely mobile. He can come and go as he wants. It can be said that they were more afraid of people like Zhao Hai than the machine field fleets. Back when they were hired to deal with Zhao Hai, Louis and the others researched him. They knew that although Zhao Hai was vicious, one could maintain a good relationship with him as long as you don't offend him. He might even take good care of you. These pirates were able to survive largely because they can understand people. Therefore, Louis took the initiative and offered Zhao Hai 5 free services. This was to draw Zhao Hai in and make him hesitate to deal with them. However, Zhao Hai didn't know what Louis and the others were thinking. He looked at Louis and the others and discovered that they didn't have any negative expressions. They continued to stand respectfully opposite him. This caused Zhao Hai to be somewhat puzzled. Zhao Hai looked at Louis and then said, Commander Louis, you should know how much you'll lose out by offering me 5 free services. Louis immediately replied, This is our compensation for disrespecting Mr. in the past. Mr., don't worry. Although we are pirates, we understand what we're talking about. Zhao Hai looked at Louis, then he smiled faintly and said, Alright, then it seems like I'll be meeting you more in the future. Perhaps we can strengthen our relationship. Everyone should know what kind of person I am. Then, that's all for today. I'm taking my leave. Zhao Hai gave everyone a salute before vanishing. Louis and the others' expressions couldn't help but turn ugly upon seeing Zhao Hai disappear. People like Zhao Hai who could appear and disappear at will were enemies that they liked to meet the least. Louis let out a long breath, then he turned to everyone and said, Everyone, what do we do now? Zhao Hai is too strong. Fortunately, he didn't come here to deal with us. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to escape. A commander on the side replied, Louis, why didn't Zhao Hai kill us? From the information we got, he's definitely not a generous person. It's impossible for him to pity us. He's a dark mage with countless undead in his hands. I don't believe that he's tired of killing. Louis also knit his brows. Zhao Hai's actions are truly strange. But from what I can see, he probably wants to cooperate with us. Moreover, it looks like it's a long-term cooperation. What does he want? What good is there in cooperating with us? With his present position, he has no need for our services. A word from him and the machine field would certainly send a fleet. The machine field can get whatever he wants. So what does he need from us? The others nodded as well. They also thought that the situation was somewhat strange. However, they couldn't understand what Zhao Hai wanted. At this time, another commander said, right, Louis, why did you offer Zhao Hai 5 free services? Like Zhao Hai said, we're losing a lot on this deal. If Zhao Hai makes us do something difficult, then our losses would be even greater. Louis looked at the commander and said, you don't understand why I did that? Then why did you also offer him 5 free services? The commander smiled and said, since you made the offer, how could I not? I couldn't act special, or else I risk offending Zhao Hai. As soon as Louis heard this, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. Then he said, just for this, why don't think more? Zhao Hai can appear here without us knowing. Then doesn't that mean that he can appear anywhere else? What if he suddenly appeared in your room and asked for your life? Could you do anything? Giving him 5 free services isn't that much in comparison. Chapter 1336. Preparing full power. Zhao Hai looked at Louis that was shown on the monitor. He watched the latest dialogue between the pirates. Zhao Hai didn't expect Louis to be this intelligent. He actually saw the most terrifying aspect of the space. Laura and the others were beside him. Upon hearing what Louis said, Laura smiled and said, I didn't expect the pirates to have someone as smart as him. Brother Hai, how about having that person work for us? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, that would be difficult. Louis is the Pirate Paradise's most powerful commander. It'll be difficult to subdue him. Laura nodded. We still don't know much about the situation in the Pirate Paradise. Once we have some understanding, we will try to deal with them. How are you planning to cooperate with the pirates? Zhao Hai replied, although they live a pirate's life, they still have some connections to families and sects of the machine field and the cultivation realm. After all, they need to sell off the things they robbed. They also need to buy living necessities. We can cooperate with them in this regard, such as providing them with weapons or goods. We'll get close to them and we might slowly be able to pull some people towards Yulai too. Laura nodded. That's a good method. We have plenty of goods in the space, and we can't use them all up on our own. It would be good if we sell them to the pirates. At the same time, we could also acquire things from them. Zhao Hai nodded. Then at this time Megan suddenly said, Brother Hai, now is not the time to think about the pirates. We need to pay attention to the Yellow Taoist. That fellow wants to go to the 6 Realms battlefield to chase you down. If you don't act, then Captain Yuan and the others might suffer bad luck. If we let this be, then your influence would take a huge blow. Zhao Hai's expression turned heavy. To be honest, if the Yellow Taoist really went to the 6 Realms battlefield, then he wouldn't be able to do anything else other than to face the battle head-on. The situation with the 6 Realms battlefield was different to the machine field. If the Yellow Taoist attacks the Ashley family's Dark Demon planet, then the machine field would react. It would be then impossible for him to leave the machine field. On the other hand, if the Yellow Taoist were to attack the Lock Mountain range, nobody would say anything. Since it was the 6 Realms battlefield, any method was fair play. This was where Zhao Hai felt a headache. At his current state, he wasn't the Yellow Taoist's opponent. Although there was a silent agreement in the 6 Realms battlefield to not attack using a transcending tribulation expert, the current situation was different. Zhao Hai's growth was too fast, and he has a grudge with the Yellow Taoist. Therefore, if the Yellow Taoist were to deal with the machine field, then the other realms would certainly be happy and wouldn't object. In the end, Zhao Hai would have to confront the Yellow Taoist directly. Laura knit her brows, then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, we should tell Captain Yuan about this. We can't ignore this for long. We better make more yin lightning mines. As long as we use them in large quantities, even the Yellow Taoist would feel a headache. Zhao Hai nodded. Alright, Then we'll make more yin lightning mines just in case. I'll go see Captain Yuan now. We aren't against normal experts this time. This is a transcending tribulation expert. If we don't make preparations, we'll suffer a lot. Laura nodded. Then Zhao Hai turned his head to Kair and said, Kair, from now on, focus on fully equipping the undead with weapons and armor. Also, install machine field cannons into the beast-shaped undead. Kair complied. The space has prepared a lot of machine field cannons. These cannons were used on battleships, so their offensive strength was extraordinary. However, these cannons were extremely heavy. Therefore, they couldn't just be installed into the undead. But since they were in a crisis at this time, they have no choice but to use these cannons. In fact, Zhao Hai still had a lot of means to use. For example, he could make the undead use a lot of yin lightning mines. He could also buy more silverback gold-winged bugs from the Spaces shop. The silverback gold-winged bugs were strong. They could be used to fight the yellow Taoist. However, Zhao Hai quickly gave up on these ideas. He can make yin lightning mines, but if he used a massive amount of them, then everyone would know his strength. When the time comes, even the machine field would be afraid of him. On the other hand, he also cannot release a large number of silverback gold-winged bugs. These bugs were obtained from Fabio Planet. If Zhao Hai released a large number of them, then he would attract the attention of the cultivation realm. One must know that the cultivation realm deeply dreaded the bug race. On the other hand, releasing beast-shaped undead with magic cannons was still acceptable. Cannons were used in the machine field and there were plenty of them. Zhao Hai can get a large number of them from certain channels. After he dealt with these things, Zhao Hai appeared inside Yuan's fort. The fort had been quite peaceful recently. Nobody went out to go hunting. After all, Zhao Hai just defeated a group of cultivators and even received 3 servants. The people from the other realms all run away in fear. If they wanted to hunt, then they would have to go to the core battlefield. However, going there would be very dangerous and they would need to prepare a lot of things. The people greeted Zhao Hai as soon as they saw him. Zhao Hai also greeted them with a smile before heading towards Yuan's room. Since Yuan became the Lock Mountain Range Alliance's leader, the matters he needed to take care of has increased. And since the alliance has just been created, they still don't have a headquarters. Therefore, the representatives could only communicate through the computer. Fortunately, all the computers here were connected to a network. In addition to the representatives of the alliance, the captains of each camp were also connected. Even if they have their own headquarters, they might not stay there for a long time. Therefore, doing things this way was just right for them. Yuan didn't expect to handle this much work. The Lock Mountain Range actually had so many issues. Weapons for a lot of forts have fallen into disrepair for many years. Energy blocks were also in short supply. If the enemies attacked these areas, then the people from those camps would die. For many years, the people from those camps sent requests only to be ignored. Now that the alliance has been established, the captains from these camps sent their reports to Yuan. Organizing these reports to send them to the higher-ups wasn't an easy task. While Yuan was having a conference on his computer, he suddenly heard a knock on his door. He knit his brows slightly. He has given instructions to not disturb him unless something important happens. Yuan turned his head towards the other representatives and said, "It seems like the fort has something they need from me." The others didn't blame Yuan. After all, they were also captains of their own forts. There were plenty of things that they needed to do. Yuan opened the door and saw that it was Zhao Hai. He couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately said, "Little Hai, come in quickly." If it were any other person, Yuan would have only exchanged a few words. But he couldn't do that with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's strength and status was already great. He couldn't treat Zhao Hai like anybody else. Zhao Hai entered the door and saw the other alliance representatives on the computer. Then he bowed and said, "Zhao Hai has seen the captains. I apologize for disturbing your meeting." The other representatives said that they don't mind it. Although they were captains, they couldn't be impolite towards Zhao Hai. Yuan looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, what did you come here for?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Captain, I have something to tell you. I received information that Huang Dan is returning to the cultivation realm. Moreover, he's prepared to immediately leave for the Six Realms battlefield to deal with us." Upon hearing this, Yuan's expression changed. He knew who Huang Dan was. He was the transcending tribulation expert that ambushed Zhao Hai. He never expected him to come to the Six Realms battlefield. This was absolutely bad news. Yuan looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Is this information accurate?" Zhao Hai nodded. "It is. Huang Dan just left the pirate paradise to return to the cultivation realm. I believe that once he arrives, he will immediately go to the Six Realms battlefield as soon as possible. He will not let me off. And if I don't fight, he will attack the Lock Mountain range." Yuan nodded. Zhao Hai's words were also heard by the other captains. Yuan understood that these captains needed to hear this information as well. After all, defending the Lock Mountain range needed everyone's help. Yuan nodded. His expression was heavy as he sat in front of the computer and said, "Did everyone hear that? Immediately send the information to all camps. Make everyone prepare. We'll report this matter to the higher-ups. We need them to send weapons as soon as possible." The others nodded. The information that Zhao Hai brought was very crucial for the machine field. A transcending tribulation expert wanted to attack them. The consequences would be dreadful if they weren't prepared. Chapter 1337. A small thing that affects the whole situation. Yuan began to mobilize the entire Lock Mountain range. Although everyone in the mountain range knew that Huang Dan's reason for coming was to kill Zhao Hai, they didn't complain about working towards the upcoming fight. This was because Zhao Hai was part of the Lock Mountain range. The people in the Lock Mountain range had always been united. If a fort were to experience trouble, the others would willingly come to help. People from the machine field fought against the other realms for so many years. Almost every day, people were reported to have been killed. The hatred caused by this has merged the hearts of the people in the Lock Mountain range. Even those who just arrived at the battlefield would be infected by this sentiment in a short period of time. Zhao Hai's cosmic rise brought the machine field's reputation to another level. This allowed those in the Lock Mountain range to look at the other realms eye to eye. This caused those in the mountain range to look favorably upon Zhao Hai. Additionally, Zhao Hai won against the cultivation realm time and time again. This caused the machine field to vent their frustrations towards the cultivators. It didn't take long for the mountain range to treat Zhao Hai as one of them. To the people in the Lock Mountain range, Huang Dan looking for trouble with Zhao Hai was the same as looking for trouble with them. Therefore, the entire mountain range moved as one to prepare the defensive line. Once the gears of war started turning, Yuan led the other alliance representatives to leave the battlefield, designating their most capable men as their deputies. Then they flew with full power to report to the machine field's higher-ups. When the higher-ups heard this information, they were very shocked. They immediately used all of their informants in the cultivation realm to inquire about the situation. At the same time, they gave Yuan and the others the weapons that they needed. This was the quickest handover of supplies that Yuan and the others experienced. The machine field's higher-ups wanted to repair their relationship with Zhao Hai. This was because of Zhao Hai's huge potential. Huang Dan's threat of attacking the Lock Mountain range was equal to threatening the machine field's bottom line. The machine field's higher-ups couldn't do much in the Six Realms battlefield. Those in the Lock Mountain range rarely listened to their commands. But at the same time, they don't need to manage the mountain range too much. For the machine field, those in the Lock Mountain range were akin to disobedient subordinates. They will sometimes talk back to you, but since they had skill, you're fine with it. Therefore, although the higher-ups were somewhat dissatisfied with the Lock Mountain range, they would still give them some supplies, albeit lacking. But this time, Huang Dan wanted to attack Zhao Hai. This meant that he was also planning to attack the Lock Mountain range, which poses a threat to the machine field's interests. The machine field couldn't just let this go. Therefore, with regards to Yuan's requests, they immediately handed it over. They even gave Yuan more than what they asked for. Moreover, the machine field has ordered a mobilization order. As long as they confirm that Zhao Hai's information was accurate, retired soldiers of the Lock Mountain range would be called over in preparation to reinforce the Lock Mountain range. The machine field's higher-ups were clearly aware of how weak their standing in the Six Realms battlefield was. If this yellow Taoist really intends to attack the Lock Mountain range, then that wouldn't be good for them. The other realms might even take this chance to add oil to the fire. This matter doesn't only involve Zhao Hai. It might even affect the territory that the machine field held. Therefore, the machine field's higher-ups invested a lot of capital in order to defend the Lock Mountain range and repel Huangdan. And if some people wanted to take advantage of the situation, they needed to be taught a lesson. The Six Realms battlefield just had too many precious resources. There were even things that could only be obtained there. The machine field wouldn't just let these things go easily. If the machine field was truly defeated in the Six Realms battlefield, then it would be much harder for it to defend against the other realms in the future. The machine field's higher-ups don't blame Zhao Hai for this trouble. After all, this wasn't something that Zhao Hai did intentionally. Although the old fogies of the machine field suppressed people internally, they were still aware that the real threat were the other realms. They suppressed people internally because of interests, but resisting the other realms was for their greater interests. The machine field's higher-ups knew clearly that the world of cultivation was ruled by the cultivators. The only people they could suppress were those in the machine field since they were weaker. As for the other realms, they could only resist. Because of these reasons, the machine field's higher-ups acted fast, which was rare. Reinforcements were being transported en masse to prepare for action. To say that the other realms were unaware of the huge movement of the machine field was impossible. The other realms looked at the machine field with unease, so they also mobilized their people. The Yellow Taoist didn't expect this development. He just wanted to take revenge, but he ended up causing a huge movement. The atmosphere in the Six Realms battlefield turned tense in no time. People who went hunting in the core battlefield had basically disappeared. Zhao Hai was also surprised when he saw the reaction of the machine field and the other realms. He didn't expect this matter to blow to these proportions. If this continues, then the entire Six Realms battlefield would turn into a hopeless mess. But it was already impossible for him to stop things from happening. The machine field has mobilized their people. The same was true for the other realms. Even if the machine field stopped, the other realms would just use this opportunity to steal the machine field's domain in the Six Realms battlefield. Zhao Hai sat inside the space as he bitterly smiled. Then he turned to Kair and said, "Kair, buy some silverback gold-winged bugs from the Space's shop. Accelerate their growth so that they can mature as soon as possible. Once this situation goes out of control, we need the strength to survive." Kair nodded. Then Zhao Hai continued, "From now on, focus the Space's production into making potions. Give cultivation potions to Jia Dingshan and the undead. We need them to increase their strength. We also need to increase the output of our healing potions." Kair complied. These things weren't too difficult to accomplish. In fact, the Space already had a lot of potions in stock. The Space could make them easily. Therefore, it wasn't difficult to increase their production. However, one could see how anxious Zhao Hai was from the order that he gave. He was basically getting ready for war. Laura looked at the monitor and could see that the entire Six Realms battlefield has turned into a huge gunpowder keg. It might be quiet now, but it would only take a spark for this keg to explode. When that time comes, the heavens and the earth would certainly be overturned. This matter was ultimately related to Zhao Hai, and with Zhao Hai's character, he can't just ignore the machine field. Even if he reveals his strength, he would still go all out to fight the other realms. With this thought in mind, Laura turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, don't forget about the yellow sandworms of Yellow Sand Planet. Those fellows aren't weak. Also, we should catch some astral beasts. This could improve our strength in a short time. Moreover, we can send those astral beasts to our evil Chi planet to cultivate. As long as these beasts succeed, their fighting strength would certainly increase by a lot." Zhao Hai thought about it before nodding. "Good. Since everyone is preparing, we can go to the Yellow Sand Planet and act like we're there to practice. Nobody should suspect us." Lizzie frowned and said, "Brother Hai, how about going to Fabio Planet to catch some bugs?" Without waiting for Zhao Hai to speak, Kair interjected, "I'm afraid that wouldn't be good. Fabio Planet is somewhat special. The bugs in that planet were very fierce. Moreover, the cultivators stationed people there. If we go to Fabio Planet, we would certainly be discovered by the cultivators. That wouldn't be good." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Also, if we go to Fabio Planet, we still can't catch bugs that are stronger than the silverback gold-winged bugs. By the way, Kair, don't decrease our monitoring of the Five Gates sect. Once Lu Wei heads out, Even if it's on the sex planet, I would still catch him. Kair complied. Young master can rest assured. As long as the planet is in the spaces map, I can monitor it all the time. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he let out a long breath. Watching this matter unfold, he understood how a small thing can affect a whole situation. Now, the Six Realms battlefield has turned into a mess. What's more depressing for Zhao Hai was that the other protagonist of this situation, Huang Dan, hasn't even arrived in the cultivation realm. It can be said that Huang Dan hasn't even made a move, yet the reaction was already there. If people knew this, they would certainly be speechless. When he thought of this, Zhao Hai could only sigh. He couldn't blame the machine field for reacting this intensely, causing this whole situation in the Six Realms battlefield. This was the sorrow of a weak power. They need to react intensely, otherwise they would be at a disadvantage, which would be even more disadvantageous for them. Chapter 1338. Don't know whether to laugh or cry. Yellow Sand Planet has been rather peaceful recently. The people from the other realms rarely come to this planet anymore because of the recent developments. However, Yellow Sand Planet was different today. A large number of undead suddenly appeared along with some yellow sand worms. After the worms arrived, they immediately led the undead to sweep the planet and catch astral beasts. Upon being captured, the beasts disappeared. Yellow Sand Planet wasn't a simple place. The astral beasts here were very powerful. Some were even comparable to transcending tribulation experts. And even if a transcending tribulation expert came, they couldn't necessarily face an astral wind beast. This was because the attacks of these beasts carry astral chi. The undead who captured astral beasts were naturally sent by Zhao Hai. He needed these astral wind beasts. If he raised them inside the space, then his fighting strength would increase. The space was also arming a large number of beast-shaped undead. These undead were now wearing full-body armors as well as massive cannons. It can be said that Zhao Hai had equipped them very well, compared to Zhao Hai who had Kair to manage everything as well as the processing machine to make materials. The machine field was different. The things that the realm needed to prepare were much more complicated. Currently, the main fighting strength of the machine field were the battleships and meshs. Needless to say, disassembling a battleship and bringing it over to the Six Realms battlefield was impossible. Moreover, the consumption of a single battleship was huge. In the Six Realms battlefield, where energy supplies couldn't even support a planet, battleships would suffer a drop in ability. Meshs could be brought to the Six Realms battlefield. However, the issue lies on a mech's similarly massive need for energy. Moreover, a mech's short operating time was fatal. This weakness wasn't too obvious in the world of cultivation since mechs operate alongside battleships which could act as supply points. Without battleships, transport and supplying mechs has been limited. In fact, the machine field worked extremely hard in order to gain a domain in the Six Realms battlefield. They constructed a lot of supply points for these meshs to use. However, it was still very difficult to see meshs fighting in the Six Realms battlefield. Although the machine field has supply points, these supply points were only located on the realm's domain. In other words, meshs in the Six Realms battlefield could only defend. It was impossible for them to attack. Normally, the Lock Mountain Range was a very well-guarded place. Therefore, the machine field's higher-ups wouldn't send them meshs. There was no need for them. However, they would still send people to perform maintenance on the supply points just in case a war happens. This time the machine field sent a large number of meshs to the Six Realms battlefield. The supply points had also been activated. At the same time, combatants with spatial items entered the battlefield with supplies. These supplies didn't only include things for meshs, but also commodities. Large numbers of non-combatants also entered the supply points in order to handle the logistics. The difference between meshs and regular soldiers was that maintenance for meshs was indispensable. Otherwise, it would affect the performance of the meshs. These logistics staff handled this matter. The meshs and supply points formed a huge defensive network between the Lock Mountain Range and the Iron Bridge Fort. Even if the Lock Mountain Range were to be broken through, the enemies would still have a hard time advancing through the machine field's territory. Besides meshs, practitioners were also sent to the Six Realms battlefield. The machine field stated their stance on the Six Realms battlefield with this action. After several days of reconnaissance, The people from the other realms finally understood the reason why the machine field suddenly began to act. It was actually because of Huangdan. Zhao Hai's escape from Huangdan made the other realms curious. Huangdan was quite famous, and Zhao Hai managed to escape from his ambush. This was truly surprising. The information the other realms received was that the machine field began to take action once Huangdan left the machine field for the cultivation realm. It was said that Huangdan threatened to enter the six realms battlefield in order to chase Zhao Hai down. No wonder the machine field exploded into action. Hearing this information, the other realms didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They didn't expect the machine field to move just because of a threat from Huangdan. Originally, they thought that the machine field planned to use this opportunity while the realm was still feeling the vigor from Zhao Hai's achievement. Now, it seems like it was a completely different matter. The other realms immediately stopped their mobilization towards the six realms battlefield. This was because there was no longer any need for it. After all, the six realms battlefield wasn't their only source of income. Other places needed the manpower. In the past, they thought that the machine field was planning to launch a war. Now that things had been clarified, there was no longer any need to be vigilant. However, they didn't bring back the people who had already returned to the six realms battlefield. Right now, the people from the other realms were waiting to see the result. If Huangdan succeeds and the Lock Mountain range turns to chaos, then they can profit for cheap. Since they were getting things for cheap, they didn't need too much troops. Their current strength in the six realms battlefield was already enough. Right now, the other realms were in a wait-and-see approach. The attitude of the other realms reflected what they felt inside. They weren't optimistic about Huangdan's attack. No mistake, Huangdan was a transcending tribulation expert, and the machine field didn't have a transcending tribulation expert. But at the same time, the other realms didn't have as many practitioners as the machine field. They also didn't have as many meshs and battleships. The human wave attacks from the machine field were considered a headache by the other realms. The reason why the machine field was able to have a firm foundation in the world of cultivation was because of its effort in going all out and their bravery when faced with death. Their people were unafraid of death. In order to kill 10 people, the machine field was willing to trade dozens. Such desperate action was dreaded by the other realms. After all, the other realms weren't unified. Moreover, their relationship was not good. Because of this information, the six realms battlefield's atmosphere suddenly relaxed. Zhao Hai didn't expect this to happen. Before, the other realms seemed to be aggressive. Zhao Hai thought that a war was inevitable. Now it seems like he was overthinking. Zhao Hai was currently inside the space, looking at the people hunting in the core battlefield. He doesn't know if he would laugh or cry. He turned his head to Laura and said, "I didn't expect the other realms to be this spontaneous. Isn't it strange? A single information can get them anxious, but another could relax them immediately. Aren't they afraid of getting a heart attack?" Laura and the others laughed. Then Laura said, "I think it's because of their mutual reservations against each other. They aren't ready to go all out on a single thing. After all, in the world of cultivation, only the cultivation realm has rich resources. The other realms were living in bad conditions. Compared to the machine field, the other realms were more concerned about the cultivation realm. The other realms knew that if the machine field were to launch a large-scale attack in the six realms battlefield, they wouldn't attack the cultivation realm. Doing so would be courting death. Therefore, the other realms took action and prepared for war. And after the cultivation realm saw what the other realms were doing, they also mobilized their forces. The cultivation realm was afraid that the other realms would unify against them. As a result, the six realms battlefield became tense. It can be said that if the machine field really sent troops to attack, then the entire six realms battlefield would turn into a huge boiling pot of chaos. Lizzie smiled and said, "They were scared about the machine field's actions, but after knowing the reason, they felt relieved. Moreover, they don't suspect that the information was fake. After all, transcending tribulation experts have some freedom in the cultivation realm." Megan also nodded and said, "Perhaps the other realms were waiting to see the machine field make a fool of themselves. At the same time, they wanted to gain benefits for cheap. They wouldn't go all out just for the machine field." Besides the cultivation realm, the other realms rarely fight a fierce battle. Otherwise, they would be taken advantage of by the others. Zhao Hai let out a long breath, Then he said, to put it bluntly, besides the cultivation realm, the other realms were still too poor. With their complicated relationship with each other, it was impossible for them to unite. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been suppressed by the cultivation realm. Laura nodded and said, although there won't be a massive war in the Six Realms battlefield, the crisis of the machine field still exists. After all, that Huang Dan has just returned to the cultivation realm. Nobody knows when he would enter the Six Realms battlefield. And if he doesn't enter the Six Realms battlefield, we would be in trouble. Zhao Hai agreed. I didn't expect the machine field's response to be this huge. But everything has already happened, so there's no need to talk about it. Now I want to see if Huan Daroan dares to come to the Six Realms battlefield. Margaret, who was silent, said, he will certainly come. Brother Hai, it's well known that the machine field is weak. You're a nascent soul expert that managed to escape from Huandaran. With how arrogant cultivators were, this would be a great shame for him. Only by killing you would he cleanse this shame. Zhao Hai nodded. He knew how important face was to cultivators. Even if Zhao Hai was as strong as Huangdaran, he would still go to the Six Realms battlefield. There's only one way for cultivators to throw away their face, and that was to be like Li Len and the others or by death. Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, let's see if he really dares to fight against the machine field. The machine field was no longer increasing its troops in the Six Realms battlefield. In the past, they kept sending troops into the battlefield because they were wary of the other realms. But now that the other realms had stopped, it acted as a signal for the machine field to stop sending troops. Otherwise, things would get troublesome. The machine field's higher-ups weren't in their positions for a day or two. They could understand the meaning just by looking at the slight actions of the other parties. Therefore, they stopped increasing their troops. The defenses of the battlefield have been completed. Even if Huang Dan attacks the Lock Mountain range, the machine field could still hold out. Although Huang Dan was a transcending tribulation expert, the machine field has experience in dealing with people like him. One should know that it was impossible for the cultivation realm to not send a transcending tribulation expert during their battles against the machine field. The machine field fought a transcending tribulation expert for more than 1 or 2 times. The price paid by the machine field was huge, but because of this they were able to exist independently. This meant that those transcending tribulation experts were still unable to take on the entire machine field. Regardless of what the machine field was preparing, Zhao Hai has only one thing to do. He would do all he can to block Huangdaran. Otherwise, the machine field would be sacrificing a lot of people. Zhao Hai doesn't like such a result. Zhao Hai patiently waited. Yuan and the others patiently waited. The machine field patiently waited. The other realms patiently waited. They were all waiting for Huang Dan's response. Because of this, Zhao Hai was now convinced that Huang Dan would go to the Six Realms battlefield. At this point, even if Huang Dan doesn't go, the cultivation realm would force him to. The fact that Huang Dan was going to chase Zhao Hai down in the Six Realms battlefield was known by everyone in the cultivation realm. If Huang Dan didn't go, then others would think that he's afraid of the machine field's preparations. It was precisely because of this that Huang Dan would definitely attack Zhao Hai. This matter was related to the face of the entire cultivation realm. Chapter 1339. Pink Cloud Phoenix. Huang Dan's life hasn't been great recently. Although he's a guest elder of the Pink Clouds Pavilion, his status in the cultivation realm was much worse compared to those in Great Sex. In the end, he's still a rogue transcending tribulation expert. In the eyes of Great Sex, he was just like any other expert. The reason why Huang Dan agreed to deal with Zhao Hai was because he was offered benefits upon completion. At the same time, those people from the Great Sex sent him strict orders. He had no choice but to go. Huang Dan wouldn't have thought that instead of doing a meritorious service, he would instead let Zhao Hai escape. This was a huge stain on his reputation. Originally, Huang Dan plans to ask for entry to the Six Realms battlefield once he returns. But what he didn't expect was that even before he returned to the cultivation realm, everyone already knew about his intentions. This made him puzzled. He only told those who traveled with him. Even the pirates didn't know. His teammates returned to the cultivation realm with him. So how did this news spread in advance? Of course, the main issue wasn't the fact that the news has spread so easily. Because of the move that the machine field made, The Six Realms battlefield turned tense. This greatly increased the attention towards this matter. Now, even if he doesn't want to, he would still have to enter the Six Realms battlefield. Although Huang Dan wanted to enter the Six Realms battlefield in order to chase Zhao Hai's down, he didn't want to do so under the command of other people. This made him feel uncomfortable. Also, the Great Sex reminded him indirectly that he can only succeed this time. There was no room for failure. If he were to get defeated, then the Great Sex would certainly not let him off. Such words weren't merely reminders, they were more like an ultimatum. This caused Huang Dan to feel uncomfortable. However, he couldn't do anything about it. Even if he was a transcending tribulation expert, it was still impossible for him to resist the Great Sex. However, this was also a good thing for him. Just like the machine field, not everyone can go to the Six Realms battlefield. This quota was generally determined by the Great Sex. Before he could go to the Six Realms battlefield, then he would need to be given a spot by the Great Sex. Seeing the increase in his cultivation speed while in the Six Realms battlefield, Huang Dan thought that the journey was worth it. Every several years, the Great Sex would select a talented rogue cultivator to enter the Six Realms battlefield. This wasn't necessarily to train the rogue cultivator. It's possible that they were intending to make the rogue cultivator act as a cannon fodder. Huang Dan was also a famous talent in the past. However, he wasn't willing to enter the Great Sex to practice. Therefore, he should have no qualifications to enter the Six Realms battlefield. But after becoming an elder in the Pink Clouds Pavilion, the pavilion paid a big price for him to get inside. Then when he entered the Six Realms battlefield, he was fortunate enough to succeed in his tribulation and become a transcending tribulation expert. Because of this, he had always been an elder in the pavilion. However, he didn't have any opportunity to enter the Six Realms battlefield ever since he became a transcending tribulation expert. The Six Realms battlefield was treated as a private property of the Great Sex. They wouldn't just allow others to take a piece of the pie. Because of this, Huang Dan expected to pay a lot of money in order to enter the Six Realms battlefield. But now that this matter has been blown out of proportions, those Great Sex wanted him to repair the face of the cultivation realm. They also want him to remove the Zhao Hai, so that he could no longer enter the Six Realms battlefield. At this time, Huang Dan has yet to enter the Six Realms battlefield. He's currently resting in the Pink Cloud Pavilion. Opposite him was a very pretty woman. This female cultivator might not look special, but she has a noble temperament. This temperament could provoke a man to conquer her. She had eyebrows that curve like the mountains, black shining eyes and pearly white teeth. Her face was tender like a peach. Her waist was as slender as a willow. Her twin peaks weren't large, but they weren't small either. She was a combination of angelic and devilish. However, Huang Dan didn't dare to pay attention to the beauty of this woman. In fact, there weren't many people who dared have any ideas on this woman in the cultivation realm. This was because this woman had a reputation. She was the master of the Pink Cloud Pavilion, a cultivator in nascent soul stage and half-step into transcending tribulation. Such identity earned her the nickname Pink Cloud Phoenix. This was to point out her identity as the pavilion master of the Pink Cloud Pavilion, and the weapon she used was named Golden Phoenix Scarf. Huang Dan looked at this woman, then he said, "Pavilion Master, I'm afraid this wouldn't be easy to handle. That Zhao Hai is very hard to deal with. The last time I faced him, he was able to easily escape despite being injured." The pavilion master knit her brows and said, "Uncle Huang, those Great Sex didn't put pressure on you. I'm under pressure as well. I'm afraid you have to go through with this. Zhenling is incompetent and can only let Uncle Huang take the risk." Huang Dan replied, "Pavilion Master, there's no need to apologize. This is something this old man started. Naturally, I'll have to end it myself. Moreover, entering the Six Realms battlefield isn't that dangerous. I'm dealing with Zhao Hai, not the entire machine field. I will act within my means." Pavilion Master doesn't need to worry. Zhenling sighed and said, "I'm afraid that Zhao Hai will avoid fighting you. If that's the case, then things would be very troublesome for you. Uncle Huang, remember that you can't be enemies with the entire machine field. It'll be bad for the Pink Clouds Pavilion and even the cultivation realm." Huang Dan nodded and said, "Pavilion Lord can rest assured. I know what to do." Zhenling nodded, then she sighed and asked, "Do you have anything you need? If so, I'll prepare them for you." Huang Dan smiled faintly and said, There's no need. I'm just dealing with Zhao Hai. Pavilion Master, I'll enter the Six Realms battlefield 3 days later. I won't be seeing Pavilion Master in the next few days. Zhenling nodded. Then she stood up and said, all right, but if Uncle Huang needs something, immediately inform me. Huang Dan nodded. Although Zhenling was the Pavilion Master and Huang Dan was just a seated guest elder, she still needed to be polite to him because of his strength. It can be said that Huang Dan's position in the Pink Clouds Pavilion was quite high. Huang Dan's situation didn't only affect himself, it had an impact on the Pink Clouds Pavilion as well. Although Huang Dan wasn't the only transcending tribulation expert of the pavilion, his relationship with the pavilion was the most intimate. This was because he could only reach his current strength due to the pavilion's help. This caused Huang Dan to be deeply grateful towards the pavilion. Therefore, this matter caused the pavilion to be anxious. The Pink Clouds Pavilion was a strong influence. However, they also have a weak point. They were only a merchant group, not a sect. Moreover, being a merchant group, the pavilion was composed of several cultivator clans. The Zhen family was only one of the major shareholders of the group. The reason why Zhenling became the pavilion master was because of her skills in doing business. But to say that she could make major decisions for the pavilion was very hard. Huang Dan's relationship with the Zhen family was the best. His entry to the Six Realms battlefield in the past was given to him by the Zhen family. Therefore, Huang Dan's matter affected them the most. The Zhen family and Huang Dan could no longer deal with this matter in a low-key manner. This was because the great sects had intervened. If the Zhen family and Huang Dan couldn't handle this matter well, then those great sects would certainly blame them. The pavilion wasn't weak and they had several transcending tribulation elders. But if the Zhen family and Huang Dan offend the great sects, then the others would immediately cut them off to save the pavilion. After all, the Pink Cloud Pavilion doesn't have any power to get the last word against the great sects. This was a headache for Zhenling. She wasn't the kind of woman who's clueless. She has been controlling the Pink Clouds Pavilion all these years. Although she can't make major decisions on behalf of the pavilion, nobody disrespected her. The other families were even satisfied with her leadership. This shows how much skill she had in business. And in recent years, due to her extremely accurate eye for business, she was able to expand the Pink Cloud Pavilion's business. This allowed her to steadily hold the position of Pavilion Master. But at the same time, Zhenling knew that this matter would have a huge effect on her and the Zhen family's position in the Pink Clouds Pavilion. Therefore, she couldn't help but worry. The pavilion was already under her control, but this doesn't mean that the other families had given up. She also needed to make some secret moves in order to hold her position. This was also part of her talent. And in addition to Huang Dan's presence, she was able to lead the pavilion. But if this matter couldn't be completed, then she might have to let go of her position of pavilion master. Upon thinking of this, Zhenling couldn't help but feel her head ache. At the same time, she became more curious about Zhao Hai. When Huang Dan went to deal with Zhao Hai, Zhenling started to collect information about him. Remembering all that information, Zhenling couldn't help but think that it was all fake. Zhao Hai was able to achieve all of it just a short time after ascending. This was something that practically never happened before. She felt that Zhao Hai's strength was something that she wasn't able to fathom. This strength allowed Zhao Hai to grow continuously without stopping. Moreover, Zhenling was sure that if Zhao Hai was allowed to grow further, then he would become an extremely powerful expert in the world of cultivation. It might even be possible for Zhao Hai to challenge the cultivation realm. Naturally, all of this was based on the premise that he passes through his current crisis. Chapter 1340. Feng Beiming. Huang Dan stood calmly in front of a transmission formation. Zhengling was also there along with her maidservant. Besides their three, there was also another cultivator present. Normally, those manning the transmission formations were Qi condensation stage cultivators, but right now, the one standing before the transmission formation was a nascent soul expert. This nascent soul expert bowed and said, "I have seen Taoist Huang Dan." "Taoist, please." Huang Dan nodded before standing on the transmission formation. The nascent soul cultivator made some hand signals before activating the formation. A white light flashed before Huang Dan vanished. Zhenling looked at the transmission formation. Then she sighed as she muttered, "I hope everything goes well." Then she turned to the nascent soul cultivator and smiled faintly as she said, Thanks for controlling the transmission formation. This is a small gift, please accept it. Then she handed over a spatial bag to the cultivator. This person wasn't an officer, he was truly the person in charge of the transmission formation. It was just that this transmission formation led to the Six Realms battlefield. Therefore, his status was quite different. The nascent soul expert operating the transmission formation had quite the strength. Normally, he was arrogant to people, but faced with Zenling, he couldn't only act politely, he knew how high this woman's position was. He quickly accepted the bag and said, "Thank you, Pavilion Master." Zenling smiled faintly and said, "There's no need to be polite. This little girl still has something to do, so I will say goodbye first." The cultivator immediately said, "Then I'll see Pavilion Master off." Zenling gave a salute before leading her maidservant to leave. A white light flashed as Huang Dan appeared in the middle of a transmission formation. Outside the formation were several nascent soul experts. When these people saw Huang Dan, they immediately saluted and said, "We have seen Taoist Huang Dan." Huang Dan nodded and said, "I've troubled everyone." The cultivators immediately bowed and said, "We won't dare." "Taoist, your cave mansion has been prepared. Please follow us." Huang Dan nodded before following behind the group. The Cultivation Realms transmission formation to the Six Realms battlefield was also in a room. As soon as they went out of the room, Huang Dan was met with a large building. This whole building was made out of red stone. His red stone was a special kind of stone present in the Six Realms battlefield. Its characteristic was its hardness. The place where Huang Dan appeared was the Cultivation Realms' most important fortress in the Six Realms battlefield, the Bloodstone Fort. Huang Dan wasn't anxious to leave. He stood outside the transmission formations room and looked at the fort. Then he sighed and said, "Bloodstone Fort. I didn't expect that I would return." This Huang Dan has fond memories of it. A cultivator beside him smiled and said, "I heard that Taoist succeeded his tribulation in the Bloodstone Fort. I really envy Taoist." Hearing this, Huang Dan couldn't help but feel proud. He chuckled and said, "Dozens of years passed by in a blink of an eye, yet the Bloodstone Fort remains unchanged." A nascent soul expert smiled. "The Bloodstone Fort cannot expand nor can we increase our people here. We're already the strongest in the Six Realms battlefield. If we increase our strength, then the other realms would feel uneasy. When that time comes, they might unite and act against us." Huang Dan nodded. "The situation in the Six Realms battlefield is very complex. It's good that we aren't increasing our troops." "All right. Let's go." The other cultivators nodded. Then they flew towards the Bloodstone Fort. The place where Huang Dan would live wasn't in the fort but on a mountain beside it. The concentration of spiritual qi in the mountain was much stronger compared to in the fort. Residences on the mountain were reserved for transcending tribulation experts. The Cultivation Realm stationed 10 transcending tribulation experts in the Six Realms battlefield all year round. However, these experts could only stay in their residence because it was impossible for them to enter battle. Transcending tribulation experts could only make the battlefield bloodier, and the Six Realms couldn't handle this much bloodshed. Therefore, the realms reached an agreement that only when their territory was attacked could transcending tribulation experts make a move. Among the Six Realms, only the machine field don't have any transcending tribulation experts. However, nobody dared to underestimate them. This was because the nuclear bombs of the machine field were headaches to transcending tribulation experts. Nuclear bombs and battleships were the trump cards of the machine field. There's nothing else to say about battleships, they simply were flying fortresses. On the other hand, nuclear bombs were divided into many types in the machine field. There were large-scale nuclear bombs where one bomb was enough to destroy a planet. There were also smaller nuclear bombs, the same ones that Eric used to attack Zhou. These smaller nuclear bombs weren't big, one could be held in a person's hand. There were also nuclear bombs in the Six Realms battlefield. However, these weren't used under normal circumstances. This was because it was almost impossible for a nuclear bomb to harm a transcending tribulation expert. The lethality of a nuclear bomb might be greater than a transcending tribulation expert, but in the end it was just a dead object. Once a nuclear bomb was fired, a transcending tribulation expert could just escape before it explodes. And with magic artifacts added, It was very hard for a nuclear bomb to hit the cultivator. The reason why the machine field had nuclear bombs in the battlefield was because they intend to use it as deterrents. If a cultivator like Huang Dan went to the machine field's territory to kill people, then the machine field could launch a nuclear bomb. However, the target of this nuclear bomb wasn't the transcending tribulation expert. Instead, the bomb would be aimed towards the cultivation realm's territory. This kind of situation would no doubt hurt both sides. Afraid of compelling the machine field to act desperately, the other realms didn't dare push them too hard. At the same time, the machine field wouldn't use these bombs unless necessary. The might of a nuclear bomb was absolutely devastating. Firing one would cause great losses to the cultivation realm. Launching a nuclear bomb was akin to waging war against the cultivation realm. The machine field doesn't want to go into a full war against the cultivation realm. Moreover, the matter between Huang Dan and Zhao Hai could be said to be a grievance between two people. Therefore, the machine field could only send troops to the Six Realms battlefield. If a fight truly happens, then the other realms would certainly take advantage of it. The machine field also wouldn't be able to launch nuclear bombs. This was equal to offending the other realms. When the time comes, they might unite against the machine field. With this in consideration, the other realms gained some ideas. They knew that the machine field wouldn't offend so many people. The other realms' transcending tribulation experts also assumed command over the Six Realms battlefield. And just like the cultivation realm, they cannot move at will. Huang Dan's matter was an exception. He had grievances with Zhao Hai. Therefore, it was understandable for him to come here and make a move. The one suffering heavy losses this time would be the machine field. At present, they don't have a transcending tribulation expert. Therefore, they could only use nuclear bombs as a deterrent. Moreover, they didn't have the flexibility that a transcending tribulation expert can provide. Huang Dan entered the mountain beside Bloodstone Fort and went towards his cave mansion. His residence was very good. It was wide inside and it even had an alchemy room, crafting room, refining room, and other rooms. Each room also had ample space inside them. Because of these rooms, the mountain could only have 18 mansions. 10 of these mansions were taken up by transcending tribulation experts while the remaining 8 were for special guests like Huang Dan. After Huang Dan entered the cave mansion, the nascent soul experts retreated. They knew that transcending tribulation experts disliked being disturbed. Since this was the case, staying for long would just be inviting trouble. As the nascent soul cultivators retreated, a blue figure suddenly came out of the cave mansions. This cultivator was wearing dark blue clothing. He looked 40 years old. He also had 3 strands of hair fluttering as though drifting naturally in the wind. The man looked at Huang Dan and then smiled faintly as he said, "Mukled, you came." He. Then he flew towards Huang Dan's cave and said, "Old friend, long time no see." Mukled. This was a derogatory term in the cultivation realm that describes those who only pursue strength, and Huang Dan's nickname happens to be Strength Taoist. However, this person's tone in speaking was filled with intimacy. When Huang Dan heard this voice, he quickly went to the entrance of his mansion. Then upon seeing the man, he laughed and said, "I was wondering who it was." "So it's you, Blacksmith. How did you end up in the Six Realms battlefield?" Blacksmith laughed and said, "You're really the Huang Dan I know. I call you Musclehead and you call me Blacksmith. Ha ha ha." Only Huang Dan would dare call this Feng Beiming that name. Huang Dan laughed and said, "You're a great elder of the profound clear sect. Naturally nobody would dare call you Blacksmith. However, I'm not afraid of you. Ha ha. Come in, let's chat." Then the two walked shoulder to shoulder towards the cave mansion. It must be said that not too many people call Feng Beiming by his nickname Blacksmith. After all, not a lot of people know about his nickname nor its origin. Feng Beiming originated from the rogue cultivator family. When he began cultivating, he didn't even have spiritual stones to use. He can only use wind spells in a refining room in order to heat people's fires. It was at that time that the two knew each other. Therefore, Huang Dan can call Feng Beiming his nickname. However, Feng Beiming was different from Huang Dan. Huang Dan was a rogue cultivator that ended up in the Pink Clouds Pavilion and became a guest elder. On the other hand, due to some accident, Feng Beiming ended up joining the Profound Clear sect. Right now, he was able to become the sect's great elder. Such status was extraordinary. This was because the profound clear scent was a famous great sect in the cultivation realm. Their strength was formidable and nobody dared offend their disciples. One could imagine how high Fang Beiming's position was. However, Fang Beiming was someone who kept old friendships close to his heart. His relationship with Huang Dan was very good and it has been quite some time since the two met. Fang Beiming had just been stationed at the Six Realms battlefield. He didn't expect Huang Dan to end up here as well. Chapter 1341, Huang Dan's Decision. Huang Dan and Fang Beiming entered the cave mansion and took a seat. After sitting down, Fang Beiming took out a bottle of spirit wine and then smiled as he said, "We brothers haven't seen each other for a while. Come, let's drink 2 cups." Huang Dan smiled and said, "All right." It has been some time since I've drank spirit wine. Although I'm the Pink Cloud Pavilion's elder, spirit wine is still expensive to me. I'm embarrassed to say that I want to drink some. Fang Beiming smiled and said, "Don't talk as if I'm a rich man. It's also difficult for me to get my hands on this. Come, let's drink." He took out 2 cups and then poured some spirit wine. He gave 1 cup to Huang Dan. After Huang Dan received the cup, he took a big sip causing him to savor the flavor of the wine. Fang Beiming looked at Huang Dan and said, "Musclehead, what happened this time? How did things get this far?" Huang Dan sighed and said, "Do you think I want things to reach this point? If it weren't for the great sex pressuring me, then I wouldn't have taken this task. Zhao Hai is very difficult to deal with. You don't know, but I already released my 5 weapons yet he's only slightly injured. The person with spatial abilities that we brought is no match for him at all. Compared to Zhao Hai, all other spatial ability users are trash." Fang Beiming looked at Huang Dan and said, "I heard that the spatial ability user has been killed. Is that true?" Huang Dan forced a smile and said, "It's true. Zhao Hai escaped after I injured him. I thought he wouldn't come back anymore, so I relaxed and let down my guard. Then that guy suddenly came back and appeared behind our spatial ability user, killed him, and ran away with his corpse. I wanted to pursue him, but I cannot. Moreover, he destroyed the ships that we used as transportation. In the end, we can only fly back to the pirate paradise. That fellow is a headache to deal with. He can come and go without a noise." Fang Beiming raised his brows and said, "He's that fierce? I heard he's a dark mage as well. Won't he release some undead once you fight him?" Huang Dan gave Fang Beiming a look and said, "You old fogey, aren't you looking down on me too much? How can those undead be my opponents?" But Zhao Hai does indeed have a lot of means. In addition to his flying swords, he also has that crescent moon spade. That spade is certainly a good item. It wasn't damaged even though it clashed with my 5 weapons. Fang Beiming raised his brows and said, "Not damaged even after clashing with your 5 weapons? That is indeed a good item. He's an ascender. Where did he get such a thing? Moreover, he is from the machine field. How can he use flying swords and that crescent moon spade?" Huang Dan shook his head as he frowned and said, "I'm confused as well. Zhao Hai's sword control is even better than our cultivation realm's cultivators. That crescent moon spade is strange as well. Zhao Hai only used it at the final moment, and he immediately stored it after using it once. It doesn't seem to be used for a long time." Then as he spoke of this, Huang Dan was startled. He turned to Fang Beiming. Fang Beiming was also looking at him, their eyes sparkling as they said, "Ancient artifact." Ancient magic artifacts were powerful. This was something that all cultivators agree on. But at the same time, ancient artifacts needed a lot of spiritual chi to use. Because of this, although these artifacts weren't extremely rare, experts don't like to use them. Fang Beiming shook his head and said, "In this case, then Zhao Hai must have obtained an ancient inheritance, so his current achievements are justified." Huang Dan nodded. Then he sighed and said, "Even then, an ancient artifact can do so much to increase Zhao Hai's strength. It's still impossible for him to be my opponent. The real headache is his spatial abilities. He can just run away whenever he wants. I couldn't win." Fang Beiming also knit his brows and said, "I heard that you declared killing the machine field's people if Zhao Hai escapes." Huang Dan forced a smile and said, "Those are words I said in anger. If I really did that, then wouldn't the machine field be extremely upset? Those machine field fellows aren't afraid of using their nuclear bombs. I heard that they already placed a nuclear bomb on almost every planet in the territory. If we really anger them, they aren't afraid of us perishing together. Fang Beiming nodded. The machine field's most dreadful property was their willingness to go for desperate measures. Also, nuclear bombs made by the machine field were made to be hard to detect up until they were launched. Who knows how many bombs they already have in store? This made it hard to put great pressure on the machine field. Huang Dan sighed. Now I'm forced by those guys to kill Zhao Hai, and Zhao Hai is very hard to kill. Additionally, the machine field is very united. It can be said that he's undefeatable below transcending tribulation. Judging by his strength, he's half-stepped to transcending tribulation. The machine field has been suffering loss upon loss because they don't have a transcending tribulation expert. Zhao Hai's appearance gave them hope. So how can the machine field allow Zhao Hai to be killed? If I attack Zhao Hai, then those machine field fellows would certainly go all out. Fang Beiming nodded. He wasn't a beginner in the Six Realms battlefield. Before he became a transcending tribulation expert, he also fought against the machine field. Hai's biggest discovery about them was that they were unafraid of dying. Fang Beiming heard that Leland and the others surrendered to Zhao Hai, becoming his servants. This caused a stir in the Six Realms battlefield. However, Fang Beiming didn't think that this was strange. What would be strange was someone from the machine field surrendering to someone else. It must be known that multiple cultivators had surrendered to other people in the past. On the other hand, the machine field never surrendered. In the entire machine field's history, one wouldn't be able to see someone surrendering to the other realms. Either they would die in battle or they would run away with heavy injuries. There has never been a situation where one surrendered. This was what made the other realms dread the machine field. Cultivators value their lives, but a person from the machine field doesn't hesitate to sacrifice themselves. They dare to go all out. This mentality had become an imposing aura for the other realms. If it weren't for the machine field being very weak, then they would have already become the cultivation realm's biggest enemy. Zhao Hai was the most likely person in the machine field to reach transcending tribulation in recent years, and now Huang Dan wanted to kill him. This was equivalent to an old man with no son suddenly producing one. The old man would then be hopeful for his family's heritage, but then someone wanted to kill his son. It would be strange if the old man didn't become desperate. Fang Beiming looked at Huang Dan and said, "Musclehead, it will be troublesome if this matter isn't handled well. The guys above seem to think that you have lost the face of the cultivation realm. Otherwise, they wouldn't force you to come here. What are you planning to do?" Huang Dan smiled bitterly and said, "I don't know yet. If Zhao Hai really hides and refuses to come out, then I might be forced to kill some people, just enough to push Zhao Hai out so that I can deal with him. But I really don't want to kill him. If I do, then the lunatics in the machine field would certainly take revenge. And I'm afraid I'm not the only one they would retaliate against. The Pink Clouds Pavilion might be affected as well." Fang Beiming nodded. "It's good that you thought of this. But if you do that, those people higher up won't agree. At the same time, Zhao Hai might not act as expected. Have you thought about this?" Huang Dan smiled bitterly and said, "I haven't thought about that yet. But whether those high up agree or not, I can only handle things my way. The Pink Clouds Pavilion is in a precarious situation. If they get pulled in because of my actions, or if I die, then the Zen family would be in danger. I can't just ignore the Zen family." Fang Beiming nodded. He was aware about Huang Dan's relationship with the Zen family. The family's head was Zen Ling. Although Zen Ling's situation looked beautiful outside, things weren't great in reality. Firstly, there were partners that weren't happy with Zen Ling controlling the pavilion. Secondly, it was because Zen Ling was too beautiful. Sometimes it was a crime for a woman to be too pretty. Zen Ling wasn't only beautiful, she was also the pavilion master of the Pink Clouds Pavilion. Such status, in addition to her appearance, meant that many youths were after her, and the positions of these young men weren't low. Presently, Zen Ling was able to be free and unfettered because of Huang Dan. Huang Dan was a transcending tribulation expert. Although he couldn't contend against great sects, he was a transcending tribulation expert regardless. He could at least deter people. If Huang Dan suffers an accident, then Zhen Ling might be removed from her pavilion master position. She might even be taken away in order to become a furnace for a wealthy family's young master. Feng Beiming was very clear. Despite being a rogue cultivator, Huang Dan was still able to become a transcending tribulation expert. This wasn't only because of his talent, but also his wisdom. Reaching the transcending tribulation stage as a rogue cultivator wasn't something that most people could do. The danger involved with it was unimaginable. Being able to practice all this way meant that Huang Dan has a good understanding about people's hearts. If Huang Dan killed Zhao Hai, then he would be offending the entire machine field. If the machine field retaliates against him or the Pink Cloud's pavilion, then the Zhen family would be in trouble. On the other hand, if he failed to kill Zhao Hai, he might not offend the machine field, but the cultivation realm would be dissatisfied with him. With his strength, the Great Sects would not pressure him, and if they want to take action against him, then they would have to think hard about it. Also, if Huang Dan doesn't kill a large number of people from the machine field, then he might not be able to force Zhao Hai to come out to fight. Once Zhao Hai escapes using space magic, then there's no catching him, and if Huang Dan kills too many people, then the machine field wouldn't let him off. They might even be compelled to kill him. This wasn't a result that he wanted to see. To put it bluntly, this was all because Huang Dan was a rogue cultivator. He didn't have a great sect behind him to offer support. If he had a large sect like the Profound Clear sect on his back, then Huang Dan could do everything possible to kill Zhao Hai. He wouldn't have any reservations since the sect would take care of the repercussions. But Huang Dan has no powerful backing. He needed to take care of everything by himself. If he died, then the cultivation realm would stay silent. This was the biggest difference between rogue cultivators and cultivators in sects. Because of this, rogue cultivators get into more trouble compared to the cultivators in sects. Being able to reach his current level, Huang Dan was definitely an anomaly. Feng Beiming sighed secretly. He looked at Huang Dan and said, "Musclehead, do you need me to go with you?" Huang Dan shook his head and said, "No, you can't go. If you appear, then things would become more complex. Instead, if I suffer an accident, please look after the Zhen family for me." Feng Beiming sighed. "Musclehead, you should have listened to me a long time ago. With your current strength, you can certainly enter a sect. If you did, you can still take care of the Zhen family. Moreover, you won't have any troubles if you meet a situation like right now." Huang Dan shook his head and then took a drink. He didn't talk anymore. Seeing Huang Dan staying silent, Feng Beiming no longer urged him. He completely understood this friend of his. He already had a firm resolve to go through with this matter. Urging him right now would be useless. The two no longer talked about this matter. They casually chatted for several hours as they drank spirit wine. Then Feng Beiming returned to his cave mansion. On the other hand, Huang Dan got ready to look for Zhao Hai. After resting inside his mansion for 3 days, Huang Dan walked out and then slowly flew towards the machine field's domain. As he traveled, Huang Dan could feel eyes staring at him. But Huang Dan didn't pay any attention to these people. His present target was only one person, Zhao Hai. At the same time, the machine field got news that Huang Dan was approaching. The Lock Mountain range moved. Everyone in the mountain range prepared their weapons. Although Huang Dan's target was only Zhao Hai, these people were willing to fight for him. To the people in the mountain range, Zhao Hai was their brother. For their family members, they were willing to fight until the last drop of blood was shed. Chapter 1342, Taking the Initiative. But what made those from the machine field confused was that Zhao Hai didn't appear in Iron Bridge Fort. In fact, he couldn't be seen in Yuan's fort or any other place. It was as if he vanished. However, nobody blamed Zhao Hai. This was because everyone in the machine field knew that Zhao Hai wasn't a coward. If he didn't come out, then there must be a reason, and they didn't guess wrong. There was indeed a reason why Zhao Hai didn't appear. Zhao Hai already knew that Huang Dan was coming. Although he didn't know what Feng Beiming and Huang Dan talked about, he was sure that the Yellow Taoist was coming for him. Zhao Hai might not know what to do before, but he does now. He needed to boldly go forward. Go boldly forward. Go out and meet Huang Dan face to face. This might seem crude, but this was what Zhao Hai decided on. If he really made the Lock Mountain range participate in the fight against Huang Dan, then the Lock Mountain Range would receive massive losses. This won't bode well for the machine field. The other realms could then easily take advantage of them. Zhao Hai didn't want things to get too bloody in the Six Realms battlefield. This was because he knows what the Six Realms battlefield really was. It was a subspace owned by another person, just like the space. Would he want people to wreck the space? Impossible. If people really wanted to wreck the space, then Zhao Hai doesn't mind wrecking them first. The owner of the Six Realms battlefield might have the same thought. Zhao Hai was still too weak. He was almost ready to show all he had against someone like Huang Dan, not to mention the owner of the Six Realms battlefield. If that person gets angry, then he could eradicate Zhao Hai in an instant. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to take the initiative and head to battle. It would be best if he could force Huang Dan to retreat. And if Huang Dan doesn't retreat, then he can only think of another way. If Huang Dan really wanted him dead, then he would make Huang Dan suffer. He already knew that Huang Dan's background was quite shallow. He's just an elder of the Pink Clouds Pavilion. If Huang Dan came with real killing intent, then Zhao Hai would proceed to hunt down people from the Pink Clouds Pavilion. He already mapped quite a large area of the cultivation realm, and in those mapped areas were branches of the Pink Clouds Pavilion. Zhao Hai doesn't believe that Huang Dan wouldn't back down if he started damaging the Pink Clouds Pavilion. As he sat in the space, Zhao Hai looked at Huang Dan, then he turned his head to Laura and said, "Is everything ready?" Laura nodded. "It's prepared. The undead are ready to take action. The beast-shaped undead have been armored and installed with magic cannons. Lizzie, Megan, and Margaret will command them. We also have around 1,000 silverback gold-winged bugs that have been trained. Brother Hai, will you bring the bugs out one by one?" Zhao Hai thought about it and said, "Let's release them one by one. First we'll send out the beast undead. Then Jianding Shan along with Li Lin and the others. Those people are already known by anyone. There won't be a problem in taking them out." Laura nodded. Then she looked at the monitor and said, "Brother Hai, where do you plan to fight?" Zhao Hai replied, "We'll do it in the core battlefield. There's no need to fight in the machine field's partially controlled territory." Lizzie nodded. Then she looked at Huang Dan's position. She frowned and said, "What is Huang Dan doing?" "He's still in the cultivation realm's partially controlled territory. With his speed, he should be out by now." Zhao Hai also knit his brows as he said, "It is indeed weird." "Forget it. Let's not think about that. I think Huang Dan will arrive in the core battlefield soon." Laura and the others nodded. Zhao Hai waved his hand and called Jiading Shan over. As soon as Jiading Shan appeared, he immediately bowed and said, "I have seen the young master." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Get ready and wait for my signal before going out. Call Leland and the others for me. If they dare to resist, inform me immediately." Jiading Shan nodded and said, "Young master, rest assured, I'll take care of it. They won't dare rebel. After all, they already swore to their heart's demon." Zhao Hai nodded and waved his hand. Jiading Shan gave him a bow before leaving. There weren't many things that needed to be prepared. Those needing preparation had already been dealt with. After a while, everyone sat inside the villa with heavy expressions on their faces. This would be the hardest battle Zhao Hai would undergo ever since his transmigration. Zhao Hai had a similar level of strength to his past enemies, but this time, the other party's strength was on a completely different level. This time, it would certainly be a great battle. Seeing everyone's expressions, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right. There's no need to worry. We reached our current position by going against strong winds and waves. What else are you afraid of? Rest assured, even if Huang Dan is very strong, it would still be very hard for him to kill me. I can hide inside the space and take all the time I can. It's just that I don't want the Lock Mountain Range to participate in our fight. But if Huang Dan really forces me, then I'll retreat, so don't worry." Laura and the others nodded. They were also clear that Zhao Hai wouldn't die just so that he could prevent those from the Lock Mountain Range from dying. This was because Zhao Hai cannot die. He was now responsible for the lives of too many people. At this point, the population inside the space was no less than the machine fields. If Zhao Hai died, then these people would be buried along with him. Sacrificing these people so that the machine field doesn't get any losses, even Zhao Hai wouldn't do such a thing. Zhao Hai looked at the monitor, his eyes turning fiery as he said, "All right, It's time to step on the stage. I didn't expect Huang Dan to attract a lot of spectators. It seems like these people wanted to get some good bargains. Laura and the others looked at the monitor and saw that there were a lot of people following behind Huang Dan. These were people from the other realms. Although they didn't deliberately hide their presence, they still stayed inside the forest, away from Huang Dan's vision. Huang Dan's reaction was also quite strange. He just ignored these people as he proceeded towards the core battlefield. Huang Dan's face was calm as he flew forward. He wanted to see how Zhao Hai plans to deal with him. To be honest, he hoped that Zhao Hai would fight him. This way, things wouldn't go out of control. At the same time, it would make him appreciate Zhao Hai more. After all, Zhao Hai was also practicing a cultivation method and he was strong. If such a person didn't dare fight with him, this meant that they lost their vigor. And once they lost their vigor, it would be very hard for them to reach transcending tribulation. As he thought of this, Huang Dan noticed a shadow suddenly appearing 100 meters in front of him. Huang Dan stared before discovering that it was Zhao Hai standing there, smiling as he waited. Seeing Zhao Hai, Huang Dan laughed. After some time, he stopped and then looked at Zhao Hai as he said, "Good, Zhao Hai, good, ha 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 ha. You're worthy of being valued by this old man. You actually came to me on your own. It seems like you're planning to fight his old man here in the core battlefield." Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he bowed and said, "I have met Taoist Huang. This one wants to fight in the core battlefield so that the Lock Mountain range doesn't suffer too much. At the same time, we could avoid shameless leeches who want to grab things for cheap." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Huang Dan laughed. Good, ha ha ha. We cannot make those shameless leeches get what they want." Zhao Hai looked at Huang Dan, then she said, "Taoist, you and this Zhao Hai didn't have any enmity before. Why must we go through this hardship? Isn't there any other way?" Huang Dan looked at Zhao Hai, then he smiled faintly and said, "Zhao Hai, you should know that this fight is unavoidable. I saw your strength, but it doesn't seem like your true strength. I want you to pull out your entire strength. Let me see if you are qualified to stand here in front of me." Zhao Hai looked at Huang Dan, then he said, "Since Taoist said it, then this Zhao Hai wouldn't dare do otherwise. Forgive me for being impolite." Then he waved his hand as 3 layers of undead appeared beside Zhao Hai and surrounded Huang Dan. Huang Dan sized these undead up and his expression couldn't help but change. This was because the undead humanoids and beast-shaped undead were all in full body armor. Each armor was loaded with magic formations. Each and every one of them were armed to the tooth. And this wasn't the end. Zhao Hai issued a loud roar as 4 shadows appeared not long after. These 4 shadows were Jia Dingshan as well as Leland's group of 3. These 4 stood behind Zhao Hai. Being nascent soul experts, the aura emitted by the 4 was quite imposing. Zhao Hai waved his hand once more as his flying swords fanned behind him like a peacock's tail. These swords numbered about 1,000. There was also the crescent moon spade in his hand. Looking at Zhao Hai's preparations, Huang Dan didn't move and just waited. His face turned serious. It seems like Zhao Hai's fighting prowess was huge. This was unexpected. At this time, Zhao Hai waved his hand for the 3rd time. Then Huang Dan noticed a giant bug underneath Zhao Hai. This bug were making threatening gestures. All of the bug's eyes were looking at him with looks of slaughter. Huang Dan could recognize that this bug was a silverback gold-winged bug. He stayed in Fabio Planet for quite some time and had fought with these bugs a couple of times. He knew how hard it was to deal with them. He recalled that back when Zhao Hai was fighting Li Lin and the others, a silverback gold-winged bug helped him. But at that time, Huang Dan didn't believe it. This was because he knew that the bug race couldn't be subdued. There had been a lot of cultivators who tried to tame the bugs in Fabio Planet, but all of them failed. These bugs don't know how to surrender. The only thing in their minds was killing. Before this, Huang Dan thought that Zhao Hai only had a bug that looked the same as a silverback gold-winged bug, but now he discovered that it was a genuine silverback gold-winged bug. Chapter 1343, Wordless Steel. Hiss. A loud voice of inhalation was heard. This didn't come from Zhao Hai nor Huang Dan. Instead, it was from the spectators. Some of these people had faced Zhao Hai before. At that time, Zhao Hai also released undead to fight them. This was especially true for the sprites, but the undead that they went up against were all humanoid. Now, Zhao Hai not only released humanoid undead, There was also beast-shaped undead. Moreover, these beast-shaped undead were giants. Being equipped with magic cannons, these beast undead looked like small battleships. Looking at these beast-shaped undead, one could see that their claws were also fitted with iron extensions. Their tails also had iron hammers installed. One could see how offensively powerful they were. Then there was Zhao Hai with 4 nascent soul experts standing behind him. There's also his flying swords swimming like fishes around him. Lastly, the crescent moon shovel in his hand made him look like a warrior monk. These things combined made Zhao Hai look extraordinary. These things also show Zhao Hai's powerful combat prowess. Seeing these things, people wouldn't suspect if someone told them that Zhao Hai was a transcending tribulation expert. Huang Dan had a dignified expression as he looked at Zhao Hai. Then he said, "So you didn't go all out last time, but is this truly all that you have?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Taoist, to tell you the truth, I really don't want to be enemies with the cultivation realm, but there are no cowards in the machine field. Forgive me for offending you." Then he waved his hand. The undead immediately made a move as several cannons shot straight towards Huang Dan. Magic cannons weren't the strongest weapons of the machine field. After all, their offensive power was limited. But with so many magic cannons firing at the same time, their might would certainly be huge. Huang Dan waved his hand and took out a ring-type defensive artifact. These magic cannons hit the artifact and were repelled. Moreover, the artifact only shook a couple of times before settling down. Zhao Hai's heart turned cold when he saw this. The combined attack of all these magic cannons wasn't any weaker than a full blow of a nascent soul expert. But Huang Dan could easily block it. It seems like he really had a lot of good things in hand. After Huang Dan repelled Zhao Hai's attack, he waved his hand and took out 5 artifacts. These 5 artifacts immediately attacked Zhao Hai. It seems like Huang Dan wasn't joking this time. He sent over a heavy attack at the very beginning. Seeing Huang Dan's quintuple attack, Zhao Hai snorted and then waved his hand. The more than 1,000 flying swords met the heavy weapons. The crescent moon spade also attacked. These 2 attacks blocked 2 weapons. Then at this time, Jia Dingshan and the others made a move. 2 people formed one group and blocked another 2 weapons. Then the last heavy weapon was blocked by the silverback goldwing bug and the undead. At almost the same time, loud bangs were heard. Zhao Hai snorted. Huang Dan's 5 heavy weapons had been blocked. Zhao Hai's face was flushed. Jia Dingshan and the others also retreated, their expressions unattractive. Only the silverback gold-winged bug was excited. As for the undead, they were expressionless as usual. Huang Dan's expression turned a layer colder. He didn't expect his fully powered attack would be rendered useless. Zhao Hai waved his hand and put the crescent moon spade away. To be honest, the offensive power of the spade was extraordinary, but he can't use it all the time because every time he did, he would feel like a small horse drawing a large cart. He'd rather use liquid silver. Although he didn't suffer a loss this time after using the crescent moon spade, the spiritual force of the crescent moon spade hit back ruthlessly, causing Zhao Hai's mind to shake. Zhao Hai also discovered how hard it was to use the crescent moon spade through this exchange. He found that there's a little obstruction whenever he uses the spade, and he didn't know what it was. As he put away the crescent moon spade, Zhao Hai's 1,000 flying swords returned to his side. Then the 1,000 swords fused with each other until they became 5. Seeing the change to the flying swords, Huang Dan couldn't help but stare. Then his pupils shrunk as he looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "Good weapon. Where did you get it from?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Taoist should remember an esteemed person from the machine field, Senior Lang Wuxian." Before he died, he poured his heart and soul to refine a weapon. This was the first time that Zhao Hai spoke of this weapon to an outsider. Huang Dan was stunned. Then he pondered for a while before saying, "You managed to finish that wasted artifact?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "This is the wasted artifact." He waved his hand and the 5 swords combined into one and then transformed into a staff. Huang Dan's expression turned solemn. Then he said, "Good, I didn't expect you to be hiding this. Let's see how amazing that artifact really is." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I won't let you down." Then he waved his hand, making the undead attack once more. This time, The undead changed their method of attacking. They weren't like last time when they attacked Huang Dan all at once. They were now in an attacking formation, forming a sharp-angled grouping. They fired their magic cannons in volleys. The power of the magic cannons immediately increased. Each volley was akin to a full-powered attack of a nascent soul expert. Altogether, there were 10 undead attack groups. Zhao Hai turned to Jia Dingshan and the others and said, "You spread out and attack whenever possible." Jia Dingshan and the others immediately spread out. Even the silverback goldwing bug took off. At the same time, Zhao Hai let go of his magic staff. Liquid silver flashed with a brilliant light before turning into a huge silver ship. This ship wasn't like the machine field's ships. Instead, it looked like the ships that cultivators use. It had a flagpole on top and also some waves below. There were 126 cannons on both sides of the ship. Lastly, there were 12 round metal plates surrounding the ship where each depicted a single constellation. Magnificent. This ship was indeed magnificent. Nobody expected that Zhao Hai's staff could turn into a large ship. Moreover, it was a gorgeous ship. Zhao Hai stood on top of the ship as he looked at Huang Dan and said, "Attack." The ship began moving and straightforwardly charged towards Huang Dan. Seeing the ship, Huang Dan waved his hand. One of his 5 heavy weapons, the sledgehammer, flew forwards and pounded towards the ship. However, the ship's flagpole acted like a spear as it moved and pierced towards the sledgehammer. As it swung, it left behind a flaming layer of white. Its aura made Huang Dan feel very dangerous. Boom! The flagpole and the sledgehammer hit each other. The flagpole curved back and bent back into the ship. Then it bounced back again and hit Huang Dan's sledgehammer a second time. Huang Dan's expression couldn't help but change. He discovered that he has no way to test Zhao Hai's power anymore. This wasn't only because of the undead with magic cannons. There's also Jia Dingshan and the others who made it unable for Huang Dan to go at full power. Most importantly, after the sledgehammer and the flagpole clashed, a wave of overbearing energy rushed towards him. This powerful force was more overbearing than any other impact that Huang Dan knew. Fortunately, his 5 heavy weapons were carefully refined and his experience was rich. Otherwise, he would suffer a loss. However, Zhao Hai's ship didn't stop here. It was still heading towards Huang Dan with fast speed. Huang Dan's facial color changed. Then he grunted as he opened his mouth. Then a magic artifact flew out. This artifact looks very strange. It seems like a steel. Once the steel came out of Huang Dan's mouth, it rose against the wind and immediately changed in size. This steel has 8 dragons coiled together, each one looking lifelike. Both sides of the steel had inscriptions of rising dragons. On the base of the steel was an image of wuxia. But what made Zhao Hai feel strange was that this steel had no words on it whatsoever. However, Zhao Hai didn't mind it anymore as he controlled the Hell King's ship to rush towards Huang Dan's wordless steel. Time seemed to stop for a while as the Hell King's ship and the wordless steel collided. Then a loud boom was heard. Zhao Hai vomited blood as his ship was knocked back. On the other hand, Huang Dan's steel flew towards Zhao Hai. At this moment, 12 metal discs flew out from the ship. Then each of these metal plates turned into giant metallic beasts who then attacked the wordless steel. The roaring sound was endless and before long, the wordless steel was stopped. The steel flew back to Huang Dan who looked proud as he turned to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's ship was already stopped at this time. Zhao Hai was somewhat pale but he was able to take out a potion to drink. Meanwhile the 12 giant beasts appeared beside the ship looking as if they were guarding it. On the other hand, the area where the ship and the steel clashed had been completely leveled. All trees and stones present had been turned into powder and a hole dozens of meters deep was dug. One could see how strong the collision was. Wang! There was a burst of exclamation. Zhao Hai and Huang Dan knew where this came from without looking. It was from the people who came to watch. In addition to the spectators, the people from the machine field had also come over. Everyone looked at Zhao Hai and Huang Dan in shock. A huge hole was between them. Wuxia, one of the 9 sons of the dragon, enjoys transporting heavy items across the land or at least liked to carry heavy objects. Because of this, his father ordered his image to be placed under monuments. Chapter 1344, threat, defeat, God. It's the wordless steel. The wordless steel. Huang Dan actually took out the wordless steel? Was Zhao Hai that strong? This is Huang Dan's life source weapon. It's too inconceivable. And what kind of weapon did Zhao Hai use? How could a small staff become a big ship? And there's also those metallic beasts. What is going on? The sounds of discussion were heard. Normally, these people wouldn't dare to make any noise. After all, Huang Dan was a transcending tribulation expert. If they offended him, then they wouldn't have any good days ahead. However, they were too surprised that they had forgotten that there was a transcending tribulation expert present. Huang Dan's life source weapon was the wordless steel. Nobody knew which material this wordless steel was made from, and nobody knew who refined it. However, it was well known that its power was enormous. Moreover, it was also formidable in defense. When Huang Dan was in the nascent soul stage, he basically used his 5 weapons all the time. A lot of people know that the wordless steel was Huang Dan's life source weapon, but they haven't seen it. They didn't expect to see it come out today, and it was when Huang Dan was fighting a nascent soul expert. Not far away from Zhao Hai, Yuan led a large number of machine field experts. Each one of them had their weapons in hand, but their expressions were filled with shock. When they heard that Zhao Hai went head-on against Huang Dan, they immediately armed themselves and set off. However, they didn't expect to see this scene upon arriving. Zhao Hai and Huang Dan seemed to have gone all out in clashing. Although Zhao Hai suffered a loss, it didn't seem that he lost by a lot. He even forced Huang Dan to reveal his life source weapon. This was truly astonishing. Huang Dan stood on the wuxia as his cold electric eyes looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also stood up calmly. Although his face was pale, his imposing aura didn't lose out against Huang Dan. Huang Dan laughed and said, "Good, Zhao Hai, well done, well done. Now that this old man has taken out his life source weapon, I can no longer treat you like a junior. Zhao Hai, you can be proud to have died under this old man's wordless steel." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Dead people don't need pride, only living people can be proud." Then after he said that, he commanded the ship to attack Huang Dan once again. Huang Dan coldly snorted. The wordless steel flew out as he said, "Crush." The wordless table immediately became larger as it pressed down on Zhao Hai's ship. Zhao Hai turned his ship into a tower before the wordless steel hit it from the top. Zhao Hai's tower was like a spring, turning 9 floors into 3 before stopping, rebounding the steel, and then returning to 9 floors. Zhao Hai's face turned ugly. At the same time, the 12 metal beasts were tied down by Huang Dan's 5 treasures. Although the 12 metal beasts numbered more than the 5 heavy treasures, the 5 treasures were much more powerful. The metal beasts were pushed back, but they were able to stall the 5 heavy treasures. Jia Dingshan and the others weren't idling as well. Whenever possible, they would attack Huang Dan along with the undead. This caused Huang Dan to only use 6 points of his strength on Zhao Hai. Even if Huang Dan had released the wordless steel, he still had no way to get to Zhao Hai. Currently, Zhao Hai's liquid silver was using 500,000 layer formations. This was the limit that Zhao Hai reached. Moreover, the formation sets used were innumerable in variation. According to the situation, Kair would change the formations of liquid silver. Things like the spring tower was Kair's stroke of genius. Meanwhile, Lizzie, Megan, and Margaret were commanding the undead to attack Huang Dan. However, Huang Dan was indeed a transcending tribulation expert. No matter what kind of attack came at him, he could deal with them without moving from his position. Lizzie and the others became serious, but all they could do was harass Huang Dan. Although Zhao Hai wasn't at his full power, he was also putting out 80% of his strength. The only things he hadn't taken out yet were those that shouldn't be revealed. After the wordless steel was repelled once more, Huang Dan's expression turned uglier. He sent the wordless steel towards Zhao Hai again. At this time, Zhao Hai's tower turned back into a ship. Once the two hit, the ship was blown away while the wordless steel chased it down. The previous collision didn't allow the ship to block the steel. However, the waves under the ship as well as its flagpole were able to successfully defend. After that, Zhao Hai used the crescent moon spade once more. When Huang Dan saw Zhao Hai's crescent moon spade, he immediately received his wordless steel. He was well aware that the crescent moon spade was an ancient artifact. Although Zhao Hai cannot use it fully right now, The power of an ancient artifact couldn't be underestimated. The wordless steel was Huang Dan's life source weapon, so he didn't want anything unexpected happening to it. Therefore, he took it back. There was blood on the corner of Zhao Hai's mouth. It was clear that he was injured. However, he didn't give up as he used the ship to charge towards Huang Dan. Huang Dan's eyes flashed a cold light. He sent the wordless steel forward to knock back Zhao Hai's ship. Zhao Hai spat out a bit of blood this time. At the same time, the waves and the flagpole forced the wordless steel back towards Huang Dan. As the wordless steel was retreating, a small dark green arrow flew towards Zhao Hai's throat. The speed of this arrow was extremely fast. With Zhao Hai's attention being on the wordless steel, he didn't have time to avoid it. The small arrow reached Zhao Hai's throat in a blink of an eye. Zhao Hai's eyes coldly flashed before the arrow hit his throat. Zhao Hai's face was turned upwards as blood shot up into the sky. It seemed like time stopped for a moment. The wordless steel stopped retreating. The 5 heavy artifacts stopped attacking. The metal beasts froze along with the undead. Jia Dingshan and the others also paused, and everyone present looked at Zhao Hai, who was on top of his ship. At this time, a loud shout was heard, "Little Hai!" Several shadows rushed towards the ship. These people were Zhongli and Zhao Hai's other brothers. At this time, the others also responded. The scene was in an uproar as people felt sorry for the demise of this young expert. However, Huang Dan couldn't help but frown. He waved as the wordless steel and the 5 heavy weapons returned to his side. Although he has given Zhao Hai a fatal strike, his expression didn't have any joy in it. It was also at this time that the spectators discovered something wrong. One must know that whether it be the metal beasts, the undead, or the ship, all of these were taken out by Zhao Hai. If Zhao Hai was really killed by that arrow, then shouldn't these things vanish? Then why were they still here? At this moment, Zhao Hai slowly sat up. He was grabbing a small arrow in his hand. Although his face was pale, there was no wound on his neck. Everyone present couldn't help but stare. They didn't know how Zhao Hai managed to survive. All of them saw Zhao Hai's throat getting hit by that arrow. So how was Zhao Hai fine? They failed to recognize that Zhao Hai has the ability to crystallize his body. When the small arrow hit Zhao Hai, his throat had been completely crystallized. The reason why he vomited blood was because of the force behind that arrow. After all, it was an attack sent by a transcending tribulation expert. But Zhao Hai also knew that he couldn't depend on his crystal body the entire time. It was already fortunate that he was able to block this attack. There was no next time. Zhao Hai stood up and patted Zhuang Li's shoulder. Then he waved them away and sent them back to Yuan's side. Yuan and the others were all cheering. They thought that Zhao Hai had been killed, but they didn't expect Zhao Hai to survive. Yuan and the others couldn't stop themselves from being excited. Zhao Hai looked at the dark green arrow in his hand before looking at Huang Dan and saying, "I thank Taoist for giving me this arrow. This Zhao Hai will remember this favor." As soon as Zhao Hai said that, the entire scene turned quiet. Zhao Hai was telling Huang Dan that he will remember this arrow and would definitely return the favor in the future. Huang Dan wasn't angry. He looked at Zhao Hai as he chuckled and said, "Zhao Hai, are you really that confident that you'll survive today?" Zhao Hai looked at Huang Dan, then he smiled and said, "Yes, I will not die today." "Taoist, have you forgotten? I can use space magic. If I want to escape, nobody can stop me. I know that Taoist can threaten the lives of the people in the Lock Mountain range. But I must tell you this. Taoist is a guest elder in the Pink Clouds Pavilion. You might kill the people in the Lock Mountain range to lure me out, but this Zhao Hai will not court death. Instead, I'll go to the cultivation realm and kill every person from the Pink Clouds Pavilion that I see." As Zhao Hai said this, Huang Dan's expression sank. He looked at Zhao Hai and coldly snorted, "Are you threatening this old man?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I won't dare threaten Taoist, but I'm just telling facts. This Zhao Hai has just ascended from the lower realms roughly a year ago as a dark mage. Whoever wants to kill me, then I'll kill them as well." I asked Taoist to reconsider his plan. After he said that, he bowed towards Huang Dan and didn't talk anymore. Zhao Hai's words were clearly a threat. Whether it was Huang Dan or the people watching on the sides, They all had to consider Zhao Hai's threat. First, because Zhao Hai was a dark mage. Dark mages were akin to demonic and ghost cultivators of the devil realm, and these people were well known to be vicious and merciless. Once they make a move, their targets wouldn't have any better days. The second reason was because Zhao Hai was a spatial ability user. Moreover, his ability was extremely formidable. If he wants to come, he can come. If he wants to leave, he can leave, and nobody would be able to stop him. Therefore, Huang Dan had to be careful in responding to Zhao Hai's words, and most importantly, Zhao Hai was strong. After fighting Zhao Hai for some time, Huang Dan gained a certain understanding of his strength. Huang Dan already confirmed that Zhao Hai was invincible under transcending tribulation. Although the Pink Clouds Pavilion has several transcending tribulation experts, it was impossible for them to look after the entire pavilion. If Zhao Hai really retaliated against the Pink Clouds Pavilion, things would get very troublesome. If he didn't care about Zhao Hai before, then Huang Dan dreaded him now. Zhao Hai's strength was beyond his imagination. Average nascent soul experts simply weren't Zhao Hai's opponent. Even nascent soul experts from great sects, with their various techniques and treasures, would find it impossible to win against Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's magic artifact was extremely overbearing. Not only can it transform, it could even change its size. Such magic artifacts have never been seen before. Even the legendary 10,000 transformations rod couldn't achieve this. A flying sword, a huge ship, a 9-story tower, the differences between them was huge. The scale would reach almost 100 times. However, Zhao Hai's magic artifact was able to achieve this. Also, this magic artifact seems to be able to divide itself. Previously, Zhao Hai was able to use 1,000 flying swords. 1,000 flying swords, this number was too astonishing. With all of these reasons combined, Huang Dan couldn't help but take Zhao Hai's threat very seriously. Huang Dan's expression was ugly as he looked at Zhao Hai. He could understand why Zhao Hai was like this. First, he didn't want Huang Dan to destroy the Lock Mountain range. Secondly, he wanted to establish prestige. Zhao Hai wanted to make it known that he was strong, making others dread his existence. Zhao Hai looked at Huang Dan with a flat expression. Upon seeing Huang Dan's expression change, he said, "I don't have any enmity with Taoist. So why do we have to undergo this hardship? This Zhao Hai is just like any other person to Taoist. So how about just letting me off?" Zhao Hai's words caused Huang Dan to stare. Zhao Hai just threatened him, but then he suddenly said those gentle words. However, Huang Dan's thoughts immediately changed. Zhao Hai was giving him a platform to step down on. If Zhao Hai was firm in his threat, then Huang Dan's face would be thrown to the ground. Zhao Hai admits defeat and gives Huang Dan an opportunity to back down. If he doesn't, then nobody knows what Zhao Hai would do next. Perhaps he would leave and begin tormenting the Pink Clouds Pavilion. And this wasn't something that Huang Dan wanted to see. Chapter 1345. Acknowledging as master, Huang Dan looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao has also calmly looked back at him. His originally pale face was beginning to recover its color. It was as if he didn't suffer any injury. This discovery caused Huang Dan to be startled yet again. He believed that Zhao Hai's previous state wasn't fake. Instead, Zhao Hai's body was regenerating quickly. Such resilience was certainly a surprise. Zhao Hai didn't talk anymore. He just looked at Huang Dan. Looking at Zhao Hai, Huang Dan suddenly burst out laughing and said, "Good. Good. This old man has seen young men like you. But out of all of them, you, Zhao Hai, are number one. It's a pity that you're not from the cultivation realm. Otherwise, this old man will receive you as his disciple." Huang Dan's remarks caused everyone to be surprised. Who was Huang Dan? He's a famous transcending tribulation expert of the cultivation realm. Up until this day, people have only heard that he has a named disciple, and that was the Pink Clouds Pavilion's Zhen Ling. As for official disciples, he doesn't have one. One shouldn't look at the gap between nascent soul and transcending tribulation as just one step. There were numerous cultivators who weren't able to go over this step in their lifetimes. Nascent soul experts were even willing to become a named disciple or even a servant of a transcending tribulation if it meant that they had more chance of overcoming this step. However, Transcending tribulation experts prioritized increasing their cultivation as soon as possible so that they could reach severed soul stage or even immortal stage. They rarely accepted disciples, and even if they did, their requirements would be very strict. Huang Dan saying this to Zhao Hai showed how much he appreciates him. Almost all cultivators present looked at Zhao Hai with envious eyes. On the other hand, Yuan and the others looked at Zhao Hai in anxiety. The significance of being a transcending tribulation expert's disciple was very huge for cultivators. Yuan and the others were afraid that Zhao Hai would switch to becoming Huang Dan's follower and becoming his disciple. This would mean that Zhao Hai would become a cultivator. Zhao Hai looked at Huang Dan as he smiled faintly and bowed before saying, "I thank the Taoist for your consideration, but this Zhao Hai is a person of the machine field. Becoming Taoist's follower would be very inconvenient and would even cause you some troubles. Therefore, this Zhao Hai can only decline Taoist's good intent." Huang Dan's eyes lit up as he said, "So you aren't opposed to becoming my disciple?" Zhao Hai stared when Huang Dan said this. Huang Dan seems to be sincere in accepting him as a disciple. Zhao Hai didn't expect this. Zhao Hai looked at Huang Dan, not quite understanding what the other party meant. He could only bow to Huang Dan as he said, "Taoist, this one is someone from the machine field and I also don't want to leave the realm." Without waiting for Zhao Hai to finish, Huang Dan waved his hand and said, "Who told you to leave the machine field? This old man just wants to take you as a disciple. I didn't say anything else." "Zhao Hai, you study a cultivation method of the cultivation realm. This old man isn't wrong about this. So is it really difficult for you to become my disciple?" Zhao Hai was somewhat puzzled about why Huang Dan decided to take him in as a disciple. However, he immediately changed his mind when he understood. If Huang Dan receives him as a disciple, then all of these would be solved. The cultivation realm was concerned about their face. Because Huang Dan failed to kill Zhao Hai, they had lost a lot of it, and if Huang Dan retreated this time, then they would lose even more face. Huang Dan's prestige would also take a hit, and this wouldn't be good for Zhao Hai as well. Even if Zhao Hai forces Huang Dan to retreat and establish his reputation as invincible under transcending tribulation, it would still bring him endless troubles. First of all, for the cultivators, their face was very important. It might seem like a matter between two people if Zhao Hai manages to drive Huang Dan away. However, for the cultivation realm, this was something that involved their entire realm. Zhao Hai was hitting the face of the entire realm and the cultivation realm wouldn't let him off for it. They would certainly retaliate whenever possible. Besides the cultivators, the other realms also wouldn't let Zhao Hai live an easy life. Being titled as invincible under transcending tribulation comes with its troublesome effects. Everyone would want to kill him in order to gain fame. But if Huang Dan receives Zhao Hai as a disciple, then all of these troubles would no longer exist. Firstly, Huang Dan would be able to save his face if he took Zhao Hai as an apprentice. Secondly, the cultivation realm would be saving face. Zhao Hai was the machine field's #1 genius, and he became Huang Dan's disciple. This would give the cultivation realm face. Your #1 genius is a disciple of our cultivation realm. Don't think that it would be absurd for the cultivators to think like this. Those arrogant cultivators would certainly think so. To Zhao Hai, this was a benefit that didn't need to be paid for. To these cultivators, Zhao Hai would then become a partial member of the cultivation realm. The Great Sex would no longer cause him any troubles. Moreover, Zhao Hai would gain a backer if he were to become Huang Dan's disciple. One must know that transcending tribulation experts belong to apex experts in the cultivation realm. Those who want to step on Zhao Hai to become famous would have to think properly. Although disciples of Great Sex might not care about Huang Dan, at least this would reduce Zhao Hai's headaches. Upon thinking of this, Zhao Hai looked at Huang Dan and then smiled faintly as he gave a bow and said, "Then this Zhao Hai greets Master Huang Dan." Hearing that Zhao Hai had agreed, Huang Dan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then he said, "All right, good. This is the best outcome, and since you acknowledge me as your master, then you will be my disciple from now on. This old man can't be too stingy, so take this as a welcoming gift." Then he waved his hand and took out a stone the size of a human head. This stone was blue all over and it looked like any ordinary blue stone. Zhao Hai quickly flew to Huang Dan's side. Since Huang Dan accepted him as a disciple in front of so many people, Then Huang Dan naturally wouldn't renege on his words. If he used this to deceive Zhao Hai in lowering his guard, then he would no longer deserve to be a transcending tribulation expert. Seeing Zhao Hai without any vigilance, Huang Dan felt satisfied. Then he placed the blue stone on Zhao Hai's hand and said, "This Azure Yang stone has been obtained by Master many years ago. This stone is hard and contains a trace of Yang Qi. Master's life source weapon, the wordless steel, is made from this stone. This is what's left behind after I made this deal. This remaining piece of Azure Sunstone is now yours." Zhao Hai was stunned. He didn't expect this blue stone to be this valuable. He also didn't expect Huang Dan to be so generous. In his view, their established relationship was only for the sake of both parties. He took what he needed, but he didn't expect to be given such precious Azure Yang stone. This moved Zhao Hai. No matter what goal Huang Dan had in accepting him as a disciple, it was indeed a good thing. Zhao Hai bowed and said, thanking Master for the gift. "Master, I also have a gift to give you." Some time ago, this disciple went to the soft gold mine and accidentally got a piece of soft gold ore. With my current state, it is useless to me, so I'll just give it to you. Then he turned his hand and a piece of soft gold ore appeared. It was 1/2 meter in diameter and it was large enough to extract a caddy of soft gold. "It's quite valuable." Huang Dan didn't expect Zhao Hai to have something this good. His eyes looked gratified as he laughed and said, "All right. Then Master will accept it." "Right, come with me. Master will lead you to see someone." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he waved his hand as he received all the undead as well as the silverback gold-winged bug. Then he had Jia Dingshan and the others retreat. As he was about to leave, he turned his head to Yuan and the others and said, "Captain Yuan, Boss Zhuang, I'll return after going with Master. There's no need to worry about me." Although Yuan and the others wanted to say something, they could only swallow their words. In the end, they nodded to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Huang Dan and said, "Master, please." Huang Dan nodded before turning around and flying towards the cultivation realm's domain. Zhao Hai also followed hastily behind. It was only at this time that those who came to spectate reacted. Huang Dan initially came here for revenge. However, it ended up like this. This caused them to be speechless. Everyone looked as Zhao Hai followed Huang Dan to the cultivation realm's territory. Some looks had envy in it while some were disdainful. They criticized Zhao Hai to be an idiot. In their minds, Zhao Hai was delivering himself into extreme danger. They believed that Huang Dan didn't have any good intentions in taking him as a disciple. Perhaps, once Zhao Hai enters the cultivation realm's territory, he will be besieged by the cultivators. Naturally, these thoughts stemmed from their feeling of envy. Deep inside, these people knew that there was no possible way for that scenario to happen. It was impossible for Huang Dan to use that shameless method to deal with Zhao Hai. He's a transcending tribulation expert. He cannot use shameless methods lest he will lose a lot of face. Chapter 1346, Master and Disciple. To be honest, it wasn't just the spectators who couldn't react. Laura and the others were stunned as well. The change of this matter was too fast. Zhao Hai became Huang Dan's disciple all of a sudden. However, Laura and the others were also smart people. When they thought about it, they immediately understood why Huang Dan did this. It can be said that this was the best way to deal with the situation. Now that Zhao Hai received all of the undead, Laura and the others were more relaxed. Then the group discussed what would happen next. It can be said that Zhao Hai's greatest danger has been removed. So what should he do now? One shouldn't think that becoming Huang Dan's disciple would solve everything. In fact, becoming Huang Dan's disciple brings in new troubles. First of these troubles would be in the machine field. Would the people in the machine field still trust Zhao Hai? This was a major problem. After all, Zhao Hai was still based in the machine field. If the people in the machine field don't trust him, then it would be very difficult for Zhao Hai to keep a foothold in the realm. And how would the cultivators see him? If Zhao Hai continues to be active in the Six Realms battlefield and be hostile with the cultivators, what would his status be? This was also a problem. The women discussed but they came up with nothing. In the end they could only give up. At this time, Zhao Hai and Huang Dan entered the partially controlled territory of the cultivation realm. Some nascent soul experts immediately welcomed them. People already knew about Zhao Hai and Huang Dan. Upon seeing the two, they didn't feel anything strange. Instead, They looked at Zhao Hai with mixed looks of envy and admiration. After all, these people knew that Huang Dan wouldn't have accepted Zhao Hai as a disciple if he could do anything to him. It can be said that Zhao Hai's current status was gained with his own strength. These people didn't develop any ideas to follow Zhao Hai and challenge transcending tribulation experts in order to become their disciples. If they really did that, they would no doubt be killed. It can be said that Zhao Hai's circumstance was extremely unique. If it wasn't because of a multiple of factors, it would be impossible for Zhao Hai to become Huang Dan's disciple. Zhao Hai looked at the cultivators and gave them a slight greeting. On the other hand, Huang Dan didn't care about them. As they arrived near Huang Dan's cave mansion, Huang Dan told the nascent soul experts, "We'll be staying in my cave mansion. Don't disturb me without my permission." The nascent soul experts complied and stopped following them. Instead, they flew towards the cultivation realm's territory as they gazed at Zhao Hai and Huang Dan. To be honest, Zhao Hai wasn't a stranger to this place. His flying needles had already mapped this entire region. Besides some protected places like the Bloodstone Fort, he can spy on any other place without anyone stopping him. Because of this, he wasn't too curious. Zhao Hai's reaction fell into Huang Dan's attention. He couldn't help but think highly upon Zhao Hai. This was the territory of the cultivation realm and Zhao Hai hadn't been here before. Zhao Hai had always been in the machine field's domain. If other people had the opportunity to come here, they would no doubt look left and right as if to see every little thing. This way, it would be easier for the machine field to wage war in the future. However, Zhao Hai didn't look at anything as he looked in front. It was as if there's nothing here that could attract his attention. Although Huang Dan was somewhat compelled with no choice when he accepted Zhao Hai as a disciple, he couldn't help but discover that Zhao Hai was becoming more and more pleasing to the eye as time passed by. Both of them knew the reason for their relationship, but Huang Dan didn't want to stain his face, so he gave Zhao Hai a piece of azure yang stone. The azure yang stone was a rare and valuable material. If Zhao Hai can find a good refiner, he can gain a very good artifact. But Zhao Hai didn't want the cultivators to give any malicious remarks to Huang Dan. Therefore, he gave his new master a piece of soft gold ore. This was soft gold. In fact, Zhao Hai's soft gold ore was much more valuable than Huang Dan's azure yang stone. Huang Dan has been in the Six Realms battlefield before and had been to the soft gold mine. Finding such a large piece of soft gold ore might even be harder than killing Zhao Hai. Besides the Six Realms battlefield, the world of cultivation also had places to mine soft gold. However, these mining sites had all been monopolized by great powers. Wanting to obtain soft gold ore from those places was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Because of this, soft gold ore has become a valuable resource in the world of cultivation. Although Huang Dan was an earth element cultivator, this didn't mean that he had no use for soft gold ore. In fact, Huang Dan needed a lot of materials in order to make his weapons better, and soft gold was common in all of these requirements, making its value much higher. What Zhao Hai gave was exactly what Huang Dan wanted. More importantly, when he asked Zhao Hai about coming to the cultivation realm's territory, Zhao Hai immediately agreed. This caused Huang Dan's impression of Zhao Hai to become better. Because he was a transcending tribulation cultivator, Huang Dan naturally won't use underhanded tactics on Zhao Hai. However, if other people were placed in Zhao Hai's shoes, they would no doubt hesitate, even those with the same strength as Zhao Hai. This was because going to the cultivation realm's territory meant that he was heading to the mouth of the tiger. Although Zhao Hai has spatial abilities, what's to say that the cultivation realm didn't have anyone with spatial abilities? However, Zhao Hai actually agreed. This wasn't only because he was confident of his strength, but also because he trusted Huang Dan. This was what made Huang Dan appreciate Zhao Hai. Before long, the two were about to arrive at Bloodstone Fort. Zhao Hai had also seen the Bloodstone Fort from the space. Because of the defensive formations surrounding the fort, the Silver Needles couldn't easily observe it. This includes the mountains behind the fort, with a huge defensive formation protecting it. The Silver Needles were also unable to monitor it. The two didn't stop at Bloodstone Fort and went directly to the back mountains and Huang Dan's cave mansion. As soon as they entered the cave mansion, Huang Dan took Zhao Hai to the lounge. This lounge was very large. Although it was within a cave, there were flowers and grass inside. The flowers were very fragrant. Meanwhile, the grass was condensing spirit grass, a very helpful grass for cultivation. Moreover, there was a small spring in the lounge. The spring spouted chilly spring water as well as mist. It caused the place to look like a land of wonder. Besides the natural fixtures, there were only very few man-made items in the lounge. There were only mats on the ground, making the place simplistic. After Huang Dan led Zhao Hai into the lounge, he gestured to the mat and said, "Sit, feel welcome." Zhao Hai bowed and said, "Thank you, master." Then he went to a mat and sat down. Huang Dan looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. Then he waved his hand as he took out a small jade sword. Huang Dan infused some energy into the sword and then the sword took off. Although Zhao Hai hadn't gone to the cultivation realm, he could still recognize the item that Huang Dan took out. It was a jade sword message which was used for short-distance communication. It was a bit like a letter but it was more secure. Even computer encryption isn't as secure as a jade sword message. The jade sword message has a spiritual lock. Besides the sender and the receiver, nobody else would have any means to see its contents. Moreover, the lock on a jade sword message was much more sensitive compared to normal locks. Once a foreign spiritual force enters it, it would immediately explode, destroying all of its contents. Besides self-destructing, a spiritual mark would also appear on the person who destroyed the jade sword message. This would enable the sender to track the perpetrator. Because of this, nobody dared to touch these small jade swords. After releasing his small jade sword, Huang Dan turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, although I have received you as a disciple, it was done in haste. But now that you became my disciple, I will teach you as much as I can. You can rest assured." Zhao Hai quickly replied, "Yes, master. Since this disciple has joined master's side, I'll make sure to not lose face." Huang Dan nodded. "As you already know, your master is a guest elder of the Pink Clouds Pavilion. The pavilion master Zhen Ling is my named disciple. When the chance arises, I'll introduce you to her." Zhao Hai nodded. "Thank you, master." "Master, this is a small item made by me. Please accept it. It's a coordinate transmission formation. As long as you press the button on top, this disciple will know where you are. Then I can use my spatial ability to go over immediately." Huang Dan looked at the small item that Zhao Hai handed over. It looked like a jade pendant. There was a small circular formation on it which should be the button. The workmanship was very delicate. Moreover, the jade also seems to have been refined. Huang Dan came from a rogue cultivator background. Therefore, he had dabbled in both pills and crafting. Because of this, he could see that Zhao Hai's item wasn't like the usual items made by the machine field. Instead, it looks like it had been made using a crafting technique. This caused him to be somewhat surprised. He raised his head to look at Zhao Hai as he said, "You also craft?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, master. Refining, pill making, crafting. This disciple has studied them to an extent. If master has anything to say, then please don't hesitate to tell me." Huang Dan smiled and didn't say anything, but he still took the jade pendant. At this time, Zhao Hai turned towards the entrance of the cave mansion. This was because he could feel a powerful aura flying over. Huang Dan saw Zhao Hai's reaction and gave a satisfied nod. He knew that the person coming over was the one he invited, his friend Feng Beiming. Chapter 1347, Purple Jade Bamboo. Huang Dan waved his hand to Zhao Hai and said, "There's no need to be anxious. The guest that I invited has arrived." After Huang Dan said that, he stood up. Zhao Hai quickly stood up as well. The two went to the mansion's door to greet Feng Beiming. Upon seeing Huang Dan, Feng Beiming laughed and said, "Musclehead, I heard that you got yourself an apprentice today." Huang Dan smiled faintly and said, "Blacksmith, come in quickly. Let me introduce you to my disciple." "Zhao Hai, this is Feng Beiming, Profound Clear Sex Great Elder. He is a master's good friend. You can call him Martial Uncle." Zhao Hai walked up and respectfully said, "Zhao Hai has seen Martial Uncle." Feng Beiming was sizing Zhao Hai up, then he chuckled and said, "Good, Zhao Hai. I've heard about you a lot recently. I didn't expect to see you here. Ha ha ha. Good. Good. Quite a talented kid." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Martial Uncle overpraises me." Huang Dan waved his hand and said, "Let's chat inside." Then he led the two back into the Lungil. Zhao Hai allowed Feng Beiming to go first before following behind. Huang Dan gave a secret nod towards Zhao Hai upon seeing his attitude. After the three entered the lounge, Huang Dan and Feng Beiming sat down while Zhao Hai stood on the side. Huang Dan looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, sit. You're not a stranger here." Zhao Hai complied and sat down. Feng Beiming looked at Huang Dan's attitude towards Zhao Hai and couldn't help but gently raise his eyebrows. He wasn't a fool. He knew the entire process between Zhao Hai and Huang Dan's conflict, so he knew that Huang Dan meant well with accepting Zhao Hai as a disciple. To be honest, he admired Huang Dan to be able to think about things in a short amount of time. This result was completely out of his expectations. What surprised him the most was that Huang Dan and Zhao Hai were getting along really well, better than most master-disciple relationships he's seen in the cultivation realm. Zhao Hai was very respectful to Huang Dan and Huang Dan was also caring towards him. Zhao Hai seemed to appreciate it too, which Feng Beiming didn't think of. Huang Dan looked at Feng Beiming and understood what his friend was thinking. He turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, you have already acknowledged me as your master. Now let me tell you what's the most important thing for a cultivator in order to reach transcending tribulation." Zhao Hai sat there and respectfully listened. Huang Dan continued, "In order to reach transcending tribulation, the most important thing is accumulation. But it's not just accumulation. You also need to have a heart that strives to move forward. At the same time, you can't grovel and lose your vigor. Otherwise, you will never reach transcending tribulation." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, master." Actually, what Huang Dan was saying was very contradictory. However, Zhao Hai could actually understand what Huang Dan meant. Feng Beiming also nodded as he added, "Correct. To enter transcending tribulation, you should never lose your vigor." There are cultivators that didn't hesitate to become servants of transcending tribulation experts in order to progress. This approach is the most stupid. This was basically losing their vigor to step forward. Besides those who are blessed with great wisdom and courage, most of these people would never enter transcending tribulation in their lifetimes. Huang Dan nodded. "Little Hai, your strength is very good. However, your accumulation is insufficient. Moreover, your heart needs more tempering. After a few years, when your foundation becomes more solid and your heart is tempered, you can go and try going for your tribulation." Feng Beiming was puzzled as he looked at Huang Dan. Musclehead, Little Hai is the strongest under transcending tribulation. How could his accumulation be insufficient? Huang Dan shook his head and said, "His accumulation is still not good enough. Little Hai is certainly strong. However, he still lacks spiritual qi inside his body. The reason why his attacks are strong, besides his weapon, should be evil qi condensed into his body." "Little Hai, am I right?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right. Just like Master said, I have evil qi condensed in my body. I also have astral qi and managed to combine the two of them to improve my attack. It's because of this that my attacks are so strong. Otherwise, it would be impossible for me to block Master's attack." Huang Dan and Feng Beiming looked at each other with surprised expressions in their faces. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to have astral qi and evil qi at the same time. This was something that no normal person could achieve. Most importantly, normal people would even have the chance to try it out. Whether it be astral qi or evil qi, condensing them into the body wasn't an easy matter. The pain involved in the process exceeded what people could take. Besides the willpower needed to condense, there was a much more important point, and that was the chance to condense. There was no need to say that astral qi was in Yellow Sand Planet. One could condense astral qi there. However, not everyone can condense astral qi on Yellow Sand Planet. Besides rare safe places, condensing astral qi in any other place basically asking for death. Although condensing astral qi in Yellow Sand Planet wasn't easy, at least people know it exists there. On the other hand, evil qi was extremely scarce. Even if there were one or two places where this qi exists, they would no doubt be under the control of a great sect. It was impossible for Zhao Hai to go to those places to gather evil qi. The chance of condensing both astral qi and evil qi into one's body was infinitesimally small. It can be said that luck was an extremely important factor for a cultivator. No matter how talented you were, if you don't have luck, you wouldn't reach far in your lifetime. And even if your talent was average, as long as you're lucky, your strength would rapidly increase. Because of this, rogue cultivators in the cultivation realms take all sorts of missions. Beside providing themselves with income and experience, it would also increase their chances of bumping into good luck. Why bump into good luck? This was because these things couldn't be found. For example, you heard that there was a treasure, but millions before you already knew that it was a trap or a scam. Therefore, good luck can only be bumped into. Huang Dan looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, where did you condense astral chi? And evil chi cannot be easily found. Where did you find it?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I condensed astral chi in Yellow Sun Planet while I participated in the machine field's internal qualifiers for the Six Realms beginner competition. I happened to see some sword cultivators condensing sword chi, so I tracked them and happened to find a good place to condense astral chi in. As for evil chi, it's luck I got in the Six Realms battlefield. A demon named Hao Dong arrived in the machine fields partially controlled to steal some resources. He was killed by me. However, I didn't expect his ancestor, Hao Sha, came to take revenge. However, he wasn't my opponent and was killed by me and Jia Dingshan. I obtained the Crescent Moon Spade from him. Then he took out the Crescent Moon Spade." Huang Dan and Feng Beiming were aware of the Crescent Moon Spade. This was because they guessed that it must have been an ancient artifact. Zhao Hai handed the Crescent Moon Spade over to Huang Dan. Huang Dan carefully received the spade and then looked at it. Then he nodded and said, "It's really an ancient artifact." Then he passed the spade over to Feng Beiming, who inspected it as well. Then he handed the Crescent Moon Spade back to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai received the Crescent Moon Spade and then said, "The Crescent Moon Spade doesn't look like this originally. In the past, the evil chi surrounding it was very dense. Its handle is made out of skulls while the Buddha used to be a ghost's face. It felt like something a devil cultivator used. While I was practicing outside, I suddenly felt the evil chi in the spade enter my body. This surprised me. I used all of my power to control the evil chi inside my body. Fortunately, I was able to survive. After absorbing all of the evil chi inside the spade, it turned to this." Huang Dan and Feng Beiming looked at each other. They didn't think Zhao Hai would use this method to condense evil chi into his body. To be honest, Zhao Hai was really lucky. If something went wrong in the process, then he would have died. Feng Beiming looked at the Crescent Moon Spade, and then he said, "It seems like the Crescent Moon Spade looks like this originally. Someone deliberately used evil chi in order to change its form. It must be done by a powerful ancient expert because even I can't do it. This spade is truly a treasure." "Little Hai, what do you feel when you use the Crescent Moon Spade?" Zhao Hai replied, "I feel powerless for a while. This Crescent Moon Spade consumes a lot of spiritual chi and mental power. With my current strength, I can only use it a few times." Feng Beiming nodded. "That should be the case. Ancient artifacts are powerful, but their energy consumption is astonishing. It looks like your master is right. Your accumulation isn't enough." Zhao Hai nodded. At this time, Huang Dan waved his hand and said, "All right, let's not talk about this. Little Hai, you only need to keep cultivating for the next few years, right? Blacksmith, I just accepted a good disciple. Shouldn't you be taking something out?" Zhao Hai didn't expect Huang Dan to suddenly shift the topic. However, Feng Beiming didn't mind it as he laughed and said, "I knew that you wouldn't let me off. Fortunately, I was able to find something." "Little Hai, take it." Then Feng Beiming waved his hand as a bamboo branch appeared in his hand. Zhao Hai quickly received the gift. Feng Beiming smiled and said, "This is a purple jade bamboo branch. If you can find a good place, you can plant it. Don't look down on this branch. Although it's been kept away from soil for some time, I kept it in a jade box so it's still alive. If you grow it, not only would you have an extra weapon, it's also an extra defensive measure." Zhao Hai looked at the humble bamboo branch in his hand. He didn't expect it to be purple jade bamboo. Purple jade bamboo is a famous wood element material in the cultivation realm. Growing this bamboo isn't easy. It only grows once every 100 years. The bamboo had the same color as purple jade. Once wind blows through it, it would make a unique sound. Magic artifacts made from this material weren't only tough, but they also have an innate sound attack. Growing purple jade bamboo is extremely difficult. Its environmental requirements were quite strict. Spiritual chi density needed to be high in order for it to sprout. If this environment cannot be achieved, the purple jade bamboo would never grow. It should be noted that it just wouldn't grow. It won't die. Although the requirements for growing this bamboo was very high, it also had an extremely strong vitality. If the environment wasn't good, it would just hibernate like an animal, hiding its vitality inside its body. Because of this, there was a very strong life source emanating from the bamboo branch. It could even be used in potions and pills to improve their medicinal strength. Feng Beiming was cracking a joke when he told Zhao Hai to plant the bamboo branch. He actually intended Zhao Hai to use the bamboo to make a potion in order to heal his injuries. However, what Feng Beiming didn't know was that Zhao Hai had the space. Not to say about the purple jade bamboo, the space could even grow a spirit root that existed since the beginning of the world. This gift was extremely useful to Zhao Hai. With a happy expression, he looked at Feng Beiming and said, "Martial uncle, thank you. This gift is truly valuable." Feng Beiming chuckled and waved his hand. This purple jade bamboo branch was something that his disciple sent, so there's no losses on his side. Seeing Feng Beiming's expression, Huang Dan said, "Good. This gift is indeed valuable." Little Hai, after going back, you need to refine it into medicine. This thing is very hard to grow. I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to grow it. You can just use it to make life-saving medicine. You should also try to refine your Azure Yang stone into an artifact. If you couldn't find anyone, you can just ask your martial uncle for help. Feng Beiming stared. He looked at Huang Dan and said, "Goodness, Musclehead. You're really unfair. I've been asking you for a long time for that Azure Yang stone, but you ended up giving it to Little Hai." Huang Dan thought for a moment before he said, "Blacksmith, if you take out more spirit wine, I'll let you see something as good. It's certainly better than the Azure Yang stone." Upon hearing Huang Dan, Feng Beiming couldn't help but stare. Then he said, "Are you kidding? What do you have that's more valuable than the Azure Yang stone?" Huang Dan smiled and said, "You don't have to worry about this. I promise that I'm not lying to you." Feng Beiming looked at Huang Dan. In the end, he clenched his teeth and said, "All right, let me see it." Then he took out a jar of spirit wine. He had a pained expression as he poured out 3 cups. Huang Dan laughed and then took out the soft gold door and placed it on the ground. Seeing the large soft gold door, Feng Beiming couldn't help but gawk. Then his expression lightened up as he said, "It's soft gold door, Musclehead. How did you get something this big?" Huang Dan smiled faintly as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "It's Little Hai's gift to this one. Hey, don't use it all up. After refining the ore, leave some for Little Hai and me." Chapter 1348, Spirit Wine Business. Feng Beiming quickly received the soft gold ore. Then with a smile he said, "Not a problem. Rest assured, if you want anything refined, you can come to me for help." Huang Dan saw this and couldn't help but laugh. Then he took his cup as he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, taste this spirit wine. Most people couldn't get their hands on these." Zhao Hai nodded. He was also very curious about the cultivation realm's spirit wine. He only heard Zhang mention this before. This was the first time he'll be able to taste it. Zhao Hai took the jade cup and took a sip. But then, he couldn't help but knit his brows. In his eyes, the liquor in the cup wasn't all that good. It's clear that it was roughly made, reflected on how it tasted bland. Only the spiritual chi infused inside was comparable to the liquor made in the space. However, the manufacturing method of the space made for the best liquor. There's no comparing between the two. Zhao Hai placed his cup down as he turned to Huang Dan and asked, "Master, this is the cultivation realm's spirit wine?" Huang Dan looked at Zhao Hai, then he smiled faintly and said, "This is real spirit wine made in the cultivation realm. Ordinary people can't get their hands on it. This spirit wine contains no impurities but still contains spiritual chi." "What's wrong? You don't like it?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. Then he turned his hand and took out a bottle of medium-grade wine from the space. Then he poured it over the jade cups before handing one over to Huang Dan. Then he said, "Master, taste my wine." Zhao Hai's actions caused Huang Dan and Feng Beiming to stare at him. Seeing Zhao Hai discarding the spirit wine for his own wine caused the two's expression to turn somewhat ugly. However, Huang Dan still received Zhao Hai's wine and took a smell. When the fragrance hit his nose, his facial expression changed, then he gently took a sip. His eyes couldn't hide the surprise he felt. It didn't take long before he drank all of the liquor in the cup. After drinking all of the wine, Huang Dan closed his eyes. His facial expression showed infatuation. He didn't move for some time. Fang Beiming looked at Huang Dan's appearance and couldn't help but be curious. So he finished the wine in his cup. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Kid, pour me a cup as well. Let me see why you look down on my spirit wine." Zhao Hai smiled faintly before pouring Fang Beiming a cup. Fang Beiming also smelled the cup before downing the contents in one go. He had the same expression as Huang Dan as he reveled in the wine's taste for quite a long time. A few moments passed. Fang Beiming put his cup down and let out a long breath. Then he said, "Good wine. Really good wine. No wonder you disdain my spirit wine. If I drank this wine before, I also wouldn't look at the spirit wine." Huang Dan also placed his cup down. He turned to look at the wine bottle in Zhao Hai's hand and asked, "Little Hai, where did you get this wine?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and poured them another cup before saying, "I brewed this wine myself." "Master, you can drink as much as you want. There's no need to worry." After pouring some wine for the two, he took out a couple of plates filled with light snacks. There's also some tea being brewed on the side as well as 3 jade chopsticks. Huang Dan and Feng Beiming stared at Zhao Hai. Cultivators generally don't eat meals since they have fasting pills. The two couldn't even remember the last time they ate food. It might be back when they were still disciples and rogue cultivators. Zhao Hai looked at the two and then smiled. "Master, martial uncle, have a taste. These dishes are very good." Huang Dan nodded. Then he took a pair of chopsticks and picked some vegetables to eat. After lightly chewing, his eyes shone as he said, "These vegetables also have spiritual qi. Moreover, there's no toxins in them." "How is this possible?" "Little Hai, where did you get these vegetables?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I planted them myself. There's a planet in the machine field that nobody wanted, so I terraformed it and planted some vegetables." Huang Dan put his chopsticks down and then looked at Zhao Hai with a serious face as he said, "Little Hai, we cultivators must be pure and not be greedy for luxuries. If you have land that can grow these kinds of vegetables, why don't you use it for medicinal plants? That way you can have a lot of pills for cultivation and your strength would increase faster." Feng Beiming agreed. What Huang Dan said was the common thought of all cultivators. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Master, in fact, it's possible to eat and drink for cultivation. The spirit wine and these vegetables are what I usually eat. I rarely eat pills and drink potions for practice. Only when I'm injured would I use them. Eating these vegetables and drinking spirit wine can have the same effect as taking pills. Pills are just too potent. If you take a pill, it would take a long time for you to digest its effects. Instead of wasting time refining them, I eat and drink 3 times a day. After eating, I still have a lot of time to practice. In addition to cultivating, I can also practice magic formations and familiarize with my weapons. Isn't that better?" Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Huang Dan and Feng Beiming didn't know what to say. It should be said that Zhao Hai's wine and vegetables had spiritual qi in them which was beneficial for practice. Cultivators normally don't eat because of the impurities present in food. However, Zhao Hai's food doesn't have any of these impurities. Not only was it delicious, you could also cultivate by doing it. Only a fool would prefer the flavorless fasting pills. Feng Beiming nodded. He took another bite of food as he said, "Little Hai is right. If you eat these dishes every day in practice, it would be a great benefit to you. It's a pity that not everyone can eat it." Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he turned to Huang Dan and said, "Master, I still have a lot in hand. Besides the ones I use, I can sell them off." "Master, aren't you a guest elder in the Pink Clouds Pavilion? Do you think people would buy this liquor if the pavilion sells them?" Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Huang Dan couldn't help but stare. Then his 2 eyes shone as he said, "You still have more of this liquor?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "This liquor is actually just one type, and I still have more. Moreover, this isn't the most valuable one I have in hand. I still have much better things." Before Huang Dan could speak, Feng Beiming interjected, "You have better wine? Good kid. Then take it out. Hurry, let me taste them. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly before taking out another bottle of wine and handed it over to Feng Beiming. After looking at the bottle, Feng Beiming opened it and poured himself a cup. Upon drinking, his face was intoxicated as he said, "Good wine, very good wine." God, those things I used to drink, can they still be called wine? Huang Dan didn't mind Feng Beiming as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, can you really sell this type of liquor to the Pink Clouds Pavilion? If this gets to the cultivation realm, it would certainly sell well." "But why do you want to sell it to the cultivation realm?" "I believe wine is sold very well in the machine field." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Master, don't forget that I'm an ascender." The people who sell liquor in the machine field are those great families. They had already formed a complicated net of relationships. If I suddenly introduce these liquor in the machine field, then I might destroy the entire liquor market. If that happens, a large crack would appear between me and the machine field. When that time comes, it would be very difficult for me to establish a foundation in the machine field. On the other hand, the cultivation realm is different. The spirit wine market in the cultivation realm is basically non-existent. Therefore, I won't be in trouble with anybody if I decide to sell there. And to be honest, I'm not planning to sell this kind of wine in large quantities. Only when it's scarce would it be valuable. If I sell a lot of these, then not only would its price drop, the great sex would also be envious. If that happens, then it wouldn't be good for me, you, and the Pink Clouds Pavilion. Huang Dan nodded and said, "That's true. I didn't expect you to have thought this far. But Little Hai, you don't have to worry about not being able to have a base in the machine field. At worst, you can come with me to the cultivation realm." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Master, to be honest, I'm not thinking of going to the cultivation realm. With my strength, I can walk sideways in the machine field and nobody can move against me. But in the cultivation realm, what would I be? Not to say me, even you, Master, have been forced by the great sex to make a move. Being in the machine field is advantageous to my progress. Only by establishing a stable base in the machine field would I be able to cultivate better." Huang Dan and Feng Beiming were silent. They had built themselves up from being rogue cultivators. They knew how important having a base was to a cultivator's progress. The materials that were easily used by great sex were oftentimes unreachable by rogue cultivators. However, they still didn't expect Zhao Hai to see himself as someone from the machine field, and that his main purpose was thus. Huang Dan sighed and said, "All right, since you have thought this through, then I won't stop you. No wonder you can reach this level at such a young age. Regarding this aspect, Master is inferior to you. You don't have to worry about the spirit wine. Master can guarantee its success. But since your martial uncle Feng is here, let's discuss things further. If you want to sell spirit wine in the cultivation realm, then it's not enough to rely on the Pink Clouds Pavilion. It's best if you can get your martial uncle's profound clear sect in as well." Zhao Hai and Feng Beiming stared. Zhao Hai hasn't thought through this point, Feng Beiming as well. But upon hearing Huang Dan, their eyes turned bright. This was because this was good for both of them. It's even good for the profound clear sect. Chapter 1349. Reconciliation. Which business makes the most money? Naturally, it's unique business. For the cultivation realm, selling spirit wine was a unique business. The reason why the machine field doesn't produce spirit wine was simple. This was because spirit rice was needed to produce spirit wine. However, spirit rice wasn't something that can just be planted anywhere. It must be said that growing spirit rice was no less difficult than growing spirit medicine. At the same time, not all lands in the cultivation realm can grow spirit medicine. Although commoners in the cultivation realm could plant their own spirit medicine, these things were mediocre at best. The rice grown in these lands cannot be called spirit rice. Naturally, they wouldn't have any way to brew spirit wine. And for the cultivators, it would be a waste to use perfectly good land to make rice for eating and spirit wine. In such cases, they might as well plant spirit medicine. After all, medicinal plants could be refined into pills that could increase a cultivator's strength. Because of this thinking, spirit wine produced every year in the cultivation realm was very limited, and most of these spirit wines won't be sold outside. Sects would circulate them among themselves. If spirit wine suddenly appears in the market, then whether it be great sects or rogue cultivators, they would all be greatly excited. Although Huang Dan said that a cultivator must purify the mind's desires, those that can achieve this were very few. A lot of cultivators actually liked indulging themselves. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a demand of spirit wine in the cultivation realm. Spirit wine was still sought after in the cultivation realm because cultivators wanted to enjoy life. In the past, they couldn't do so because they can't. They could only eat bland fasting pills for sustenance. In this case, one could imagine how the cultivation realm would react if spirit wine began to be available. Cultivators might only buy a few pots to enjoy, but the total demand for this would be astonishing. Such unique business would be extremely profitable. Even a person with not much experience in business knew this. But if such huge profits only involved the Pink Clouds Pavilion and Zhao Hai, then this wouldn't be a good thing. Pink Clouds Pavilion was very strong, but they were only a merchant group in the end. Moreover, they weren't internally united. A merchant group's power could never contend against a great sect. This cake was too big for them to swallow on their own. On the other hand, a great sect like the Profound Clear sect wasn't something that people dared to offend. Only a great sect such as this was qualified to such a huge business. However, the Profound Clear sect doesn't have as many business channels as the Pink Clouds Pavilion, nor can they source the goods. The only thing that the Profound Clear sect could do in this matter was take a slice of the cake in exchange for being a guardian of this business. Although this would affect Pink Cloud Pavilion and Zhao Hai's benefits, having a connection to the great sect more than makes up for it. This would save them a lot of trouble. Zhao Hai looked at Huang Dan and said, "Master is thoughtful." "Martial uncle, is this possible?" Fang Beiming placed his cup at this time, then he nodded and said, "I think it's possible. Our Profound Clear sect doesn't have to do much yet. We could gain benefits. After a while, I'll return to my sect and tell them about it." "Musclehead, you should head back and tell Girl Zenling about this to make her happy. I heard that Pink Clouds Pavilion has been anxious recently." "You think those reckless folks are about to move?" Huang Dan coldly snorted and said, "A group of idiots. Why bother with them? With your sect, me, Little Hai, and Zenling working together, let's see if they make a move. If they do, then I might just clean them up." Hearing Huang Dan, Fang Beiming stared. Then he laughed and said, "Musclehead, you really planned this out." "Rest assured, I'm 100% sure that this will go through." "Jokes aside, you shouldn't be polite with them anymore. Otherwise, they would think that you're easy to bully." Huang Dan smiled bitterly and said, "It's not that I don't want to be aggressive against them, but those families also have transcending tribulation experts backing them up. If I cause a huge trouble, then the Pink Clouds Pavilion might be torn apart. Therefore, I had to endure. Although you're a good friend, asking you to make a move would be improper with your position in the Profound Clear sect." Fang Beiming nodded, then he sighed and said, "Us succeeding in our tribulation caused people to envy us. However, I discovered that it's very uncomfortable having people's eyes on us every time we make a move." Huang Dan smiled faintly and said, "Fortunately, I'm only a guest elder, a rogue cultivator. You are different. Being a great elder of the Profound Clear sect, every action you make represents your sect. Naturally, the entire world would pay attention to you." Fang Beiming angrily scolded his friend before downing a cup of liquor. He was actually a bit depressed. Being in a great sect provided plenty of advantages in cultivation. However, there were also a lot of customs that he needed to take note of. Although he was now a great elder, a position only a handful of people had, he found out that it wasn't a good feeling having everyone observe your every action. Huang Dan turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, after this matter gets pushed through, you'll discuss things with Little Zenling. You'll be coming with me when I return to my residence, and if you need anything in the future, you can go there and find me." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Master, I still have some things I need to take care of in the Lock Mountain range. I need to head back." "Right, these are for you and Martial Uncle to drink. Just tell me if it's not enough." Then he took out several huge jugs of the highest grade liquor the space has produced. These huge jugs weighed about 100 jin and there were 10 of them, totaling 1,000 jin of liquor. Huang Dan and Feng Beiming weren't polite as they each took 5 jars each and stored them in their spatial equipment. Then Huang Dan nodded and said, "All right, you go back first. This way, those machine field fellows won't think that you changed sides. By the way, when your planet is finished, Make sure to invite me and your martial uncle to take a look." Zhao Hai nodded and bowed to the two people before disappearing. When Zhao Hai vanished, Feng Beiming sighed and said, "Musclehead, you're really lucky. Not a lot of people can achieve what he did in a short time. Also, I don't think that he's rushing to progress. His future achievements are limitless, and he seems to regard sentiments well. As long as you aren't excessive, you would be benefiting from him a lot. I really envy you for having him as your disciple." Huang Dan smiled faintly and said, "This can be called turning misfortune into blessing. I'm thinking of fully supporting Little Hai and transcending his tribulation. It would be good for both me and the Pink Clouds Pavilion." Feng Beiming nodded. Then he smiled bitterly and said, "He's still at nascent soul stage, but he already made such a huge wave. I don't know what would happen if he really succeeds in crossing his tribulation. Maybe he'll change the skies of the world of cultivation with his strength." Huang Dan looked at Feng Beiming in a puzzled way as he said, "Blacksmith, aren't you looking at him too highly? He's just a kid after all. What can he do?" Feng Beiming looked at Huang Dan and said, "A kid? Don't forget that he has already built his own base of power. If he becomes more successful, who knows what would happen? Aren't you the one underestimating his capabilities?" Huang Dan turned silent. He found that he was still underestimating Zhao Hai. How long did Zhao Hai take to reach his current situation? 1 year. A short year. What was 1 year for a cultivator? There were even some cultivators who closed up for a year or more. But Zhao Hai, he only used 1 year to become a very powerful expert. He also has a planet of his own. People in the Lock Mountain Range consider him as a close brother, and he has become the hope of the machine field. Huang Dan was not a fool. He has been in the Six Realms battlefield, so he was very clear that the upper hand in this place rotated. This includes the machine field, and he was also very clear that the people in the Six Realms battlefield were core members of powerful groups. Zhao Hai was now regarded as one of these people. This meant that he now had a giant web of connections. This web wasn't anything that normal people would have. Once Zhao Hai establishes his influence, this web would display its might. Moreover, Zhao Hai had gained himself a huge reputation in the Six Realms beginner competition, and with his recent exploits, his name became even more loud. As long as Zhao Hai establishes his influence, followers from all places would converge towards him. Moreover, behind Zhao Hai was the Ashley family. With how good their relationship was, the family would certainly help him. Also, there was Zhao Hai's planet that enabled him to sell spirit wine, providing him with massive funds. And with his business being in the cultivation realm, he could obtain resources en masse. When one looks at it carefully, Zhao Hai has all conditions to establish a power of his own. Once he did, nobody could stop him. With this thought in mind, Huang Dan let out a long breath and said, "Right, it seems like I still underestimate people, especially Little Hai. Those who underestimate him will certainly suffer a loss, including me. Once he establishes his power, then it's even more important to not look down at him. But well, he's my disciple now, not my enemy. Ha ha ha. It seems like I'm very blessed." Feng Beiming looked at Huang Dan, then he took a drink from his cup, and suddenly, his eyes shone as he said, "Say, Musclehead, have you considered setting Zhao Hai up with that last Zenling?" Huang Dan's eyes turned bright as well. He didn't say anything, but he slowly took a drink from his cup. Chapter 1350, Can't Agree. Yuan was currently in the conference room as he restlessly walked back and forth. The others in the room shared his emotions. These people were captain-level characters of the Lock Mountain Range. They convened together in order to support Zhao Hai, but they didn't expect that Zhao Hai would solve this matter, and he even became Huang Dan's disciple. At this time, Zhao Hai followed Huang Dan to the Cultivation Realms territory. This made Yuan and the others even more worried. They weren't worried that Huang Dan would do something to Zhao Hai. Huang Dan accepted Zhao Hai as a disciple in front of so many people. If he were to do anything to Zhao Hai, then he would lose the face of the cultivation realm. What Yuan and the others were worried about was Zhao Hai not returning to the Lock Mountain Range. No matter where you look, the cultivation realm was much better for practice. Moreover, Zhao Hai now has Huang Dan as a backer. If it were them, they wouldn't return to the machine field. If Zhao Hai made that choice, then Yuan and the others couldn't say anything. After all, people were condemned by the heavens and the earth. But for the machine field, Zhao Hai leaving would be a huge blow to the machine field. Not only to the machine field, but every practitioner in the machine field would be affected as well. Zhao Hai was now a banner for the practitioners in the machine field. If Zhao Hai transfers to the cultivation realm, then the countless practitioners in the machine field would think that there was no point in training in the realm. If someone as talented as Zhao Hai left, then what's stopping the others from leaving the machine field? The blow to the machine field would be too great. Although the machine field's main fighting strength were mechs and battleships, the strength of practitioners couldn't be taken lightly. In fact, there were a lot of practitioners in the machine field. In the end, the world of cultivation was made for practitioners. Even if practitioners weren't the main power of the machine field, practitioners were still everywhere in the realm. If every practitioner in the machine field loses confidence, then the machine field would be finished. However, this was something that Yuan and the others couldn't prevent. This was because they knew that Huang Dan wasn't a pushover, he was a transcending tribulation expert. If it weren't for Zhao Hai, then the machine field's Lock Mountain range would have been damaged beyond repair. Liu Zhen looked at Yuan's expression, then he sighed and said, "Old Yuan, there's no need to walk around like that. Isn't it the same as your retirement? If little Hai really wants to go, there's nothing we can do." Yuan stopped, then he looked at the conference room's door as he said, "Zhongli, please come in." After he said that, Zhongli and the others entered the conference room. Yuan looked at Zhongli and said, "Zhongli, tell me the truth. With your understanding of little Hai, will he came back?" When Zhongli heard Yuan, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Lu Dingshan and the others as he laughed and said, "Captain, you're worried about this." "Don't worry, little Hai will definitely come back." Hearing Zhongli, Yuan stared. He looked at Zhongli and asked, "Why are you so sure?" Zhongli smiled faintly and said, "Because I know little Hai." He accepted Huang Dan as a master at that time because of the situation. He doesn't want his relationship with the cultivation realm to get any worse. At the same time, Huang Dan's face would be saved if he accepted Zhao Hai as a disciple. He went to the cultivation realm in order to eliminate the last trace of conflict between him and Huang Dan. I believe he would be returning soon. Yuan was silent for some time, then he exhaled and muttered, "Let's hope so." At this time, the conference room turned silent. Zhongli and the others nodded before turning around and leaving the room. Once Zhongli and the others left the room, Zhongli opened his mouth and said, "Really, they still don't believe in little Hai." With little Hai's strength, if it wasn't for the machine field, why would he take Huang Dan as a master? Huang Dan wouldn't take Zhao Hai as a disciple either. Li Kuangren smiled and said, "They don't understand little Hai. You cannot blame them." In their eyes, the cultivation realm is really a good place. It's very rich with spiritual qi. They don't know that little Hai's island couldn't compare to the cultivation realm. Dongfeng Yu nodded and said, "Right." And before this, nobody thought that Zhao Hai would be so strong. Even Huang Dan couldn't do anything to him. And this time, little Hai didn't use his spatial abilities. Finally, they reached this result. It's simply unthinkable. The group nodded. In the past, Zhao Hai had never used his entire strength. This time, when he showed his strength, it really enlightened people. While they were talking, Zhao Hai suddenly appeared in Yuan's fort. Upon seeing Zhao Hai, Zhongli and the others paused for a moment before they laughed. Then they greeted Zhao Hai. Their laughter also shocked Yuan and the others. As soon as they went out of the conference room, they saw Zhao Hai being surrounded by his brothers. Yuan's heart settled down as he laughed and said, "You really came back." "Good, good." Liu Zhen and the others also relaxed. Seeing Zhao Hai chatting with people, Liu Zhen smiled and said, "With him stationed here, let's see who dare to underestimate the machine field." The others smiled. They were truly happy because the machine field now has someone who could face a transcending tribulation expert. This was very important for the Lock Mountain range, for the machine field. After some time, the group settled down. Then Zhao Hai entered the conference room along with Yuan and the others. Upon entering the room, Yuan looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, what happened? Did you really go to the cultivation realm's territory?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Yes, I went there. I also visited Master's Cave Mansion." To be honest, The cave mansion was very beautiful. It was specially prepared for transcending tribulation experts of the cultivation realm. It's very rich in spiritual chi. Yuan nodded. Then he said, "Then what are you planning to do next? Have you really decided to take Huang Dan as a master?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Didn't I already acknowledge him as a teacher? No matter what I do next, Huang Dan is my master. This also wouldn't affect my attitude towards my cultivation realm. Isn't it just fighting against a few cultivators?" Yuan nodded. He also knew that it was impossible for Zhao Hai to not accept Huang Dan as a master. After all, he acknowledged Huang Dan was a master in front of many people. If he doesn't go by his pledge, then it would be deceiving his master and disrespecting his ancestors. When that happens, Zhao Hai would enrage the entire cultivation realm, and this would provide the cultivation realm a better excuse to clean him up. Yuan sighed and said, "I really didn't expect that things would turn out like this. But this is also good. You now have a strong backer." Zhao Hai smiled and didn't say anything. Liu Zhen solemnly said, "Little Hai, you have to be more careful in the next few days. I think those old guys above will send someone to find you. They wouldn't dare cause any trouble for you, but they might use your relationship and ask you to help them get something from the cultivation realm. You shouldn't easily agree to them." Zhao Hai stared at Liu Zhen. Liu Zhen smiled faintly and said, "Little Hai, don't forget that Huang Dan is a guest elder of the Pink Clouds Pavilion. He holds a very important place in the pavilion." "And what is the Pink Clouds Pavilion?" "It's a well-known merchant group in the cultivation realm. Our machine field imports large quantities of resources from the cultivation realm every year, but the tariffs we need to pay is very high. There are even some things that the cultivation realm forbids selling to the machine field. Now that you have a relationship with Huang Dan, it's impossible if those old fogies don't use it to their advantage. You shouldn't agree to this matter, otherwise, you and the Pink Clouds Pavilion would offend the cultivation realm's great sex." Zhao Hai nodded. Although he wanted to do business with the Pink Clouds Pavilion, he couldn't do much. Otherwise, it would affect the pavilion's interests. His affair with Huang Dan already caused the great sex to be dissatisfied. If he got a large number of forbidden resources through the Pink Clouds Pavilion and gave it to the machine field, then the great sex really wouldn't let him go. Liu Zhen looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You don't need to worry about what those up above would think. Little Hai, you're someone from the Lock Mountain range. All of us here have our own backers. Plus, you also have a transcending tribulation expert as a master. Those old fogies wouldn't dare touch you, so you don't have to be polite to them. If you really let the great sex chase you down because of resources, then the Lock Mountain range would greatly suffer. For the sake of our brothers, you can't agree to those guys' requests. I reckon they already sent someone to see you. Remember this." Zhao Hai knit his brows and said, "Captain Liu, if I don't comply, then won't those people transfer me away from the Lock Mountain range? Although there's no difference, an official announcement of my transfer still wouldn't be good." Yuan smiled and said, "Rest assured, everything will be fine. You have us. Don't forget about the Lock Mountain Range Alliance. If they really want to transfer you away, we will take action." Zhao Hai nodded. "All right, then I feel rest assured. Actually, I can get things from the cultivation realm, but not right now. First, I haven't met the people from the Pink Clouds Pavilion yet. Although Master is a guest elder of the pavilion, he isn't the pavilion lord. Moreover, the cultivation realm is currently guarded. Therefore, at this time, I cannot contact the people in the Pink Clouds Pavilion. Otherwise, it would make the cultivation realm more vigilant." Yuan nodded. "Little Hai, you still have to keep your contact with the cultivation realm at a minimum. Although you have acknowledged Huang Dan as a teacher, the cultivators might not have good intentions towards you. After all, Huang Dan is a rogue cultivator with not much of a background. You need to be wary of those great sects that forced Huang Dan to attack you. You have gained face among the cultivators after becoming Huang Dan's disciple. However, cultivators in great sects are extremely arrogant. They wouldn't accept this. Perhaps they might be thinking that the cultivation realm has lost face now that you became a cultivator's disciple. I'm afraid your master would face them once he goes back. You need to be careful." Zhao Hai nodded. He smiled faintly and said, "Things shouldn't be that troublesome. You might not know, but Master has a very close relationship with profound clear sex great elder Feng Beiming." Yuan stared, his spirit shook. Then he said, So it turns out that Huang Dan is friends with Feng Beiming. I didn't know what. Alright, with Feng Beiming behind him, Huang Dan would be fine. Profound Clear Sect is a great sect. Nobody would want to offend them. Zhao Hai nodded. At this time, Liu Zhen smiled and said, alright, let's not talk about that anymore. In any case, Little Hai is still a member of the machine field. This is a good thing. Little Hai went to meet an enemy today and instead gained a master. This is also good. With so many good things happening, shouldn't we celebrate? Old Yuan, everyone needs to get drunk. Yuan laughed and said, are you really concerned about Little Hai? Alright, then we'll get drunk today. Little Hai, help us. Zhao Hai smiled and said, alright, that's not a problem, leave it to me. After he said that, Zhao Hai walked out and then took out several huge jugs of liquor. Yuan and the others immediately took action and prepared food. Everyone was in a celebratory mood. These days, the Lock Mountain Range was filled with a suffocating mood. Everyone was anxious and was on guard against Huang Dan's attack. Now that Huang Dan has become Zhao Hai's master, the Lock Mountain Range remains undamaged. How could everyone not celebrate? At this moment, they need to show their happiness. Moreover, for the people in the Lock Mountain Range, this was a very happy event. Zhao Hai stopped Huang Dan's attack and even took him as a master. They were aware Zhao Hai became Huang Dan's disciple. Zhao Hai basically forced Huang Dan to accept him as a disciple. The Lock Mountain Range was very united. In their minds, Zhao Hai's victory was their victory. So Zhao Hai becoming Huang Dan's disciple was a very happy event. Also, Zhao Hai won glory for the machine field. They naturally need to celebrate. After everyone was over, not a single person in Yuan's fort could stand. Everyone was flat out drunk. Chapter 1351, Supreme Commander. And just like what Liu Zhen said, the second day after Zhao Hai's fight, the machine field's higher-ups sent people to see Zhao Hai. This time, they didn't send their family juniors. The person who came was the Fire Temple's bishop, Ma Fengalai. Zhao Hai and Ma Fengalai had some interactions before, so he was a familiar face. Zhao Hai also had a favorable impression of this person. It seems like the machine field really made some effort this time in sending Ma Fengalai. Ma Fengalai didn't come alone. Coming with him was Zhao Hai's acquaintance from the Six Realms beginner competition, Captain Ma Yulong. Although Zhao Hai drank a lot yesterday, he drank spatial water after returning to the space that evening, so he was no longer drunk. He got up early today and returned to Yuan's fort. When he came back, he was already aware that Ma Fengalai and Ma Yulong had arrived. The two were currently standing on the wall as they chatted with Yuan and Liu Zhen. Upon seeing Zhao Hai, they immediately went forward and greeted him. Zhao Hai looked at them and returned the gesture. Ma Fengalai and Ma Yulong also greeted Zhao Hai. Although Zhao Hai officially has no power in the machine field, nobody in the higher-ups dared to underestimate him. Zhao Hai looked at Ma Fengalai and Ma Yulong, then he smiled and said, I didn't expect Bishop and Captain to arrive here. What's the problem? Ma Fengalai laughed and said, what problem? How can there be any problem? But Little Hai, you've really done a good job. You have raised the reputation of the machine field. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Bishop Ma, let's head in and talk. Everyone proceeded to enter Yuan's fort. Then Yuan and the others tactfully withdrew themselves, leaving only Ma Fengalai, Ma Yulong, and Zhao Hai inside. After the three had sat down, Ma Yulong looked at Zhao Hai as he smiled and said, Little Hai, I didn't expect you to be that strong. Very good. Zhao Hai smiled and said, this is also thanks to Captain. Thanks to your recommendation, I was able to enter the Six Realms battlefield and rapidly improve my strength. Alright, Captain, why did you come here? Ma Yulong smiled and said, what else did we come here for? The higher-ups wanted to reward you. They decided to make you the Six Realms battlefield Supreme Commander. Every matter in the Six Realms battlefield will be under your control. But since you are too strong, the other realms protested. Later on, you cannot head out to hunt. Just like those transcending tribulation experts, you'll be defending the machine field's territory. When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but knit his brows and said, isn't his a little excessive? I'm just a nascent soul expert, why am I not allowed to hunt? Ma Fengalai looked strangely at Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, Don't you feel strange when you say this? Who is Huang Dan? He's a transcending tribulation expert of the cultivation realm. He's well known among the cultivators. If such a person can't do anything to you, then wouldn't the other realms be helpless if you go out and hunt? When Zhao Hai heard Ma Fengli, he couldn't help but smile. He nodded and said, I'm fine with not heading out to hunt. But if there's people who dared run to the Lock Mountain range to cause trouble, then don't blame me for being impolite. Ma Fengli nodded and said, that's obvious. This is also in agreement with the other realms. You don't have to be lenient to people who cause trouble to the Lock Mountain range. Little Hai, we cannot do anything against the protest of the other realms. The higher-ups can't do anything as well. Zhao Hai nodded. Rest assured, I know how difficult it is for them. To be honest, with my present strength, if I head out, I'll just be bullying others. Alright, I'll take the position as Supreme Commander, but I'll be leaving the Six Realms battlefield from time to time. The higher-ups should be aware of this. Is it alright with them? Ma Yulong forced a smile and said, even if they aren't, they can't do anything. Feel relieved. The higher-ups said that you can leave whenever you want. Nobody will stop you. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's good. Besides this, is there anything else? Ma Yulong looked at Zhao Hai, then he smiled faintly and said, Little Hai, you have now acknowledged Huang Dan as a master. Huang Dan is a guest elder of the Pink Clouds Pavilion. Do you think you have a chance of getting things for the machine field? Zhao Hai immediately understood what Ma Yulong was saying. Sure enough, as Liu Zhen said, those higher-ups truly had such an idea. When he thought of this, Zhao Hai shook his head and said, Captain, you should know under what circumstances I accepted Huang Dan as a master. Because of my relationship with him, the cultivation realm is paying more attention to me. If I engage with the people in the Pink Clouds Pavilion at this time, those folks from the cultivation realm would never let me off. Ma Yulong nodded, but he didn't have a disappointed expression. Then he said, I also think that it's impossible. Those people from above are living in fantasy. Forget about it. But just keep this matter in mind. If you have the opportunity, then mention this matter to the Pink Clouds Pavilion. You can decide on anything else by yourselves. Zhao Hai nodded. This time, Ma Fengli opened his mouth and said, Little Hai, there's one more thing that they want to ask. Last time, you asked for Yilai too. That planet isn't that good. The higher-ups want to ask if you want to change it to another planet. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, there's no need. I'm already in the process of transforming the planet. It's already suitable for people to live in. Moreover, I've been able to cultivate big crabs there. After some time, I should be able to get some yield. Ma Fengli nodded. Alright, but as what was said, if you want to change your planet, you can do so anytime. If you want people for Yilai too, you can also do so. The higher-ups would even help out. Zhao Hai nodded and said, okay, I'll make sure to ask for help if I need any. Ma Fengli nodded. Then he said, actually, what the higher-ups wished for you to do is to cultivate here in the Six Realms battlefield. After all, the machine field doesn't have a transcending tribulation expert. If you can overcome your tribulation, then the machine field would definitely benefit greatly. Since your battle with Huang Dan is in the Six Realms battlefield, not many people know about it. Only some influential people outside are able to get the news. I'm afraid we'll have to trouble you. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, no need. I didn't suffer or anything. It's just reputation. It's no big deal. Right. If there's nothing else, you two should stay here for a couple of days. Allow us to entertain you for a while. What do you think? Ma Yulong and Ma Fengli looked at each other and then nodded. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, alright. Then let's head out. I reckon Captain Yuan and the others had already prepared the food and drinks. The three laughed before leaving the meeting room. Just like what Zhao Hai said, Yuan and the others had already prepared the food and wine. Yuan and Ma Fengli had a casual relationship. Although Ma Fengli also stayed in the Lock Mountain range, he was earlier than Yuan by about 10 years. Therefore, when he retired, Yuan still hadn't reached the Lock Mountain range, so the two didn't have much friendship to begin with. On the other hand, Ma Yulong and Yuan were quite close. They were friends for life. Zhao Hai and the others were able to follow behind Yuan because of Ma Yulong. Naturally, the friendship between these two was quite deep. Although they had just drunk yesterday evening, Everyone was still rearing to drink. Everyone here practiced, so they don't get drunk that easily. To them, there's no such thing as overdrinking. They drank until noon before everyone dispersed. Zhao Hai returned to the space where Laura and the others were waiting for him. Seeing him come back, Laura gave him some special water. Taking a sip from the glass, Zhao Hai felt better as he let out a long breath and said, I've been drinking liquor for 2 days straight. Forget it. Now that I got the position of Supreme Commander, things are much more convenient. Kair, how is the pirate paradise? Kair waved as the display on the monitor showed the asteroid field that was known as the pirate paradise. However, the map was different from before. Right now, the asteroid field was divided into sections where each section was shaded with a different color. Kair pointed at the screen and said, Young Master, we only have a small understanding about the pirate paradise. We didn't know that the pirate paradise is divided into several groups. We can think of it as a smaller version of the world of cultivation. It's also divided into 6 regions. The largest area in red is controlled by the pirates of the machine field. They still use meshs and battleships. Their main strength is taking advantage of the location. Zhao Hai nodded. Upon hearing Kair, he discovered that the pirate paradise was really divided into 6 regions. The red area was the closest to the machine field and was the largest region. Several regions bordered this red region. Then Kair continued. The other regions are controlled by the other realms, but some of these pirates have nothing to do with the other realms. There are also groups that flee there because they offended people in their realms, but these people still send messages back. The situation is very complicated. Zhao Hai nodded and said, and how about the Poison Bee pirate group? Kair gestured towards the screen as it zoomed in. Then Kair said, this is the Poison Bee pirate base. They're only a medium-sized group. I've been monitoring them the last few days and found nothing special. Young Master, do you want to clean them up? Chapter 1352, The Pirate Paradise's Complicated Situation. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, they're nothing more than jumping clowns. As long as they don't become obstacles, I don't care about them. Kair nodded and said, Young Master, if you want to reach out to them, I hope that you'll contact Louis. His cross-sword pirate group is the largest pirate group in the pirate paradise. Moreover, he's special. He didn't depend on the machine field to reach his position. The group has no backers and are true pirates. Moreover, their lineage spanned dozens of generations and had always lived in the pirate paradise. Therefore, their influence on the other pirate groups is very high. Zhao Hai nodded. I want to contact Louis as well. He's the chief of the largest pirate group, so he should need a lot of necessities. We can use this to get in touch with him. Kair smiled and said, Young Master, I want you to contact Louis not only to trade. Although the cross-sword pirate group lived in the pirate paradise for generations, this was something that they didn't want. They hoped that, one day, they could go into the open and live in the machine field rather than to live in the pirate paradise. If there's an opportunity, they will certainly move out. If you get in touch with them, they might move to Yulai too. Zhao Hai stared, his eyes shone as he said, Really? Kair nodded. Yes, Louis and his group aren't having great lives. As I was watching them, I heard them say that the pirate paradise was good in the past. The other realms weren't too involved with the pirates and it was a true pirate paradise. These pirates formed alliances and resisted the other realms. Because of this, the other realms weren't able to encircle and get rid of them. Zhao Hai gave a nod. Kair continued. Afterwards, the situation changed. The realms began to stop fighting against pirates. Instead they sponsored their own pirate groups. Slowly, more and more practitioners from the other realms went to the pirate paradise, changing the region's flavor. And eventually, pirate groups began reaching out to various realms, becoming dogs. This is what Louis and the other pirate families didn't want to see. The pirate alliance still exists today, but its members have become less than before. The new pirate groups began to compete with veteran pirates, but because of the realms behind them, the new pirate groups began suppressing the veteran pirates. Even if veteran pirates get an advantage, it wouldn't be long. Additionally, in the fight against the veteran pirates, the realms thought of another way to deal with the veteran pirates. This was to block the pirates in gaining resources. It became harder and harder for veteran pirates to buy resources, and if they want to sell off their looted goods, almost no one would buy it. In the end, They could only accept terrible deals from the new pirate groups. They would sell for cheap but acquire things for a lot of money. Under such circumstances, the veteran pirates' lives were getting more and more difficult. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I didn't expect the pirate paradise to be like this. It's either fighting against pirates or getting a dog that can bite people for you. Laura said, from what I can see, people want dogs that would bite without being involved with them. What these pirates do wouldn't affect the higher-ups of those realms. There are a lot of things that the higher-ups want to do but are inconvenient if known. They have these pirates for that. Just like the last time they planned to deal with you. If there's no support from the higher-ups, those pirates wouldn't dare act above board. You have a great reputation in the machine field. It's impossible for the pirates to be unaware of this. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, alright, then let's get in touch with Louis first. Unexpectedly, they looked like good people now. Laura and the others smiled bitterly. They don't know what to say. In fact, they expected this. Last time, when Huang Dan came to deal with Zhao Hai, he had the help of the pirate paradise. From this, one could see that the pirate groups were in collusion with the realms. Kair said, young master, although the pirate alliance still has the most influence in the pirate paradise, they are beginning to be suppressed on all sides. Their present state isn't optimistic. Besides the pirate alliance, there are already several groups from the cultivation realm that are becoming stronger. After all, the pirate paradise is quite close to the cultivation realm. Additionally, cultivations are strong. Therefore, they are beginning to get a place in the pirate paradise. The machine field also has people in the pirate paradise, but their status isn't that assured. But what is certain is that the cross-sword pirate group isn't under any influence. Zhao Hai nodded and said, according to what you said, Louis group is in a bad position? If they refuse to go under any influence, then the realms naturally couldn't control them. So they are the most suppressed group? The highest tree attracts the most wind, is that correct? Kair nodded and said, correct. But Louis has already noticed this. These years, they have been getting in contact with small and medium-sized families in the machine field. Additionally, they retaliate towards the people who suppressed them. They carry out large-scale looting towards merchant caravans of great families. At this point, those people don't dare suppress them. However, Louis and the others are still having a hard time. After all, a lot of people are suppressing them. There are a lot of people that they cannot afford to offend. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, isn't that right? Ha ha ha. We have a lot of things in our hands, and they always have something they need. Kair smiled and said, young master, they need a lot of things. Most importantly, food. They can deal with other things. They have their own robot factory, mech factory, and battleship workshop. They also don't lack general living supplies. Their biggest weakness is food. Zhao Hai laughed and said, good. Fantastic. This is a godsend. I'll contact Louis first. Laura, you prepare things that they need. Once they agree to trade, I'll immediately bring it to them. Laura and the others nodded. Then Zhao Hai's figure vanished and reappeared in a meteorite. Around this meteorite were spaceship wreckage. The wreckage wasn't randomly placed here. These wreckage have been transformed into living places for people. There were a lot of residences in these ships. There's also a shield around this meteorite. This shield defends the meteorite like a protective layer. Naturally, this shield wasn't used to defend against enemy attacks. It was used as an atmosphere. Thanks to this, vegetables were grown on this meteorite. However, it was obvious that this meteorite wasn't very suitable for growing vegetables. The vegetables grown here looked diseased. Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile when he saw this. It seems like Louis and the others haven't been living great lives. They even tried to grow vegetables in this kind of place. As Zhao Hai was thinking about this, a person came out of one of the wreckage. It was a woman of about 20 years old. Her clothes were very ordinary and there were even patches on it. When the woman noticed Zhao Hai, she stared for a moment before she frowned and said, who are you? How did you get here? Do you know where this is? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, this one is Zhao Hai. I came to see Commander Louis. Is he here? When the woman heard Zhao Hai introduce himself, his eyes shone. Then she turned vigilant. She took a step back and then said, you're Zhao Hai? Are you here for revenge? When Zhao Hai saw her reaction, he couldn't help but laugh. Then he said, Miss has misunderstood. I came to see Commander Louis for something, but not for revenge. I have already dealt with the previous matter with Commander Louis. The woman was still vigilant towards Zhao Hai. At this moment, those in the residences heard the ruckus and walked out. Among them was Louis. When he saw Zhao Hai, he was stunned. Then he held his fist and said, "So it is Mr. Zhao Hai. I wonder what Mr. Zhao Hai came here for?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I came today to talk to Commander Louis about something important. Is that fine?" Louis looked around him and made a gesture with his hand. Then Zhao Hai and Louis walked shoulder to shoulder into one of the ships. The woman who spoke with Zhao Hai also followed behind the two. Zhao Hai glanced at the woman. Louis smiled faintly and said, "This is my wife's sister. Little Ling, you go ahead, don't follow me." Little Ling responded. She looked at Zhao Hai vigilantly before turning around and left. The two proceeded to enter the ship. Before long, they reached the commander's quarters of the battleship. This was a huge ship. Naturally, the commander's quarter was also huge. By this point, it has turned into Louis' residence. Louis' home looked very good. Everything in the machine field was available here. The quarter was also divided into rooms with stone walls. Zhao Hai sized up the place. Louis looked at Zhao Hai. His face was slightly red as he said, "I made Mr. laugh." "Mister, please." After that, he led Zhao Hai into a room. After they settled down, a robot brought tea for them. Louis drank tea before looking at Zhao Hai and asking, "Mister, what did you come here for?" Chapter 1353, Louis' suspicion. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I came to see Commander Louis because I have something to propose. I told Commander Louis last time that we might have an opportunity to cooperate in the future. I came today in order to talk about this cooperation." Louis was stunned. He looked at Zhao Hai with a confused look as he asked, "Mr. must be joking, right?" Mr. Zhao Hai has been accepted by a transcending tribulation expert as a disciple, and Mr. has also been named a supreme leader of the machine field. "What else does Mr. need from us?" Hearing Louis, Zhao Hai's eyes couldn't help but shine. He discovered that he had underestimated Louis. He just became Huang Dan's disciple 2 days ago and he just became the supreme commander. However, Louis was able to point it out right now. This caused Zhao Hai to elevate how he saw Louis, being able to lead the cross-sword pirate group and survive amidst being suppressed. Louis wasn't a simple man. When Louis noticed that Zhao Hai's gaze had a profound meaning, he couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately understood what's going on. His facial expression couldn't help but change for a moment. Then he calmed down as he embarrassingly held his fist and said, "I have made Mr. laugh. Naturally, I need to have some aces in my hand in order to survive." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "This is none of my business. However, I really came here to cooperate with you. Commander Louis should be aware that I have my own planet and it's quite barren, but the planet has already been transformed by me and is suitable for habitation. The problem for me is that I have no one to live on the planet. I can only send undead there in order to grow grain and vegetables as well as rear some animals." As he said this, Zhao Hai was observing Louis' expression. Sure enough, when Louis heard that Zhao Hai had a planet, he didn't seem to be surprised. His eyes just lit up for a moment before going back to normal. Then when he heard that Zhao Hai sent undead in order to grow food on that planet, his eyes lit up once more. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, what you're saying is..." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I produced grain, butchered some beasts, and harvested vegetables, but I have nowhere to sell them. Originally, I wanted to sell them through the Ashley family, but as Commander knows, the machine field isn't lacking in food. Moreover, the food market is controlled by the big families. Inserting myself into this market is impossible. Therefore, I came to Commander. Do you happen to need these things?" Looking at Zhao Hai, Louis' eyes brightened before he laughed and said, "Mister, you've become aware of our situation, so you came here to look for me?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's not only you who has cards. I can guarantee you that my grain, vegetables, and meat are of the highest grade. I can satisfy however much Commander wants, and I guarantee that it's comparable to the food in the machine field." Louis stood up and walked back and forth. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Can I ask what Mr. wants in return?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I'll accept anything. Although I have a planet, It still lacks a lot of things. The only thing present there are undead. I can accept anything that the commander wants. Of course, I won't buy grain, vegetables, and meat. Louis was elated. He said, "Is Mr. serious?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Of course. Actually, I'm aware that you have a lot of good things. After all, the cultivation realm's ships pass through this area, bringing items of great value. I'll use food in order to trade with these things according to market price. What do you think?" Louis looked at Zhao Hai. Then he gave a deep bow and said, "Louis, thanks mister. You'll be helping us greatly. Also, is it possible for mister to get us some cloth and salt? I'll buy them at a high price." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "No problem. However, the commander needs to state how much you want. Only then can I prepare." Louis was very happy. "Louis thanks Mister's kindness. Mister can rest assured, my payment won't disappoint you." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I believe in Commander." "Then it's settled." "Commander, please list out how much you need." Louis nodded. Then he paused for a moment before asking, "How will Mister transport these things?" "If you need help, don't hesitate to tell me." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "There's no need. It's alright as long as you tell me how much you need. I'll send it to you as soon as your payment is ready." Louis nodded. "Alright, mister, wait a moment." Then he turned around and left the room. Before long, he came back as he smiled faintly and said, "Mister, please come with me. I made my people prepare some food and wine. Let's chat while eating." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Alright, but there's one thing I need from the commander. Don't tell others about our transaction today." Louis nodded and said, "Mister can rest assured, I've already told my people to keep quiet." Then Zhao Hai followed Louis out. Before long, they reached a ship that has a restaurant inside it. Food and wine have already been prepared. However, the food and wine weren't something to boast about. However, Zhao Hai didn't care and just sat down and drank some of the red wine with Louis. Actually, to the two, the food and wine on the table wasn't that important. They were just waiting for Louis people to compute how much resources they needed. After 1 hour, Zhao Ling entered the restaurant. She went to Louis' side and said, "Brother-in-law, here's the count." Then she handed a piece of paper over to Louis. Louis looked at the paper before turning to Zhao Hai and saying, "Mister, please take a look. These are the things that we need. I don't know if Mister can provide them." Zhao Hai read the paper. Louis really needed a lot of things. Just the grain alone numbered several 100,000 jin, 0.5 kilograms. The vegetables, meat, salt, and cloth were comparable in scale. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Alright, then I'll have to ask Commander to prepare your payment. 3 days later, I'll return to give you your items." Louis nodded. Then he stood up and gave Zhao Hai a salute. This Louis will never forget Mister's great kindness. "Mister, there's no need to call me Commander, just call me Louis." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Then I'll be impolite. Farewell." Then his figure vanished in place. Zhao Ling looked at Zhao Hai disappearing. Her eyes couldn't help but become round as he said, "This is the mysterious spatial ability?" Louis smiled faintly and said, "Spatial abilities aren't that mysterious, it's just that Mr. Zhao Hai is too powerful." "Alright, Zhuang Ling, make everyone prepare the goods. We finally have something to eat. You could also wear new clothes." Zhuang Ling happily turned around and left. Meanwhile, Louis stayed in the restaurant for a while before walking out and returning to his room. Then he took out a computer and then called over a few people to meet him. The people who Louis called were the elders in the cross-sword pirate group. These were the people with the real strength and had grown up together with him. Louis considers these people as his close brothers. These were the people that Louis would call if there's something important to discuss. Before long, a few people arrived at Louis' room. A large man looked at Louis and said, "Boss, why did you call us over? And why did you tell everyone to prepare the goods? Did you manage to get us some food?" Louis stared for a moment and said, "Peter, sit down. I called you over because I have something important to discuss." The people present saw that Louis was serious, so they didn't delay and sat down. Louis told them about his meeting with Zhao Hai. He didn't hide anything from these people. After he finished talking, he looked at his brothers and said, "What do you think Zhao Hai is planning?" Several people knit their brows. Peter opened his mouth first and said, that Zhao Hai certainly has a lot of spatial equipment. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to transport a large amount of goods to this place. Am I correct, boss? Louis glared at him impatiently and said, I didn't ask about that. Peter grunted before sitting back down. He looked left and right as though he had a nail in his butt. Louis just gave Peter a glance and left him alone. Among these brothers, Peter was the strongest warrior. He's also a mech expert. But apart from these two things, he didn't have anything else. Moreover, this fellow has a little bit of something in his head. However, since everyone grew up together, they understood him and didn't mind his antics. Before long, a gentleman wearing a uniform opened his mouth. His eyes lit up suddenly and said, Boss, when you were talking to Zhao Hai, he mentioned several times that he has a planet, and there is no one there, right? Louis smiled faintly and said, Correct. Little Ling's response is fast. I called you all here to discuss this. Zhao Hai mentioned it several times. He has a planet and there's no one on that planet. Does this mean something? The little Wen that Louis mentioned was named Tang Wen. He is also someone that grew up alongside Louis, and he had been very smart since he was a child. Among the people present, he was a kind of a strategist. As soon as the others heard Louis and Tang Wen, they also gawked. Then their expressions lit up. One of them looked at Louis and said, Boss, you mean Zhao Hai wants to win us over? He wants us to live on his planet? Louis turned to the person who talked and said, What little Wu said was right. I think so too, but I'm not sure yet, so I plan to get in touch with Zhao Hai more and explore his intentions. Little Wu, named Tang Wu, was Tang Wen's younger brother. He couldn't be underestimated, but he wasn't as smart as his brother. He's a commander of a squadron of the Cross-Sword Pirate Group, and his ability to command troops was very good. Tang Wen knit his brows and said, Zhao Hai's position in the machine field is now very high. He is even labeled as the machine field's supreme commander in the Six Realms battlefield. If he needs people for Yilai, then he only needs to say a word and people would flock over to him. He doesn't need us. Moreover, from what I heard, Yilai is a barren land. It's uninhabitable. Louis opened his computer, opened the star map and quickly found Yilai. He looked at the notes on the star map and nodded as he said, Right, I saw that too. Because of this, I didn't pay attention to it anymore. But today Zhao Hai said that he has already transformed the planet, and had already grown food on it. Tang Wen knit his brows. Naturally, he doesn't believe Zhao Hai. It's no wonder. Transforming a planet isn't so easy. Experiments needed to be performed and investments had to be made. Yilai-2's temperature was very low. The machine field had several methods to change this. First was to use a huge power heater, which was like a large air conditioner. But instead of supplying cold air, it constantly blew hot air. However, using such a huge power heater for several days needed a large amount of energy. Most importantly, this heater needed to be powered constantly or else the planet's temperature would quickly return to its previous state. In other words, installing this power heater was akin to burning money. Moreover, this heat wouldn't only heat a building, but an entire planet. The second method was much more difficult. It was to use a large number of battleships. After making careful computations and calculating a path, battleships could pull the planet nearer to a star in order to make it warm. However, the difficulty of this task was huge. You wouldn't only need to calculate the path of the planet, you would also calculate the gravitational effects of this move to the planets as well as the star. Making one mistake in this aspect would lead to dreadful consequences. Therefore, this method stayed in writing and has never been put to practice. Besides these two methods, there's also another method. It was to just make dwellings on the planet. Each dwelling would have a magic shield that separates the dwelling from the temperature outside. Then there would be smaller heating devices in these dwellings. But in this case, each dwelling couldn't be made too big. Moreover, it was impossible for these dwellings to farm grain. This arrangement could only be used in meteors or asteroids, and it was for military use. However, no matter which of the three methods, it was impossible for them to cause a complete transformation of a planet. Because of this, Tang Wen wasn't optimistic about what Zhao Hai said about the planet growing some grain. Chapter 1354, Zhao Hai's Worry. Then suddenly, Tang Wu's expression changed as he stared at the star map. Louis saw this and asked, Zhao Wu, what's wrong? Tang Wu pinched the star map, zooming out the display. After looking at the bigger map, He let out a long breath and said, "Sure enough, this Zhao Hai is formidable." Quite a scheming fellow. Louis and the others were somewhat confused by Tang Wu's words. Then Tang Wen said, "Zhao Wu, what are you saying?" Tang Wu pointed towards the star map. Then he turned to Louis and said, "Boss, take a look. Don't just look at Yilai too. Make sure to take its surroundings into account." Upon hearing Tang Wu, Louis and the others stared. Then they looked at Yilai 2 as well as its surroundings. It didn't take long for them to be startled. Yilai 2's position as well as its environment made it easy to defend but difficult to conquer. Louis let out a sigh. Then he said with a serious voice, "Zhao Hai is indeed formidable. Who would have thought that such a remote and barren region would have such a place built in it? It seems like he didn't pick Yilai 2 at random. Has he really transformed Yilai 2? Tang Wen's current expression carried a trace of uncertainty. He solemnly said, "It has just been over a year since Zhao Hai ascended to the machine field. Yet his development has been extraordinary, and now that he has a base, what does he want to do?" Tang Wu shook his head and said, "Big brother, it's not as complex as you imagined. You should also see the asteroid belt just outside Yilai 2. It's quite enormous. With an asteroid belt that size, ships simply cannot go through it. If Zhao Hai made a ship on his planet, it wouldn't be able to come out. We could see the planet as a purely defensive base. It couldn't make any offensive maneuvers." Tang Wen looked at Yilai 2's position and then nodded and said, "That's true. If Zhao Hai wants a safe base, then Yilai 2 is the most appropriate. Look, as long as Zhao Hai constructs monitoring stations in nearby asteroids, then he would be able to see the enemy no matter which angle they attack from. Moreover, the moons outside Yilai 2 can form a fortress. This would discourage people from attacking the planet." "Is Zhao Hai really just planning to build a base here?" Louis turned to Tang Wen and then smiled faintly as he said, "This might not be the case." "Ah, Wen, you forgot that Zhao Hai is a spatial ability user. Others might not be able to come in and out of Yilai 2, but he could. With his strength, along with his undead, his offensive strength couldn't be underestimated." Tang Wen nodded and then said, "I forgot about that. If Zhao Hai really wants to use it as a base, then he would certainly put great effort in building it. Maybe it could really be transformed. But why did he came to us? With his status and influence, once he opened his mouth, people from the machine field would flock towards him." Peter, who never spoke, suddenly said, "What else is there to think about? Those machine field fellows only want good things for them. If Zhao Hai asked them for help, then he would be letting snakes in his base. Don't forget, these are the same fellows that plotted against the pirate paradise." After hearing Peter speak, everyone stared at him. This caused Peter to be somewhat terrified. He looked at Louis as he stuttered a little, "Bo boss, I really don't know how to talk, don't mind my words." This time, Louis didn't blame Peter as he laughed and said, "Ha ha, Peter, even if you're not smart, you still say some amazing things from time to time. What you said this time makes a lot of sense. I reckon Zhao Hai was also guarded against the machine field's higher-ups. After all, those higher-ups planned to remove him. Only upon knowing that they couldn't do anything did they change their mind." Tang Wen and the others nodded. Tang Wen had an excited expression as he said, "If that is really the case, then it's possible that Zhao Hai wants to win us over. Boss, you need to probe Zhao Hai's intentions more. If he really wants to win us over, then we might be able to remove our identity as pirates." But this time, Tang Wu frowned and said, "But this seems unreasonable. We all belong to the same group. Isn't Zhao Hai afraid that we would usurp his power once we reach Yilai 2? Louis shook his head and said, "He's not afraid. Also, with his strength and position, how could we dare do anything? Think about what happened today. Without us knowing, he was able to appear here. If he really wanted to take our lives, he could do it any time. Although we're also practitioners, Zhao Hai's strength far surpasses us. We are good at fighting with mechs and battleships, but these two things are completely useless against Zhao Hai. Therefore, he won't be afraid of us usurping his control over the planet." Tang Wen nodded and said, "That's correct. What kind of person is Zhao Hai? He was able to face a transcending tribulation expert without falling. So how could such a person be afraid of us?" "Boss, didn't Zhao Hai say that he'll come in 3 days? How about you probe him at that time?" Louis nodded and said, "I'll do that. But nobody should tell anyone else about this matter before it's confirmed. Also, Keep an eye out for the other guys in the following days. If this matter goes through, we will deal with those fellows first." Tang Wen and the others nodded. The people that Louis was talking about were the pirate groups that had been bought by the other realms in the past few years. These people had already been marked by the Cross-Sword Pirate Group, but these people were totally unaware of it. Louis Group could deal with them anytime they wanted. At this time, Zhao Hai had already returned to the space and was spying on Louis and the others. Hearing what Louis said, Zhao Hai couldn't help but let out a long breath before laughing. "Goodness, I didn't expect them to be this clever. They were able to guess my intentions even if I didn't give them that many clues. Ha ha ha, this is great." Laura chuckled as well as she said, "I didn't expect Louis and his group to be this formidable. This is also good." "Brother Hai, what do you plan to do next?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I'll meet them 3 days later. Since he wants to probe me, I might as well push the boat along and take them to Yulai-tu to take a look. I don't believe that they won't move. As long as they agree, everything else would be easy. With their population, Yulai-tu's problem would be solved." At this moment, Lizzie opened her mouth and said, "Brother Hai, I think that even if Louis and the others agree to migrate, we couldn't forget about the pirate paradise. People from all walks of life live in the region and these people are connected to all 6 realms. It can be said that the region is well connected. If we give up on it, then we would be losing an important source of information. The disappearance of the Cross-Sword Pirate Group would also arouse suspicion. We can establish a transmission formation in that place. This way, there would be one more pathway towards Yulai-tu." Laura nodded and said, "What Sister Lizzie said is good. Brother Hai, we cannot just give up on the pirate paradise. If Louis agrees to migrate to Yulai-tu, ask him to leave behind some people in the pirate paradise. We can always pad their numbers with undead. What do you think?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, this is also good. Also, are the items on the list prepared?" "We have to provide everything on that list. This way, Louis will see us as trustworthy people." Kair smiled and said, "Young master, rest assured, everything has been taken care of." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he said, "Master should be returning to the cultivation realm these days, right? If we can do business with the Pink Clouds Pavilion, we would be able to get items for the space. This will be important for our development. At this point, the space produces a lot of things. We alone wouldn't be able to digest them all. We might as well sell it to the Pink Clouds Pavilion." Laura nodded and said, "Margaret also brought some technological products to the space through various channels. However, it's still not enough. The space can make products on its own, but it has to be made by the processing machines, which is a waste. Also, not only can we buy through the Pink Clouds Pavilion, Louis and the others also have items that we can buy. This way, everyone inside the space could live in the same standard as the outside world." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Good. However, we don't have to push the people in the space to a certain direction. Let's just allow them to develop on their own. The current population of the space isn't much lower compared to the world of cultivation. If everyone develops in the way they are interested in, then sooner or later, the space's civilization would surpass the world of cultivation. And as long as the space gets upgraded, I would have more confidence in exploring the mystery of the 6 realms battlefield." As soon as they heard Zhao Hai, Laura and the others immediately turned solemn. To be honest, the 6 realms battlefield was Zhao Hai's greatest worry at this time. Although the 6 realms battlefield doesn't look as mysterious as the space, it was still a subspace, and creating such a thing wasn't something that an ordinary person could do. At the very least, Zhao Hai hadn't heard of anyone in the world of cultivation that was able to do it. Even legendary experts of the world of cultivation, the immortals, couldn't accomplish it. In other words, there was an expert much stronger than immortals out there. This person might be Zhao Hai's biggest enemy. If they can create a subspace like the 6 realms battlefield, then they might be able to see through Zhao Hai's space and kill him. For Zhao Hai, this was a huge threat. Chapter 1355. Already waiting for those words, Louis walked around his room. Today was the day that Zhao Hai agreed to return. He was really afraid that Zhao Hai wouldn't come, so he was a bit nervous. Besides Louis, Tang Wen and the others were also in the room. Louis was determined that if Zhao Hai came, he would probe Zhao Hai's intentions and see if Zhao Hai would accept them. However, This matter couldn't be handled by him alone. Therefore, Tang Wen and the others were present. Tang Wen looked at Louis' expression. He smiled and said, "Boss, you don't need to be anxious. If Zhao Hai really wants us to go to Yilai too, then he would definitely come." Louis stopped as he forced a smile and said, "I'm aware of that, but my heart couldn't calm down. If Zhao Hai really intends to do what we think he would, then we would attain our long-time dream. If he doesn't, then..." Tang Wen looked at Louis thinking about positive and negatives and couldn't help but secretly sigh. In fact, they were also feeling uneasy. After all, their biggest wish was to remove their pirate status and appear on any planet in the machine field. In the past, nobody wanted to support them. Additionally, they had lived in this place ever since they were born, so they gradually accepted their lifestyle. But now, Zhao Hai suddenly appeared and gave them hope, and seeing that this hope was most likely to become true, they couldn't help but get anxious. If there was no chance, then a negative outcome wouldn't matter. However, if hope was present, their disappointment would certainly be immense. The others didn't know how to coax Louis. In fact, they had similar feelings to Louis, so they couldn't just stop him from being nervous. At this time, footsteps could be heard outside. The group stared at the door, then they saw Zhao Ling walking towards the door, saying, "Brother-in-law, come quick. Zhao Hai has arrived." Upon hearing Zhao Ling, Louis let out a long breath as he nodded and said, "All right, it's time to get our answer." Then he turned to the others and said, "Let's go meet Mr." The others nodded and followed Louis out. Zhao Hai had actually known what Louis was planning to do. However, he didn't show anything on his face. He just calmly waited for Louis and the others to come out. Seeing Louis, Zhao Hai cupped his fist and said, "Commander Louis, good day." Louis quickly replied, "Mr. Zhao Hai, good day to you as well." "Mr. Just call me Louis, you're too polite." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right." "And these are?" Louis proceeded to introduce everyone to Zhao Hai. Then the two exchanged greetings before entering Louis' office. After settling down, a robot served them tea before Louis looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "Mister, have you returned to trade? Can we see the products first?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "No problem." Then he took out a bag of grain, a basket of vegetables and meat, and a box of salt. Louis opened the bag of grain. Since the grain was grown inside the space, naturally there was no problem. The quality was also very good. Louis was very satisfied as he put the bag down and shifted his attention to the vegetables, meat, and the salt. All of them were good products. Louis put everything back down as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I didn't expect Mr. to prepare them in a short period of time." "Mister, you can rest assured, our payment wouldn't disappoint you." "Mister, please come with me." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he stood up and followed Louis. Then the group flew out of the residence and went to a meteorite not far away. This meteorite was different from the place where Louis and the others lived. Several buildings were in this meteorite, but at first glance, Zhao Hai saw that there were several magic cannons and missile launchers on these buildings. Apart from these structures, not a single civilian building could be seen. Louis and the others flew towards the buildings. People were already there prepared to welcome them. They opened the door for Louis. This door was hidden behind a piece of boulder. This boulder looked nondescript. If it weren't for the people present, nobody would find anything special about the boulder. Zhao Hai didn't care much about this and entered the meteorite along with Louis. Upon entering this meteorite, Zhao Hai understood that the entire body was hollowed out. Inside it was a huge warehouse. Louis walked towards another door and placed his handprint on a scanner as well as turned a key. It took quite some time before the door opened. Zhao Hai looked at the contents inside and couldn't help but gawk. Unexpectedly, all kinds of electronic devices were stored in this place. Louis turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, this warehouse is filled with electronic products that we have snatched or produced over the years. They range from portable computers to household appliances. They are all functional. We'll exchange these stuff for your goods. What does Mister think? If you agree, you can take them away. If something is broken, you can send them back to me at any time and we'll fix them. If you don't want some of them, then you can change it for another. We still have more things below." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "No need, I'll take everything. Once I operate my planet, these things would be very needed. Unfortunately, even if the planet has been transformed, I have nobody to settle it." "Truly a pity." Hearing Zhao Hai, The eyes of Louis and the others lit up. They exchanged meaningful glances before Louis turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, you can depend on us. People who want to trade with us are very few." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You have no choice but to be pirates. If you can live well outside, then who would want to be a pirate, right?" Louis nodded and said, "Exactly. My ancestors were powerful families that have been forced to become pirates. Becoming commoners has become a dream for us. The moment we were born in the pirate paradise, we have been labeled as pirates. Therefore, our ancestors wanted us to become commoners. I have worked hard in order to achieve this dream." "Mister," this Louis will be impolite and ask, "Are you willing to take us in?" Zhao Hai turned his head to Louis as he smiled and said, "Mr. Louis, what do you mean?" Louis looked at Zhao Hai's expression and his heart couldn't help but jump. He didn't understand what Zhao Hai's current expression meant. However, words that had been said couldn't be taken back, so he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, you have a planet, Yilai too, isn't that right? However, it's currently uninhabited. If Mister doesn't mind our pirate background, our cross-sword pirate group would be willing to settle on Mister's planet." "Mister can rest assured, although we are pirates, we know how to recognize gratitude. If Mister takes us in, then we would follow Mister's rules." As Zhao Hai looked at Louis, he suddenly laughed. This caused Louis' smile to freeze. He thought that Zhao Hai was thinking that he was joking. Tang Wen and the others' expression also turned gloomy. Before long, Zhao Hai stopped laughing. Then he tapped Louis' shoulder as he smiled and said, "I've been waiting for those words. Ha ha ha. Actually, I came here to invite you over to Yilai too." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Louis stared. Then wild joy could be seen on his face as he asked, "Is Mister telling the truth?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Of course I'm telling the truth. How could I joke about this matter? If you agree, I can immediately establish a transmission formation here and send people to Yilai too." "Rest assured, I've already transformed the planet. I even have some residences made." Louis and the others cheered while tears flowed down their faces. Seeing their reaction, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and left them alone. He could understand their emotions. Before long, Louis and the others calmed down and wiped their tears. Then Louis turned to Zhao Hai embarrassed and said, "We've made Mister laugh, but hearing this information is really exciting for us." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It doesn't matter. I can understand, right? It's better to see the place with your eyes. I'll take you to Yilai too so you can see it for yourselves." Louis and the others nodded and then gathered together. Zhao Hai waved his hand as a white light flashed. Then the group disappeared from the warehouse. It was good that there was nobody else in the warehouse, or else they would be extremely shocked. The next moment, Zhao Hai and the others appeared on Yilai too. At this moment, the planet was very busy as the undead were cultivating the field or herding the animals. Everyone appeared busy but the scene looked very peaceful. At this point, the spiritual density of Yilai 2 isn't any lower than the machine field. It might even be a little greater. Moreover, the temperature of the planet has been adjusted by care to be suitable for human habitation. It wasn't overly cold nor was it overly hot. In the distance, a city filled with skyscrapers could be seen. Naturally, there were also other structures present. As Louis looked in all directions, they felt that the place was very good. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Let's go and head to the city." Although the residences have been constructed, nobody has occupied them. However, I have some few friends helping me command the undead. After he said that, he led the group towards the city. Bartlett and the others were the ones commanding the undead. At this time, they were just doing remedial work since the city has been completed. Bartlett and the others were wearing comfortable clothes and were living well. Although it hasn't been long since Yilai 2 has been transformed, they didn't suffer a bit while living here. Zhao Hai made sure that they would live good lives on the planet. Chapter 1356. I'm not a good person. At this moment, Bartlett suddenly saw Zhao Hai leading a group of people over. He immediately went forward and greeted them. Zhao Hai cupped his fist and said, "Elders, you've been working hard. Thank you for the trouble." Bartlett laughed and said, "It's not that hard. Seeing such a huge city being built by our own hands, we couldn't be happier." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and then introduced Bartlett to Louis and the others. After that, The group took a tour of the city. The planning for this city has been completed by the space. This city can house more than 30 million people. All the public facilities that the city would need had already been built, and the layout imitated the cities of the machine field. The greenery of the city was also very good. It can be said that it was comparable to any city in the machine field. Outside the city was a vast farmland. There were grain fields as well as vegetable fields. Besides these, there's also a huge herding ground for beasts. These beasts were purely bred for meat. Naturally, there are also the giant crabs. It's good that the city wasn't built too far from the sea. Besides farming, one could also use the sea to go fishing by boat. In addition to normal structures in the city, Zhao also reserved some huge areas for building various factories that might spring up in the future. As Louis and the others observed the city, they could see that Zhao meticulously prepared everything, and that he was hoping that Louis and the others would move over. After looking through the entire city, Zhao turned his head to Louis and the others and said, "Everyone, it's time to head back. You didn't notify your people that you're coming over. It wouldn't be good if we stayed here for a long time. They might suspect that I've done something." Louis and the others nodded before gathering around Zhao. After a white flash of light, the group returned to the warehouse. Nobody was present in the warehouse. Actually, it had only been 2 hours since they disappeared. The time that they were gone wasn't that long. After returning to the warehouse, Louis and the others looked at each other. Louis was the first to take a bow as he said, "Mister, thank you for trusting us. I can promise you that the Cross-Sword Pirate Group is willing to move to your planet and become your people." Zhao smiled faintly and said, "All right. Then it's settled. The transmission formation should be up in a few days. However, I still need to take these products. I'll also leave the food you asked for. It's best if you keep this thing a secret first. We shouldn't alert others." Louis and the others complied. Then Zhao waved his hand and received everything inside the warehouse. Then he took out the grain and the other goods. After doing this, Zhao turned to Louis and the others and said, "Let's head back to your place. There are still some things I want to discuss with you." Louis and the others complied. Then they led Zhao out as they returned to Louis' room. After settling down, Zhao looked at Louis and the others and said, "Since you agreed to settle in Yulai-tu, then you're now considered to be my people. As you saw, you can live in Yulai-tu as soon as you get there. But I hope that you won't give up on this place." Louis and the others stared. With a confused expression, Louis asked, "Mister, what do you mean?" Zhao replied, "At this time, the pirate paradise is an intersection between different realms. The flow of information in this place isn't inferior to the outside. In addition, the Pirate Alliance is a special existence. If you keep a few people here, then it might lead to an unexpected surprise later on. Naturally, you can move the majority of your population to Yulai-tu. Just leave behind enough people to preserve your operations. Moreover, you can rotate which people would stay here. I can also send undead to pad your numbers so that people wouldn't notice any change. What do you think?" Louis nodded and said, "Just as Mr. said, it would be a waste to give up on this place." "Then I'll do as Mr. says. I'll first transfer our families to Yulai-tu, leaving some combatants behind. Most of our factories can also be transferred to Yulai-tu. Only 2 ship repairing stations and 1 mech station would be left. What do you think?" Zhao nodded and said, "I'll leave this to you. To tell you the truth, you don't need to leave a lot of people behind. I can just send the undead to replace them. This way, your people wouldn't have to suffer." Louis nodded. "All right. Then I'll have to depend on Mr. We'll immediately arrange everything." Zhao nodded. "Good, then I'll leave that to you. I don't have time to assist you in moving to Yulai-tu, but there are undead that can guide you when you get there. There's also a large number of supplies for you so you don't have to worry about your daily necessities. A transmission formation will be built here, but you have to choose where to place it. You can send the first batch of people to Yulai-tu and set up some factories. Other things can be shipped later. Small items can be sent through the transmission formation. As for the larger ones, just tell me and I'll send them over. You'll have to take care of the rest since I don't have that much free time." Louis nodded. "All right, Mr. Can rest assured, we'll take care of it." After he heard that, Zhao nodded and said, "If you need anything, Just talk to Barlet and the others. You can also talk to the undead. I'll leave behind 100 undead to help you." Louis gave a nod. Then Zhao Hai stood up and said, "I'll head back first. I'll take out the undead once we're outside." Louis and the others complied. When they got outside, Zhao Hai waved his hand and took out 100 undead. These undead looked no different than normal humans. Zhao Hai referred to the undead and said, "These are the undead that would replace your people here. Don't worry, replacing 10 to 20 million people isn't a problem. You can rest assured and move to Yulai too." Louis and the others nodded. But then their expression suddenly changed. Zhao Hai knew what they were thinking, but he didn't care. He just patted Louis on the shoulder and said, "Louis, ever since the last time we met, I already knew that you're a smart person. Moreover, I knew that you wanted to leave this place and become ordinary people. Most importantly, you haven't done a lot of wicked things. I sought you for these reasons. I can tell you that this Zhao Hai isn't a good person. However, I'm not someone with no principles. In my eyes, there are three kinds of people in the world: friends, enemies, and bystanders. I treat my friends very well, but I'm cruel to my enemies. As for bystanders, I don't care about them. I treat you as a friend, so I'm willing to help you and get you settled in Yulai too. Although there aren't too many rules in Yulai too, it still has its own laws. I hope that you can control your people and make them remember that they are now commoners of the machine field and are no longer pirates." Louis and the other nodded. Then Louis said, "Mr. can feel relieved. We understand completely. Since Mr. treats us as friends, then we wouldn't make you lose face." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he cupped his fists towards everyone and said, "All right, then you take care. Goodbye." Then he vanished from the asteroid. Louis and the others looked at the direction where Zhao Hai disappeared with expressions full of gratitude. At this time, an undead walked towards Louis before bowing. "Commander Louis, I'll have to ask you to arrange living places for us. This way, people wouldn't see anything wrong. If you need anything later, don't hesitate to tell us." Louis looked at the undead in surprise as he exclaimed, "You can talk?" The undead smiled faintly and said, "Of course, young master treats us as our own race, not just simple tools. We even kept our names while we were alive. My name is Leji." Louis and the others were startled. They have never seen talking undead before. However, they have heard about them. There are some cultivators in the devil realm who catch spirit ghosts. These ghosts were as smart as humans, but they didn't look like one. These ghosts were intangible. An undead that's intelligent and could talk was something that Louis and the others didn't expect. After Leji said those words, he stopped speaking. Louis turned his head to Tang Wu and said, "Little Wu, provide them with a place to rest. Remember, don't let anybody know about them for now. Our relocation is a secret and it needs to be kept secret." Tang Wu nodded and then led Leji and the others away. Louis and the others returned to the meeting room and then sat down. They didn't speak for some time. Before long, Tang Wu returned. Louis looked at Tang Wu and said, "It's settled." Tang Wu nodded and said, "They have been settled. There's an abandoned ship nearby that people made into a house but never settled, so I let them live there. Those guys don't need to eat or drink, so they don't have many requirements for the house. They're very easy to settle in." When he heard this, Louis sighed and said, "We still underestimated Mr. He just said that 10 to 20 million undead isn't a problem. These undead didn't just come out of thin air, and they're humanoid." Louis suddenly didn't know what to say next. Tang Wen also sighed and said, "It seems like Mr. has been a god of slaughter in the lower realms. No wonder Mr. isn't afraid of us doing anything wrong. If we dared cause trouble, then he could just turn us into people like Leji." Louis and the others nodded. Louis looked at everyone and said, "Mr. showed us all of this because he trusts us, and he even gave us the status of commoners. If we settle in Yulai too, then we couldn't lose his trust. We need to prepare well in the next few days and migrate as soon as possible." Tang Wu nodded and said, "Right, all these things, no matter what they are, would startle people if they're revealed. It seems like Mr. trusts us a lot. But boss, I don't know if you have noticed, Mr. carefully crafted Yulai 2's temperature to be comfortable for humans to live in. However, I don't see any magic formation nor heating devices. Isn't that strange?" Louis nodded and said, "I also noticed that. It's really strange. Are the records about Yulai 2 incorrect?" Tang Wen shook his head and said, "No, Yili 2's previous records are absolutely correct, but there's something you didn't notice. After he said that, Tang Wen took out his computer and then projected an image he recorded himself. The quality of the recording wasn't very good. Tang Wen pointed towards the projection and said, "Haven't you noticed? Yili 2 might have a lot of grain and vegetables, but these grain and vegetables aren't present in the machine field. Moreover, the planet has these flowers and trees that the undead seem to avoid when herding animals or constructing houses." Then Tang Wen pointed towards the colorful flowers and trees. Louis and the others knit their brows. To be honest, they haven't paid any attention to these things. Seeing their reactions, Tang Wen added, "I have looked into these flowers. They look ordinary and don't smell special. Although they are somewhat attractive, what's special about them is that they emit a faint heat. This heat wasn't from being exposed to the sun. This heat came from the flower itself. I think the planet's temperature has something to do with these flowers." Louis and the others were startled. Then Tang Wen gestured towards the spirit tree and said, "There's also this tree. This tree looks attractive. Although it might look fake, it was actually a real tree. Moreover, the spiritual chi surrounding this tree is very rich. Being near this tree made you feel comfortable." And as I was paying attention to these two plants, I noticed Mr. looking at me with a profound look. Therefore, I am very sure that these two plants are unique to Mr. and they're very essential to transforming Yili 2. Louis and the others looked surprised at Tang Wen. Tang Wen looked at Louis and the others and said, "Boss, this is an absolute secret. Don't mention it to anybody. Otherwise, it would bring trouble to Mr." Louis let out a long breath. Then he nodded as he turned to the others and said, "You hear that?" Everyone nodded. Chapter 1357, Zenling's Plan. Zhao Hai sat in the space while looking at Louis and the others. Louis, knowing what he was doing, pleased Zhao Hai. There's also Tang Wen's observational skills. Tang Wen was truly a good candidate to be a strategist. Talents. What talents? Zhao Hai sighed. Then he turned to Laura and said, "These guys are really smart, but I hope that they can follow what I said and won't let me down." Laura smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry about them. Your actions today can be seen as a show of grace and power. They wouldn't ever think about wronging you." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Let's hope. If they really plan to do something, then I'll be impolite." Laura smiled faintly and didn't make any noise. Zhao Hai moved on as he said, "You should make preparations to set up the transmission formation as soon as possible." Laura nodded and said, "Don't worry about it. All the materials for establishing the transmission formation have already been brought by Leji's group. They also know the method to make a transmission formation. There will be no problem." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he said, "How about Yili 2? The transmission formation area should be built as soon as possible. A few more transmission formations would be made there, which would be very useful for the future." Laura nodded. "Rest assured. By the way, the transmission formation to the Sand Island has also been built. It's inside the castle." Zhao Hai nodded. There were also castles built in Yili 2. A mountain not far from the city has been designated as Zhao Hai's territory. He prepared this area for Zhuangli and the others. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's good. Once Louis and his group enter Yili 2, things would become easier. I'll ask them to build the peripheral defense system of the planet. When this happens, I'll have to rely on you, Margaret. Those fellows are experts in this field." Margaret nodded and said, "Rest assured, I know what to do." Just as Margaret finished talking, his expression suddenly changed. Then he waved his hand, causing Laura and the others to look at him. Zhao Hai turned his head to Kair and said, "Kair, Master, press the jade pendant. See if the Master is present." Kair complied as the image on the monitor changed. Before long, Huang Dan's figure appeared. He was currently sitting inside a room along with a beautiful woman. Zhao Hai gave a gentle nod and then he said, "It seems to be the Pink Cloud Pavilion's master, Zhengling." "All right, I'll have to go see Master." "Laura, I'll leave things here to you." Laura nodded before Zhao Hai's figure disappeared from the space. It has been 2 days since Huang Dan returned to the cultivation realm. In these 2 days, he has been communicating with the Great Sects. He was aware that even if he accepted Zhao Hai as a disciple, he was still seen by the Great Sects as a disgrace. He talked with the sects not just to have them forgive him, but also to stop them trying to deal with Zhao Hai. Huang Dan also knew why these sects wanted to deal with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai slapped the face of the cultivation realm, but now that Zhao Hai had become Huang Dan's disciple, he could be regarded as partially from the cultivation realm. Huang Dan told the great sects that he hoped to win Zhao Hai over and have him move to the cultivation realm. In this case, the great sects accepted it with vigor. The cultivation realm liked to suppress geniuses of the other realms. However, Zhao Hai's situation was a bit special. No ordinary person could suppress him. Huang Dan was a transcending tribulation expert and even he couldn't do anything to Zhao Hai. This fully explained Zhao Hai's strength. Therefore, suppressing Zhao Hai has become a very annoying matter. If they have hope of pulling Zhao Hai over to the cultivation realm, then the great sects would be fine with it. Even if Zhao Hai didn't join a sect and becomes a rogue cultivator, his presence would still increase the strength of the cultivation realm. Don't forget, Huang Dan was also a rogue cultivator. In the end, he would still have to listen to the great sects. So when Huang Dan said that he would try to bring Zhao Hai over to the cultivation realm, the great sects agreed. Actually, Huang Dan had no intentions of pulling Zhao Hai over. He knew that Zhao Hai wouldn't really join the cultivation realm because he was planning on making his own power. This made it impossible for him to join the cultivation realm. But since Huang Dan's impression of Zhao Hai was very good, he made sure to make him look good in front of the great sects. This way, he would be able to provide protection for Zhao Hai. Huang Dan knows that Zhao Hai was still developing his own influence. Once this period passes, even powerful experts would have to think twice if they plan to make a move on him. Although Huang Dan thinks that Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to catch up to the great sects immediately, he believes that Zhao Hai could if given enough time. After lobbying for several days, the great sects agreed to temporarily leave Zhao Hai alone. Then Huang Dan returned to the Pink Clouds Pavilion and met with Zhenling. Zhenling's recent days haven't been better. Huang Dan failed in his 2 attempts to deal with Zhao Hai, and in the end, he was compelled to receive Zhao Hai as a disciple. This was a huge attack to his reputation, and in turn, it affected Zhenling. Originally, the other families in the Pink Clouds Pavilion had a lot of opinions regarding Zhenling being the pavilion master. In their view, each one of them were better leaders than Zhenling. However, kicking Zhenling out of the pavilion was impossible. Firstly, under her leadership, the pavilion became very profitable. Secondly, Zhenling's prestige among the pavilion members was very high. Thirdly, there was Huang Dan backing her up. Although the other families also had their own transcending tribulation expert, these experts couldn't necessarily take Huang Dan down. So even if they didn't like Zhenling leading them, these families couldn't do anything. But now, a great opportunity presented itself. Huang Dan's reputation had taken a huge hit. These people immediately made their moves. Although Zhenling made some preparations for this, her preparations weren't enough. Therefore, she was now forced to be passive. Fortunately, Huang Dan came back uninjured, or else she wouldn't have great days ahead. Zhenling didn't expect Huang Dan to call her over the moment he returned. Moreover, he told her that Zhao Hai was willing to do business with them. Just as Zhenling was confused about what was happening, Huang Dan took out a jade pendant and pressed a button on it. Seeing this action, Zhenling stared at Huang Dan. Then at this time, a white light suddenly flashed. Once this white light vanished, Zhao Hai was already present. When Zhao Hai came out, he greeted Huang Dan. "I have seen Master." Huang Dan nodded. Then he said, "Little Hai, this is Pavilion Master of the Pink Clouds Pavilion, Master's nominal disciple, Zhenling." "Master already told her that you're planning to do business with her." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he turned towards Zhenling and said, "Zhao Hai has seen the Pavilion Master." Zhenling stared. Then she immediately responded. When Huang Dan was sent to deal with Zhao Hai, she already got information about him. Naturally, he could recognize Zhao Hai's face. Zhenling hastily stood up and returned the gesture and said, "Zhenling has seen Mr. Zhao Hai." Huang Dan looked at the two and then said, "You two, don't be so polite to each other. You're both disciples of this old man. You can call yourselves senior sister and junior brother." Zhao Hai nodded. He turned to Zhenling and said, "Senior sister, I came to discuss business with you. This junior brother has many kinds of spirit wine in hand and I want to cooperate with the Pink Clouds Pavilion. What do you think?" Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Zhenling's eyes lit up. Then she replied, Spirit wine, junior brother, did you say spirit wine? Zhao Hai nodded and said, it is spirit wine. Moreover, it's very fragrant. Master has tasted it. You can ask what he thinks. Zhenling turned her head towards Huang Dan. Huang Dan was smiling as he said, this kid is too polite. His spirit wine is much better compared to the ones we see here in the cultivation realm. He also asked your martial uncle to taste. Little Hai, the Pink Clouds Pavilion, and the Profound Clear sect would cooperate in this business. After all, it's too big for the Pink Clouds Pavilion to eat on its own. Zhenling's eyes shone as he said, Uncle Huang, you're really planning to involve the Profound Clear sect? If this is the case, then I have an idea, and I need your help. Huang Dan nodded. Then Zhenling opened her mouth and said, Uncle Huang, as you know, the other families in the pavilion are starting to get restless. They're unhappy with me being at the head of the business. If we can really cooperate with the Profound Clear sect in this business, then I'd like to separate from the pavilion and go independent. What do you think? Huang Dan stared. Then he said, you want to go on your own? Little girl, why would you have such an idea? You should know that your ancestors experienced untold hardships in establishing the Pink Clouds Pavilion. If you go on your own, then wouldn't you be leaving the wealth that your predecessors worked hard on? Zhenling coldly snorted and said, although I would be losing my shares in the Pink Clouds Pavilion by doing this, I would gain freedom in return. Moreover, I won't let those fellows live any better. Being the pavilion master, I was able to establish quite a lot of connections. If I left, then those people would definitely follow me. With this, our new merchant group would be established very quickly. The reason why I didn't separate in the past was because of many reasons. Firstly, it's because I don't have any competitive products to sell. Second, it's possible that those fellows would keep suppressing me. And third, is because I don't have a strong power as a backer. But if we have the Profound Clear sect on our backs, then those fellows wouldn't have any guts to make a move on us. And with Junior Brothers' spirit wine, our merchant group would grow in a very short period of time. When the time comes, we'll crush those people to death. Zhao Hai looked at Zhenling and saw that she had the same spirit as Laura. These two capable women were strong in their convictions. Moreover, their methods were very good. Chapter 1358, Rich Person. Huang Dan looked at Zhenling for some time before he laughed and said, all right, well said. You have been angry with those fellows all these years. If you're that confident, then I'll support you in leaving and going on your own. I think there's no problem with the Profound Clear sect. If your Uncle Feng speaks, the Profound Clear sect wouldn't be able to do anything. Little Hai is also not a problem. He'll only cooperate with you and not the Pink Clouds Pavilion. But you need to prepare things well. When Zhenling heard what Huang Dan said, she couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai. She was somewhat confused. Zhao Hai and Huang Dan had a grudge before, to the point that they wanted to kill each other. But after becoming master and disciple, their relationship immediately became good. What's happening? Zhao Hai smiled faintly towards Zhenling and said, Senior sister can rest assured. Just like Master said, I won't do business with other people, so you don't have to worry. We can do business as soon as everything has been set up. Zhenling didn't expect Zhao Hai to speak of such good terms. She nodded and said, all right, then I'll prepare everything as soon as possible. When the time comes, I'll call junior brother. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked at Huang Dan and said, Master, if there's nothing else, I'll have to ask to be excused. I still have some things I need to take care of. Huang Dan nodded. But suddenly, he said, right, Little Hai, do you have things you need? If you do, just tell the little girl. She's still the pavilion master of the Pink Clouds Pavilion, so you might as well. Once she goes independent, it would be difficult for her to get some good things. Zhao Hai stared for a moment. Then he smiled faintly and said, if Master says so, then I'll have to be impolite. I want some medicinal plants, preferably precious ones. I also need ores. The more precious and rare they are, the better. I don't need a lot of them, just a little piece. The same is also true for the medicinal plants. I don't need a lot, just one of each is fine. Zhenling gawked. Then she nodded and said, all right. That wouldn't be a problem. I'll give them to you the next time we meet. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, then I'll have to thank senior sister. Right, senior sister, this junior brother has plenty of crystal stones in hand. If you need them, I can hand them over to you. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Zhenling's eyes couldn't help but turn bright. Then she nodded and said, then I'll have to be impolite to junior brother. If you can, I'd want 10 million crystal stones. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and then waved his hand as he took out a spatial bag. She handed the bag over to Zhenling and said, senior sister, take a look if the things in this bag is enough. If it isn't, then just tell me. Zhenling received the spatial bag that Zhao Hai handed over and then took a look inside. Much to her surprise, the crystal stones inside the bag weren't the small ones that she was used to. Instead, these were big pieces of crystal stones, and from their quality, they seemed to be high-grade crystal stones. This was out of Zhenling's expectations. Although crystal stones were used as a currency in the cultivation realm, this mostly referred to the most ordinary low-grade crystals. These crystals were no larger than walnuts. However, the value of crystal stones weren't judged by their size. A basketball-sized low-grade crystal isn't as valuable as a walnut-sized high-grade crystal. If crystal stones were the same size, a high-grade crystal would be equivalent to 100 medium-grade crystals or 10,000 low-grade crystals. However, no person in the cultivation realm were willing to exchange their high-grade crystals for medium or low-grade crystals. Low-grade crystal stones were single-use items. After using it once, the crystal would break and be unusable. Medium-grade crystal stones were also consumables. Generally, medium-grade crystals could be recharged 10 times before it breaks, and the energy that can be stored inside couldn't be much. As for high-grade crystals, they could be repeatedly reused. One could also leave the high-grade crystal alone and it would absorb energy from the surroundings on its own. Because of these characteristics, nobody was willing to exchange their high-grade crystal with the lower-graded ones. In the past, Zhao Hai had been using medium-grade crystals. As for high-grade crystals, he rarely used them. But after coming to the machine field and becoming exposed to a higher density of spiritual qi, the quality of crystal stones that the space produced has increased. Right now, the majority of the crystals that the space churns out were high-grade crystals. There were very few medium-grade crystals among them. Therefore, it can be said that Zhao Hai was filthy rich. Even in the cultivation realm, he could be seen as a wealthy person. Zhenling raised his head to look at Zhao Hai. Then she suddenly smiled and said, junior brother is actually so rich. Good. Then senior sister will be impolite and accept these. Although I'm the pavilion master and can move materials at will, each product needed to be accounted for. Senior sister can sell to you at a low price. I can't give them to you, or else it would ruin my plan. This is why I asked you for some money. From what I can understand, junior brother wants different types of plants. You aren't particular about quantity? Zhao Hai nodded and said, right. The more types the better. I don't care if there's only one of each type, as long as there's one. Zhenling nodded. Alright, I understand. Junior brother can rest assured, I'll handle everything. Uncle Huang, I'll leave first. When I'm ready, I'll let you know. Uncle, I'll leave the profound clear sect to you. The sooner you get in touch with them, the better. Huang Dan nodded and said, go. You don't have to worry about the profound clear sect. Your Uncle Feng should almost be back. Little Hai, I'll deal with this matter. Just prepare the wine to be delivered. Right, you have to change the containers of those wines. They need to be inside jade bottles. Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled and said, thank you for the reminder, master. Then I'll go back first. Huang Dan waved his hand. Zhao Hai bowed to the two before disappearing. After that, Zhenling bowed to Huang Dan and left. Seeing the two juniors leaving, Huang Dan let out a profound smile. Then he took out a jade sword message and sent Feng Beiming a message. He didn't expect things to develop to this degree. Zhenling actually decided to leave the Pink Clouds Pavilion. But this was also good. It has been a long time since he felt disgusted with those folks from the pavilion. When Zhao Hai returned to the space, he sat on the sofa and let out a long breath. Then he gave out a wide smile as he turned to Laura and said, Laura, did you notice how similar Zhenling's personality is to yours? Ha ha ha. Interesting. It seems like we've found an interesting business partner. Laura smiled and said, right. It's also good for us to cooperate with Zhenling rather than the Pink Clouds Pavilion. If we cooperate with the Pink Clouds Pavilion, we would be placed in an awkward manner if ever Zhenling gets kicked from her position. Now that Zhenling is planning to go independent, I believe she would achieve great results quickly with us, Master Huang, and the profound clear sect supporting her. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "This is indeed good for us. Moreover, I made use of our crystal stones in order to trade for things that we badly need. This cooperation is already showing its benefits." Laura nodded. Then she looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, you're now the supreme commander of the Lock Mountain Range. Shouldn't you also go to the Six Realms battlefield and collect materials? There are a lot of good treasures there." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "It's because I'm a supreme commander that I cannot go around the Six Realms battlefield. I'm now similar to Feng Beiming and the others. I can only defend the machine field's domain. Otherwise, it'll cause misunderstandings." Laura nodded. Then she sighed and said, "Sometimes, having a high status is really inconvenient. Now, we have to act more low-key. As long as Brother Hai reaches transcending tribulation, we wouldn't need to be afraid of them." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Just like Huang Dan said, he lacked accumulation. Once he accumulates enough, he would soar high. Zhao Hai stayed inside the space the following days. He could no longer roam the Six Realms battlefield, nor could he go to the soft gold mine. If someone finds him there, then the entire world of cultivation wouldn't let him off. He had been in the limelight for too long, so he needed to act low in the meantime. However, Zhao Hai wasn't idle. The transmission formation towards the pirate paradise has been constructed. It wasn't a large transmission formation and could only accommodate 100 people at a time. However, this was good, as long as it was operational. On the other hand, Margaret as well as Barlett's group have been preparing to meet the migrants in Yilai-tu. The overall construction of Yilai-tu's capital city has been completed. People could move in at any time. But even so, some work still needs to be done once the migration starts. Everyone had wages to deal with as well as stores that needed to be opened. At this time, the ones operating the stores were the undead. The situation in the pirate paradise has been going well. After Zhao Hai left, Louis and the others immediately dealt with the goods that had been brought. Since they were the leaders, it was easy to command the other people. Louis and the others were pirates who killed people and looted their goods. They were not pushovers. Therefore, troublemakers in the cross-sword pirate group had long since been taken care of. After removing the unstable factors, Louis and the others prepared to migrate to Yilai-tu. This wasn't an easy task, although a lot of people wanted to become commoners in Yilai-tu. Keeping the migration a secret was very hard. Naturally, Louis and the others knew that their migration could never be hidden from the outside. However, at the very least, they wanted to keep it a secret for as long as possible. Otherwise, people might cause trouble to them. A lot of people from the Six Realms were staring at the cross-sword pirate group. With how strong the pirate group was, it was no wonder that people were concerned about their movements. Chapter 1359, Developments. The cross-sword pirate group was very beneficial to Six Realms. Not to mention their reputation, even their location was a huge attraction to the other realms. The position of the cross-sword pirate group was at the border of the machine field and the cultivation realm. It was farther to the cultivation realm and nearer to the machine field. This position was quite crucial, because it was the intersection of the two realms. Whether it be the machine field or the cultivation realm, nobody dared to send too many personnel to deal with them. Otherwise, it might cause a reaction from the other realm. It was also for this reason that the pirate paradise existed. The pirate paradise's location was very useful for both the machine field and the cultivation realm. Even the other realms deemed it as important. It was for this reason that a lot of powers had reached their hands into the region. It was even beginning to be called the miniature world of cultivation. The cross-sword pirate group was the biggest influence in this region. Anybody wanted to absorb such an influence. Once one gets the cross-sword pirate group into their fold, then they could cause disturbances in the machine field and the cultivation realm. This was something that no realm wanted to let go of. For this reason, a lot of people currently had their eyes on the cross-sword pirate group. If any sign of disturbance was seen on the group, people would immediately react. Recently, the cross-sword pirate group began attacking people lurking near them. This caused the entire pirate paradise to turn anxious. The eyes of the realms couldn't help but turn their directions towards the pirate group. They didn't know what the cross-sword pirate group was planning to do. Besides eliminating spies, the cross-sword pirate group were also beginning to go into high alert. All non-members of the pirate group weren't allowed to enter their territory, otherwise, they would be met by an attack. Naturally, Louis and the others already thought of an excuse for their actions. They said that the cross-sword pirate group has been stolen from and they had lost something important. They said that they were now pursuing the thief with all their strength. Nobody could find out if such an excuse was genuine or fake. This was because the cross-sword pirate group had already removed all spies inside them. Moreover, in addition to blocking the external world from looking in, Louis also imposed an internal blockade towards all of their members. Without valid reason, they couldn't go out of their room and randomly stroll. Even if their actions stopped any spies from looking in, people were thinking that the cross-sword pirate group were truly catching thieves. Moreover, this action would also make those spies that hadn't been caught to come out. If they begin asking around, they would no wonder be arrested and dealt with by Louis. Actually, during this time, Louis and the others have already begun their migration to Yulai-2. The first group to move were the families of Louis and the others. These people were the most trusted people in the group. Once they migrated to the planet, they began to familiarize themselves with the environment. This way, they could help the others who would migrate in the future. They would provide security for people who moved. After all, nothing makes one feel more relieved than a familiar face. Once people began pouring into Yulai-2, the residences prepared for them were beginning to be given out along with various living necessities. In the pirate paradise, cars were also very common. The cross-sword pirate group even designed their own cars. After all, there were too many people in the group. Moreover, they had sensitive identities and they couldn't just go out and buy from the outside. So there are a lot of things that they built themselves. After the first batch of people moved to Yulai-2, Margaret and the others immediately gave them their own identification cards. This ID card was the same as the machine field. Not only did it indicate one's status, it also acted as a bank card. This card was a very ordinary item in the machine field. But when Margaret and the others handed the ID cards, those from the cross-sword pirate group cried in happiness. This card was their dream for several generations. With this card, they were no longer pirates and they can now act in the open. They could now walk the length of the machine field without fear. At this point, the transmission formation of Yulai-2 revolved non-stop from dawn to dusk. However, the biggest use of the transmission formation wasn't the transfer of people. Instead, it was mostly used to transport items. The cross-sword pirate group was among the oldest pirate groups in the pirate paradise. Several generations of plundering merchant caravans made them very wealthy. Louis also thought that they had to transport these riches first if they moved to Yulai-2. This way, if ever the pirate paradise falls, these things wouldn't fall into the hands of other people. Second, they could hand these over to Zhao Hai as proof of allegiance. They wished that Zhao Hai would know how sincere they were in wishing to move to Yulai-2. Zhao Hai understood what Louis and the others were thinking, so he didn't stop them. But since he didn't want these riches, he gave Louis and the others some warehouses to store these things. Because Louis and the others did a good job in hiding the migration, nobody knew what the cross-sword pirate group were doing. This was what Zhao Hai appreciated the most. Zhao Hai also fulfilled his promise. As people were streaming into Yulai-2, he also replaced them with undead. Seeing the operation in Yulai-2 going smoothly, Zhao Hai felt relieved. As for the materials needed in Yulai-2, Zhao Hai didn't worry about it. With the space providing what was needed, things went on smoothly. Besides moving the cross-sword pirate group, Zhao Hai was also paying attention to Huang Dan's situation. On the day that he met Zhenling, Zhao Hai handed her a spatial bag with a silver needle. But actually, it couldn't be called a silver needle, more like a silver thread. This thread looked the same as a silver needle. When Zhenling received the spatial bag, the silver thread attached to her body. Now, Zhao Hai was able to monitor her progress. Since Zhenling has decided to leave and go on her own a long time ago, She already did a lot of preparations. Some shopkeepers and people from the Pink Clouds Pavilion had already been pulled over by Zenling. They were people loyal to her, but since she didn't want to have a falling out with the Pink Clouds Pavilion yet, she hasn't made any major moves. However, she still regarded Zhao Hai's requests with importance. She began preparing things to be given to Zhao Hai. It didn't take long before she amassed various ores as well as medicinal plants. Moreover, each one of them were rare and valuable. From Zhao Hai's request, she focused on variety instead of quantity. The medicinal plants were placed in a jade box to preserve them. Naturally, these items were also written down, but even if the auditors of the Pink Clouds Pavilion were the ones writing them down, they wouldn't be able to find anything. After all, the Pink Clouds Pavilion was a huge entity. The goods exchanging hands throughout the group was colossal. A small transfer of goods wouldn't alert anyone. Moreover, these goods were paid for by Zhao Hai. This also allowed Zenling to easily make transactions without any mistake. At the same time, Huang Dan was working on establishing connections with the Profound Clear sect. He sent Feng Beiming Jade Sword messages as they exchanged words with each other. Looking at Huang Dan, things seemed to be going smoothly. The Profound Clear sect was very interested in the business. Although the Profound Clear sect was very big, their appetite for money was similarly big. They were naturally happy to have an extra business to increase their income. Because of Feng Beiming, the Profound Clear sect had no words to say about cooperating with Zenling. They didn't even question the source of the spirit wine. The Profound Clear sect was well aware about why Zenling decided to work with them. It was so that the sect would provide the business some protection. The Profound Clear sect wasn't new to these things. In fact, great sects like them repeatedly went into such transactions. The only difference was the size of the cut they would take from the profits. As for Zenling's business, the Profound Clear sect was to take the least they could. After all, they had to consider Feng Beiming's face. Moreover, there's also Huang Dan standing behind her. The Profound Clear sect already sent someone to discuss matters with Zenling. This was also the time that Zenling prepared to leave the pavilion and go on her own. During this time, Zhao Hai met Huang Dan and Zenling once more. Zenling gave him the medicinal plants and ores that he ordered. Zhao Hai also handed over 10,000 bottles of spirit wine. Just like Huang Dan said, these wines have been placed inside jade bottles. The jade used was top quality, making the wine look elegant and expensive. The profit allocation of the spirit wine has also been decided. Since the spirit wine and its container has been provided by Zhao Hai, the division would be 4-3-3. Zhao Hai would have 4 shares, Zenling would have 3, and the Profound Clear sect would have 3. One shouldn't underestimate an allocation of 40%. In terms of pure profit, this 40% was huge. One must know that Zhao Hai produced spirit wine with 0 initial cost, while Zhao Hai's price given to Zenling was 100 crystal stones. Zhao Hai might think that this price wasn't low, but to Zenling and Huang Dan, it was too cheap. However, Zhao Hai wasn't planning to increase the price, otherwise, no money would be made. One shouldn't be too greedy. The jade bottle can only hold 1 caddy 500 grams, and 1 bottle of spirit wine costs 100 crystals. This was already expensive. One must know that 100 crystal stones was already a lot of money for rogue cultivators. After handing the spirit wine over to Zenling, Zhao Hai no longer cared about this matter. He didn't need to help in selling it, nor did he intend to appear in the cultivation realm, so he took this time to relax. Whether it be the cultivation realm or the machine field, nobody knew that Zhao Hai's influence was starting to be established. Eli too simply wasn't worthy of paying attention to. For the machine field, the planet was a wasteland. Moreover, seeing that Zhao Hai wasn't going there, nobody cared about it. Since Zhao Hai was known to be in the 6 realms battlefield, he needed to appear there from time to time. But he didn't have much to worry about there since everything was being taken care of by Yuan and the others. Yuan was also aware that Zhao Hai was somewhat busy lately, so he didn't disturb him. If things didn't need Zhao Hai's help, then Yuan wouldn't disturb him. Zhao Hai was now the supreme commander of the machine field. This caused Yuan and the others to be happy. But this also caused them to worry. They were happy because the machine field now has a powerful expert protecting them. Later on, the other realms would think twice if they wanted to attack the machine field's domain. On the other hand, Now that Zhao Hai has become a powerful expert, the machine field now had nobody to protect them in the core battlefield. Regarding Zhao Hai's new status, Yuan and the others protested about it to the higher-ups. However, the higher-ups told them that they couldn't do anything about it. This had something to do with the demands of the other realms. Yuan and the others understood that the other realms were putting pressure on the machine field's higher-ups. In the end, the higher-ups could only make a compromise. However, this was also good since the Lock Mountain range has become peaceful. This peace also extended to the realm's partially controlled territory. Now, other realms rarely caused any trouble there. As for Zhao Hai's visit to the pirate paradise, extremely few people were aware of it. The meeting between Zhao Hai, Huang Den, and Xinling was even more confidential. Therefore, Zhao Hai became silent in this period of time. Once no more news appeared about him, the people began forgetting Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was happy with this situation. It's better if they forgot about him. Now, he wouldn't have to worry about people's eyes looking at him. Such a life wasn't for him. Originally, Zhao Hai was planning on moving Zheng Li and the others to Yilai 2. However, Yilai 2's defense system had yet to be constructed. At this time, the planet was virtually defenseless. Therefore, Zhao Hai cancelled this plan. Once the defense system has been constructed, he would discuss it with Zheng Li and the others. As for Yilai 2's undead, they were slowly being replaced by the Cross-Sword Pirate Group's members. Although there were a lot of robots in the machine field, they were still far from replacing humans. Take farming for example. Only a few people used robots to farm. They were too procedural in their actions. If you let a robot farm the land, one's harvest wouldn't be good. This was because robots would plant seeds in a predetermined way, water them at the same time per day, and remove weeds in a regular manner. Such a procedure wouldn't work in farming. After all, growing plants needed to take into consideration the environment and other factors. Everything depends on the surrounding lands. Farming with predetermined commands wouldn't work. Herding animals was also the same, except people would often use meshes. Therefore, mech pilots of the Cross-Sword Pirate Group still had something they could enjoy doing. Chapter 1360, An Event, An Acquaintance. Zhao Hai sat cross-legged under the 100 Spirits tree. This place has the richest concentration of spiritual qi in the entire space. It wasn't far from the cultivation realm's spirit veins. This was also the place that Zhao Hai liked to cultivate the most. Zhao Hai visited the 6 realms battlefield from time to time. Other times, he would be inside the space, cultivating. As Huang Dan said, Zhao Hai's main offensive power came from the astral qi and evil qi condensed in his body. With only his own strength, it would be impossible for him to face Huang Dan. Accumulation. Zhao Hai needs accumulation right now. Only when his body and spiritual qi gets to a certain degree would he reach true transcending tribulation level. Therefore, Zhao Hai practiced under the 100 Spirits tree every day. The spiritual qi around the tree was getting richer and richer. This was because of the primordial root integrating completely with the 100 Spirits tree. In the future, the spiritual qi around the tree would only get stronger and stronger until it fully surpasses the spirit veins of the cultivation realm. Zhao Hai was now accumulating. He also cultivated before, but he would focus on tempering his body. Now, he was working on his spiritual qi. Naturally, this doesn't mean that he stopped tempering his body. He would still practice his body. This wasn't something that sitting down meditating could replace. Body tempering fist, meditating, condensing astral qi and evil qi into his body, controlling flying swords, and practicing other weapons. Zhao Hai did these things in the past few days. His fight with Huang Dan caused Zhao Hai to realize how dangerous the world of cultivation really was. If he wanted to live well in the world of cultivation, then he would have to practice in silence. Otherwise, he would be attracting unnecessary danger to himself. Last time, the cultivation realm found a spatial ability user to deal with him. This also made Zhao Hai understand that there are a lot of strange phenomena and people in the world of cultivation. If he has the space, then there's no guarantee that others don't. If others have their own cheat, then the space wasn't 100% safe. After some time, Zhao Hai let out a long breath. Then he slowly opened his eyes. His cultivation process was being analyzed by the universal scanner. Naturally, The optimum results that were reported weren't absolute. After all, Zhao Hai wasn't a machine. However, having a metric on his cultivation wasn't bad as well. Zhao Hai stood up and did some light stretches. Then he slowly walked away from the villa. Although he has seen the space's scenery multiple times, he still felt the most relaxed while inside it. Before long, Zhao Hai arrived at the seaside. He looked at the vast ocean and felt his heart calm down. He emptied his thoughts and completely relaxed. For Zhao Hai, this feeling was both familiar and strange. Zhao Hai immersed in this feeling as he forgot about the passage of time. He felt himself completely relaxed not only in body but also in mind. His body and mind experienced bliss. This feeling was very good. At this time, Kair suddenly flew beside Zhao Hai and reported, "Young master, there's a situation." Zhao Hai woke up, he turned his head to Kair and said, "What happened?" Kair looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, it's something good. Come with me." After saying that, Kair and Zhao Hai flew back to the villa. Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he looked at Kair. To be honest, Zhao Hai felt closer to Kair. Now that she has integrated with the space, it could be said that they were related. Zhao Hai could reliably trust her and Kair was able to rely on Zhao Hai as well. Before long, the two arrived at the villa. Once he entered, Zhao Hai discovered that Laura and the others were currently sitting on the sofa as they stared at the screen. Displayed on the screen was a place that Zhao Hai wasn't familiar with. From what he can see, it was a cultivator's market. There were plenty of shops present as well as vendor stalls. It can be seen that it was a bustling market. But what was strange about it was that those in the market weren't orthodox cultivators. All of them had dark auras. They don't seem like good people. Zhao Hai turned his head to Kair and said, "Where is this?" Kair smiled and said, "This is a market in the Devil Realm. We called you over because we spotted someone." Then at this time, the image changed and focused on a person in the market. The place was behind a shop. This storefront was a medicinal pill shop. But in fact, nobody occupied this place. Inside this room was a small transmission formation. Kair looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, this shop is only a decoy. It has a short distance transmission formation. The other side of the formation is a courtyard next door. Look." Then the picture changed into another courtyard. Just like what Kair said, this courtyard wasn't far from the shop. This courtyard wasn't used for business but for people to live in. There were a few simple magic traps in the building which looked ordinary. Then the picture changed back into the shop. When he saw who was inside, Zhao Hai couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He knew the person in this room, the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor. Zhao Hai didn't expect to see the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor. This startled him greatly. It was an unexpected surprise. In the past, the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor controlled the underworld. Not only could he acquire medicinal plants and materials in the underworld, he could also collect faith power. This meant that he had the method to collect faith power. When Zhao Hai appeared, things began to change. And in the end, under Zhao Hai's help, the huge heart regained control over the entire underworld. However, the thing that the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor used was already gone. Although it had lost its usefulness, its method of collecting faith power might still be utilized. As long as he captures the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor, they could obtain the method to collect and use faith power. And this was something that Zhao Hai needed right now. Zhao Hai turned his head to Kair and said, "When did you find him? If this guy stays here forever, then it'll be difficult for us. After all, there should be powerful influences behind this market." Kair smiled and said, "We've just found him. But I think the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor wouldn't stay here for a long time. It's because we haven't just been monitoring this place for a day or two. It seems like the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor is here to stay temporarily to communicate with the outside world. He must have a secret cave somewhere. He should be here to buy a few things before returning. We can deal with him once he leaves." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right. Then keep monitoring him." "Did you already send a silver needle?" Kair nodded and said, "Rest assured, young master, they have been released. He cannot escape." Zhao Hai nodded and continued to stare at the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor on the screen. The Yin Wind Emperor was sitting inside the room while calmly drinking his tea. He was probably waiting for someone. On the side, Kair explained, "Young master, The pill shop outside is owned by the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor. He hired someone to look after the place for him. The person running the shop seems to be his loyal aide. After the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor arrived, he had this person help him buy some medicinal herbs. He never left the room and just waited for the shopkeeper to arrive. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he said, "It seems like the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor isn't simple. He has a way to get in touch with the outside world. Not only that, he could also buy what he needs without his tracks being discovered." As he said that, the room flashed a white light and a person appeared in front of the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor. This person was wearing a magnificent cultivator robe. Although he looked like a practitioner, one's initial feeling upon seeing this person was that he was a merchant. Not only was this person fat, he also had a polite demeanor about him. His eyes had a small glint of light. He looks like a profiteer. When this person appeared, he immediately bowed and said, "I have seen Master Yin Wind Ghost Emperor. The things that Master needs have already been prepared." Then he took out a spatial bag and handed it respectfully to the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor. The Yin Wind Ghost Emperor nodded. Then after he swept the spatial bag with his spiritual force, he nodded and said, "Very good. You will gain benefits as long as you serve the Emperor. Otherwise, this Emperor can take your life in a blink of an eye. This is for your loyalty." Then he threw a medicine bottle towards the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper took the bottle gratefully and expressed his gratitude towards the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor. He knelt down and said, "Thank you, Master, for the gift. This subordinate shall serve the Master with all my heart." The Yin Wind Ghost Emperor nodded and said, "All right, now leave." The person stood on the room's transmission formation and left the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor alone. The Yin Wind Ghost Emperor glanced around before he sighed. Then he walked towards the transmission formation. After fiddling with the formation, he stood on it and then activated it. A white light flashed as he disappeared from the room. Zhao Hai looked at the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor and couldn't help but smile faintly as he said, "This guy is really careful. He is even careful around his loyal subordinates. I don't think even his subordinates know that the transmission formation is connected to a courtyard not far away." Laura smiled faintly and said, "People like him would never fully trust anyone. I'm afraid the shopkeeper is being controlled by him with some method." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "No matter what method he used to control that shopkeeper, he'll be freed later on. It's time for us to make a move." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand and disappeared from the room. Chapter 1361. The End of the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor. The Yin Wind Ghost Emperor's recent days haven't been great. A few years ago, he obtained a treasure in the market, a piece of prime yin stone. This prime yin stone was a stone with a pure yin attribute. It provided great benefits to ghost cultivators, but what the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor didn't expect was that someone saw him acquiring the prime yin stone, and this person was also a ghost cultivator. After the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor left the market, this person tried to kill him. The Yin Wind Ghost Emperor wasn't a good-natured person. He was cruel and couldn't stand being slighted. The two fought and in the end, the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor killed him and made him a ghost servant. However, the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor didn't expect that the man he killed had a great background. He was the grandson of a powerful being in the devil realm. He attracted huge trouble this time. The powerful being ordered him to be chased and slaughtered. Fortunately, the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor was able to find a secret cave and hid inside it. Because of this, he was able to escape the fatal disaster. But this also caused the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor to hide himself in recent years. He knew that once he was seen heading out, people would certainly hunt him down. It was because of this that the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor acted cautiously. He silently collected faith power from the lower realms to increase his potential. Although he was now an Ascent Soul expert, he's still a man with his tail clipped. He didn't dare to leave his cave, and if he wanted to buy something, it would be through a slave he previously acquired. The Yin Wind Ghost Emperor's original plan was to continue cultivating and reach that powerful being's level. Once that happens, he would no longer be afraid to go out into the world of cultivation. After all, people who knew how to collect faith power were very few, and even fewer people put it in practice. This was his trump card. As long as this trump card was in his hand, he would become a powerful expert sooner or later. However, he didn't expect Zhao Hai to snatch his trump card. Actually, Zhao Hai was only part of the reason. The real reason was the huge heart. However, The Yin Wind Ghost Emperor was unaware of the heart's existence. Therefore, in his mind, all of it was Zhao Hai's fault. It's a pity that when he met Zhao Hai, he was already beginning to lose control of the underworld. Therefore, he wasn't able to get a clear image of his opponent's face. Even if he wanted revenge, he wouldn't be able to. When he thought about this, the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor clenched his jaws. Then he ruthlessly said, "Don't let this old man know who you are. Otherwise, this old man will take out your soul and let you suffer in the fires of hell forever." Then suddenly, a voice was heard, who might have made the emperor so angry. This sudden sound caused the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor to be terrified and startled. He turned his head towards the direction of the voice and saw a person wearing a silver mask. This person was wearing cultivator robes and was looking at him through the hole in the mask. The person's eyes were sparkling and terrifying. The Yin Wind Ghost Emperor looked at the masked person. He calmed himself down and said, "Who are you, mister? What can this emperor do for you?" Naturally, the person who came was Zhao Hai. He smiled faintly and replied, "The emperor is an old acquaintance of this one back in the lower realm. I even fought against the emperor. I came this time to get something from you." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor's pupils shrank. Then he said, "You're that person. Is it you that broke this emperor's good luck?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "The emperor overpraises me. It's not that I intend to break the emperor's good luck. I just happened to meet you on the road." The Yin Wind Ghost Emperor looked at Zhao Hai, then he sneered and said, "Why would someone who wouldn't even dare show their face deal with this emperor? Although I don't know how you found me, now that you're here you can only die." "How long has it been since you ascended?" 3 years. "If you're planning to kill me in such a short amount of time, then you're dreaming." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I have dealt with the emperor before, so why can't I do it now? The emperor should know why I came here today. I think the emperor should give me what I want." The Yin Wind Ghost Emperor coldly snorted and said, "You want the method to collect and use faith power? Ha ha ha. Do you want to control the underworld? Let this emperor tell you. Stop dreaming. Not only will this emperor not tell you the method, I will also extract your soul and make it into a soul lamp so that you can suffer from the fires of karma forever." Zhao Hai laughed. The emperor is really confident. This is also good. Then I'll have to ask the emperor to accompany me to play. Then he took a step forward and released a punch. The Yin Wind Ghost Emperor didn't think that Zhao Hai would suddenly attack. Moreover, he didn't use a magic artifact but instead sent out a punch. The Yin Wind Ghost Emperor paused for a short moment before he quickly responded. He waved his hand as he took out a ghost face shield to block his front. However, the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor underestimated the power behind Zhao Hai's fist. Zhao Hai went serious immediately because of how important faith power was. He couldn't make any mistake. Therefore, he also mixed astral chi and evil chi in his fist. The Yin Wind Ghost Emperor simply hasn't thought about these. He's only a rogue cultivator. Being able to practice to his current level can be attributed to his luck. Condensing astral chi and evil chi was a method that the great sects monopolized. Therefore, he didn't have any special chi in his body. Without the method to condense chi into his body, along with insufficient understanding about astral chi and evil chi, the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor expected his ghost face shield to block the full-powered fist from Zhao Hai. However, how can Zhao Hai's punch be easily defended? Once the fist struck the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor's shield, a dull sound was heard before the shield completely disintegrated. It simply couldn't bear the power of Zhao Hai's punch. The Yin Wind Ghost Emperor let out a grunt, his face showing that he might be injured. However, this wasn't the end. After his first attack, Zhao Hai sent another one on its way. He waved his hand as a flying sword appeared beside him. Then the flying sword proceeded to strike towards the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor. Although this flying sword was a transformation of liquid silver, it adapted the form of the Plum Blossom Sword, the standard weapon of the Plum Blossom sect in West Cold City. When the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor saw this sword, his eyes couldn't help but shrink. The Yin Wind Ghost Emperor coldly snorted. He waved his hand and took out a magic artifact. This was the famous 10,000 Ghosts Scepter, the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor's life source weapon. The Yin Wind Ghost Emperor never got complacent again. If he doesn't use his full strength today, then it might be his end. This was why he took out his life source weapon. Zhao Hai smiled when he saw this. While his sword was still in motion, he waved his hand and sent 2 ghost discs towards the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor. Just like the 10,000 Ghosts Scepter, the ghost discs were also ghost artifacts. When these 2 weapons were taken out, a howling of ghosts was heard. This caused the entire cave mansion to turn into a ghastly region. Zhao Hai wasn't affected by the changes. He kept throwing magic artifacts out from time to time. Of course, these were magic artifacts that he looted along his journey. This caused the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor to be thrown into confusion. Zhao Hai did this to attract the attention of the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor. As long as the Emperor focused on him, then the Emperor was surely to die. The Yin Wind Ghost Emperor was really putting his focus on Zhao Hai. He didn't dare shift his focus away just for a moment. Zhao Hai was stronger than him, plus Zhao Hai had astral chi and evil chi. Naturally, the Emperor couldn't hold on. If he didn't have the 10,000 Ghosts Scepter, then he might have already been killed by Zhao Hai. After all, this 10,000 Ghosts Scepter was an artifact that the Emperor had nurtured for many years, and it showed how powerful it was. The 2 people fought for a while. When Zhao Hai felt that the time was right, he shouted and sent out more ghost discs. To be honest, the ghost discs were great weapons and caused headaches to the enemy. The 2 ghost discs that Zhao Hai released before were already enough to cause problems to the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor. Now that more was being sent out, the Emperor was having more of a hard time. If these were common ghost discs, then the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor might not have any problems. He had used ghost discs before. These were weapons that lower-level devil cultivators used. Even cultivators in the cultivation realm use ghost discs. This was because its attacks stick right close to its target. It was very hard to throw them off. As the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor was focused on dealing with the ghost discs, he suddenly felt pain in his head. Then his vision turned black. He didn't even know how he died. The strike that ended everything was naturally liquid silver's needle. Zhao Hai placed this silver needle on the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor. One must know that nascent soul experts have formidable spiritual force. If the silver needle was sent casually, then the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor would certainly discover it. Therefore, Zhao Hai made sure to distract the Emperor by going at full power. Then he would wait until the silver needle was ready to strike. Although Zhao Hai can kill the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor with his attacks, he didn't dare waste too much time. The longer the fight drags on, the more uncertain elements would come out. Therefore, Zhao Hai had to use the silver needle. Seeing that the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor was dead, Zhao Hai waved his hand and received his corpse. Then he returned to the space. At the same time, the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor's cave residence was swept up by a strong force. Not a thing was left inside. Everything was taken to the space. Naturally, this wasn't due to Zhao Hai. While Zhao Hai and the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor were fighting, Kair already commanded the undead to dig up the cave mansion. Kair believed that Zhao Hai would win, so she would naturally be impolite. Moreover, this way, they wouldn't be wasting time. Chapter 1362, Unexpected Level Up, Taking the Assistant as a Concubine. Upon returning to the space, Zhao Hai immediately called the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor. He didn't take the Emperor's artifact and allowed him to continue using it. What he wanted from the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor was the method to use faith power. When the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor appeared, he immediately bowed and said, "This one has seen the young master." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Write down the method to collect and use faith power." The Yin Wind Ghost Emperor immediately complied. He went to Kair and then recited the method. Kair proceeded to write it down. It can be seen that the method to use faith power wasn't very complex. The Yin Wind Ghost Emperor finished reciting it in less than an hour. After he was done talking, Zhao Hai waved his hand and had the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor leave. Then he read the method to use faith power. This method was actually a set of mother-child formations. There's only one mother formation while the child formation could be unlimited. The child formation would collect the faith power and transmit it to the mother formation. The user can then extract faith power from the mother formation. Zhao Hai looked at the child formation and then turned to Kair and said, "Kair, you take care of this. Have it set up on the various backgrounds as soon as possible." Kair nodded. Actually, They don't need to do anything much. The various planet backgrounds already had churches built in them. These churches were essential to each planet. They provide things that the planet's inhabitants need. As long as they install the child formation on these churches, then it's already enough. Zhao Hai was now looking at how faith power could be used. From what he can see, faith power was truly magical. Not only could it help in cultivation, it had other uses as well. It can be used to control magic artifacts and strengthen its attacks. Zhao Hai carefully analyzed the method of using faith power. He discovered that faith power needed to be cultivated first before it could be used. It was like astral chi and evil chi, which needed to be condensed inside the body. Moreover, it seems like faith power wasn't initially used for offense. Instead, it was an eye technique first. This technique was divided into two parts. The first part was seeing faith power. Naturally, you can only see your own faith power and not others. The second part of this eye technique enabled your eyes to see the strength of other people. It would allow the user to see various chi in the world. If your faith power was very strong, you could even see the level of a magic artifact, along with the energy that its user used in controlling it. The user would also be able to see the essence of an object. This technique might not seem much, but Zhao Hai could see how important it could be. This eye technique can make your eyes see the strength of your enemy as well as their attributes. And if you have more faith power, then you would discover hidden treasures. This was very important for cultivators, but this was only the first part of the utilization of faith power. The second part was cultivating faith power into one's body. Faith power would transform the user's body and make their meridians more suitable for cultivation. It would also remove hidden injuries and sort out spiritual chi. In turn, this allowed faster cultivation. The third part of using faith power was to bless your weapon with faith power and making it more powerful. It could increase the artifact's offensive strength, defenses, speed, rigidity, and other properties. And the fourth part, and most important part, was the complete combination of one's strength and faith power. This stage removes any obstacles to one's cultivation. It would make one's road ahead extremely clear. For any cultivator, the last benefit was extremely good. For practitioners, their path of cultivation wasn't without its problems. Countless chi refining practitioners were unable to progress to foundation establishment. Foundation establishment experts unable to reach core formation. Core formation experts unable to get to nascent soul. And nascent soul experts failing in their tribulation. This was the treacherous path of cultivation. But as long as one cultivates faith power and reaches the perfect union, these obstacles would vanish. One only needed to practice. The bottlenecks to reach foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, transcending tribulation, would all disappear. The only thing one needed to do was accumulate. Seeing the benefits of faith power, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be overjoyed. Faith power was indeed extremely powerful. As long as one cultivates faith power, any cultivator would have a smooth path ahead. Naturally, one needed to collect faith power in order to gain these benefits. Only then can one start cultivating the technique. Moreover, the more faith power you acquire, the more benefits you would gain. Seeing this, Zhao Hai let out a long breath and said, "Good, faith power is really good. Ha ha ha. Now I want to see how far I can get in cultivating it." Laura and the others were also startled when they saw the benefits of faith power. They didn't expect it to be this mystical. At this moment, Megan suddenly turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, have you forgotten something?" The Yin Wind Ghost Emperor indicated that he has something that could probably be related to the underworld. He relied on that thing to control the underworld. If it weren't for the huge heart, he would have already succeeded. "You should go look for the thing and send it back to the underworld." Upon hearing Megan, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then he patted his head and said, "Right. I forgot about that." But the underworld has no more need for that thing. The plane has been controlled by the huge heart. However, it's also better to send it back. After he said that, he called the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor again. The Yin Wind Ghost Emperor appeared and then bowed and said, "I have seen that young master." "Does the young master have any orders?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Hand over the thing from the underworld." "Right. When you return to the hell space, Go teach the undead about cultivation. You cultivate the ghost now. It'll be helpful for those fellows." The Yin Wind Ghost Emperor complied and then waved his hand to take something out and gave it to Zhao Hai. When he saw the item, Zhao Hai stared. It was a small statue. It was a statue of a titan. Although the statue was small, one could see that it depicted a huge being that was capable of holding up the heavens and the earth. Zhao Hai didn't expect to see a titan, but Zhao Hai immediately changed his mind as he began to understand. The huge heart in the underworld must have been left behind by the titan that created the world. It wasn't just the remains of a titan. When he thought of this, Zhao Hai let out a long breath and then sent the statue over to the underworld. Just as the statue entered the underworld, something happened. The entire underworld seems to turn alive. The beat of the huge heart became stronger, and along with it, the spiritual chi in the underworld became denser, and it seems like every time the heart beats, the spiritual chi gets richer. Then a loud rumbling noise was heard in the underworld. With a huge heart in the center, the entire plane shrank down before it totally vanished. The only thing left was the huge heart. Zhao Hai was beyond shocked at what happened. Then the huge heart moved and entered the opening that Zhao Hai sent the statue through. It entered the space. Just as the huge heart entered the space, Zhao Hai heard a prompt. Primordial spirit vein has been discovered inside the space. This spirit vein is favored towards the dark attribute. Spirit vein has unified with the Hell planet. Original Hell planet has become the Hell system and would slowly become a Hell universe. The spirit vein would automatically produce spiritual chi for the space. The space has leveled up to level 200. Dark attribute items inside the space will undergo promotion. Manufacturing capability of the universal processing machine has been increased. The universal scanner is now more intelligent. The 100 spirits tree has been promoted. Now, the 100 spirits tree will bear fruit every 100 years. 1,000 fruits will be created each time. 10 will become their own planets. These fruits can be used as a spatial item, a weapon, an independent garden, and a beast pen. The union between the spirit root and the 100 spirit tree has been strengthened 10 times. Zhao Hai sat in awe as he listened to the prompt. He didn't think that the statue would bring forth this much progress to the space. Moreover, it gave him so many benefits. Laura and the others were also dumbfounded. This was an unexpected surprise. They were currently focused on faith power. They didn't expect the underworld to bring such a surprise. Moreover, the 100 spirits tree, the universal processing machine, and the universal scanner had been upgraded. There's also the huge heart causing the spiritual chi density in the space to increase. Although it couldn't yet compare to the cultivation realm's spirit veins, it would catch up soon, and it might even surpass it. Now the space has an equivalent to a growing spirit vein. In the past, because it only had one spirit root, the speed of spiritual chi density increase was very slow. With the addition of the huge heart, this increase has accelerated. It wouldn't be long before the space's spiritual chi density to be comparable to the cultivation realm. After some time, everyone recovered their senses. Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Good, good, ha ha ha. This is fantastic." Laura and the others were very happy. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "We have experienced double benefits today. I won't be cultivating this day. It's time to celebrate." Naturally, Laura and the others didn't oppose. Meg immediately went to the kitchen to prepare a feast. Although Laura and the others weren't needed in the kitchen, they also went there to busy themselves. Zhao Hai also went with them. Just as everyone was chatting, Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, where's Kair?" She went to set up the child formations. Will she be finished soon? Then at this time, Kair's voice was heard. "It's done." Zhao Hai turned his head and saw Kair smiling at him. But Zhao Hai couldn't help but be dumbfounded by what he saw. Not only Zhao Hai, Laura and the others were also stunned. They all looked at Kair with a silly expression. They were all speechless. Kair had grown considerably. In the beginning, Kair was only as tall as a person's arm. Then after the space upgraded, she became a meter tall, like a small dwarf. Although she looked beautiful, she was very short nonetheless. But now, Kair has changed. She was now as tall as a normal person. Although she was still petite compared to Laura and the others, nobody would think that she was a dwarf by looking at her. Zhao Hai stared at Kair. Kair was currently wearing colorful clothing. If other people wore it, they would look too dazzling. But when Kair wore it, The clothes seemed like it blended well with her. It made her look more lovely. Laura and the others were also staring at Kair. They didn't expect the grown-up Kair to be this beautiful. Being stared at by everyone, Kair couldn't help but turn red as she lowered her head. Suddenly Laura exclaimed, "Kair, you look too beautiful that we got lost." "Brother Hai, isn't Kair beautiful?" Zhao Hai recovered. Then he smiled at Kair and said, "Yes, Kair, you're beautiful." Then he pulled Kair's hand and said, "Come help us prepare the feast." Kair cheerfully complied as she jumped to Zhao Hai's side and helped prepare the food. Laura and the others looked at Kair's appearance with happy expressions in their eyes. Laura and the others already regarded Kair as one of them. In the past, they pitied Kair. Among them, she provided the biggest help to Zhao Hai. This was due to her ability to control everything inside the space. It was only because of her size that Zhao Hai wasn't able to take her in as a concubine. It wasn't only Kair who took it as a pity. Laura and the others were also regretful for her. However, everything turned out well. Now that Kair's issue has been solved, it was logical for Zhao Hai to take her in. Moreover, Zhao Hai also had heavy sentiments towards Kair. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to hold Kair's hand. With Zhao Hai's temperament, he was usually passive. He rarely took the first step. Chapter 1363, Faith Power, Nascent Soul Stage. Kair was very happy. Like the women in the villa, her heart also belonged to Zhao Hai. It was only because of her size that she wasn't able to act on her feeling. Speaking of which, among the women in the villa, Kair was the closest to Zhao Hai. This was because the two of them were one. Zhao Hai's life was connected to hers. If Zhao Hai dies, then she would die as well. The two just weren't able to have a closer relationship because of Kair's size. Now that this barrier has been cleared, it's given that the two would get together. Laura and the others didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. After the feast, Zhao Hai went to rest. Naturally, Kair followed him. On the other hand, Laura and the others remained outside. This was bound to happen. In fact, Laura and the others were happy to see this happen. This way, Zhao Hai and Kair would be closer. Needless to say, Zhao Hai's room that night was very warm. Because of her special physique, Kair was able to get up very early the next day. Although this was her first time, she didn't suffer the same outcome as others. Laura and the others got up quite early as well. The space was very peaceful that day. The air was very good since it was filled with spiritual chi. This allowed everyone's sleep to be very good. So naturally, none of them felt like they needed more time to sleep. Zhao Hai also got up at the same time as the others. After eating breakfast, Zhao Hai monitored the state of the pirate paradise and the cultivation realm. The two places didn't have any problems. Eli too was also doing very well. Zhao Hai felt relieved and then he sat underneath the 100 spirits tree and calmed down his mood. Then he closed his eyes and recalled the method to utilize faith power. Feeling that there weren't any problems, Zhao Hai began to cultivate. The first step was his eyes. He first drew his spiritual chi toward the Iaku point in his head. Then according to his meridians, he slowly circulated the spiritual chi to unlock the Ika point. At this time, he became able to see faith power. This wasn't an easy feat to do. First, one would need to delicately operate their Iaku point. Any mistakes that happened during this period would lead to an unmentionable outcome, and if one couldn't unlock the Iaku point, then they wouldn't be able to continue circulating spiritual chi to that place, and in turn they wouldn't be able to see faith power. Not seeing faith power meant that one wouldn't be able to make use of it. Therefore, this was the very first hurdle that someone who wanted to use faith power needed to overcome. But for Zhao Hai, this thing wasn't very difficult. After his body underwent multiple transformations, his cells were now as tenacious as steel. His meridians were able to take a beating. Before long, he was able to unlock his Iaku points. After that, Zhao Hai moved his spiritual chi to follow a certain rule. This rule was quite demanding. A single hair of failure in the path would destroy the cycle. Only once the cycle was completed would the connection be established. As the connection was being established, Zhao Hai's eyes began to change. Zhao Hai slowly opened his eyes. Then he took out liquid silver and took a look at it. Yesterday, Kair installed the Mother Formation to collect faith power inside liquid silver. Not only would this Mother Formation collect faith power, it could also store it for Zhao Hai to use at any time. Since this would be the first time that he would see faith power, Zhao Hai was somewhat curious. He wanted to see what faith power looks like. He looked at liquid silver and stared. Then he couldn't help but squint his eyes. It's no wonder that Zhao Hai's reaction was this. This was because liquid silver's glow wasn't the same as before. This time, it was as if there was a small sun inside it. It was pointed out in the method that faith power had strong and weak forms. Weak faith power looked like a thread of hair. Only when thousands upon thousands of these hairs were together could faith power be considered strong. However, most faith power was white. They didn't shine. These were the most ordinary faiths. In other words, people had faith in you but they wouldn't sacrifice themselves for your sake. This was the most ordinary expression of faith. The next stage was a silver-colored faith thread. This faith was more powerful. Generally, followers that offered contributions had this faith. The strongest type of faith power were the shining golden faith threads. This kind of faith couldn't be given by average people. This faith could only belong to fanatic believers. They would contribute all they have for you. They wouldn't allow anyone to speak badly of you. They would give their heart and soul for you. For them, sacrificing to you was the greatest honor. The faith power in liquid silver was akin to the radiance of the sun. This was extremely dazzling even for Zhao Hai. Therefore, he had no choice but to squint his eyes. However, he didn't feel that there's any problems. This was because he felt comfortable under the illumination of this radiance. Zhao Hai let out a long breath as his heart became excited. This was because he understood that the people in the space were his most loyal believers. Zhao Hai calmed down his mood. He felt extremely grateful to the space and the people in it. After he calmed himself down, Zhao Hai looked at the dazzling light and then slowly guided it towards his eyes. Under Zhao Hai's gaze, the clump of golden faith threads unraveled and slowly flew towards his eyes. Zhao Hai's heart became excited, but this caused the threads to withdraw back into liquid silver. Zhao Hai stared, then he let out a long breath as he gave a self-ridiculing smile. He was quite good at meditating. However, the sight of faith power caused him to be excited. If people saw him like this, then they would have laughed at him. Zhao Hai calmed himself down once more as he restarted his cultivation. In the end, he was able to guide the faith threads towards his eyes. Zhao Hai felt a warm current go through him as the threads flowed through his eyes. His eyes felt more and more comfortable. The uncomfortable parts of his eyes that he didn't think of before became better as time passed. This time, Zhao Hai was completely calm as he patiently guided the faith threads. As more and more faith power entered Zhao Hai's eyes, he began leading it towards his body and uniting it with his spiritual qi. Through his spiritual qi, he united the faith power to his physique. Whenever faith power passed through an acupoint, Zhao Hai could feel his absorption quicken. When faith power completed one circulation through Zhao Hai's body, it began to integrate to Zhao Hai's physique. At this time, the golden light from liquid silver suddenly flew out and entered Zhao Hai's body. Zhao Hai was taken aback. One must know that this phenomenon wasn't stated in the method to use faith power. Zhao Hai looked down on himself and found out that the golden light had settled right at the Shanzong acupoint in his chest. Zhao Hai stared. Then he immediately closed his eyes and felt his chest acupoint. Zhao Hai knew that his Tao Lotus was at that acupoint. Moreover, after practicing the stellar transformations art, starlight began appearing above the Tao Lotus. Faith power was now running along this scene. Zhao Hai wanted to see what changes would happen in his Shanzong acupoint. As Zhao Hai used his spiritual force to look at his acupoint, he was stunned. This was because changes began to happen in his body. The gold core that was originally in his Danshan has flown towards the Shanzong acupoint, then the gold core dissolved and turned into a faint miniature Zhao Hai. The spirit Zhao Hai which was originally in his head also sank into the Shanzong point. The two merged together and became a miniature Zhao Hai that had extremely long hair. After that, the miniature Zhao Hai fell down and sat cross-legged on top of the Tao Lotus. The hair of the miniature was connected with the faith threads. The starlight now became golden and formed a huge magic circle. This was the mother formation that collected faith power. At this moment, Zhao Hai suddenly had an inkling in his mind. Nascent soul stage. In the past, Zhao Hai didn't quite understand what a nascent soul expert was really like. He thought that nascent soul was just another division of level and wasn't anything remarkable. But now, he discovered that he was wrong. Experts of the nascent soul stage were different from core formation experts. Core formation experts were called like that because of the gold core in their body. All of their spiritual chi would be inside the gold core, whether it be in battles or in cultivation. It all depended on their gold core. As for Zhao Hai, his cultivation was somewhat different from the others. Because he practiced the myriad stellar transformations yin-yang art, the spiritual chi in his body was 10 times more compared to other cultivators. Therefore, he was able to reach nascent soul level strength while only being at core formation. Additionally, he had astral chi and evil chi in his body, increasing his offensive strength even more. This caused him to be unbeatable among nascent soul experts. Even Huang Dan wasn't able to do anything to him. At that time, everyone thought that Zhao Hai was already in the nascent soul stage, not core formation. Even Zhao Hai thought that he was already a nascent soul expert, but he didn't expect that he was actually still at core formation. Upon drawing faith power, Zhao Hai's cultivation progressed further, and since he was only one step away from nascent soul, faith power pushed him to overcome that threshold and become a nascent soul expert in one go. Now, he can be regarded as a true nascent soul expert. If he was placed in the cultivation realm, he would become a very powerful expert. At this point, even general transcending tribulation experts wouldn't be his match. Chapter 1364, Stellar Sword Control Technique. Zhao Hai really felt different upon entering nascent soul stage. The spiritual chi in his body has been compressed once more and its quality has increased by a lot. The original misty chi has become a silvery liquid. Mixed in this liquid chi were the astral chi and the evil chi, turning it into a light blue color. Then with faith power, the liquid turned golden. After 81 cycles, the nascent soul turned golden yellow. At this point, faith power and his spiritual chi have been integrated. Zhao Hai knew that he had now accomplished the first 2 parts of using faith power. What he needed to do now was to practice the third part, using faith power to reinforce his weapons. Zhao Hai was very satisfied with this result. Zhao Hai placed liquid silver down and slowly guided faith power towards it. But what made Zhao Hai feel strange was that even though he injected faith power into liquid silver, there seems to be no reaction from it whatsoever. Zhao Hai looked at liquid silver in confusion. He injected faith power into it according to the method, and as he can see, liquid silver shone with a corresponding light. So why was there no reaction now? After trying once more and getting no response, Zhao Hai was confused. He began to carefully recall the method, but he did according to the instructions. In the end, he still couldn't yield any results. Zhao Hai stared at liquid silver. He injected faith power into it one last time, but the result was the same. When he injected faith power into liquid silver, it would emit a golden light. But as soon as Zhao Hai stopped, the faith power returned to his body and liquid silver would go back to its original state. Zhao Hai placed liquid silver down and thought hard. Then he suddenly thought of something. In the past, liquid silver was emitting golden light on its own, but after the mother formation entered Zhao Hai's Shenzong acupoint, the golden light from liquid silver disappeared. Was that it? Although this reason was somewhat vague, Zhao Hai couldn't think of anything else to explain it, and since he only had this one method to utilize faith power, then it must be the reason. Zhao Hai put aside training faith power in the meantime and focused on another thing. When he stepped into nascent soul stage, another technique related to the stellar transformations yin-yang art appeared in his mind. Now Zhao Hai wanted to see what technique it was. He quickly found the technique when he dove into his mind. When he read the name of the technique, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be elated. The name of the technique was Stellar Sword Control Technique. Just by its name, it was clearly a technique to control flying swords. This was what Zhao Hai needed the most right now. His current technique was an amalgamation of different flying sword techniques that was analyzed by the universal scanner. Although this sword technique was strong, Zhao Hai felt that it couldn't utilize his complete strength. Now that the stellar sword control technique has come out, it was like giving a pillow to a sleepy person. Zhao Hai immediately read through the stellar sword control technique. The technique was much more complex compared to the stellar body tempering technique. Not only was it more demanding in the amount of spiritual chi, It also required perfect control over spiritual chi. The stellar sword control technique was divided into 4 parts. The first part was the control over spiritual chi. This method for controlling spiritual energy wasn't for cultivation. Instead, it was for improving attacks using flying swords. The second part of the technique was control over spiritual force. Just like the first part, this was used for the flying sword instead of for cultivation. The third part was the sword technique. Naturally, this was the method to control the flying sword. The fourth part was actually a sword formation. A sword technique can utilize one sword to make an attack. But if a sword formation was used, dozens, even 100 swords could be used. The might of this was certainly much better than a single sword. However, the stellar sword control technique's sword formation attack was extremely demanding for spiritual force. At the same time, not any sword could be used with it. The efficiency of the sword formation relied on the swords used alongside it. In other words, you need to branch out your spiritual force to control each sword. It was just like the multiple sword attacks by other people. They would inject spiritual force to the mother sword and then control the other swords through it. To be honest, this was very similar to having one artifact that had other auxiliary parts. But if the stellar sword control technique used more powerful swords, then more powerful and flexible the attack would be, and in turn, the offensive strength would be greater. When he understood this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be happy. This stellar sword control technique was specifically tailor-made for him. His spiritual force was already very powerful compared to other people. And then there's the space. Not to say about producing thousands of powerful swords, he could also control these swords freely. Now that he had the sword formation, controlling his spiritual force and spiritual chi has become simpler. Zhao Hai could already control thousands of swords through his spiritual force and massive reserve of spiritual chi. With the sword formation present, his control would be more effective. The biggest difference between this sword formation and the way Zhao Hai used flying swords before was that whether the sword formation was sent out or received, it stayed as a sword formation in the end. Moreover, this sword formation was actually from a larger sword formation. The name of this large sword formation was the 10,000 Stellar Transformations Great Formation. This large formation was arranged according to the changes of the stars and the transformation of yin-yang. This sword formation could be composed of 2 swords or 10,000 swords. The more swords there were, the more transformations it could undergo. However, these transformations still needed to follow the stars and the flow of yin-yang. Also, even if the 10,000 Stellar Transformation Great Formation lacked a few swords, it can still be used while its power would reduce accordingly. This was the real essence of the formation. But this wasn't the only thing about the 10,000 Stellar Transformations Great Formation. Not only was it a sword technique, it was also a very powerful formation on its own. If a magic staff could use this great formation, then its power would also be immense. Zhao Hai let out a long breath, then he calmed himself down before taking liquid silver out and transforming it into 2 swords to train in the simplest form of the 10,000 Stellar Transformations Great Formation. Actually, the simplest form was also the most foundational form of the formation. As long as one grasps control over 2 swords, they could slowly increase the number as well as the changes that could happen to them. Operating the Great Formation wasn't very difficult. The most difficult part was arranging the formation amidst the presence of the enemy. Naturally, with the space, Zhao Hai could set up this formation instantaneously. However, he couldn't show this ability out in the open. Therefore, Zhao Hai needed to be familiar with the method of setting the formation. Then he received the other swords, leaving only one to use for practicing the method of controlling a flying sword. The method of controlling the flying sword was also very complex. The changes involved in it were too many. Although only one sword was used, the sword technique's power couldn't be underestimated. Zhao Hai spent more time practicing the sword technique compared to the sword formation. Unfortunately, he couldn't find someone to spar with. Nobody inside the space could be his opponent. If he sparred with these people, he wouldn't be able to utilize the full might of the sword technique. He might as well not have a spar. The best place to examine a cultivation technique was in a battlefield. Only after undergoing a life and death experience can one fully understand their technique. Although this was the case, Zhao Hai still practiced the sword control technique for a long time. This was because he knew clearly that only once the technique comes naturally to him could he use the technique in the battlefield. There was a saying in martial arts that goes like, "You shouldn't be afraid of an opponent that has 1,000 moves. You should master one move to perfection and defeat 1,000 moves with one move." The more Zhao Hai practiced the sword technique, the more deep his understanding of it. This sword technique's attack could endure the strength of numerous stars. Once the sword technique was used, Zhao Hai could see that it was stronger compared to the flying sword techniques that he had seen before. Zhao Hai forgot the time and continued practicing until he felt that he had a thorough understanding of the technique. Every stab of the sword has become an instinct for him. It was at this time that he stopped. However, there was one thing that made Zhao Hai frown. It was the reinforcement of faith power. If he wanted to reinforce his sword with faith power, then he would need to use his spiritual force to do so, and it needed the same amount as the sword technique. Using these two at the same time caused Zhao Hai to be dissatisfied. Zhao Hai sighed as he received liquid silver. Then he returned to the Space's villa. Upon entering the living room, he saw Laura and the others staring at the screen, but the image on the screen caused Zhao Hai to be confused. This was because there was a battle currently ongoing. The scale of the battle wasn't very big. One side was composed of 5 medium-sized battleships while the other were 10 Foundation establishment cultivators. Zhao Hai asked, "What is that? A battle?" Laura and the others noticed Zhao Hai. Laura turned her head to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, you're done?" "Yes. It's a battle happening in the pirate paradise. It's not Louis and the others. Instead, it's a conflict between 2 pirate groups. We're just watching for fun." Chapter 1365, Faith Weapon, Buddhist Technique. Zhao Hai became interested and looked at the monitor. To be honest, he hasn't really seen a battleship fight before, so this scene was new to him. At this time, the 5 medium-sized battleships were lined up in a neat formation. The weapons were also ready to fire. Their magic cannons were divided into several groups. Each group had 10 to 20 cannons each. Generally, a single volley of 20 cannons could end the life of a Foundation establishment expert. Besides the magic cannons, the battleships also had meshs to help them control the battle. These meshs wouldn't leave too far from the battleships. They were mainly meant to protect them by blocking the attacks sent by artifacts. In addition to meshs, the ships also had missiles that they could fire. This made the ships difficult to deal with. On the other hand, the cultivators also weren't simple. Although they were at Foundation establishment, their individual strength was formidable, and with them being people, they were very small targets. Aiming for them wouldn't be easy for the battleships. For these cultivators, magic cannons weren't the biggest threat. Although these magic cannons weren't slow, they were still far from being able to catch cultivators. Therefore, the cannons would generally miss. What these cultivators were wary of were the missiles. These missiles could track its targets and change directions mid-flight. Cultivators wouldn't be able to avoid them even if they hide. In the end, the only thing they could do was use their artifacts to explode the missiles before they hit. Missiles had small nuclear bombs and cluster bombs in them. If these hit a cultivator, they would no doubt die. To prevent this, the cultivators would get as far away as missiles as possible. They were afraid of being hit by a nuclear bomb. Needless to say, nuclear bombs had explosive strength enough to kill a Foundation establishment expert. As for cluster bombs, as their name suggests, they would explode into one or missiles that were similarly lethal to cultivators. Actually, when a battleship fights against a cultivator, it would usually drag things out. The fight would be finished once the cultivator dies from a nuclear bomb or a cluster bomb. On the other hand, cultivators wanted to finish their fight with a battleship as soon as possible. At this time, the 5 battleships were doing their best to drag the 10 cultivators. It was also too late for the cultivators to run away. If they really did turn their backs, then the battleships wouldn't just let them retreat in peace. After watching for a while, Zhao Hai felt bored and stopped watching. He began to understand why the cultivators couldn't progress. The combat between battleships and cultivators seemed like a siege. These were Foundation establishment cultivators. If they met a stronger cultivator, then they would just run away. However, although battleships weren't very agile, their speed in a straight line was greater than cultivators. Because of this, The battleships and the cultivators were dragging on. There's also the meshs that needed to keep the situation stable. If the battle turned chaotic, then the battleships would be in danger. Zhao Hai turned his head to Laura and the others and said, "I'll go cultivate." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Laura was puzzled, so she asked, "Brother Hai, you're going to cultivate? Didn't just cultivate earlier?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I still have a lot of things that I don't understand about faith power. By the way, why don't you try cultivating faith power as well?" Laura forced a smile and said, "We have tried, but it's useless. We can't use faith power." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he smiled and said, "All right, in any case, you don't need to fight. If you can't practice, then you can't." Laura smiled and said, "It's okay, we don't care about it anyways. Brother Hai, go cultivate. We won't disturb you." Zhao Hai nodded before turning around and leaving towards the 100 Spirits tree. Zhao Hai took liquid silver and looked at it. Naturally, he knew that he couldn't see anything just by doing this. He wanted to engrave the mother formation on it again. However, he found out that engraving was useless. This was because the mother formation on liquid silver looked like a faulty formation. There was no faith power seen on it at all. Zhao Hai looked inside him and saw that his Shenzong Aku point was still receiving a lot of faith power every minute. Zhao Hai could even see his body radiating golden light if he used his faith eyes. Faith power was different from other energies. If you don't practice regularly, then spiritual chi would regress. The same was true for spiritual force. Even crystal stones would overflow with energy if left alone. However, faith power was different. As long as people don't lose faith in you, then you could keep absorbing faith power. Moreover, you don't even need to use faith power and it wouldn't overflow. It would just be stored in the mother formation. Seeing that there was no response from liquid silver, Zhao Hai sighed. Then he received it and took out the crescent moon spade. Zhao Hai would take out the crescent moon space to appreciate it from time to time ever since its transformation. This was because the crescent moon spade made his mind tranquil once he held it. Looking at the Buddha statue on the crescent moon spade, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. Then he began injecting faith power into it. As he injected faith power, Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. These days, he has been injecting faith power into liquid silver. He didn't take out the crescent moon spade. He expected that the same thing would happen. But just as he was about to stop, something happened. When faith power entered the crescent moon spade, the spade seemed to become alive. The entire crescent moon space shook gently. Then starting from the Buddha, a streak of golden light flashed through its entire body. Then the Buddha opened its eyes, shooting two bright swastikas towards Zhao Hai's eyes. Zhao Hai closed his eyes, but the two swastikas still shot towards him before vanishing in sight. Just as Zhao Hai wanted to check his own state, a prompt was heard from the space. Host has obtained a faith weapon. This weapon can use faith power and amplify its power to extinguish 10,000 evils. Since the host has liquid silver as his life source weapon, the faith weapon will be fused with it. Fusion has started. Fusion will be completed in 108 minutes. Timer starts now. Zhao Hai stared. Then at this time he suddenly felt a spiritual force drill into his own mind. However, he couldn't feel any ill intent from it. Therefore, Zhao Hai unlocked the 5-element killing formation and allowed it to enter his mind. Just as this spiritual force entered his mind, Zhao Hai's head shook. Then a Buddha statue appeared. Zhao Hai stared. Then he saw the Buddha split into 2, then into 4. After a while, there were countless Buddhas. However, these Buddha statues had different expressions and positions. As Zhao Hai was confused, the Buddhas vanished. The only thing left was the sound of Buddhist chants. These chants sounded both ethereal and tangible. I made Zhao Hai calm down instantaneously. After a while, the chanting disappeared. Then a long cultivation method entered inside his mind. This cultivation method was composed of 18 smaller methods. These methods were the enlightenment technique, alms bowl lifting technique, happiness and fear sound technique, pagoda technique, great demon subjugation technique, imperial water technique, beast control technique, Vajra technique, instinct technique, sword breath technique, bright sword technique, 6 senses purification technique, cloning technique, infinity technique, blazing staff technique, descending dragon technique, crouching tiger technique, and cosmos technique. Besides these 18 techniques, There was also a passage about the origin of the crescent moon spade. This was out of Zhao Hai's expectation. Zhao Hai looked at the 18 cultivation methods. Not one of these 18 was simple. These were all the most profound techniques of the Buddhist sects. However, why were these in the crescent moon spade? Also, how did the crescent moon spade become possessed with evil chi and lost its original form? What's the secret behind this? Could it be that a Buddhist powerhouse has been defeated by his enemies, and then sealed his techniques inside the crescent moon spade? If that's the case, then could he be recognized if he cultivated these techniques? And if Zhao Hai were to be recognized, then wouldn't he be hunted down? Zhao Hai was in a dilemma as he looked at the 18 cultivation methods. He knew clearly that these 18 techniques and the crescent moon spade held a huge secret, and Zhao Hai didn't know what this secret was. None of these 18 techniques were simple, not to mention all of them at once. Zhao Hai hasn't fought a Buddhist practitioner until now. Therefore, he didn't know what level they were in. Even the Six Realms beginner competition didn't have any Buddhists participating in it. Not having any Buddhist participants didn't mean that the Buddhists were a weak group. In fact, the Buddhists were very powerful. However, the Six Realms beginner competition was a contest for ascendants. Unfortunately, almost none of the ascenders were Buddhists. Because of this, Buddhist sects would select talented people from the ascenders and lecture them in the Buddhist Dharma. However, cultivating Buddhist Dharma required one to suffer for 9 years. Because of this, no Buddhist participated in the Six Realms beginner competition. Fortunately, the cultivation realm made up for the losses of the Buddhist sects. After the Six Realms beginner competition, the cultivation realm would share some of the benefits to the Buddhists. Otherwise, the Buddhists would have to send their own disciples to participate. One could see from this information how terrifying the Buddhist sects were. The great sects were afraid of the Buddhists sending their disciples. This was something that Zhao Hai heard from the high-level undead that he acquired. These were things that were unknown to him before. It was also because of this that Zhao Hai was wary towards the Buddhists even though he hadn't met one before. For the Taoist sects to give them face was enough to show how formidable they were. The cultivation methods that Zhao Hai acquired were actually the Buddhists' most orthodox methods. Average Buddhists might not even have their hands on these methods. This made Zhao Hai hesitate. If he studied these methods, then Buddhists might go after him. Buddhists was actually a general term for all who practice the Buddhist Dharma in the cultivation realm. However, there's something special about Buddhism compared to the cultivators, and that was their unity. Compared to other cultivators, Buddhists were extremely united. One could see this from their stance on the Six Realms beginner competition. Back when the Six Realms beginner competition was being discussed, the Buddhists proposed to do it every 10 years. However, the other practitioners didn't agree. In the end, they decided to have one every 5 years. Naturally, the Buddhists didn't agree to this, so in turn, the other practitioners agreed to give the Buddhists a share of the benefits. Only then did the Buddhists agree. The reason for the Buddhists' unity, besides the benefits, was the existence of the ancient Buddhist temple. This Buddhist temple was a very special existence in the cultivation realm. Its location could be said to be very remote and its spiritual chi density was too thin to be suitable for cultivation. However, all Buddhists in the ancient Buddhist temple didn't need to cultivate. The only thing they needed to do was study the Buddhist Dharma. The monks in the ancient Buddhist temple never learned any cultivation methods, so when they fought, they wouldn't be able to beat cultivators. However, their attainment in Buddhism was very high. As far as the world of Buddhism is concerned, only the people in the ancient Buddhist temple were the real Buddhists. The others were just monks following the Buddhist path. Because of this, people from the ancient Buddhist temple were admired by all Buddhists. The ancient Buddhist temple also became a sacred land to all Buddhists. No matter which temple they came from, Buddhists would have to go to the ancient Buddhist temple for a pilgrimage and record their names in the ancient scroll. This ancient scroll was purely made of paper. Nobody knew how old this ancient scroll was. Also, the ancient Buddhist temple holds a Buddhist meeting every 10 years. All Buddhists could participate in it. This was also an opportunity for various temples to exchange ideas. With the fact that the 18 techniques were the most orthodox Buddhist techniques, as long as Zhao Hai uses Buddhist techniques, the Buddhists would certainly know it. It would be hard to say what would happen then. Don't think that the Buddhists in the world of cultivation were monks who fast and recite Dharma. Instead, the monks were all demons who could kill people just by looking at them. Because of these worries, Zhao Hai was very hesitant to practice the 18 techniques. Chapter 1366, Mudra. The Buddhist sects could be tyrannical in the cultivation realm precisely because they were strong. To be honest, Zhao Hai wasn't willing to provoke them. On the other hand, the 18 techniques were very powerful, so powerful that people couldn't help but try practicing them. Even Zhao Hai felt the same. Although Zhao Hai was worried, he couldn't neglect the appeal of the 18 techniques. If he studied all 18, then his offensive might would certainly increase. After thinking over it for half a day, Zhao Hai finally decided to practice the 18 techniques. These 18 techniques could be seen as one of the highest level cultivation methods of the cultivation realm. From the body, to the 6 senses, spiritual force, sword chi, magic artifacts, hands and feet, everything was covered. It was enough for a person to cultivate their entire lives. When he thought about this, Zhao Hai returned to the villa. In order to practice the 18 techniques, he would need to make some preparations. Cultivating them wouldn't just take 1 or 2 days. Closing up, he wanted to close up for some time. Otherwise, it would be impossible to practice these cultivation methods. Not only would he need to practice these techniques, he would also need to integrate them to his own fighting style. Only through this way could he bring his fighting strength to another level. Zhao Hai believed that by the time he finishes his seclusion, his strength wouldn't be any lower than Huang Daren. Zhao Hai entered the villa and talked about going into seclusion with Laura and the others. When Laura asked what happened, Zhao Hai told them that he obtained a few techniques and he wanted to practice them. Only then were Laura and the others relieved. Zhao Hai went out of the villa and went to an uninhabited planet in the space. Then he sat down and began recalling the 18 techniques. Among the 18 techniques, the Enlightenment Technique, Bright Sword Technique, Instinct Technique, and the Infinity Technique were in line with spiritual force. The Happiness and Fear Sound Technique was a method of using sound attacks. The Alms Bowl Lifting Technique, Pagoda Technique, and the Blazing Staff Technique had something to do with using magic artifacts. The Demon Subjugation Technique, Descending Dragon Technique, Crouching Technique, were methods to use the hands and feet. The Imperial Water Method, Beast Controlling Technique, Sword Breath Technique, and the Cloning Technique or Spellclass methods. The Vajra Technique and 6 Senses Purification Technique or Body Cultivation methods. As for the Cosmos Technique, it was quite special. This was an escape technique. With the body as the universe, one could use it to form a channel for escape. It can also be used to attack, like movement techniques that warriors use. However, the Cosmos Technique had much more movements compared to movement techniques. It was an escape technique specifically for practitioners. It could be said that these 18 techniques were methods that a cultivator would need. But in the present cultivation realm, Buddhists could only learn some of them, and not everyone was talented enough to practice one of the 18. Zhao Hai looked at the techniques and decided to start with the body cultivation methods. This was because he practiced a body tempering technique before. The Stellar Body Tempering Technique. Zhao Hai was still practicing the Stellar Body Tempering Technique. This was because he discovered that the technique was really powerful. Even at Zhao Hai's current level, it could still be utilized. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to go with the Vajra Technique and the 6 Senses Purification Technique first. The Vajra Technique could increase a person's recovery, making their regeneration reach a terrifying degree. Even if Zhao Hai was severely injured, as long as he was given enough time, then he could become healthy again. It can be said that by reaching the indestructible Vajra state, one would gain an immortal body. This type of cultivation method was the most enticing to Zhao Hai. His body was originally formidable, and his regeneration was great as well. As long as he cultivates this technique, then his regeneration would increase even more. When the time comes, he might not need to hide inside the space when faced with a strong enemy. He might even be able to fight back. As for the 6 Senses Purification Technique, the only thing that Zhao Hai understood was that it could exercise a person's 6 senses: sight, hearing, smell, taste, feel, intuition. If Zhao Hai manages to practice his 6 senses, then he would become a very perceptive person. The faith eye that Zhao Hai acquired before was actually one of the techniques to develop the six senses. When he understood this, Zhao Hai became even more aware of how terrifying the 18 techniques really were. Zhao Hai expended a large amount of effort in order to get the method to utilize faith power. As for the 18 techniques, they were actually no more than foundational techniques. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai understood that the 18 techniques were all supplements to faith power. If you don't have faith power, then there's simply no way for you to learn the 18 techniques. Zhao Hai decided to start with these two techniques, but he focused on the Vajra technique first. Buddhist cultivation methods have a special characteristic. When practicing Buddhism techniques, one needed an accompanying mudra hand seals. Otherwise, you would be wasting your efforts. As long as you coordinate the mudra, you would get twice the result with half the effort. To practice the Vajra technique, one needed the Vajra seal. This seal involves your left hand in an upward pointing fist, index finger raised, right hand grips index finger, and thumb is pressed onto left index's nail. 1. Zhao Hai's two hands formed the seal while silently reading the mental part of the Vajra technique. He felt a warm current tying both hands and then flowing into his entire body. His body felt like it was soaked in a hot sprint. Zhao Hai felt intoxicated with the feeling that he forgot how long it had been. Currently, Zhao Hai couldn't see the state of his body. If he could, then he would be surprised. When he started cultivating the Vajra technique, a burst of light broke out of his hands. This golden light was like a small sun, dazzling everyone who looked at it. Then this golden light spread out from his hands and into Zhao Hai's body. In the end, his entire body was turned into a Vajra. Zhao Hai's figure looked dignified, just like another version of Tathagata. Zhao Hai had a timer on when he began to cultivate. However, he didn't have the time to care about it. His heart and soul was immersed in cultivation. Zhao Hai felt a warm comfort as his body was continually nourished. After an unknown amount of time, Zhao Hai's heart moved and he woke up. He opened his eyes and exhaled. Then he let go of his hand seal and calmed down. Then he turned to look at the timer and couldn't help but be startled. He had been cultivating for 49 days. However, Zhao Hai had some doubts. He couldn't believe what just happened. Has he mastered the Vajra technique? Although he cultivated for 49 days, this was the Vajra technique. Being able to master it in 49 days seems like a cheat. How is this possible? Zhao Hai scanned the Vajra technique one more time to see where he went wrong. In the end, he discovered that there was nothing wrong. The reason why he was able to practice the technique so quickly was because of his faith power. Zhao Hai understood that the degree to which the 18 techniques could be practiced relied on faith power. The more faith power you have, the quicker you could cultivate and the higher you could reach. What Zhao Hai didn't lack was faith power, so it's natural for his cultivation to be fast. Zhao Hai stood up and felt relieved. Then he began to move his body. Although he sat in meditation for 49 days, his body didn't feel stiff. Conversely, he felt extremely good about his body. Then Zhao Hai walked and returned to the villa. Zhao Hai also knew that his seclusion this time has been special, and he doesn't know how long he would cultivate in the future. In the end, he needed to explain things to Laura and the others, otherwise, they would worry. Sure enough, Laura and the others were extremely worried. However, Kair comforted them by saying that nothing has changed in the space. This relieved their worries slightly. Seeing Zhao Hai return, they were all very happy. Zhao Hai explained everything to them and then spent some time relaxing before returning to the empty planet and practicing the six senses purification technique. The six senses purification technique also had its own mudra. The six senses purification mudra. It was much more complex than the Vajra mudra. Two hands would form the fearless seal. The fearless seal was also called the seal of the body. The left hand would be kept in front of the navel forming a partial Vajra seal. Then the right hand would face outward. The second and middle finger would bend to the palm while the thumb and little finger would extend upright. The ring finger would be bent. This was the complete set of the fearless seal. Naturally, it's also possible to treat it as two mudra. Zhao Hai felt something different when he practiced the six senses purification technique. While cultivating the Vajra technique, his body felt very comfortable. On the other hand, the six sense purification technique cleansed the senses starting with the eyes, then the ears, nose, tongue, body, and finally the mind. It wasn't easy to follow through with this path. It can be said that the mind was the most difficult part of this technique. Once you practice this technique to its fullest, one would feel the impurities and evil from their body being expelled, and from that point on, any evil would find it hard to invade the body. Chapter 1367, Flying Phoenix Pavilion. After another 49 days, Zhao Hai was able to completely study the six senses purification technique. After he got up, he went to Laura and the others and asked about the situation in the cultivation realm and the pirate paradise. Everything in the cultivation realm has been prepared. Under the support of the Profound Clear Sect and Huang Deran, Zhenling left the Pink Clouds Pavilion in order to do business alone. She gave her merchant group a new name, the Flying Phoenix Pavilion. Its origin came from Zhenling's nickname, the Pink Cloud Phoenix. The pavilion master of the Pink Clouds Pavilion was now the master of the Flying Phoenix Pavilion. This matter caused a stir in the cultivation realm. In some way, Zhenling was a celebrity in the cultivation realm. Her leaving the Pink Clouds Pavilion was unexpected for a lot of people. The other families in the Pink Clouds Pavilion were also taken by surprise when Zhenling left the pavilion. They were caught off guard. As they were busy electing the next pavilion master, Zhenling approached shopkeepers, staff, and followers of the Pink Clouds Pavilion and poached them for the Flying Phoenix Pavilion. After some time, when the battle for the pavilion master was finished, the families in the Pink Clouds Pavilion suddenly discovered that their business wasn't like before. Their staff and shopkeepers had been recruited by the Flying Phoenix Pavilion, and with these families focusing on the fight to control the pavilion, they neglected learning about the business. In the end, the Pink Clouds Pavilion suffered a disastrous decline. The once famous merchant group of the cultivation realm has been reduced to a second-grade merchant group. Moreover, the chosen pavilion master of the Pink Clouds Pavilion didn't have Zhenling's business skills. What he was good at was grasping power. When it comes to business, he was still far from Zhenling. In the future, the Pink Clouds Pavilion would sink further and become a third-grade merchant group. The Flying Phoenix Pavilion's trajectory was the opposite. With Zhenling as the face of the merchant group, storekeepers and assistants came in large numbers, along with elders with keen perceptions. Then there was Zhao Hai's spirit wine and the backing of a great sect. Suddenly, the Flying Phoenix Pavilion showed unlimited potential. It didn't take long before it became famous in the cultivation realm. Other merchant groups don't have any spirit wine to sell. This meant that the spirit wine market of the cultivation realm was completely under the Flying Phoenix Pavilion's control. The Flying Phoenix Pavilion took advantage of this auspicious wind. Not only did they expand their business, they also extended their tentacles beyond the cultivation realm. However, Zhenling didn't become complacent with this progress. Not only did he open several branches in the other realms, she also spent a lot of money to install transmission formations on these shops. If something happens, the people in the shop could use the transmission formations to return to the cultivation realm. It must be known that there were still people who weren't afraid of the Profound Clear Sect. At the same time, Zhenling showed her talent in controlling the supply of spirit wine. It was impossible for her to take out the 100,000 bottles of spirit wine in one go. This would make people's eyes turn red. Therefore she would only take out 100 bottles every 10 days or so. The spirit wine was just the signboard of the Flying Phoenix Pavilion. It wasn't its main profit source. Zhao Hai might suffer some losses because of this. However, this wasn't the case. The Flying Phoenix Pavilion's growth was Zhao Hai's gain. Zhao Hai, Zhenling, and the Profound Clear Sect jointly own the pavilion. But since Zhao Hai and the Profound Clear Sect don't participate in the management of the business, the income allocation of the pavilion went like this: Zhao Hai gets 3 parts, Zhenling gets 4 parts, and the Profound Clear Sect gets 3 parts. The sale of spirit wine wasn't included in this allocation. It was still kept as 4-3:3. In other words, it can be said that Zhao Hai gained 30% ownership of the Flying Phoenix Pavilion in exchange for nothing. Zhao Hai was embarrassed about this, but Zhenling said that this 30% share wasn't free. Don't forget that Zhao Hai once gave Zhenling a spatial bag full of high-grade crystal stones. Although Zhenling got Zhao Hai a lot of good things back in the Pink Clouds Pavilion, it was still very small compared to the total amount of crystal stones that Zhao Hai gave. In the end, Zhenling decided to give Zhao Hai 30% of her new business. However, to say that those high-grade crystal stones were equal to 30% of the Flying Phoenix Pavilion was also wrong. That spatial bag wasn't worth partial ownership. But since Zhenling wanted to tie Zhao Hai onto her ship, she decided to give her part ownership of the pavilion. With Huang Dan and Feng Beiming accounting for the Profound Clear sect, Zhenling had to give them face and give them 30% as well. Naturally, this came with the condition that they support the business. The Flying Phoenix Pavilion was on the right track, and the spirit wine would last for a long time. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't need to worry much about things there anymore. However, he still sent some spirit wine for Huang Dan and Feng Beiming and also some for the Profound Clear sect. This was also Huang Dan and Feng Beiming's plan. They want Zhao Hai to garner a good relationship with the sect through these spirit wines. Zhao Hai was also happy to do it. Establishing good rapport with a great sect just for some spirit wine, he was naturally glad. But since Zhao Hai was in seclusion, he had Care deal with these things. Naturally, it was Care who sent the goods to the pickup point, but she didn't show up. Instead, she left a letter for Huang Dan telling him that Zhao Hai was in seclusion. Seclusions were very important to cultivators. Naturally, Huang Dan had nothing to say about it. Conversely, he was very happy. In the past, when he saw Zhao Hai doing business with Zhenling, he was afraid that Zhao Hai was putting the cart before the horse. Everything in the world of cultivation is fleeting. Only cultivation is permanent. If Zhao Hai abandoned his cultivation in exchange for business, then he would be focusing on the wrong thing. The Cross-Sword Pirate Group's situation was also doing well. Under the arrangements of Laura and the others, people from the pirate group migrated to Yulai 2 and were replaced by undead. After 3 months of migration, about 1 million people from the pirate group have moved to the planet. If Louis and the others weren't keeping the migration a secret, then this number might have been much larger. Naturally, not every member of the Cross-Sword Pirate Group managed to move to Yulai 2. There were still spies from the other powers that managed to hide. Their actions and movements have been monitored by Care. If one member made a suspicious move, they would be captured. This allowed the migration to be kept secret for so long. As for the Six Realms battlefield, things were also doing well. Zhao Hai already informed Yuan about his seclusion. Naturally, Yuan wouldn't say anything. However, Zhao Hai didn't leave the Six Realms battlefield alone. He asked Jia Dingshan and Li Lin's group to defend the Lock Mountain range. This would prevent troublemakers from causing a disturbance in the machine field's territory. Actually, Zhao Hai's worries were unnecessary. At this point, everyone in the Six Realms battlefield knew about Zhao Hai's seclusion. It was said that he was preparing to face his tribulation. Before obtaining any news about Zhao Hai's seclusion, nobody dared to make any move. After all, angering a powerful expert like Zhao Hai wasn't a smart idea. Zhao Hai didn't have much to do with these rumors. Actually, it was Care and the others that did it. It was to allow Zhao Hai to cultivate in peace. The outside affairs have been handled in an efficient manner. Seeing this, Zhao Hai felt relieved going into seclusion for the 3rd time. This time, he was planning to cultivate the techniques that had to do with the hands and feet. These techniques were the Demon Subjugation Technique, the Descending Dragon Technique, and the Crouching Tiger Technique. Strictly speaking, the Demon Subjugating Technique wasn't a technique that used the hands and feet. It was a technique that increases one's strength. But besides the method to increase strength, it had exercises that involved the hands and feet. However, it was behind compared to the Descending Dragon Technique and the Crouching Tiger Technique. It was only when the 3 were practiced together that one could use their body as a weapon. A body that can face artifacts was something that body cultivators pursue. Zhao Hai's Stellar Body Tempering Technique was a peak body cultivation technique. In other words, the Stellar Body Tempering Technique gave Zhao Hai a very solid foundation, and with this foundation, he could practice any body cultivation method. It can also be said that the Stellar Body Tempering Technique was an extremely powerful technique. If Zhao Hai was originally a piece of iron, then his body has become indestructible steel because of the technique. But even if Zhao Hai's body was like the strongest steel, it wasn't necessarily lethal. In the end, steel ingots weren't weapons. However, the Demon Subjugation Technique, Descending Dragon Technique, and the Crouching Tiger Technique would transform Zhao Hai's body, the steel ingot, into a weapon meant for slaughter. This was especially true for the demon subjugation technique. Zhao Hai didn't care much for this technique in the beginning. He was already strong. In his opinion, the demon subjugation technique wouldn't be of much use, and with how shallow the moves of the technique were, Zhao Hai didn't have much interest in it. If not for the other two techniques, then Zhao Hai would have skipped practicing the demon subjugation technique. Only after practicing the demon subjugation technique did Zhao Hai discover how formidable it was. This technique wasn't like the others. He only needed 2 mudra in order to practice it. One mudra was the karma seal while the other was the samaya seal. He only needed to sit in meditation and perform these hand seals according to the methods described. Then his body would become stronger. After practicing the demon subjugation technique, Zhao Hai understood why the moves of the technique looked shallow. It was because the moves were compressed 10 times. When one's strength reaches a certain level, one would start seeing the mysteries of the world. There would come a time where 1,000 punches would not hurt you, but one of your punches would kill them. One fist, one life. This was the essence of the demon subjugation technique. Chapter 1368. The 6 realms battlefield isn't peaceful. The demon subjugation technique took more time compared to the Vajra technique and the 6 senses purification technique. In total, Zhao Hai took 64 days to complete his practice. At this point, Zhao Hai could break a medium-grade artifact with his hands. It might even be possible for him to shake a mountain with his fist. This was all due to the demon subjugation technique. After practicing the demon subjugation technique, Zhao Hai let out a long breath. To be honest, the mysticism of the demon subjugation technique has exceeded Zhao Hai's expectations. If he didn't have enough faith power, then he might not have been able to complete the technique. Zhao Hai can relax now that he has finished practicing the demon subjugation technique. Cultivation lies in alternating tension and relaxation. Only by doing so could the practice bring some benefits. If he kept practicing, then he might end up dying or possessed by a devil. Therefore, Zhao Hai stopped cultivating to take a breather. After resting for several days, Zhao Hai proceeded to start practicing the descending dragon technique. The descending dragon technique was actually a leg technique. In order to practice the technique, Zhao Hai had to practice the dragon seal. He used his right hand to bend his left hand back while grasping the left palm. The reason why the dragon seal was used in the descending dragon technique was because the leg movements associated with the technique was derived from the posture of a dragon. Therefore, one needed to understand the dragon first. The dragon seal evolved from the 4 dragons in Buddhism. The first dragon guarded the temples, holding the order and fixing chaos. The second dragon brings rain and clouds to benefit the world. The third dragon lived in the rivers. The fourth dragon keeps the wheel of the 4 seasons spinning. 1. The leader of the dragon clan was called the Dragon King. This mudra was made from the posture of the 4 dragons as well as the power of the Dragon King. It was extremely powerful. If one wants to learn the descending dragon technique, then they need to learn the dragon seal first. If the dragon seal couldn't be accomplished, then there's no chance to practice the technique. Zhao Hai didn't have much difficulty in studying the dragon seal. Zhao Hai came from China, so he was already familiar with the dragon seal and its form. Therefore, he only used 36 days to learn the seal. Then it took a short period of time before he learned the descending dragon technique. As stated in the technique, learning the dragon seal meant learning the descending dragon technique. If you fail in the dragon seal, then even if you can do the movements of the technique, they would just be mere decorations. Zhao Hai didn't go out upon finishing the descending dragon technique. Instead, he went on to practice the crouching tiger technique. This crouching tiger technique was composed of a mudra and a set of boxing techniques. This mudra is a combination of 3 mudra, the lotus seal, zutapu seal, and the chengyi seal. After completing these 3 mudra, one would begin to see the essence of the technique. However, these 3 techniques weren't easy to learn. Zhao Hai used 49 days to learn it and another 10 days to practice the boxing techniques. After learning the crouching tiger technique, Zhao Hai began merging the demon subjugation technique, descending dragon technique, and the crouching tiger technique. This used up 30 days. When Zhao Hai went out of seclusion, 5 months had already passed. At this point, Laura and the others were used to Zhao Hai closing up. They were aware that Zhao Hai was practicing a powerful cultivation method. Therefore, They didn't disturb him. The only thing they could do was manage the outside matters to help Zhao Hai. Unknowingly, 2 years have passed since Zhao Hai ascended to the machine field. In 2 years, he went from an ordinary ascender to become one of the machine field's most powerful experts. But after nearly 1 year of seclusion and the world of cultivation rarely hearing any information, people began to forget about him. However, this was something that Zhao Hai wanted. If people forgot about him, then he would be able to safely practice and peacefully develop his influence. After several months of migration, almost all members of the cross-sword pirate group have moved to Yulai. Those who were left behind were combatants that were needed to watch the territory. At this point, there were more undead in the cross-sword pirate group's territory than the living. The other members of the cross-sword pirate group had also accustomed themselves with this situation. One could even see a member of the pirate group walking together with an undead, chatting. This might seem inconceivable to other people, but it had become a norm in the cross-sword pirate group. The pirate group members discovered that not only were these undead intelligent, they were also very easy to get along with. These undead didn't seem like they were being controlled at all. They talk like normal beings, and they were also learning to operate and maintain battleships and mechs. This caused the people from the pirate group to be surprised when they first knew about it. It was precisely because of these properties that the undead were able to become good friends with the members of the pirate group. On the other hand, the Six Realms battlefield haven't been peaceful. During the year that Zhao Hai was in seclusion, new blood came to the battlefield. Naturally, these newcomers didn't know how fierce Zhao Hai was. Therefore, the machine field's domain began to turn chaotic once more. People would also cause trouble in the Lock Mountain range from time to time. Although they had been repelled by Jia Dingshan, Zhao Hai's absence caused the other people to become more and more bold. Even Li Lin and the others have been affected, being wounded several times. Kair and the others looked at this with anxiety in their eyes. They knew that Zhao Hai was still worried about the Lock Mountain range. This wasn't just because he was the supreme commander, but also because Zhongli and the others were there. Zhongli and the others would serve in the Six Realms battlefield for 3 years. They weren't as strong as Zhao Hai. They were still normal soldiers serving in the Lock Mountain range, the most dangerous place for machine field residents. If something happens to Zhongli and the others, Laura and the others wouldn't know how to tell Zhao Hai. So when Zhongli and the others were in danger, Kair would release some pangolins that were training inside the space to help out. Zhongli and the others would just think that they were reinforcements sent by Jia Dingshan. When Zhao Hai came out of seclusion, Kair immediately told him about the situation. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hai raised his brow and said, "Really? It seems like I've been inactive for long enough. I think it's time for me to take a stroll." Zhao Hai's body disappeared and reappeared in Yuan's fort. The fort was still under Yuan's control, but this time, some people had left and were replaced by newcomers. When Zhao Hai appeared in the fort, the first person to spot him was a rookie. The rookie stared Zhao Hai, who was wearing mage robes and looked ordinary. But upon seeing Zhao Hai's face, the rookie immediately recognized him. It must be said that Zhao Hai had become an idol to all practitioners in the machine field. Being one of Zhao Hai's adorers, it was natural for him to recognize Zhao Hai. Upon recognizing Zhao Hai, the rookie was too excited to say anything. Once he recovered, he turned his head and shouted, "Supreme Commander Zhao Hai has arrived! Supreme Commander Zhao Hai has arrived!" He shouted so loudly that his voice turned hoarse. Zhao Hai couldn't help but bitterly smile. To be honest, this was the first time he heard someone call him like that. He still felt strange about it. However, that person's shouts alarmed the entire camp. Yuan and the others also walked out of their rooms. Seeing Zhao Hai, Yuan stared for a moment before he smiled widely. Then he went to greet Zhao Hai with laughter. Zhongli and the others were also happy to see Zhao Hai. At the same time, Zhao Hai returned the greetings. It took some time before the group calmed down. Yuan immediately introduced the rookies to Zhao Hai. The rookies were all excited to meet him. Zhao Hai also chatted with them. After exchanging greetings, Zhao Hai followed Yuan and the others to the conference room. Once they had been settled down, Zhao Hai looked at Yuan and said, "Captain, I came out because I heard that the other realms have been causing trouble in the Lock Mountain range. I am here to solve this problem before going back to seclusion." Hearing Zhao Hai, Yuan couldn't help but be somewhat worried. Little Hai, wouldn't this affect your cultivation? Is it fine to come out this soon? Yuan's worries weren't unwarranted. For a person in seclusion, a disturbance might cause their death. If Zhao Hai left seclusion because of the Six Realms battlefield, then his gains might not justify his losses. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's not a problem. I also need to rest during cultivation. It just so happened that it's my time to rest." "So what's the problem? Why did the other realms begin causing trouble?" Yuan coldly snorted and said, "Because you haven't shown your face recently, those guys began to think that you weren't in the Six Realms battlefield. So they have become more courageous. They went to cause trouble in our semi-controlled territory and some even attacked the Lock Mountain range. However, they were all beaten back." Zhao Hai's expression sank. His voice turned cold as he said, "It looks like these fellows needed to be beaten until they remember." Just as Zhao Hai said this, an alarm sounded throughout the fort. Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then he smiled faintly and said, "Good, I didn't expect to see people courting death this soon." Yuan sneered and said, "The people from the other realms have been appearing in our territory more frequently. It's possible that they were releasing the anger they have built up because of you some time ago." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Let's go and take a look. I want to see who came this time." Then he flew out of the room and flew out of the fort. Although the alarm sounded in the fort, this didn't mean that it was under attack. Instead, some people triggered an alarm in the partially controlled territory. If someone attacked the fort, the alarm wouldn't have sounded like this. Zhao Hai could already feel the invaders because of the Six Senses purification technique. His spiritual force had become extremely formidable. He no longer needed the space to detect the people in the partially controlled territory. Before long, Zhao Hai saw 10 cultivators flying unscrupulously in the partially controlled territory. Their flying speed wasn't fast at all. It was as if they were exploring their back garden. Zhao Hai flew until he was 100 meters away from these people, then he stopped. Although these people dressed like cultivators, they had a gloomy aura around them. This only meant that they were people from the Devil Realm. Also, the cultivation of these people wasn't low. Among them, there were 3 nascent soul experts. The remaining 7 were at core formation. When the devil cultivators saw Zhao Hai, they stared. However, they didn't show any fear. They stopped as well as they sized Zhao Hai up. When they saw Zhao Hai's face, their expression changed. Zhao Hai had been famous in the past. It was impossible for these people to not recognize him immediately. The nascent soul experts' expressions changed, then they slowly calmed down. One of them sneered and said, "Zhao Hai, you finally appeared. This old man has been looking for you for a long time." Zhao Hai looked at the man and said, "Really? How could this Zhao Hai concern Senior? Might I ask who Senior is?" The old man looked at Zhao Hai. Then he stroked his beard as he said, "This old man is named Blood Infant Ling Lai." Hearing this name, Zhao Hai's pupil shrunk. Then he said, "You're the Ling Lai who slaughtered 10,000 infants to make your life source artifact, the Blood Infant? Ha ha ha. Good, fantastic. I wanted to hunt you down, but since I've been closing up, I don't have the time. I didn't expect you to present yourself to me." "Good. This saves me a lot of trouble. After this day, you will become my undead." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Ling Lai laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha ha, good. From what this old man can see, you're just famous, a boastful kid with no strength. Let this old man teach you a lesson today." Then he waved his hand and took out a blood-red scimitar. After that, the scimitar flew and slashed towards Zhao Hai. The scimitar was like a blood-red phantom as it reached Zhao Hai's side in a blink of an eye and cut towards his neck. This scimitar was quite famous. It was called the Blood Shadow Blade. It was a weapon that Ling Lai liked to use. The offensive strength of this blade was very good. Its speed was also renowned. People's heads would fall off without even seeing the blade. This was the origin of the blade's name. This Blood Shadow Blade was also refined by Ling Lai. The refining of this blade was very special. It was made from a metal called the Black Blood Steel. The blood from this metal wasn't from ordinary people. Instead, it came from 100 virgins. In other words, Ling Li killed more than 100 virgin girls in order to create this blade. This shows how cruel he was. Haven't found any sources for this. Sorry. 3. Chapter 1369. Taoist Zhao Hai. The blood shadow blade was extremely fast. It reached Zhao Hai's neck in a flash. However, despite seeing the knife approach, Zhao Hai didn't react at all. Ling Lai suddenly had a feeling of anxiety. Ling Lai knew that Zhao Hai struggled in defending against Huang Daran. Zhao Hai said that he would seclude himself, but in Ling Lai's opinion, Zhao Hai was injured and needed to recuperate. Just as Ling Lai was lost in his thoughts, he suddenly discovered that the blood shadow blade was already in Zhao Hai's hands. The blood shadow blade struggled to get out, but it was useless. Zhao Hai glanced at the blood shadow blade and coldly snorted as he said, "It's really the blood shadow blade, Ling Lai. You'll get no forgiveness from me today." Then Zhao Hai leaned forward and took a step forward as he threw a simple punch. Although the punch looked simple, it wasn't the case in Zhao Hai's hand. Zhao Hai's eyes glowed as his body shone with a white light. This white light wasn't dazzling. It just gave people a sense of fairness and honesty. It had the feeling of a monk that intends to exorcise a demon. Zhao Hai's fist wasn't any other first. It was a move that came from the crouching tiger technique. As the punch was sent out, an imposing aura of a tiger erupted. And since Zhao Hai also practiced the demon subjugation technique, his punching strength has reached a whole new level. Moreover, this fist wasn't just a straight shot. It transformed constantly that Ling Lai wouldn't be able to dodge it even if he wanted to. Ling Lai also noticed this point. Seeing the situation, he didn't dare underestimate it. He opened his mouth as a cry of an infant was heard. This weeping wasn't a doting cry of a child that wants the warmth of its mother. Instead, it was a scream full of hatred and gloom. Hearing this weeping sound, a person would feel a frigid air passing through their heart. Along with this weeping sound, a blood-red infant appeared in front of Ling Lai. This baby looked lovable, but its blood-red eyes and body made it seem like it was a spirit that had innumerable injustices done to it. As the infant appeared, its wailing sound met Zhao Hai's fist head-on. Then it turned its body as giant red-colored tentacles extended towards the attack. Ling Lai knew that he couldn't avoid Zhao Hai's fist even if he hid, so he could only face it head-on and hope that he could block the attack. A dull thumping sound was heard as the blood infant's sound attack met Zhao Hai's fist head-on. However, as though it was paper, the sound attack was shredded to pieces by the force of the fist. Then shortly after that, the fist hit the infant's tentacles. Boom! When the blood infant and Zhao Hai's fist connected, the infant let out a pitiful yell before it was eradicated by the fist. As though it wasn't affected, the fist continued on towards Ling Lai. Along with a bang, Ling Lai's body flew straight back. As he was in the air, Ling Lai spewed out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Zhao Hai and muttered, "You, transcending tribulation." Then his head tilted as his body fell straight down. He was naturally beaten to death by Zhao Hai. His body showed a strange posture when it fell to the ground. Every bone in his body has been crushed. Zhao Hai waved his hand and sent Ling Lai's body to the space. Then he looked at the other devil cultivators and sneered as he said, "What? You don't take the machine field seriously? You come when you want to come, then leave when you want to leave? I don't have the time to take care of you. Yet you came here. I guess it's time to let everyone know not to mess with the machine field. This isn't your back garden." Then his body moved as he threw himself to the group. The devil cultivators were beginning to feel regret. Why do they have to meet Zhao Hai, this unlucky star? Now, Long Lai was a famous nascent soul expert of the devil realm, but even he was taken down in one move by Zhao Hai. Maybe in the eyes of Zhao Hai, they weren't even considered a side dish. Zhao Hai didn't give them a chance to talk as he attacked immediately. The devil cultivators could only take up their weapons and defend. However, these devil cultivators weren't confident. This was because they heard Ling Lai's last words. Did Zhao Hai become a transcending tribulation expert? With this thought in mind, the devil cultivators couldn't help but feel that their necks turned cold. Zhao Hai didn't actually treat these people seriously. He just wanted to try the moves he learned from the descending dragon and the crouching tiger technique. Fist and leg techniques weren't very popular in the world of cultivation, and of those who practiced them, the majority were the Buddhists. According to legend, it was because Buddhism inherited the essence of ancient body cultivators. Therefore, their fists and leg techniques were well developed. There were plenty of Buddhist disciples that used their fists and legs to confront their enemies. This was how confident the Buddhists were in their kung fu. Zhao Hai cultivated the demon subjugation technique, crouching tiger technique, and the descending dragon technique. These were orthodox Buddhist techniques that were supported by faith power. Then there's also Zhao Hai's astral chi and evil chi, and with Zhao Hai entering the nascent soul stage, his spiritual chi has undergone a great transformation. No nascent soul expert in the world of cultivation had all of these. Even some transcending tribulation experts couldn't reach this level of strength. Zhao Hai fought with the rest of the devil cultivators in order to practice his techniques. Therefore, he didn't go for the kill from the very beginning. After exchanging moves a dozen times, Zhao Hai became aware of how strong he was. Zhao Hai believed that he wouldn't suffer a loss even if he faced Huang Den right now. And once he cultivates all the 18 techniques, even transcending tribulation experts might not be his opponent. At this time, Zhao Hai was no longer in the mood to play around with these devil cultivators. Moreover, other practitioners had appeared around them. It was time to give them a message. Zhao Hai suddenly stopped his offense. However, the devil cultivators didn't let their guard down. They kept their weapons at their side as they looked vigilantly at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at them and then smiled as he said, "Everyone, I've played enough. It's time to send you off. Remember to be good people in your next life." Then Zhao Hai moved and sent over 5 punches and 4 kicks. These 9 strikes hit the remaining 9 devil cultivators. Even if these devil cultivators wanted to defend, they had no way to stop Zhao Hai's attack. All of them were killed on the spot. Those who came over to spectate were stunned. Most of them didn't see the fight between Zhao Hai and Ling Lai. When they came, Zhao Hai was already exchanging moves with the devil cultivators. Zhao Hai didn't use any weapons, only his hands and feet, as he fought 9 against 1. This already surprised them, but they never thought that Zhao Hai was just playing around. But after seeing Zhao Hai kill the 9 devil cultivators with 1 move each, the spectators were startled. Zhao Hai turned his head to the onlookers and then coldly snorted and said, "Everyone, don't challenge my patience. Just because I don't come out, it doesn't mean that I don't care about the 6 realms battlefield. The next time you disturb my cultivation, don't blame me for being impolite." Then he left the area and returned to the Lock Mountain range. Watching Zhao Hai show his strength, Yuan and the others were very surprised, but they were also proud. They glanced at the onlookers before returning to the Lock Mountain range. The people from the other realms looked at each other and saw the fear and alarm in their eyes. They didn't expect Zhao Hai's strength to become this tyrannical. One cultivator looked at another cultivator beside him as he asked, "Long Hai, how strong do you think Zhao Hai is now?" "Those devil cultivators don't look weak. How can they be cleaned up that easily? He really deserves to be the strongest under transcending tribulation." Long Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Gu Ping, you underestimate Zhao Hai. Even transcending tribulation experts couldn't deal with those devil cultivators that easily." It seems like Zhao Hai was trying out his moves in the early part of their battle. If he got serious in the beginning, there's no way for those devil cultivators to last that long. I'm afraid Zhao Hai has reached transcending tribulation. Even if he faced Huang Den, I believe that he wouldn't suffer a loss. Gu Ping stared. Then he looked at Long Hai and said, "Zhao Hai is that strong? Are you sure? He fought with Huang Den barely a year ago. How could his strength increase by so much?" Long Hai forced a smile and said, "You haven't seen Zhao Hai's previous fight. Before fighting those devil cultivators, Zhao Hai faced the Demon Realm's blood infant Ling Lai. Zhao Hai killed Ling Lai in just 1 punch. Moreover, the blood infant was present to defend the attack. Ling Lai even hinted that Zhao Hai had reached transcending tribulation before he died." The conversation of the two wasn't quiet, so the experts around them were able to hear. These experts could hear whispers, let alone 2 people having a normal conversation. Upon hearing Long Hai, everyone buzzed with conversation. Gu Ping's expression changed as he said, "Brother Long, let's leave this place as soon as possible. If we really annoy Zhao Hai, then we would be in trouble." "Right, should we start calling him Taoist Zhao Hai?" Long Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Who knows? In any case, Zhao Hai hasn't been recognized yet. We shouldn't talk in advance. But you are right, we need to leave immediately." After that, he followed Gu Ping in leaving the machine field's partially controlled territory. The people from the other realms left as well. Nobody dared to stay even a second longer. Chapter 1370 Hell King. By the time Yuan and the others returned to the fort, Zhao Hai was there waiting for them. Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry to return to the space. In any case, he came out this time to relax, so he decided to meet Yuan and the others and have a good chat. Yuan and the others also thought that Zhao Hai left, so they were very glad when they saw Zhao Hai. Naturally, Zhao Hai took out some delicious food and drinks for them to enjoy together. Zhao Hai, Yuan, Wu Yang, Zhuang Li, and the others were at a table together. After drinking 2 rounds of liquor, Yuan looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, have you reached transcending tribulation?" Yuan's words caused everyone in the dining hall to look over at Zhao Hai. They heard Ling Lai's final words. At that time, Ling Lai implied that Zhao Hai had reached transcending tribulation. Zhao Hai looked at everyone, then he shook his head and said, "I haven't. Since my cultivation method is special, I'm afraid my tribulation would be much harder." Yuan and the others nodded, but one could see that they were disappointed. One couldn't blame them. After all, the machine field didn't have a transcending tribulation expert. This was what worried them the most. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't reveal that he was now as strong as most transcending tribulation experts. He specifically revealed that he hasn't reached transcending tribulation so that Yuan and the others would spread it to the world. This way, the other realms wouldn't take note of him. He secluded himself for close to 1 year and then he made such a huge move. If people thought that he reached transcending tribulation, then the waves that it would cause would certainly be enormous. Zhao Hai didn't want things to go like this yet. After all, he was still preparing to practice Alatein Buddhist techniques. However, if Zhao Hai wanted to practice Alatein techniques, then he would need more than a year of time. During this period of time, he didn't want things to happen to his background, and he also doesn't want Yilai 2 and the Pirate Paradise to be affected. But what Zhao Hai didn't know was that right after he dealt with the devil cultivators, people from the outside already heard the rumor about him becoming a transcending tribulation expert. This information spread quickly throughout the world of cultivation. In a flash, Zhao Hai became the center of attention after 1 year of absence. When Zhao Hai left the Lock Mountain Range, Yuan received an inquiry from the higher-ups asking if Zhao Hai had already reached transcending tribulation. Naturally, Yuan denied the rumors. Zhao Hai himself said that he hasn't reached transcending tribulation, and that his cultivation method was special, so his tribulation would be very hard. This news lessened the attention placed on Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai's title of strongest under transcending tribulation was something that everyone recognized. Besides the higher-ups of the 6 realms, the people in the 6 realms battlefield gave Zhao Hai a nickname. Because Zhao Hai liked to use undead, people gave him the title of Hell King. 1. Naturally, Zhao Hai knew about this nickname, but he didn't care. This was something that other people gave him, so he had no control over it. Also, it had truth to it. He liked using undead because he needed their help, so he was called the Hell King. However, if he stopped using the undead one day, would people still call him Hell King? In fact, at this point, Zhao Hai had an idea to stop using the undead. This was because he discovered that the undead could also provide him with faith power. Not only did the undead give him more faith power, it was also purer than other people. This was understandable. After all, the other races in the undead still had their own desires and wishes. As for the undead, they had been subdued by the space. If Zhao Hai ordered them to kill themselves, they wouldn't hesitate to do so. Therefore, the faith power given by them was purer than the others. Also, in addition to being pure, Zhao Hai discovered that the faith power given by the undead had special effects to his attacks. This was something that Zhao Hai discovered recently. The same was true for the demons, divines, beastmen, and undead. The faith power that these races provide had strong offensive strength. As for the elves, dwarves, humans, fishmen, their faith power provides great help for improving the body. This discovery surprised Zhao Hai. He didn't expect faith power to have attributes. However, Zhao Hai didn't care much about this matter. Whether it increases offense or helps in cultivation, both were very good. Moreover, their effects weren't that great. These attributes only provided a slight advantage. The difference between using both faith power was basically negligible. Zhao Hai returned to the space and accompanied Laura and the others for several days. Then he prepared to resume his practice in the 18 techniques. This time, Zhao Hai chose to practice the Cosmos technique. Of the 18 techniques, only the Cosmos technique acted alone. However, the Cosmos technique was also more complex than the rest. The entire technique consisted of 6 mudra. The first of these mudra was the void seal, which means hiding in the void. One hand would form the Vajra seal. The other hand would hold the hand like a baby while the forefinger is straight and rigid. The relationship between the two hands was the essence of the void seal. The second mudra involved putting 2 palms together, bending 2 thumbs and inserting them in between the palms. The third mudra involves the 5 fingers of the right hand extending upward. The index finger and the thumb would twist with each other. The second finger would curve around the index finger as far as possible. The fourth seal involves 2 index fingers bent over the 2 middle fingers while the thumbs insert in between the palms. The fifth seal joins 2 palms while the 2 index fingers bent towards each other. The sixth mudra was the same as the first mudra. These 6 seals comprise the 6 mudra required to practice the Cosmos technique. Why do Buddhist arts require hand seals? Actually, this had something to do with the Buddhist path. Buddhism pays attention to enlightenment. An enlightenment proves that one's path was correct and might lead them to a fruit of virtue. Buddhist monks who encounter enlightenment would comprehend a mudra. When Zhao Hai circulates his faith power, the mudra he performs directs it in accordance with the technique. The mudra provides the most natural flow of energy. No matter which path, as long as the cultivation method was correct, one would understand its operation. It was just like walking into a maze. As long as your map is correct, then you would no doubt come out of the other end. In fact, Buddhist hand seals were a disguised initiation method. The Buddhist required one to pass on what they have learned and realized through their lives. This mudra was this inheritance. It wasn't an overbearing type of inheritance, but it was an indispensable part of the Buddhist path. The Cosmos technique was the most difficult technique that Zhao Hai practiced to date. Throughout his cultivation, Zhao Hai became aware that the Cosmos technique was a type of spatial magic. The spell used the power of the cosmos to allow one to advance and retreat calmly. So upon confronting the enemy, one could hide in the void to deal a fatal blow. If it was only this, then Zhao Hai could achieve it through the space. However, Zhao Hai's space was a pure technique of the void. As for the Cosmos technique, the void was just part of it. An expert could feel Zhao Hai using the space. On the other hand, the Cosmos technique conceals the movement as its user hides in the void. This was the most important aspect of the technique. In addition to this, there's another thing about this technique. Its movements weren't random. Instead, it followed a large Buddhist formation. One could traverse the void through following the formation. Although there was a formation to follow, this didn't mean that the technique was restricted. If the user followed the formation, then they could move in any direction they want. If they wanted to change directions, they only needed to do it through the formation. This gave the technique infinite possibilities. Zhao Hai spent 81 days practicing the mudra. Even with the help of the space, Zhao Hai still took a long time to get used to the movements. Therefore, it took Zhao Hai 90 days to finish the technique. After he went out, Zhao Hai relaxed once more as he paid attention to the outside world. At this point, the outside world was aware of how strong Zhao Hai was. The 6 realms battlefield became peaceful once again. As for Yilai too, things were on the right track. After Margaret and Louis got in touch, construction for the space species went underway. The defenses of Yilai 2 needed to be built. Otherwise, any person could come to the planet. This wouldn't be good for the planet's development. On the other hand, the headquarters of the Cross-Sword Pirate Group in the Pirate Paradise has been retained. However, residences have been demolished. At this point, one couldn't see women, children, nor old people in the pirate group's territory. Besides some members of the pirate group, the rest of the population were undead. The Cross-Sword Pirate Group had already lifted the blockade. However, it still had a lot of restrictions towards outsiders. Otherwise, people might discover that the pirate group was filled with undead. Technically, it's king of the underworld, but it sounded like he's a criminal mastermind. Chapter 1371, Mystery. Zhenling was currently sitting on a mat with Huang Dan in front of her. The two were currently in Flying Phoenix Mountain, formerly known as the Pink Cloud Ridge. It was a territory that was first claimed by the Zhen family's ancestors. This mountain was originally mined for its black iron ore, but now that the black iron ore has been mined out, it has become the headquarters of the Zhen family. Unknown to the outside, besides black iron ores, this mountain also has a spirit vein. It wasn't a high-grade vein, only a medium-grade one. Moreover, the spirit vein was very remote. The Zhen family used a magic formation to lock in the spiritual chi of the vein. This way, outsiders wouldn't know that there was a spirit vein here. After several generations of development, it can be said that Flying Phoenix Mountain was densely covered with formations. Additionally, there were countless mechanisms hidden in the mining tunnels all throughout the mountain. The mountain was quite defensible. It wasn't any inferior to the sect headquarters of medium-level sects. Because of his relationship with the Zhen family, Huang Dan generally cultivated in the spirit vein. Besides Huang Dan, there were also about a dozen nascent soul experts cultivating there. These were all elders of the family. Of these people, naturally it was Huang Dan who was at the head. The reason for this was, first, Huang Dan's strength, and second was Huang Dan's relationship with the Zhen family. Huang Dan became the guest elder of the Pink Clouds Pavilion because of the Zhen family. Right now, he was no longer a guest elder of the Pink Clouds Pavilion. Instead, he held the position of Supreme Elder of the Zhen family. This showed how extraordinary his status in the family was. Zhenling looked at Huang Dan and said, "Uncle Huang, I've already prepared Zhao Hai's money. However, I have no way to contact him. What do I do?" Huang Dan shook his head and said, "Zhao Hai has been cultivating recently. Although he appeared in the Six Realms battlefield some time ago, he immediately went back to seclude himself. Maybe he's practicing some techniques. It's better to not disturb him." Zhenling looked at Huang Dan's appearance and said, "Uncle Huang, Zhao Hai is getting stronger and stronger. If he really becomes a transcending tribulation expert, do you think he would turn on us?" Huang Dan looked at Zhenling, then he smiled faintly and said, "Little Ling, you can rest assured, Little Hai isn't that kind of person. I know that it's been a long time since you began doing business and looked at people's nature. Therefore, you wouldn't believe me easily. You have come in contact with Zhao Hai twice, so you haven't known him yet. But you don't have to worry. Little Hai isn't like what you think." Zhenling looked confused at Huang Dan. She didn't understand what he meant and why he was confident in Zhao Hai. Huang Dan just smiled faintly and said, "Little Ling, the world of cultivation is a place where the weak prey on the strong, but this is also the kind of place that fosters people that take sentiments heavily. To defend the people in the Lock Mountain Range, Zhao Hai decided to face me directly. You could see from this point how sentimental he is, and in addition to your shared benefits, he is also my disciple. Although I haven't taught him anything, his identity allows him to act in the cultivation realm and do business with you. If he turns on us once he gets strong, then he would no longer have any place in the cultivation realm. Most importantly, we have a partnership with the Profound Clear sect. Don't think that the sect is good just because they cooperated with us. They would provide us with protection, but they also get angry much quicker than us. If Zhao Hai turns on us, the Profound Clear sect wouldn't let him off. When the time comes, besides the machine field, Zhao Hai would find it very hard to gain a foothold anywhere. Zhenling couldn't help but nod. What Huang Dan said was reasonable. She also agreed with some points that Huang Dan presented. She did business with other people for so many years that she found it hard to trust people. She only believed in benefits. Back when she became the pavilion master of the Pink Clouds Pavilion, a lot of people were protesting. But after she provided the merchant group with a lot of profits, those people shut their mouths. This was because their benefits were now tied up with her. Her cooperation with Zhao Hai was also for benefits. She doesn't believe that Zhao Hai really regarded Huang Dan as a master. The two were at their throats before. Then suddenly, Huang Dan took him in as a disciple. How could a master-disciple relationship be fostered so easily? The entire premise was dubious. Huang Dan looked at Zhenling's expression and couldn't help but secretly sigh. He really didn't want Zhenling to be like this. She rarely believed in people, only in benefits. This wasn't good. Huang Dan also knew why Zhen Ling was behaving like this. Zhen Ling has been in the business world for too long. Businessmen in the cultivation realm used all kinds of methods to achieve their goals. Betrayal was very common. It can be said that Zhen Ling has seen the ugliest side of humanity for many years. Therefore, she no longer believed in human nature, only business profits. Huang Dan smiled faintly and said, "Little Ling, I hope that you can get along with Zhao Hai. There are a lot of people in the cultivation realm who couldn't compare to him. In just 2 years after ascending, he was already able to achieve so much. Moreover, he has a lot of relations in the machine field. Back when we were fighting, everyone in the Lock Mountain range was even willing to follow him in order to fight me. You can see from this what kind of person Zhao Hai is. The people you have been in contact with all these years are all trash. You shouldn't bunch Zhao Hai with them." Zhen Ling didn't oppose Huang Dan's words. She nodded and said, "Uncle Huang, you don't have to worry. But how do we take care of Zhao Hai's money?" Huang Dan smiled faintly and said, "You use it first. There's no need to be too polite with him. I'm sure he won't mind." Zhen Ling nodded. Then she said, "Uncle Huang, what do you think about Zhao Hai's current strength? Is he really not a transcending tribulation expert?" Huang Dan nodded and said, "Little Hai wouldn't lie about this matter. He should have yet to overcome his tribulation. The cultivation method that he practices is very special. Even I couldn't figure out what attribute it is. However, it seems like he doesn't study the flying sword techniques of the cultivation realm. Although his flying swords are ever transforming, they still appear disorderly." Zhen Ling nodded and said, "It seems like this cultivation method allowed Zhao Hai to achieve his accomplishments in a short period of time. I just don't know where he got it." Huang Dan nodded and said, "His cultivation method is really strange. Saying that it came from the lower realms seems unjustified. It's impossible for the lower realms to produce a cultivation method of that caliber. However, Zhao Hai's actions from the moment he ascended to the machine field can be traced. It's impossible for him to find a formidable method just a short time after ascending. This is really strange." Zhen Ling knit her brows and said, "It's truly strange. But if things continue like this, do you think those people will come looking for Zhao Hai?" When Zhen Ling said that, Huang Dan's expression couldn't help but change. He frowned and said, "Those people? I don't think so. Those people didn't even bat an eye towards the profound clear sect. What makes you think that Little Hai is qualified?" Zhen Ling looked at Huang Dan. Then she smiled faintly and said, "Uncle Huang, you said it yourself. How many people in the world of cultivation are like Zhao Hai, ascending in less than 2 years but are able to face you? If he doesn't have the qualifications, then who does?" Huang Dan frowned and said, "But Little Hai has yet to become a transcending tribulation expert." "But you're also correct. If we think about Little Hai's strength, although he has yet to become a transcending tribulation expert, he could attract the attention of those people. In the past, those people didn't look at the machine field. Perhaps Zhao Hai would be the first." Zhen Ling nodded. "I heard that those selected would be in danger." "Uncle Huang, weren't you selected in the past?" Huang Dan nodded. Then he sighed and said, "That time was much more dangerous than my tribulation. In just 2 months, I already received 2 wounds. The third wound I received almost couldn't be cured." Zhen Ling knit her brows and said, "It's that dangerous?" Huang Dan forced a smile and said, "It's more dangerous than you think. The weakest person that could go there is a nascent soul expert, and those nascent soul experts would have their own special means. Even if they face a transcending tribulation expert, they wouldn't suffer too much. If it weren't for those Buddhists, then I'm afraid things would be more miserable." Zhen Ling frowned. "Then what do we do if Zhao Hai really gets picked by those people? If something happens to him, then our business would be greatly affected." Huang Dan sighed and said, "We can only hope that Little Hai can increase his strength. At the very least, he could protect himself. Nobody could stop those people if they decided to pick someone." Zhen Ling replied, "Uncle Huang, should we think of something now? If something happens to Zhao Hai, we would face trouble." Huang Dan smiled bitterly and said, "The spirit wine that Little Hai provides us isn't something that anyone can get." Little Hai said that the wine is produced on the planet he acquired, but after asking some people, it seems like the planet is shared with his friends. Moreover, it is currently uninhabited. Most importantly, That planet is not suitable for humans to live in. I think Little Hai wasn't telling us the truth. He must have gotten those spirit wines in another place. He also wouldn't easily reveal the production method of the spirit wine. After all, the profit involved in it is too great. Zhenling nodded. She could understand this point. Spirit wine is too profitable. If she was in Zhao Hai's shoes, she also wouldn't tell other people even if they were her partners. Huang Dan smiled bitterly and said, even if those people want to call Zhao Hai, they would have to wait until he comes out of seclusion. When Little Hai heads out, he would definitely come and find me. When that time comes, we can ask him for more wine. You can then control how many to sell. I believe that once Little Hai comes out of seclusion, he would be stronger compared to before. Even if he went to that place, he shouldn't suffer any accidents. I'm confident in his ability. Zhenling nodded. Then she said, all right, we can only do that. Uncle Huang, I'll leave first. If Zhao Hai comes, make sure to tell me. Huang Dan nodded. Zhenling stood up and gave Huang Dan a bow before leaving. As Huang Dan looked at Zhenling's departing back, he sighed and said, I hope Little Hai can get stronger, or else. He sighed after speaking up to this point. Huang Dan and Zhenling's dialogue was actually recorded by Kair. Kair paid great attention to Huang Dan. After all, even if nobody from the machine field could threaten Zhao Hai, the same wasn't true with Huang Dan. Huang Dan was from the cultivation realm. He's friends with Feng Beiming, who's an elder of the Profound Clear sect. Huang Dan might not be a threat to Zhao Hai, but the Profound Clear sect was. Therefore, Kair paid attention to Huang Dan in order to collect information. Zhenling and Huang Dan's conversation just now was special. They kept mentioning a certain place. It seems like that place was very dangerous. Even someone as strong as Huang Dan was injured in that place. It's highly probable for Zhao Hai to be summoned to such a dangerous place. This wasn't good news for Zhao Hai. More importantly, Huang Dan seems to be hinting towards an unknown group in the world of cultivation. That influence was very powerful, being able to pick people freely without anyone objecting. Such power and influence couldn't compare to common powers in the 6 realms. Besides these, Huang Dan also mentioned the Buddhists. Moreover, from his words, that place doesn't only involve the world of cultivation. Where is that? This caused Kair to be somewhat worried. Zhao Hai was clueless about these matters. He was currently in seclusion to practice the Imperial Water Technique. This technique is a spell-type technique. These spell-type techniques were actually the same spells that cultivators use. It was a kind of attack that didn't use weapons and only utilizes spiritual force. In the world of cultivation, these spells were also highly valued. This was especially true for rogue cultivators. This was because they don't have enough money to buy powerful equipment. Therefore, they could only use spells. If they use spells well, then their offensive strength would be extraordinary. But besides the Imperial Water Technique, there were also other spell-type techniques among the 18 Buddhist techniques. These were the Beast Controlling Technique, Happiness and Fear Sound Technique, Sword Breath Technique, and the Cloning Technique. Chapter 1372, Prideful Spirit. The reason why Zhao Hai didn't study the sound attack first was because he wasn't good at sound attacks. Although he hasn't learned of any water spells before, one shouldn't forget that it's still magic of the water element. Zhao Hai himself could control water, so he should be able to learn the Imperial Water Technique much easier. The Imperial Water Technique wasn't very difficult. The entire technique was only composed of 2 mudra, the Skywater Seal and the Dragon Seal. Zhao Hai believed that he could learn the technique in 1 month. The Skywater Seal wasn't very complex. The left hand makes a fist with the thumb and the index finger were stretched out but bent. The dragon was more complicated. The hands would be bound together while the 2 index fingers would form a circle. It didn't take long before Zhao Hai managed to do the hand seals. Zhao Hai calmed his mind as he performed the hand seals. As he practiced the hand seals, Zhao Hai discovered how different cultivator spells were to the machine field's magic. Cultivators use spiritual chi, but even though they could use spells, they had to use it through the spiritual chi in their body. Spiritual force would only act as a supporting role. Compared to the machine field's method, the results of this were stronger. At the same time, Zhao Hai discovered that spells in the cultivation realm weren't simple. These spells were formidable even without using a magic artifact. As long as one uses the Imperial Water Technique, one could be able to wreak havoc on the battlefield. The Imperial Water technique not only controlled water, it also turned water into a magic artifact. The technique took water as the base, which was unusual. However, this didn't mean that the Imperial Water technique was difficult to practice. Zhao Hai only used 49 days in order to learn it, and just as usual, he went back to the villa once he was done. 1. Upon arriving at the villa, Kair welcomed Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, I discovered something a while ago. Let me show you." Then she took Zhao Hai over to the monitor and then broadcasted the recorded video of Huang Dan and Zhen Ling's conversation. Hearing their dialogue, Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown. He turned his head to Laura and the others and said, "Could there be a secret regarding this?" Laura nodded and said, "We've been collecting information, but there's little word about his subject. We only found some clues that connected to the Buddhists." Zhao Hai looked at Laura in confusion. Laura continued, "Brother Hai, have you discovered that the Buddhists have been very low-key in the world of cultivation? Even their disciples rarely walked outside. Moreover, Buddhist sects seem to be rare in the cultivation realm." Zhao Hai couldn't help but nod.